Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Kurama, End This War. Fire Country, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Office. The four leaders, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokato, and Kohara Yutane, had gathered once again for an emergency meeting. Who was the subject this time? No one specific. If a meeting was needed, the four of them would convene regardless. Konoha had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Hidden Mist. The lesson had been written in blood, the losers had no words to defend themselves. More than 10,000 Konoha shinobi had perished in this disastrous battle. The news had already reached the ears of the village's highest authorities. The battle plan had been devised by the 3rd Hokage himself. He had consulted Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, all of whom had supported his strategy. And the result? Their forces had walked straight into the mist trap, suffering catastrophic losses. A complete and utter failure. The mist had played them like fools and walked away victorious. Hiruzen had envisioned a swift, surprise attack, a decisive strike that would cripple the mist forces and secure a victory for Konoha. But what had unfolded instead was a disaster beyond his worst fears. Not only had they failed to seize victory, but they had also led thousands of Konoha's finest to their deaths. This was Konoha's first major defeat since the war had begun. And it was a humiliating one. Hiruzen's dream of being remembered as the greatest Hokage in history had crumbled before his eyes. No Hokage had ever suffered such a devastating loss while in power. The war's first major casualty had been Iwagakure. Now, Konoha was the second to fall. Neither Kimogakure nor Tsunade, who had withdrawn from the war early, had suffered such brutal losses. More than 10,000 shinobi, gone. This time, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu had no scapegoats to shift the blame onto. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to set an example and take responsibility. This time, he could not push the burden onto Danzo, as he often did. You three, as Hokage, I bear the primary responsibility for Konoha's defeat. I won't run from it. This was my mistake. Hiruzen had been arrogant. He had been overconfident. He had believed that victory would be as simple as he had imagined. Reality had struck him down. His ambitions of being the greatest Hokage had shattered in an instant. 3rd, this isn't solely your fault. We were part of the decision-making process as well. Yes, 3rd, you don't need to shoulder all of the blame. Hamura and Koharu, as always, tried to smooth things over. Danzo, however, remained silent. He had spotted something crucial. 3rd, now isn't the time for self-pity. There's still news from the front lines. The Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans refused to participate in this mission. Because of that, over 5,000 shinobi were preserved, along with another 6,000 who managed to retreat. We still have over 10,000 shinobi on the front lines. Hiruzen exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his chest. He silently thanked the heavens that Kushina Uzumaki and the others had not been involved in this operation. Had they joined the mission, Konoha's casualties would have been even greater. The front lines would have been completely wiped out, and the mist would have been free to march straight into the fire country. By then, any reinforcements sent from the village would have been far too late. Just thinking about it sent a shiver down Hiruzen's spine. Danzo narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. 3rd, are you seriously feeling relief right now? Are you ignoring the fact that the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans defied your orders? Danzo, don't pour salt on the wound right now. This was our failure, a failure of leadership. If those remaining forces had participated in the battle, Konoha's losses would have been total. Is that what you wanted? You. For once, Danzo was speechless. Hiruzen was right. Do you understand how many people have died because of our arrogance and misguided strategies? Hiruzen's voice was sharp and firm. As if he were somehow in the right. Even though he had been the one who led them to this disaster. But this defeat had forced Hiruzen to reflect. The arrogance, the overconfidence, it had all been stripped away. For the first time, he truly saw this as a failure of their leadership. At the same time, Hiruzen couldn't help but mourn for the Sarutobi clan. Of the 3,000 Sarutobi clan members who had been sent to the front lines, only 500 had returned. His trusted commander, Sarutobi Yamaru, had lost a leg. Damn it. If only more shinobi from other clans had perished instead. The Sarutobi clan should never have deployed so many of its own. Past victories had blinded them. Their consistent success had led them to believe they were untouchable. That illusion had now been shattered. But Hiruzen had made up his mind. He would take responsibility. The first step. Removing the Sarutobi clan from the chain of command. Effective immediately, Uzumaki Kushina would take command of Konoha's remaining forces. The red-hot habanero, as she was feared throughout the shinobi world, was already respected and admired by Konoha's troops. Moreover, her refusal to take part in the failed operation had only solidified her reputation. Sarutobi Yamaru could no longer be trusted to lead. Kushina was the only choice. Fire country, front lines. Orders had arrived from the village. Uzumaki Kushina was now the supreme commander of Konoha's military forces. After 3 days of rest, the injured had begun to recover. It was time to plan their next move. Inside the command tent, only Kushina and Kurama stood. The fact that Kurama was allowed in her tent left others in awe. After all, he was the man who had conquered the infamous red-hot habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. His presence was enough to command respect. Even though few had seen him fight, those who had witnessed it firsthand knew just how dangerous he was. In the tent, Kushina looked troubled. Kurama, the nine tails inside me keep stirring, there won't be any problems, will there? Why? Wouldn't it be more interesting if there were? Ugh, don't say that. Kushina pouted, twirling a strand of her long red hair between her fingers. She looked oddly playful despite the grim situation. Don't worry, Kurama assured her, smirking. The seal will hold. There's no risk. Hee hee, that's good. Thanks. So, what's next? Kushina asked. Kurama raised an eyebrow. Simple. We end this war. Just then, Minato Namikaze entered. Kushina-sama, we have a problem. Someone's missing. Who? Might die. Might die. Kushina had never heard the name before. Kurama, however, was all too familiar. Chapter 102, Might Dway. Kushina decided to leave matters at the camp to Uchiha Fugaku for the time being. This was also what Kurama intended. This time, it was their turn to take action. Kurama took Kushina, Mikoto, Hikari, and 4 others to the battlefield near the Forgotten Red Isle. From the moment they arrived, he sensed something unusual. Deep within the dense forest, Might Dai wandered aimlessly. He had lost his way and, despite searching, had yet to encounter another soul. However, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Following the trail in one direction, the stench grew stronger. Finally, he reached the sea. The ocean's surface was painted in shades of black and crimson. Countless bodies floated in the water, their lifeless forms telling the story of a brutal massacre. Might Dai clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. He knew exactly where he was now. This was the battlefield where Konoha clashed with the hidden mist. And the island in the distance. That was the infamous Forgotten Red Isle. He had completely missed the battle. A heavy weight settled in his chest. His comrades, his fellow shinobi, slain. Guilt gnawed at him. This wasn't the youth he had sworn to embody. Youth should be about camaraderie, standing side by side with one's friends. But now, his friends were gone, their corpses adrift in the merciless waves. Though he was merely a genin, he had stepped onto the battlefield like the Chunin and Jonin. He had trained relentlessly, growing stronger every day, no, every moment. And yet, despite all of that, he had arrived too late. The sight before him was unbearable. His fists tightened until his knuckles turned white. His entire body shook with fury, sorrow, and regret. Oh. Might Dai's roar echoed across the battlefield, a cry of anguish and fury. In the hidden mist camp, a scout quickly reported to Ao. Sir. There's an enemy sighted on the sea. He's dressed strangely but wears Konoha's headband. It's certain he's from the Leaf, but it seems he's alone. Alone. What kind of game was Konoha playing? Ao raised his telescope and scanned the horizon. Sure enough, there was a lone figure, clad in form-fitting, teal-colored attire. The sight made Ao grimace in distaste. Who in their right mind wears something like that, he muttered under his breath. He turned to his subordinates. Someone take him down. Keep him alive if possible, we need intel on Konoha's camp. Yes, sir. A group of Mistneen surged forward, heading straight for Might Dai. Still, Dai remained frozen in place, fists clenched. His grief and fury had nowhere to go. His fallen comrades deserved vengeance. He owed them atonement. The Mistneen surrounded him. Up close, they could see the definition of his physique through his absurdly tight outfit. One of them scoffed, disgusted. What the hell is this? That outfit is disgusting. Just kill him already. No, we need him alive for questioning, another corrected. Right. We'll extract the information about Konoha's camp first. Konoha's camp. Information. Might Dai's anger boiled over. If he had known where the camp was, he wouldn't be lost in the first place. Leaf Great Whirlwind. With a powerful spinning kick, Dai sent multiple Mist-nin flying. Ada! Might Dai shouted as he launched himself into battle. Fists, elbows, knees, his entire body was a weapon, and he wielded it without restraint. His kicks cracked bones, his punches sent shinobi tumbling across the battlefield. The Mist-nin were stunned. This ridiculous-looking man was actually this strong. Damn it. He's just one guy. Don't let him overpower us. But their numbers meant nothing. Bang. 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 In mere moments, the entire squad was taken down. Not enough, Might Dai panted, his chest heaving. Not nearly enough. I need to fight hundreds, no, thousands. This is my youth. Back in the mist camp, Ao received another report. It's bad, sir. The squad we sent, they're all down. What? Ao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had barely paid attention to the men, thinking him no more than a fool. But in the blink of an eye, their own men had been annihilated. That disgusting-looking man was proving to be a nightmare. Send another squad, Ao commanded. This time, send 100. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Kushina, Kurama, Mikoto, and Hikari arrived at the battlefield and spotted Might Dai. Hey, isn't that Might Dai? Kushina remarked. He's fighting alone again. Mikoto frowned. Kurama, should we step in? Kurama smirked. No need. That man is strong. His words stunned them. Might Dai. Strong. He was just a genin who ran around screaming about youth all day. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari exchanged glances. Kurama noticed their skepticism and chuckled. Wanna bet on it? The winner can make a request. Kushina's eyes lit up. Tsunade had trained them, and Tsunade was a legendary gambler. A bet. Fine. You're on. Mikoto and Hikari nodded in agreement. There was no way Dai could win against an army, right? The battle on the sea intensified. The waves rose high, crashing against the shore like nature itself was recoiling from the chaos. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Konoha Rising Cyclone. Might Dai's relentless assault crushed wave after wave of Mist-nin. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, none of it mattered. He tore through them with raw physical prowess alone. Ao's rage boiled over. What kind of sick joke is this? This idiot isn't even using ninjutsu or genjutsu, just raw taijutsu. He felt utterly humiliated. Enough. We'll end this farce. Deploy 500. I'll lead them myself. Yes, sir. As the 500-strong mist army rushed toward him, Might Dai felt his blood burn. Oh. More opponents. Good. This is my youth. The Mist-nin unleashed a barrage of water release techniques. Water Bullet Jutsu. Water Dragon Jutsu. Great Waterfall Jutsu. The ocean raged violently as torrents of water slammed into Might Dai. Finally, he reached for his weapon, Twin Nunchaku. Not only that, he reached down and removed the weights from his legs. The onlookers expected nothing. But when the weights hit the ground. Boom. The land split apart, cracks spreading for tens of meters. The sheer force carved a crater so deep, one couldn't even see the bottom. Silence fell upon the battlefield. Even Ao and his troops hesitated. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari suddenly felt unease creep into their chests. Had they made a mistake with this bet? Chapter 103, 8 Inner Gates vs 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Might Dai felt like a completely different person after removing his training weights. Standing on the open sea, surrounded by enemies, he remained unfazed. Kushina, Uzumaki, Mikoto, Uchiha were left stunned. Was there really someone this powerful with just taijutsu alone? Were the three of them really about to lose their bet? They had been confident, after all. Their teacher, Tsunade, was known as the legendary sucker of the gambling world. But to them, she had always claimed that her disciples must never lose a bet. If you lose, don't call yourself my student. Naive as they were, Kushina and the others believed her words. What they didn't know was that Tsunade lost every single bet she made. To the rest of the world, she was nothing more than a walking donation to gambling houses. There was no such thing as a sure win. Observing the battle from a distance, a smirk tugged at Minato Namike's lips. Let's see it, Due. The full power of the 8 gates. On the water, Dewey's eyes hardened as he took in the bodies of his fallen comrades. He knew now, this was all a trap set by the Mist Village's higher-ups. A false mission, a meaningless sacrifice. If only they had realized sooner, they would have never set foot in this place. Don't worry, everyone. I'll burn with youth and avenge you. With those words, Dewey crossed his arms over his chest and reached behind his back, pulling out his weapon of choice, his nunchaku. Ada. Before him stood 500 mist shinobi. But Might Dewey did not hesitate. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The mist shinobi launched dozens of water dragons at him. Bang. 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 With his weights removed, Dewey moved with unparalleled speed. One strike per dragon. The sea churned as water exploded into the air. With each swing of his nunchaku, Dewey shattered the oncoming water dragons. The mist shinobi could hardly believe their eyes. How is this possible? They had expected to overwhelm him with sheer numbers and ninjutsu, yet he was destroying their attacks with taijutsu alone. And he was only one man. Damn it. If word got out that 500 mist shinobi failed to defeat a single enemy, their village's reputation would be in ruins. Today, Might Dewey had to die. Observing from a distance, a young shinobi named Aito clenched his fists. His Byakugan had revealed something terrifying. Dai wasn't using chakra the way normal shinobi did. No illusions. No elemental manipulation. Pure taijutsu mastery. And yet, he had already felled over 600 mist shinobi. Aito's hands trembled. He needed reinforcements. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Back at the mist camp, 7 deadly shinobi sat drinking tea. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The massive blade Kubikurabocho, wielded by Juzo Biwa. Same Hata, the living blade of Fuguki Suikezen. Nuibari, the piercing longsword of Kushimaru Kuriare. Kabutowari, the brutal hammer and axe combo of Jinin Akabino. Shibuki, the explosive sword of Jinpachi Munashi. Kiba, the twin lightning blades of Raiga Kurosuke. And Hiramakari, the massive double-edged sword wielded by Hozuki. Aito stormed into their tent, breathless. Something is wrong. There's a monster in Konoha's ranks. The 7 swordsmen chuckled. A monster. Juzo scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. You expect us to believe a single man wiped out 600 shinobi? Fuguki added. Aito gritted his teeth. See for yourselves. If you don't stop him now, he will slaughter every last one of us. The swordsmen exchanged amused glances. Fine, Kushimaru said, rising to his feet. Let's humor him. Out on the sea, Dewey's breath came heavier. He had been fighting non-stop. But his flames of youth had not yet faded. 7 figures appeared before him. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Dewey knew them well. Their reputation was fearsome, some even claimed their combined strength was enough to topple a nation. Let me take this one, Fuguki sneered, hoisting Same Hata onto his shoulder. He lunged, swinging the massive blade. Clang. Dewey nunchaku met Same Hata head-on, the clash ringing through the air. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Boom. Dewey's spinning kick landed squarely in Fuguki's chest, sending him flying backward. Blood dribbled from the mist ninja's mouth as he skidded across the water's surface. The other 6 swordsmen stared in disbelief. One kick. One. And Fuguki was already injured. He's strong, Fuguki muttered, standing back up and wiping the blood from his lips. I underestimated him. The swordsman's laughter died instantly. If Fuguki was taking this seriously, then so would they. Back in the shadows, Kurama and the others continued watching. Lord Kurama, this isn't looking good, Hayashi said. 7 against 1, even for Dewey, that's impossible. Minato simply smiled. Impossible. Kushina, Mikoto, and Kurama weren't convinced. Meanwhile, the swordsmen attacked. Jinpachi's explosive blade rained fiery shrapnel upon Dewey. Kushimaru's Nuibari shot forward, seeking to skewer him. Lightning surged from Raiga's Kiba. Juzo's Kubikurabocho came crashing down. Boom. Dewey was forced backward, his body taking hit after hit. He panted heavily, muscles burning. Deep in the forest, Minato raised a hand, silencing the others. Watch closely, he murmured. The real fight is about to begin. Out on the sea, Dewey made his decision. He had no choice. He brought his arms up, crossing them before him. Guy, forgive me. This is the last time. This is my final youth. He took a deep breath, then shouted. 8 gates. First gate, open. A powerful surge of chakra exploded from his body. The swordsman staggered back. What the hell is this? Second gate, heal. Third gate, life. Fourth gate, pain. Fifth gate, limit. A hurricane of energy erupted from Might Dai as he drove the 8 gates to the 5th gate. And the true battle began. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Dewey Last Dance. 5th gate, Duman, open. The overwhelming aura radiating from Might Dewey stunned the 7 ninja swordsmen. Is this something a human can even do? Juzo Biwa and the others stared at Might Dewey in disbelief. This wasn't ninjutsu. This wasn't genjutsu. This was purely taijutsu. Be careful, this guy is terrifyingly strong. Attack together. The 7 ninja swordsmen tensed, their expression solemn. They had never imagined that an unremarkable man like Might Dewey could possess such power. This defied everything they knew about taijutsu. Could taijutsu alone truly be this formidable? Today, they witnessed the answer firsthand. Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari, who were secretly observing from the shadows, were just as shocked. They never expected Might Dewey to have such a trump card. Kurama, however, remained unsurprised. Master Kurama, your judgment is as sharp as ever. At this moment, the three of them fully understood why Kurama had always believed in Might Dewey. But the battle was far from over. Might Dewey vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kushimaru Kuriere, the wielder of the Nuabari. A dull blade, one that could pierce any defense. Among the 7, Kushimaru was the slowest. A barrage of rapid strikes landed, each blow driving deep into his chest. His eyes widened, he couldn't even track Might Dewey movements. Ayahawk. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Kushimaru was sent flying. His body crashed through the air, blasted from the sea to the land, before slamming into a massive rock. He convulsed, foam frothing at his mouth, eyes rolling back. Silence. No signs of life. Might Dewey, with only the 5th gate open, had just killed one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Water style, grand water prison. The ocean trembled. A massive, spherical water prison engulfed Might Dewey, sealing him inside. The jutsu's caster, Fuguki Suikeisen, had fused with same Hada, transforming into something inhuman. He grinned, razor-sharp teeth bared. Heh. Fighting in water is what we mist shinobi do best. Cover me, he barked, as the remaining 5 swordsmen formed a defensive perimeter. Due to water resistance, Might Dewey movement slowed. His breathing became strained. The water prison moved with Fuguki Suikeisen, making escape nearly impossible. 1,000 feeding sharks. The sea churned. A swarm of monstrous sharks formed from chakra surged toward Might Dewey, jaws snapping. In the water, they moved at terrifying speeds. Might Dewey thoughts raced. I can't block them all. Opening the 8th gate now meant instant death. But if he didn't, he would be worn down and suffocated. No, there was only one way forward. I have to keep going. His resolve solidified. 6th gate, Keyman, open. A brilliant green aura exploded around him, matching the color of his jumpsuit. Faced with the ravenous sharks, Might Dewey didn't flinch. He clenched his fists. Morning peacock. Fists moved faster than the eye could see, striking with such force that friction ignited the air itself. Flames erupted underwater, evaporating the sharks into steam upon impact. The sea boiled. Fuguki Suikeisen's smirk vanished. TCH, this guy is a monster. The remaining swordsmen exchanged uneasy glances. They had to change tactics. Spread out. If we stay clustered, we're easy targets. Swords gleamed as they launched their assault. Jinpachi Munashi swung the explosive blade Shibuki, setting off violent detonations. Amiri Ringo unleashed crackling lightning from her Kiba blades. Mangetsu Hozuki wielded the Hiramakari, gathering immense chakra. Juzo Biwa slashed with the legendary Kubikura Bocho. Fuguki Suikeisen launched another water-style, Great Shark Bullet Jutsu. A combined attack from all 6 remaining swordsmen. Might Dewey had no choice. 7th gate, Kyumon, open. A surge of power erupted from his body, sending waves rippling across the sea. The water prison shattered. For the first time, the mist shinobi felt fear. Might Dewey didn't hesitate. Hirudora. A massive, high-pressure air bomb shaped like a roaring white tiger crashed into the 6 swordsmen. A deafening boom split the air. The ocean erupted. Water vaporized. Trees were ripped from their roots, tossed aside like twigs. The attack obliterated Kushimaru's lifeless corpse, along with Fuguki's makeshift shield. Fuguki Suikeisen coughed up blood. Same Hada twitched. The sword sensed its wielder's near-fatal injuries and started draining chakra to heal him. 4 swordsmen remained standing. But they realized something. Might Dewey power came at a cost. His body trembled. His breathing was ragged. If we drag this out, he'll collapse. This was their only chance. Guy. Might Dewey thought of his son. His lips curled into a faint smile. Youth never ends. Autumn leaves return to the soil, nourishing the seeds for new growth. Your youth is just beginning. 8th gate, Gate of Death, open. The ocean roared. A red mist enveloped Might Dewey's body. His muscles tore apart, his skin burned, but his spirit burned brighter than ever. he became a living inferno. The battlefield fell silent. Even the mist shinobi felt it. Death. This was no longer a battle. It was an execution. Fuguki Suikezen ran. But Might Dway was already above him. His foot descended. Evening Elephant. A colossal air shockwave crushed Fuguki Suikezen into the depths of the sea. Down. 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 A hollow formed on the ocean's surface. Then, it collapsed. Gone. The remaining swordsmen scattered in terror. Survival was all that mattered now. Dignity. Reputation. They meant nothing in the face of a man who had transcended mortality itself. Might Dway roared, his voice shaking the heavens. A final red flash illuminated the battlefield. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Tailed Beast Bomb. Why is life so important? Even if, in the future, it is reported that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were utterly humiliated by a lone genin from Konoha and forced to flee in all directions, none of that mattered. Survival mattered. They had admitted it. But the storm of relentless attacks left them no time to dwell on their shame. The owner of the massive sword Hiramakarei, Hozuki Gungetsu, had been obliterated beyond recognition. The 7 ninja swordsmen were now down to 4. Kubikarabocho, Biwa Juzo. Shibuki, Jinpachi Munashi. Same Hada, Suikezen Fuguki. Kiba, Ringo Emuri. The 4 of them were running for their lives. How could Might Dai let such an opportunity slip? With the 8th gate fully open, he had little time left. Only a few breaths remained. The 4 mist shinobi had fled in different directions, gaining considerable distance from him. The 8 inner gates had taken him decades to master, but this was the first time he had unleashed the full extent of the 8th gate. His body was not used to it, the power far beyond what even he could control. He knew he couldn't eliminate them all. In this state, even taking down one more would push him to his limit. On the distant shores of an island, a certain Miss Jonin named Aito stood in sheer horror. Is this man even human? Is this really what a ninja is supposed to be? This was beyond anything he'd ever known. Fortunately for him, Might Dai hadn't targeted the island. His wrath was solely reserved for the 7 swordsmen. If that monstrous power had been unleashed here, no one would have survived. Aito had no idea that Might Dai was already at his last stand. With another strike, the air exploded, sending a shockwave toward the fleeing Biwa Juzo. Juzo reacted instinctively, raising his Kubikarabocho to block. A single instant later, the legendary sword, famed for its regenerative abilities, shattered. Juzo himself was blown apart, his blood staining the shattered fragments of his blade. Damn it, only 3 left. Might Dai gasped, his vision blurring. He no longer had the energy to chase the remaining 3. He only had enough for one final move. His ultimate technique, the 8th gate's deadliest attack. Night Guy. He had already named it in his heart. Named after the son he loved. Since he couldn't finish all of them, he would at least take down another. One last strike to forever mark his existence in history. He prepared his stance. His body burned, muscles tearing apart as the power surged. His target, Jinpachi Munashi, wielder of Shibuki. And nearby, a massive force of mist shinobi, many of whom had rallied together. This move had a vast range of destruction. He was confident that his final attack would not only eliminate Jinpachi but also decimate a significant portion of the mist's forces. On the battlefield, the mist shinobi saw Jinpachi running toward them in desperation. Expressions of sheer terror spread across their faces. Their eyes screamed one message. Don't come here. Stay away from us. But it was too late. Night Guy. A monstrous red aura erupted as Might Dai kicked forward. A hurricane of destruction roared across the battlefield. The red beast tore through the land, consuming everything in its path. A deafening explosion followed. Flames and dust engulfed the sky. The entire battlefield trembled under the sheer force of the attack. When the dust settled, a horrifying sight awaited those who had survived. Jinpachi Munashi had been utterly erased. An entire section of the island had been turned to nothing but scorched earth and rubble. The mist shinobi were devastated. Casualties were beyond count. And yet, at the very center of the carnage, Might Dai stood motionless. His body, drained beyond its limits, had reached its final moments. Aito and his remaining soldiers trembled. For the first time, they could confirm it. This man, this terrifying beast, was finally no longer a threat. If he could unleash such power endlessly, Might Dai would be the strongest man in the world. In pure taijutsu, no one could match him. But the battle was over. On Konoha's side, only one life had been lost. 1 man against an army. A single genin against the 7 ninja swordsmen. And yet, he had decimated their forces. The mist had suffered heavy casualties. Their morale shattered. But in the darkness above, a new threat loomed. Kurama stood, watching from the sky. His time had come. Lord Kurama, are you ready? Yes. These fallen warriors would not die in vain. They would become the foundation for his counterattack against Konoha. Or rather, his audience. Kurama spread his wings and rose high above the battlefield. Below him lay the devastated remains of the island. Lord Aito. Enemy sighted. The remaining mist shinobi looked up, their faces twisted in fear as they saw a figure hovering in the sky, looking down at them with a cold, eerie smile. Dark red chakra flickered around his body, forming massive ethereal wings of blue and violet. What the hell is that? Lord Aito, he's a Konoha ninja. Kurama still wore the vest of the leaf. Aito narrowed his eyes. His instinct screamed danger. Kurama didn't bother wasting words. He simply raised his hand. A small black sphere formed, then fell toward the battlefield. What is that? The mist shinobi stared at the descending sphere, a deep sense of dread seeping into their bones. Aito, as a sensory ninja, realized it instantly. His face twisted in horror. That's... Run. Get off this island now. But it was too late. The sphere struck the earth. A sound unlike anything before rang out. A force that shook heaven and earth. The very land trembled. In an instant, the battlefield was swallowed by blinding light. The island ceased to exist. Flames, dust, and debris exploded into the sky, forming a colossal mushroom cloud. A single-tailed beast bomb had turned everything into ruin. The might of the tailed beasts. This was why the great shinobi villages regarded them as nuclear weapons. Even Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina did not seem shocked. But Hyuga Hikari stood in utter disbelief. It was the first time she had seen Kurama fight. And he had just erased an island from existence. No wonder Kushina had fallen for him. It turned out Lord Kurama was this powerful. A thought crossed her mind. With such power, was there truly any need to fear Konoha? Even Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato, who had rushed to investigate, were left speechless. Their eyes widened in horror. Where is the island? All they saw was fire. A wasteland. A battlefield reduced to ashes. The war had changed. And it had only just begun. Chapter 106, The War is Over. When Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Fugaku, and his team arrived, all they saw were towering flames and endless ruins. The devastation before them spoke volumes. The war was over. Who did this? Fugaku muttered, his Sharingan spinning as he surveyed the battlefield. Hey, you guys are finally here, a familiar voice called out. Kushina Uzumaki, standing strong, waved at them, a smirk tugging at her lips. Kushina-sama, what happened here? One of the Konoha shinobi asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances before giving them a brief explanation of the battle. When they finished, silence hung in the air. Kurama. Was this man truly that powerful? Did Konoha harbor such an overwhelming force without them even realizing it? Minato studied Kurama, the mysterious shinobi who had assisted Kushina. There was something eerily familiar about him, but Minato was certain he had never met the man before. Still, that didn't matter now. What mattered was that Konoha had emerged victorious. The Land of Fire had won the war. When the other shinobi heard that their leader, the infamous Blood Red Pepper Uzumaki Kushina, had single-handedly destroyed Kirigakure's base in the Land of Fire, they were ecstatic. The legend of the Red Flash never failed them. Victory followed wherever she led. Compared to her, Sarutobi Yamaru, another battlefield commander, paled in comparison. The moment he received word of the victory, his heart clenched with both pride and bitter envy. Why? Why couldn't he be the one to lead his forces to glory? In the following weeks, Kushina and her team focused solely on monitoring Kirigakure's movements. A month later, the Land of Water formally withdrew from the war. At the same time, Kirigakure submitted an official letter of surrender to Konoha. Thus, the Third Shinobi World War finally came to an end. Though the great nations had laid down their arms, smaller villages and minor countries continued their skirmishes. It was inevitable, true peace had never existed in the history of the shinobi world. Land of Water, Kirigakure. In the dimly lit halls of the Mist Shinobi Hospital, Aito lay on a bed, his body wrapped in heavy bandages. It was a miracle he had even survived. In the original timeline, he had managed to escape death even after being hit by a tailed beast bomb from the Ten Tails. This time, he had somehow survived the massacre on the Forgotten Red Island. 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had been scattered during the battle had returned to Kirigakure, their bodies battered and spirits shaken. The reports they gave the 4th Mizukage were short but chilling. One man. One attack that was on par with a tailed beast bomb. One ninja from Konoha who had wiped out an entire island in a single move. Ayo, still recovering, met the fourth Mizukage Yagura's gaze. I saw him with my own eyes. Konoha has been hiding him as a trump card. And now, we have seen what he is capable of. That was the reason Yagura had chosen to surrender rather than continue fighting. Kirigakure was not afraid of war, but they knew when to retreat. For an entire month, the Mist Shinobi had searched for any information about the men who had soared through the sky that day. But all they had were scraps. Orange hair. Scarlet, vertical pupils. Nothing else. Ayo had burned the image into his mind. If that man ever appeared on the battlefield again, Mist Shinobi would need to be prepared. But for now, Konoha was untouchable. With the surrender letter officially delivered, Konoha's forces began their journey home. After years of bloodshed, the war had finally ended. Days later, the triumphant shinobi returned to Konoha. What awaited them was a hero's welcome. The streets of the village roared with cheers as civilians and shinobi alike gathered to celebrate the victors. Red hot-blooded habanero. Red hot-blooded habanero. Red hot-blooded habanero. Kushina's name echoed throughout the village. From the moment news of their victories reached Konoha, it was always Kushina's name that was mentioned. The team she led had never suffered a defeat. And in the final, decisive battle, it was she who had broken Mist Shinobi's forces. Minato, Fugaku, and the others had played their parts, but the people only called for her. From the stands, the third Hokage watched with pride, nodding in approval. This generation had birthed its own legends. The second Shinobi War had given them the legendary Sanin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. And now, in the third Shinobi War, Uzumaki Kushina had carved her own name into history. But not everyone was pleased. From the shadows, Danzo observed the celebrations in silence, his expression unreadable. The power of the Uchiha clan was growing too strong. The Hyuga clan remained unwavering. And now, Uzumaki Kushina, a Jinchuriki and wielder of incredible strength, was being hailed as Konoha's greatest war hero. This did not bode well for him. He had always believed in control. And right now, the village was slipping from his grasp. He clenched his fists. No matter. He had a plan. And it was time to set it in motion. That evening, the village elders gathered in a dimly lit room for an emergency meeting. The third Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu sat around a table, their faces grim. The war may be over, the Hokage began, but our losses were great, particularly against Kirigakure. Many shinobi from our strongest clans perished. We must ensure their sacrifices were not in vain. Indeed, Koharu agreed. The clan leaders will demand reparations. If we do not handle this delicately, Konoha's internal stability may crumble. Hiruzen nodded. I will personally see to it that their concerns are addressed. This is the will of fire. Danzo leaned forward, his voice cold and sharp. Hiruzen, enough about the aftermath. There is another matter we must discuss, the Uchiha clan. The air in the room grew heavier. Danzo continued, they were too strong on the battlefield. Their power is growing. If we do not act now, we risk losing control of Konoha. The third Hokage sighed. He understood Danzo's concerns, but the village had just come out of a war. Could they afford internal strife now? Later that night, in a quiet home, Kushina and Kurama sat together, basking in the rare peace. Kurama, when do we make our move? She asked, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulders. Kurama smirked, his fangs glinting in the moonlight. The war is finally over, Kushina. For now, let's enjoy this victory. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Death of White Fang. In the Third Ninja War, it can be said that Kurama single-handedly reversed the tide and brought it to an end. Kurama demonstrated his overwhelming power to the Third Raikage. The Cloud Shinobi, witnessing this display, came to a singular conclusion: Kurama, as the Nine Tails, was the true strength of Konoha. With Konoha wielding such an unstoppable force, Cloud had no hope of victory. This belief was reinforced by the fact that Kurama had previously overpowered the Eight Tails within Killer Bee. The power of the Nine Tails alone was already beyond comprehension, but with Kurama still fully capable of controlling even the Eight Tails' strength, which village, which nation, could possibly stand against him? Of course, the Cloud Shinobi, including the Third Raikage, had no idea that Kurama also possessed the power of One-Tail Shikaku within her. It was precisely because of such terrifying forces within Konoha, Kurama, that Cloud had no choice but to withdraw from the war, surrender, and seek an alliance. And what of Iwagakure? The Rock Shinobi forces were decimated. Kurama and the Third Raikage together annihilated over 20,000 IWA ninjas. To the Rock Shinobi, Kurama was even more terrifying than the Third Raikage. If the Raikage was a monster, then Kurama was a god of destruction. Compared to the Third Raikage, Kurama alone had eliminated twice as many Rock Shinobi, thousands upon thousands. But more importantly, Kurama was a shinobi of Konoha. Third Tsuchika Jinoki, realizing the extent of Konoha and Cloud's devastation upon his forces, feared the worst. He suspected that Konoha and Cloud had joined forces. With such immense losses and no allies to count on, the Land of Earth and Iwagakure had no choice but to withdraw from the war entirely. After this, the conflict turned to Konoha versus the Land of Wind Tsunade. But this battle was over before it even started. This time, the war ended through sheer force. Tsunade, the weakest of the 5 great villages, stood no chance. Kurama unleashed the power of Shikaku, and a single-tailed beast bomb was enough to show them the true meaning of destruction, true nuclear devastation. If they did not want their village to be wiped off the map, they had only one choice: surrender. And so, they too withdrew from the war. Now, only Karigakure remained. Kurama had no patience left. He was tired of this war and wanted to end it immediately. What followed was a brutal campaign of naked conquest and terror. On the blood-soaked battlefield of forgotten Red Island, over 10,000 mist shinobi perished. Those who survived returned to their village, forever scarred by the horror they had witnessed. The 4th Mizukage, upon hearing of the massacre, had only one logical choice: end the war. He would not throw his village into the fire. The death toll on Red Island alone was enough to cripple the Land of Water's military power for generations. But the losses didn't end there. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, now reduced to just 3, their ranks decimated by none other than might die. From cloud to rock, from sand to mist, Kurama had been a relentless force of nature in every battle. Yet, if one had to name the most pivotal figure, the one who truly decided the war, it could only be Kurama. Apart from Kushina, very few people truly understood this. And most of Kurama's credit was attributed to Kushina. Not that it mattered to Kurama. With Kushina becoming Hokage, she would rule Konoha in name, but in reality, it was him who held the true power. Control wasn't even the right word. Influence, persuasion, one word from him, and she would listen. That was all he needed. With that, the 3rd Ninja War came to an end. Konoha stood victorious. But this war ended years earlier than in the original timeline. This meant that figures like Kakashi, Obito, and Rin had not yet set foot on the battlefield. The tragic chain of events, the death of Rin, Obito's descent into darkness, none of it had happened. The plot had been completely rewritten by Kurama's actions. The future was uncertain. He looked forward to it. At this time, Kakashi was still just a 5-year-old in the academy. Judging by his talent, he would likely graduate soon. For now, the war was over, and everyone needed time to rest. Kurama and Kushina, however, spent their time differently. Days of indulgence. In the end, it was Kushina who had to beg for mercy before he finally let her rest. For Konoha, peace had returned. A month passed. Then, tragedy struck. Konoha's white Fang, Hatake Sakumo, had committed suicide. News of his death spread like wildfire throughout the village. Hatake Sakumo, his reputation eclipsed even that of the Sanin. Yet, he had not died in battle. No, he had taken his own life. And why? Because he had chosen to save his comrades at the cost of a mission. Because of this, the mission had failed. Because of this, he was scorned by the very same village he had protected. Even the comrades he had saved turned their backs on him. Sakumo, unable to bear the shame and pressure, took his own life. A powerful man. A strong warrior. But a fragile heart. At this moment, Kakashi sat in mourning beside his father's body. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, an emergency meeting was being held. The 3rd Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were deep in discussion. This time, for once, Hamura and Koharu were on the same side, against Hiruzen. 3rd Hokage, how could you allow this to happen? Hatake Sakumo was one of the strongest forces in the village. His death is an unacceptable loss. Sakumo had been a hero of the 2nd Ninja War. He had slaughtered countless sand shinobi in battle. Hamura's eyes were cold. Those who slandered him must be punished. But Hiruzen remained silent, deep in thought. Danzo, on the other hand, smirked. Hiruzen, this is how you should be. The strength of Hatake Sakumo had been a threat to them. His death? A relief. Sakumo was simply too weak-minded. If he couldn't endure mere words, then he had no place in this village. This was the ninja way. This was the will of fire, as taught by the 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. The village always comes first. No one is above it. To the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and the elders, those who shamed White Fang were not criminals. If anything, they were upholding the village's ideals. At that moment, Kakashi was still mourning his father. Konoha was colder than ever. Meanwhile, at Kushina's residence, an isolated building at the village's edge, far from the heart of Konoha, news of Sakumo's death reached them. Kurama, lounging with a smirk, glanced at Kushina. It's time to act. Kushina met his gaze. She knew exactly what he meant. Winning hearts. Everything was unfolding exactly as Kurama had planned. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Mangekyo Technique. The Hatake family. Kakashi stood in silent vigil, guarding the spirit of his father. 3 days ago, he could have returned home happily. He had wanted to tell his father the good news, he was about to graduate. I can finally make my dad, Konoha's white Fang, proud, Kakashi thought. This was what he had always wanted to prove. After all, graduating from the ninja academy at the age of 5 was an incredibly rare achievement. Most students in Konoha graduated between the ages of 10 and 12. Kakashi became the first to graduate in his class. In just a few months, he would officially leave the academy and step into the world of shinobi. But when he rushed home, eager to tell his father the good news, what awaited him was a cold, lifeless body. His father, Hatake Sakumo, the renowned white Fang of Konoha, had taken his own life. Days before, Kakashi had felt an ominous premonition. He had walked the streets of Konoha with his father, only to notice the way other shinobi avoided them. Some even whispered cruel words behind their backs. Even the friends his father once held dear had begun treating him with cold indifference. Some spat curses under their breath. Kakashi had turned to look at his father, but Sakumo had merely given him a wry smile and continued walking. It was at that moment Kakashi knew something was wrong. Rumors about his father had spread throughout the village. Kakashi had pieced together the truth. His father had abandoned a crucial mission in order to save his comrades. And in doing so, he had caused the village a great loss. But what Kakashi never expected was that the father he had admired so much would choose to take his own life over it. At the Hatake residence, Sakumo's body lay on a funeral bier. Kakashi had long since run out of tears to shed. But wiping his face, he forced himself to be strong. He was alone now. There was no one else left to lean on. His father's death had taught him a harsh lesson. Kakashi made a decision. From this moment on, no matter what happened, the mission always comes first. A shinobi who fails his mission is nothing but scum. It's truly a shame for Konoha's white Fang to die like this. A voice of regret echoed from behind. Kakashi turned sharply. An unfamiliar man stood in the dimly lit room, his orange hair framing scarlet eyes that held strange vertical pupils. Despite his foreign presence, his attire and forehead protector marked him as a shinobi of Konoha. When Sakumo died, only a handful of people had come to pay their respects. Even those who had come, Kakashi had turned away. Sorry, no one is welcome here at the moment, Kakashi said coldly. But the men, Kurama, did not leave. Kakashi, your father chose to end his life this way. If he couldn't endure the words of others, then how is that any different from running away? Kakashi clenched his fists, his voice shaking with anger. Who the hell are you? Don't you dare insult my father. Kurama merely smiled. He abandoned his son and ran to another world. Do you call that a competent father? Kakashi trembled with rage. Kurama's words cut deep. Because they were the truth. And the truth hurt more than anything. But Kakashi refused to accept it. He refused to let this man insult the father he had always admired. Get out. Kakashi snarled, raising his fist and swinging at Kurama in blind fury. But the next second, Kakashi was sent flying backward. Too weak. He couldn't refute him. He couldn't even land a hit. All he could do was watch, helpless and furious. What the hell do you want? Why did you come here? Kurama raised a single finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Kakashi instinctively obeyed. I'm here to change the outcome. To bring your father, who ran away into death, back to the real world. Kakashi froze, confusion written across his face. What are you talking about? A smile played at Kurama's lips. Put simply, I can bring your father back to life. Kakashi's eyes widened, staring at Kurama as though he were a madman. That's impossible. He had kept vigil over his father's lifeless body for 3 days. There was no doubt in his mind, Sakumo was dead. You're insane. Get out of my house. Kurama didn't argue. Instead, his scarlet pupils changed. The moment Kakashi saw them, a strange unease crawled down his spine. A pair of eerie rings appeared within Kurama's irises. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kurama turned toward the funeral bier where Sakumo lay. Divine reversion. For a moment, silence filled the room. Kakashi didn't dare move. His body tensed, his breath shallow. A dreadful feeling gripped his chest. Then. Crunch. The wooden bier creaked. Kakashi's breath hitched. The air in the closed room seemed to shift. The black funeral curtains rustled despite the absence of wind. My head, it hurts a little. A hoarse voice broke the silence. Kakashi's heart nearly stopped. Sakumo sat up. Kakashi stumbled back, unable to believe his own eyes. This isn't real," he whispered. Yet, his father was right there, moving, breathing. He had been certain there were no vital signs. He had watched over his lifeless body. "Father," he asked hesitantly. Sakumo blinked, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. "Kakashi." The older man's gaze met his son's, filled with disbelief. His hands moved, touching his own body. "I'm alive," he murmured. He remembered everything. The decision to take his own life. The blade against his throat. And yet, here he was. The wound was gone. Kakashi's lips trembled. Tears that had been suppressed for too long finally spilled over. "Father." He threw himself into Sakumo's arms, sobbing without restraint. Sakumo could only hold him, his own regret weighing heavily on his heart. He had left his son behind. If he had a second chance, he would never make the same mistake again. Kurama watched in silence before finally speaking. "I'll give you time to reunite. But I didn't bring you back for nothing, White Fang." Sakumo turned his gaze toward Kurama. And the moment he saw the man's scarlet eyes, he felt a shiver of unease. Just who was he? And why did he have the power to bring the dead back to life? Chapter 109, Danzo. Kakashi stared at Kurama with curious eyes. The power of death and resurrection. There might be some in the ninja world. But no one could wield it as effortlessly as Kurama. Is this guy a god? Kakashi sighed inwardly. Kurama had saved his father. An immense favor. White Fang also looked puzzled. This is not the place to talk. Let's change the environment. Flying Thunder God technique activated. Kurama brought Hatake Sakumo and Kakashi to a small forest. This is the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Hatake Sakumo was surprised. After so many years, someone had mastered the jutsu of the second Hokage. How powerful was this mysterious man before him? Seeing Konoha's White Fang's confusion, Kurama smiled. The higher-ups in Konoha seemed pleased about your death, Konoha's White Fang. Hatake Sakumo only smiled bitterly. He had expected as much. He was unwilling. During the Second Ninja War, he had made great contributions to Konoha. Yet rumors had spread about him in the village. The third Hokage and other senior officials remained indifferent. Had he truly been a threat to them? He couldn't afford to be so submissive anymore. This death had made him realize something deeper. Death couldn't solve the problem. Let Konoha change its dynasty. Interesting. After listening to Kurama's words, Konoha's White Fang became intrigued. He thought. So the bloody red pepper, Uzumaki Kushina, has already grown so strong. If she becomes Hokage, the village may truly undergo earth-shaking changes. The men before him, however, remained an enigma. I'm Kurama. Lord Kurama, when shall we act? For this savior and the men behind the future Hokage, Konoha's White Fang used an honorific title. Kurama responded with a faint smile. Soon. Kurama realized he had also become quite adept at persuasion. Konoha's White Fang had officially joined their side. When the coup began, how would third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen react upon realizing he was surrounded by traitors? The thought was exhilarating. I wonder what else Kurama-sama is capable of, besides resurrection and the Flying Thunder God technique. Hatake Sakumo asked with interest. Why? Aren't those two enough? Indeed, they were more than enough. With these abilities alone, he was already at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Still, Hatake Sakumo was curious. I heard that your strength surpasses that of the Sanin. I'd like to see your skills, White Fang versus Kurama. Hatake Sakumo wasn't one to back down. Lord Kurama, please forgive my offense. Hatake Sakumo wanted to gauge the power of the men set to overthrow Konoha. Was he truly worthy of following? A mere favor wasn't enough in the ninja world. Strength earned recognition. Hatake Sakumo drew his chakra short sword, radiating white light. He exhaled softly. It's been a long time, old friend. Forgive me, Lord Kurama. With that, Hatake Sakumo swung his blade. A massive chakra blade, tens of meters high, rushed toward Kurama. This was Hatake Sakumo's strongest slash. Countless ninjas had fallen to the White Fang. Yet Kurama remained unshaken. A giant hand of dark red chakra extended from his body, catching the chakra blade midair. Then, he crushed it. This power? Hatake Sakumo broke into a cold sweat. For the first time, his White Fang slash had been effortlessly neutralized. Elite ninja battles were often decided in an instant. Kurama stepped forward, his eyes glowing ominously. You're strong, White Fang, but I am beyond human limits. Suddenly, Hatake Sakumo felt a massive pressure bearing down on him. It was as if the very air was rejecting his existence. Kurama wasn't just powerful, he was terrifying. Sakumo gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his sword. If I had met you in my prime, things might have been different. Kurama chuckled, withdrawing his chakra. Perhaps. But strength alone is not enough to change the world. Hatake Sakumo let out a deep breath, finally relaxing his stance. He had lost. Completely. White Fang, you've truly earned your reputation. Kurama smiled. Hatake Sakumo indeed possessed great strength. Even surpassing the Sanin was not just an empty title. After a few parting words, Kurama and Hatake Sakumo left. Hatake Sakumo gazed up at the sky and murmured softly. I look forward to seeing what the village will become. Outside Konoha village, in Root's secret base, Orochimaru had successfully developed Hashirama cells for Danzo. Flawed, but functional. Danzo had already implanted them into his right arm. Now, he sought the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Mikoto possessed such eyes. After the war, Danzo had ordered his subordinates to monitor the Uchiha clan constantly. Any anomalies would be reported immediately. Ryoma, Kai, deliver the scroll to Uchiha Mikoto, the Uchiha clan leader. Yes, Lord Danzo. Deep in the forest, Uchiha Mikoto was training. She knew the village would soon face drastic changes. Thus, she needed to strengthen herself. She refused to be a burden to Kushina, Hikari, and the others. Who's there? Mikoto shouted. She hurled shuriken toward a tree trunk. Yet no one was there. She threw kunai. Something strange happened. The impact changed the trajectory of the shuriken, redirecting them toward blind spots they couldn't reach before. Clang. 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 Several sharp metallic clashes. Two masked Root members stepped out from behind the tree. They had deflected the shuriken with ease. One of them spoke. As expected of the Uchiha clan leader. Your shuriken skills are superb. The Uchiha clan were professionals at such techniques. What does Root want? Nothing much. Lord Danzo sent you this scroll. Read it, then come with us. Their tone was arrogant. Oh. Danzo. Mikoto took the scroll and read it briefly. As expected. Danzo. Mikoto's expression remained calm. After finishing, she smiled faintly. You think you can order me around? You don't have a choice. Exactly what Mikoto wanted. She closed the scroll, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Then let's not waste any more time. Come with us. The first step of the coup would begin with Root. Her grip on her kunai tightened. Soon, everything would change. If I don't. Chapter 110, Angry Danzo. Aburame Ryoma's voice rang out, cold and devoid of emotion. You don't want to leave now, it's not up to you to decide. Uchiha Mikoto's gaze remained unfazed. Deep down, she couldn't help but admire Danzo's ruthlessness. That man truly understood the nature of power. Danzo had warned them, Uchiha Mikoto, the leader of the Uchiha clan, would never simply submit. Yet here they were. Aburame Ryoma and Kabuto Yakushi, both elites of Root, had been sent to verify the strength of Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan. If her ability proved weak, then in Danzo's eyes, she wasn't worth considering. Today, they would see firsthand how terrifying Uchiha Mikoto's Mangekyo truly was. Danzo, do you really think the Uchiha are all as gullible as Shursue and Itachi? Do you think we are merely tools for you to use at your convenience? Shursue, the fool, had willingly revealed the full extent of his abilities to Konoha's higher-ups. And Danzo. That vulture had been waiting, craving the power of Koto Amatsukami. He hadn't even needed to be ordered. Shursue had walked straight into the trap. They had wanted his eyes, and yet he had still hesitated. How naive. He had underestimated Danzo and paid the ultimate price. But Uchiha Mikoto was not like them. She was not a fool. She was a true Uchiha. Now, facing off against two elite Root operatives, she simply smirked, completely at ease. Uchiha Mikoto, Kai spoke with unsettling calm, his eyes sharp behind his glasses. Why don't you just tell us what your Mangekyo ability is? It'll save you a lot of pain. Mikoto chuckled, her expression laced with mocking amusement. Danzo's little lapdogs. If he wants to know so badly, tell him to come ask me himself. A cold wind blew between them. The very air seemed to freeze over with killing intent. How dare you? Danzo was their leader, their master. To insult him was unforgivable. Aburame Ryoma attacked first. Secret technique, Kikeichu Swarm. A mass of dark insects surged forward like a living tide, rushing toward Mikoto with terrifying speed. Disgusting. Mikoto inhaled sharply, chakra building in her lungs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from her mouth, roaring forward like a miniature sun. The flames swallowed the advancing swarm in an instant, reducing them to charred husks midair. The stench of burnt insects filled the battlefield. But Mikoto wasn't done. The fireball surged forward, growing in size, now hurtling toward Aburame Ryoma and Kai. Boom. The explosion shook the ground, sending heat waves rolling outward. The two Root operatives barely managed to evade, but their expressions were no longer calm. What the hell? How is his fire style this strong? Kai muttered, eyes narrowing behind his glasses. Stay sharp, Ryoma warned. If we hold back, we're dead. He was right. Mikoto was too strong to be taken lightly. Without hesitation, the two disappeared in a blur of speed, using the body flicker technique to close the distance. Mikoto didn't flinch. She simply smiled. You wanted to see my Mangekyo Sharingan. Her eyes darkened, shifting. Then allow me to show you. The three tomo in her eyes spun rapidly, shifting into something far more sinister. A pair of intricate rings replaced the tomo. Her right eye gleamed with power. Mangekyo Sharingan, void severance. The space around them twisted violently, forming a spiraling vortex. Ryoma and Kai froze mid-motion, their movements slowing unnaturally. A surge of terror shot through them. The very air seemed to bend and distort, dragging them into the abyss. What is this? Ryoma gasped, struggling against the force. Kai, usually sharp mind, raced. This is spatial manipulation, he realized. She can control space itself. The realization was terrifying. Mikoto's gaze darkened. I hope you're enjoying yourselves, she said, his voice like a death sentence. Because dead men don't talk. She activated the next phase of her technique. Dissection. Horrifying slicing forces erupted within the vortex. Blood sprayed into the air as Kai flesh was shredded apart in an instant. Ryoma's eyes widened in sheer horror as he watched his comrade's body be torn to pieces. Mikoto merely tilted his head, unfazed. So, does this power meet your expectations? She mused aloud. Ryoma's face went pale. He turned and fled without hesitation. Danzo needed to hear about this. He needed to know just how powerful Mikoto's Mangekyo was. But deep down, he knew. He wasn't getting out of this alive. Just as he reached the edge of the battlefield, two figures stepped in front of him. One had long, crimson hair that swayed in the wind. The other had short, spiky orange hair and piercing red eyes that glowed with inhuman power. Aburame Ryoma's heart stopped. No, it can't be. The infamous blood red pepper, Uzumaki Kushina. And beside her, that chakra. That terrifying, overwhelming presence. Kurama. The Ninetales Jinchuriki stood before him, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, Kurama mused, flashing sharp fangs. Look at this. Another one of Danzo's little spies. Ryoma's breath hitched. Compared to Kushina, the real threat was the men beside her. Kurama raised a clawed hand. A massive, dark red chakra limb extended forward, stretching dozens of meters in an instant. It wrapped around Ryoma's body effortlessly. What is this chakra? He choked out, panic rising in his throat. His insects, his lifeline, were fleeing his body in terror. He had never seen anything like this. Danzo's little pawn, you thought you could just walk away. Kurama's voice was amused, but his eyes promised nothing but death. Without hesitation, he clenched his hand. A sickening crunch echoed in the air. Aburame Ryoma was no more. Kushina turned to Mikoto, her expression unreadable. Mikoto, we sensed an unusual presence and came to check. Looks like Danzo is finally making his move. Mikoto sighed. Took him long enough. Kurama chuckled darkly. That means it's our turn to act. The war had already begun. Danzo sat in the depths of Root's headquarters, his face unreadable. Danzo-sama. Ryoma and Kabuto haven't returned. Could it be that? The elder's fingers dug into his armrest. Yes, he murmured, voice filled with restrained fury. It's exactly as you think. His fists clenched. The Uchiha were growing bold. Too bold. Danzo's single eye glowed with menace. Damn it, the Uchiha have grown too powerful. Chapter 111, Tsunade returns. Deep in the darkness of the Root headquarters, Danzo Shimura sat in silence, his expression cold and calculating. Aburame Ryoma and Kai had not returned for over a day. He already knew what that meant. The mission had failed. A 99% chance they were dead, most likely at the hands of the Uchiha. As for the 1%, that was what Danzo clung to. Even the most ruthless of men needed to hold on to hope and dreams. Damn Uchiha. Hiruzen, you'll regret this soon enough. Danzo's face was grim. The Uchiha clan had emerged from the Third Great Ninja War with their prestige at an all-time high. Their battlefield achievements had earned them the trust of the villagers and admiration of many Konoha shinobi. More than that, they had become more united than ever. This war had only reinforced their bonds, strengthening them rather than breaking them. The longer they remained unchecked, the harder it would be to control them. Danzo had foreseen this issue long ago. During the war, he had suggested a strategy. Use the enemy's blade to weaken the Uchiha. It was simple: position Uchiha forces where they would be slaughtered by enemy traps. War provided plenty of opportunities to eliminate potential threats under the guise of unavoidable losses. But Hiruzen had rejected the idea. The third Hokage was hesitant, too concerned with his image of benevolence. Even the other two elder advisors, Hashirama Mitokato and Kohara Uchiha, had opposed Danzo's plan. They felt it was too dangerous to sabotage Konoha's strongest clan in the middle of a war. So, the matter had been dropped. But now that the war was over, the Uchiha had only grown stronger. Suppressing them now would be far more difficult. Danzo clenched his fists. Fools. Those three old fools refused to listen to reason. They would regret it soon enough. But he had greater concerns now. The Uchiha were planning something. He was sure of it. If left unchecked, a coup was inevitable. And if that happened, they wouldn't just be coming for the Hokage seat. The entire council, himself, Hiruzen, Hamura, Koharu, would be removed. Maybe even executed. The Uchiha had always been extremists. Danzo had no intention of waiting for that day to come. His mind raced with possibilities. No, he needed to act now. He needed to speak with Hiruzen and the others immediately. At the gates of Konoha, three women stood waiting. Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari. Their teacher, Tsunade Senju, was returning to the village today. A tall, broad-shouldered woman in a green haori approached. Tsunade ne. The three women rushed forward, embracing her. Tsunade smiled. It's been a long time. You three have grown a lot. Kushina grinned. Heh, but still not as strong as you, Tsunade-san. You and that sweet tongue of yours, Kushina, Tsunade chuckled, flicking her forehead. The three kunoichi before her were no longer fresh academy graduates desperate for approval. They were full-fledged shinobi now. Tsunade had heard of their accomplishments on the battlefield. Kushina, in particular, had made a name for herself. The blood-red habanero. The name carried weight, even beyond the borders of the Land of Fire. She had gained the respect of not only Konoha's forces but also the village's civilians. Some even whispered that she was more popular than the Hokage himself. But they hadn't come just to greet her. They had something important to discuss. Once they found a quiet place, Kushina revealed her plan. Tsunade's brows lifted in surprise. You want to overthrow Hiruzen and the council? She studied her three former students closely. They weren't joking. Tsunade let out a slow breath. For a long time, she had resented Konoha's leadership. She had seen their failures firsthand. During the Third War, their miscalculations and hesitations had led to the deaths of over 10,000 Konoha shinobi. During the Second War, her younger brother, Nawaki, had died needlessly, falling into an enemy trap because of poor decision-making. And her lover, Dan Kato, had perished for the same reasons. If only Konoha's leadership had been smarter. If only they had been less cowardly. Tsunade's disgust toward Konoha's higher-ups had only grown over the years. Of course, Kurama had meddled with her memories. When he helped her overcome her hemophobia, he had altered her perception of Nawaki and Dan. Now, in her recollections, they were simply two ordinary shinobi who had died in war. Their deaths were tragic, but impersonal. Even so, Tsunade's distrust of the council remained. Her grandfather, Senju Hashirama, had built Konoha with his own hands. And now, under Hiruzen's rule, the village was rotting. Konoha needed change. Tsunade looked at her three students. Kushina's ambition to become Hokage was closer to reality than ever. Hikari had spoken of changing the Hyuga clan's outdated traditions. That, too, was becoming reality. And Mikoto? Tsunade smirked slightly. These girls weren't children anymore. They were shinobi ready to take control of their village. She liked that. All right, she said finally. Count me in. Inside Konoha's council chamber, 4 figures sat around a large table. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hashirama Mitokato, and Kohara Uchiha. The atmosphere was tense. Danzo's face was like stone. The third Hokage and the other 2 elders looked equally grim. Hiruzen took a slow puff of his pipe before exhaling. Danzo, do you swear this is true? Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, would I joke about the deaths of my own subordinates? He had told them everything. Abirame Ryoma and Kai had disappeared without a trace after being sent to summon Uchiha Mikoto. If they truly vanished without a struggle, the Uchiha were the most likely culprits. Hamura frowned. Danzo, do you have any proof? Proof. That was the problem. Danzo had investigated the area himself. He had found signs of battle, but nothing else. No bodies. No clothing. No evidence. It was as if the two men had simply been erased from existence. Without proof, we can't act, Kohara said. If we accuse the Uchiha without evidence, they'll claim the men died elsewhere. They'll deny ever seeing them. Danzo's patience was wearing thin. Hiruzen, if it were your men, would you be so hesitant? You need to remember, they were Konoha shinobi, too. Hiruzen sighed. He had heard this argument before. Danzo, you must understand. I am the Hokage. Danzo clenched his jaw. The Uchiha were too powerful now. They were moving in the shadows, covering their tracks perfectly. Something had to be done. Before it was too late. Chapter 112, Danzo, I am Hokage. The current Uchiha clan is indeed a growing threat to the village. If what Danzo said is true, then there's something deeper at play here. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, felt a pounding headache. He had been careless. No, he had been too merciful. If he had listened to Danzo during the war and weakened the Uchiha clan back then, things wouldn't be so troublesome now. But now, the Uchiha had gained the trust of both the villagers and many shinobi in Konoha. If they made a move against them too suddenly, it would provoke backlash. The people would resist it. A more comprehensive strategy was needed. Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Danzo, his longtime advisor and political rival. Danzo. You had two of your men summon Uchiha Mikoto, the current head of the Uchiha clan. Are you sure that was a wise decision? Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, don't play dumb with me. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? You already know what I mean. Hiruzen sighed, taking a deep breath before responding. You mean the Mangekyo Sharingan? Yes. Uchiha Mikoto had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan during the war. Danzo had confirmed it, but so had Hiruzen. As much as he hated to admit it, Danzo was right. The power of that eye had been displayed on the battlefield. Sending those two men to summon her was just an excuse. Danzo wanted to verify her power firsthand. And now that they hadn't returned, there was no doubt left. Mikoto had indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The realization made Hiruzen's shoulders tense. Hamura and Koharu, his other advisors, were visibly shocked. What? You both knew about this and didn't inform us? Hamura demanded. This is major news. Koharu added. The Sharingan had the ability to control tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara was proof of that. He had once bent the nine tails to his will and fought the first Hokage, Hashirama, in the legendary battle at the Valley of the End. Had it not been for Hashirama's strength, Konoha might have never survived. Now, another Mangekyo Sharingan had appeared. Was another Madara rising within the Uchiha clan? The thought sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. The third shinobi war had ended more quickly than expected. Was it truly because Konoha had grown so strong? Or was there something else at play? Hiruzen thought of Kushina Uzumaki, the red-hot habanero. Her name had been everywhere in war reports. The woman had left a trail of bodies behind her, earning fame and fear alike. And as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, she was already dangerous enough. But there was something odd. The reports about the third Raikage's final battle. The story claimed he had fought 20,000 rock shinobi alone. But that wasn't true. He wasn't alone. He had a partner. A man with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Another one. That meant Mikoto wasn't the only Uchiha with the Mangekyo. If there were two Uchiha at Kage-level power, that was an immediate threat to the stability of the village. Hiruzen looked up. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were watching him. Waiting for his decision. Hiruzen, Danzo said coldly. It's up to you to decide how to handle the Uchiha. The village's foundation could not be allowed to crumble in their hands. Hiruzen clenched his fists. If the Uchiha could not be controlled, then they had to be eliminated. Now was the perfect opportunity to test their loyalty. If Mikoto refused to prove her loyalty, then action would have to be taken. Danzo, Hiruzen said, his voice firm. Tomorrow, I will summon Mikoto to the outer chamber of the village. The four of us will witness her loyalty firsthand. Danzo smirked. That location was more than just a meeting place. It was where he had once backed Itachi into a corner and forced him to choose between his family and the village. It was also where he had taken Shirsue's eye. The Uchiha's graveyard. And if Mikoto refused to comply, the ANBU and Root forces would be lying in wait. Danzo's smirk widened. This is the Hiruzen I know. Gone was the merciful old man. The third Hokage had returned to being a cold, calculating leader. Elsewhere in the village, Kushina Uzumaki stood before Tsunade with an amused grin. Next to her was a man with sharp, scarlet eyes and a cocky smirk. Kurama. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She took a slow step forward, studying him. Her golden eyes locked onto his vertical pupils, and her lips curled into a smirk. Oh my god. What kind of man has eyes like that? Kurama flashed his teeth. A row of sharp canines. Tsunade's smirk faltered. Everyone else had one or two prominent fangs. This guy had a whole row. Good grief. This was Kushina's boyfriend. Tsunade had to admit, he had a certain presence to him. Still, ordinary men weren't good enough for her reckless student. If Kushina had chosen this guy, there had to be something more to him. And as Kushina's teacher, Tsunade wasn't about to let her student get swept away so easily. She had to test him. She had to see what this man was really made of. At the same time, a small flicker of envy stirred in her chest. She was nearly 30 years old. She had never even held a man's hand, and here her student was, head over heels for some cocky bastard. Tsunade scowled. Damn it. Was she really that old? Not that she was lacking in appeal, her body was flawless. But where the hell was her Prince Charming? Kushina, meanwhile, leaned in and whispered something in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade froze. Her golden eyes widened in shock. Kushina pulled away, smiling smugly. Tsunade stared at Kurama in disbelief. According to Kushina, everything had been planned by him. The battles, the movements, the strategies, all of it. This man had orchestrated it all. Tsunade was floored. She had to admit, she was impressed. But strategy and intelligence weren't enough. This was the shinobi world. Strength was everything. Tsunade crossed her arms. Hey, brat. I hear you've managed to conquer my Kushina. Kurama tilted his head. Oh. What about it? His tone was so casual, so dismissive. Tsunade twitched. This little bastard. She felt anger bubbling up. You think you can just take her away? Tsunade smirked. If you want to snatch Kushina, you're going to have to get past me first. Kurama's grin widened. Oh. He took a single step forward, the air around him growing heavy. Tsunade's smirk faded slightly. Now this was getting interesting. Chapter 113, Tsunade. Uzumaki Kushina had lived in Uzumaki Mito's home when she was a child. After all, Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, was from the same clan as her. Loved and cherished by Uzumaki Mito, Kushina had grown up under her watchful eye. One day, Tsunade decided to visit her grandmother, Uzumaki Mito. And that was when she saw her, this adorable little girl with striking red hair and a fiery spirit. After Kushina graduated from the academy, she eventually became Tsunade's disciple. But over time, their relationship evolved. Tsunade no longer saw her as just a student. Instead, she treated her like a younger sister. And now, watching her so easily fall into the arms of another man, Tsunade couldn't shake this strange feeling inside her. Something felt off. No, it wasn't about the man himself. She just needed to be cautious. Sister Tsunade, Kurama-sama is very strong, Kushina said confidently, a gentle smile on her lips. Don't worry about it. But Tsunade wasn't listening. In her opinion, Kushina was hopelessly lost in the sweet haze of love, unable to see things clearly. Everything about this Kurama must seem perfect in her eyes. But Tsunade wasn't some naive little girl like Kushina. She had seen the world. She had experienced too much to just accept things at face value. How strong this Kurama truly was, she wouldn't believe it until she tested him herself. Kushina, don't be fooled by a handsome face, Tsunade warned, crossing her arms. As the saying goes, a man's words are nothing but lies. I have to make sure you're not being taken advantage of. Since Tsunade was so insistent, Kushina decided to let things unfold naturally. She was curious to see what exactly Tsunade had in mind. And maybe, just maybe, she was looking forward to it a little. Check. How do you plan to check him, Sister Tsunade? Kurama didn't mind at all. Whatever Tsunade wanted to do, he'd simply go along with it. Hey, kid, Tsunade smirked, cracking her knuckles. I'm the god of gambling in the ninja world. If you want to take Kushina away from me, how about we make a bet? If you win, I'll acknowledge you. Kurama blinked, unimpressed. Sure enough, Tsunade's idea of testing someone wasn't anything new. What else did she ever rely on besides gambling? It was almost predictable. Kurama sighed, rubbing his temple. What are we betting on? He asked lazily. Arm wrestling. Tsunade's expression shifted. Hey, kid, how did you know that? She hadn't even spoken her thoughts out loud, yet he guessed it right away. Was this guy a mind reader? To her, arm wrestling was the perfect test. It cost nothing, unlike her usual gambling addiction. And more importantly, it was a contest of pure physical strength. She had never lost before. Kurama shrugged. Call it intuition, he said. Besides, what else would you come up with? I can't imagine you thinking of anything other than using brute force. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. You little punk, who are you calling simple-minded? Why? Did I hit a nerve? Asshole. Tsunade clenched her fists, glaring at him. Was this how he treated Kushina? Yet, for some reason, she wasn't really angry. More than anything, she felt amused. She wasn't used to being spoken to like this. And the fact that he called her pretty earlier. Not that she cared. Absolutely not. Kushina, meanwhile, was barely holding in her laughter. This was the first time she had seen Tsunade flustered like this. It was refreshing. As expected of you, Kurama-sama, Kushina murmured with a grin. If I tried to fight Sister Tsunade, I'd be tasting her iron fist of love. Tsunade wasn't like other female ninjas. Most wore fishnet armor beneath their clothing, at least partially. Tsunade, however, didn't bother. And when she walked, it was like an earthquake followed her. All right then, Tsunade grinned, rolling her shoulders. Arm wrestling it is. Kurama and Tsunade didn't look particularly excited. But Kushina. She looked thrilled. To her, this was pure entertainment. On one side, there was Tsunade, her strong, terrifying sister figure. On the other, there was Kurama, the man she admired. Who would she support? Obviously, Kurama. If he won, Tsunade would have to acknowledge him. It would settle everything. And besides, Kushina didn't believe for a second that Kurama would lose. Tsunade might have monstrous strength, but Kurama was on a different level. It wasn't even a contest. Tsunade was a lake. Kurama was the vast, endless ocean. Tsunade was a single star. Kurama was the entire universe. There was simply no comparison. Hey, you brat, Tsunade muttered, shooting a glare at Kushina. Stop standing there grinning like an idiot. I'm doing this for you, you know. Kushina smiled, looping her arm around Tsunade's. Of course, Sister Tsunade. I support you all the way. That was what she said. But in her heart, she was thinking something very different. Sister Tsunade, just give up. You have no chance against Kurama-sama. Still, something else suddenly crossed her mind. Tsunade always talked about how everyone who gambled against her was a big fat sheep. They always lost. But now, for the first time, Kushina had her doubts. Maybe, just maybe. Tsunade herself was the fat sheep this time. Kurama smirked. Kushina, have some confidence, he teased. If anyone here's gonna lose, it's her. And with that, the three of them moved to an open space. Tsunade and Kurama sat down, placing their elbows on the stone table. As their hands clasped together, Kurama noted something interesting. Tsunade's hands were surprisingly soft and smooth. He mused. Not bad. Tsunade's eye twitched. Hey, brat, what's with that look, she snapped. Don't underestimate me. I'm Tsunade, one of the legendary Sanin. Kurama's casual attitude irritated her beyond belief. In Konoha, no one dared to look down on her like this. Except, apparently, for him. This guy was dangerous. Too smooth. Too confident. No doubt, he had completely ensnared Kushina already. She had to wake her up from this spell. Crack. Tsunade pressed a single finger into the ground. Deep cracks spread instantly, running for meters. The ground trembled. The destruction was instant, effortless. This was the strength of Tsunade Senju. Scared yet, brat? Kurama only smirked. He started clapping, slow and deliberate. As expected of Kushina's teacher, he said smoothly. Legendary Sanin. Granddaughter of the first Hokage. So very impressive. He let out a small, dramatic sigh. To be honest, I'm a little scared. Should we cancel the bet? Kushina pressed her hands to her mouth, trying to suppress her laughter. Kurama-sama, you're such a damn actor. Tsunade puffed out her chest proudly. Humph. You think you can back out now? No chance. This ends here. Prepare to witness your own defeat. Kushina took a deep breath. All right, both sides ready. The moment she dropped her hand, the match began. And Tsunade grinned. Boy, you're going to lose, L. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. Boy, you're going to lose. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her voice laced with confidence. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from her, shaking the air around them. The surrounding trees shuddered under the weight of her raw strength, their leaves scattering in the wind. The ground beneath Tsunade and Kurama groaned in protest, cracks webbing outward like a shattered mirror. Yet, despite the overwhelming force, Kurama remained composed. His presence was eerily calm, still as dead water, unmoved by the chaos unfolding around him. While Tsunade's chakra roared like a tempest, he stood firm, expression unwavering. The clash between them was an illusion of balance. Tsunade's muscles tensed as she pushed, her arms straining against his. Yet, Kurama did not budge, his posture steady as if her strength was meaningless. Anyone who had ever arm wrestled knew this, only someone vastly stronger than their opponent could hold such a perfect deadlock without breaking a sweat. Tsunade frowned. How the hell? She wasn't even using her full strength yet, but the sheer force she exerted was already beyond what most shinobi could handle. Yet, Kurama remained unfazed, even allowing himself to smile from time to time. Is this bastard just showing off? Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she studied him. The way he maintained his calm demeanor irritated her. Is he pretending? Just bluffing to look impressive? Men always had a tendency to put on an act, to make themselves seem untouchable. Tsunade smirked knowingly. I get it now. She was sure that in just a few seconds, she would completely overpower him. Thinking she already had the match in the bag, Tsunade casually turned to Kushina, her voice laced with amusement. Oh, Kushina, this guy isn't as strong as he looks, she remarked. I'll count to 3, and he'll be finished. Kushina, barely holding back her laughter, played along. All right, Tsunade-ne, she said, trying to keep a straight face. 2. 3. Pfft. Kushina couldn't contain it any longer, breaking into laughter. Ahahaha. Tsunade-ne, you haven't won yet. Tsunade blinked. Her arm still hadn't moved. Suddenly, her expression turned serious. No way. He's actually holding me off. For the first time in years, unease crept into her chest. This kid has some serious endurance. Tsunade wanted to see just how long Kurama could maintain this deadlock. No man lasts forever. Especially not against her. In a battle of raw strength, Tsunade had never met her equal. She wasn't about to start losing now. Her pride wouldn't allow it. Boy, I underestimated you, she admitted. Boom. Tsunade unleashed another surge of chakra, far greater than before. The sheer force of it sent shockwaves through the ground, her twin ponytails whipping wildly in the wind. Her arms flexed, veins rising against her fair skin as she poured her full strength into the match. She would crush him. And yet, nothing changed. Kurama remained motionless, his arm as immovable as ever. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Why? Why can't I move him? For the first time in her life, she felt uncertainty in a contest of strength. Kurama's lips curled into a smirk. Is this the strength of the legendary Sanin? The princess of Konoha? Tsunade's eyes flared with irritation. Boy, don't get cocky. I'll knock you down right now. Her blush deepened, a mix of frustration and embarrassment. This had never happened before. And the worst part? Kushina was enjoying every second of it. Tsunade-ne, you have such a cute side. Kushina teased, her grin wide. Shut up, brat. Stay out of this. Tsunade roared, pouring every ounce of power into her grip. Crack. The stone table beneath their arms exploded into dust. Yet, even as debris scattered, their arms remained locked. Click. Click. The ground beneath them gave way, their combined chakra tearing through the earth. Shockwaves rippled outward, splitting the terrain. Kushina yelped and leapt back, finding safety from the destruction. Hey, hey. You two are gonna level the whole damn area, she protested. Still, neither of them backed down. Tsunade refused to accept what was happening. How the hell is he still not struggling? Kurama, on the other hand, remained relaxed. With a gentle expression, he said, Come on, Lady Tsunade. Show me what the legendary Sanin can really do. Give it everything you've got. At that moment, the tide shifted. Kurama pushed back. Tsunade's arm, which had remained at a perfect 90-degree angle, suddenly tilted. 45 degrees. Tsunade's eyes widened. I'm being overpowered. For the first time in her life, she was losing in pure strength. No tricks. No distractions. No cheating. Just raw, brute force. Her mind reeled. This shouldn't be possible. If anyone had ever beaten her in arm wrestling, it was through opportunism. Not strength. But now, she was being crushed. Tsunade had always prided herself on her power. And yet, no matter how much chakra she poured into this, it wasn't enough. Boom. A final burst of chakra erupted from her. But even as she thought she could shift the match back in her favor, Kurama's arm still did not move. It was like trying to bend a mountain. Her teeth clenched. Her muscles screamed. But her opponent remained untouched. Damn it. Kurama sighed, as if bored. All right, I'm done playing. Boom. In a single motion, he slammed Tsunade's arm onto the table. The impact sent a tremor through the ground. For a moment, Tsunade just stared. Her breath hitched. She was pinned. She had lost. Kushina was the first to react. Ha! I declare this match over. The winner is Lord Kurama. She jumped excitedly, throwing herself into Kurama's arms. Lord Kurama is so strong. Tsunade groaned, rubbing her wrist. Girl, I was doing this for you. And now you're cheering for him. Where's your loyalty? Kushina giggled, grabbing Tsunade's arm. Oh, come on. You're still the best, Tsunade. Kurama watched the two of them bicker, completely unbothered. In the end, despite the overwhelming display of strength, he had never even exerted his full power. Tsunade sighed, shaking her head in disbelief. What the hell is this guy made of? She clenched her fists. Her pride wouldn't let this go so easily. Boy. Don't think this is over. Let's make another bet. Kurama raised an eyebrow. Oh. And what do you want to bet on this time? Tsunade hesitated. She was still reeling from the humiliating loss. Another arm wrestling match was out of the question. She wasn't about to repeat that mistake. But then, an idea sparked. She smirked. I heard the Sanin of Konoha all have their own special skills. You, being the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the princess of Konoha, are known as the greatest medical ninja in the world. Kurama folded his arms. So. Tsunade's smirk widened. This time, let's bet on medical ninjutsu. Chapter 115, Showdown. Then this time, let's bet on medical ninjutsu. What? Medical ninjutsu? Tsunade blinked, as if making sure she heard correctly. She asked again, her voice filled with curiosity. Brat, are you sure about competing in medical ninjutsu? You heard me right. Medical ninjutsu. Kurama said with a playful smirk. That surprised Tsunade. Where was he getting this confidence from? In terms of raw strength, Tsunade had lost to him earlier, and she admitted it. But medical ninjutsu? No one had ever bested her in that field. Her title as the medical saint of the ninja world wasn't just for show. During the Second Shinobi War, even the infamous poison from Tsunagekyu's medical expert, Chiyo, had been cracked by Tsunade without fail. Chiyo had been utterly helpless against her skills. And now, Kurama wanted to challenge her in her strongest domain. Did he look down on her? Tsunade couldn't help but smirk. Should she say that Kurama was arrogant or simply naive? Just because he overpowered her in sheer strength, did he really think he could master everything? There was a price to pay for such arrogance. Humph, Kurama, are you trying to provoke me? Tsunade's eyes glinted with a sharp edge. In a medical ninjutsu competition, do you really think you stand a chance? Kurama simply chuckled and answered plainly. When I bet with others, it never depends on what I can do, but rather on what the other person is best at. Arrogant. This level of arrogance was almost unbearable. Kurama, you'll regret being this overconfident. It's a pity no one will witness that moment. Tsunade was speechless. She had never seen someone so blindly confident. Kurama's very existence shattered her perception of arrogance. And yet, she found herself wanting to crush that confidence of his. Kushina, watching from the side, couldn't help but step in. Tsunade, why not just forget about it? But Tsunade placed a firm hand on Kushina's shoulder and gently pushed her aside. Kushina, this bet is between me and that guy. It has nothing to do with you. Tsunade had already acknowledged Kurama's strength. That alone made him a man worthy of being with Kushina. But this was different. This time, it wasn't about physical strength, it was about medical skill. This time, Tsunade wouldn't underestimate him. This time, she would completely shatter that smug expression of his. Tell me, Kurama, how do you want to compete in medical ninjutsu? Since you are the medical saint of the ninja world, competing with ordinary medical ninjutsu would be boring. This time, it's not just about skill. It's also about endurance. Endurance? Tsunade frowned. What do you mean? In other words, this is a competition that could result in death if we're not careful. What, are you scared? Kurama's tone was still playful, almost teasing. Fear? That word didn't exist in Tsunade's vocabulary. Kurama, you'd better think this through. If something goes wrong, I don't want Kushina to end up as a widow. Kushina's worried voice chimed in. Yeah, maybe let's not make this a life-or-death thing, Kurama-sama. It's too dangerous. Tsunade smirked. Kushina, you should be more worried about Kurama, not me. Tsunade laughed, fully confident in her victory. Kushina, however, only sighed in resignation. She wasn't worried about Kurama. She was worried about Tsunade. Leaning closer, she whispered in Kurama's ear. Kurama-sama, I'm worried about Tsunade-ne. Isn't this bet a little too extreme? Will she be okay? Don't worry, Kushina. I'm here. Nothing bad will happen. I just want her to accept her defeat completely. Hearing his reassurance, Kushina exhaled in relief. If he says so, then it's fine. But Tsunade-ne, you really shouldn't have messed with him. Tsunade didn't notice Kushina's concern for her instead of Kurama. Instead, she was too focused on proving her dominance. Kurama, in a medical ninjutsu competition where lives are on the line, what are the rules? Tsunade was eager now, itching to begin. Kushina, too, was curious. Kurama smiled. It's simple. We take turns injuring ourselves. Whoever falls first, loses. Tsunade's brows furrowed. And how do we determine the severity of the injuries? We keep them equal. If I cut off an arm, you cut off the same arm. If I stab myself, you stab yourself. The competition continues until one of us collapses or forfeits. Silence. For the first time, Tsunade was taken aback. Such a ruthless method. Kurama, if you're not careful, you'll die. Tsunade, you should be worried about yourself. Tsunade sighed. This was insanity. But she couldn't back down now. Kushina nervously stepped forward. All right. Next is the second round of competition between Kurama-sama and Tsunade-ne. The topic is medical ninjutsu. A kunai were placed before them. This time, Tsunade wouldn't hold back. She immediately activated the Byakugo no Jutsu, strength of 100 technique. The diamond-shaped seal on her forehead glowed as her chakra surged. Tsunade would not underestimate Kurama. She would not give him any advantage. And she would not allow herself to lose. Taking the kunai in her hand, she was the first to act. Tsunade knew she had to start strong. Maybe she could scare Kurama off before things escalated too far. With a quick motion, she slashed her own right arm deeply. Blood spilled instantly, staining the floor red. Her wound was serious, but her healing abilities kicked in immediately. Tsunade lifted her head and smirked. Boy, I hope you're watching closely. The medical ninjutsu competition had begun. Kurama's expression didn't change. Instead, he simply reached for the kodachi in front of him. Then, without hesitation, he slashed his own arm, deeper than Tsunade had. Blood gushed from the wound. Yet, even as it bled profusely, Kurama's face remained unchanged, as if he felt nothing. His smirk widened. Your turn, Tsunade. Tsunade's expression darkened. For the first time in a long time, she felt a chill run down her spine. This wasn't going to be an easy win. And in that moment, she realized. She might have underestimated him after all. Chapter 116, Medical Ninjutsu Showdown. Tsunade took the medical ninjutsu competition very seriously. She wasn't the type to underestimate an opponent, no matter who they were. And if someone was foolish enough to challenge her in medical ninjutsu, she would make sure they regretted it. Without hesitation, she unleashed the strength of 100 seal. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead expanded, sending black streaks coursing down her body as the Byakugo no Jutsu fully activated. Is this Tsunade's Byakugo no Jutsu? That's incredible. Kushina, standing to the side, couldn't help but be amazed. Tsunade barely acknowledged her. Her golden eyes were fixed on her opponent, Kurama, a man who had the nerve to challenge her in medical ninjutsu. She scoffed. Humph, challenging me in medical ninjutsu is the biggest mistake you've ever made. With that, she picked up a kunai and slashed a deep cut across her right arm. Hiss. The wound was deep, muscle and bone visible beneath torn flesh, and blood immediately gushed out. But before Kushina could even react, the wound closed within seconds, as if it had never been there in the first place. This was the power of Byakugo no Jutsu. Tsunade smirked and crossed her arms. Give up now, kid. You're still far from my level. After all, Senju Hashirama, her grandfather, had been capable of passively healing wounds without hand seals. While Tsunade required Byakugo no Jutsu, it was still one of the most advanced regeneration techniques in history. She expected Kurama to back down. But instead, Kurama picked up his own kunai and slashed his right arm just as deeply. Blood splattered onto the ground. Tsunade's brows furrowed slightly. This idiot, he's actually serious. Despite the deep cut, Kurama didn't flinch. His face remained completely unreadable. And then, his wound healed instantly. Tsunade's smirk disappeared. What? She was certain she wasn't hallucinating. That kind of regeneration was nearly on par with hers. Kushina coughed awkwardly, trying to break the tension. Ahem. First round is a draw. No winner or loser. Then she turned to Kurama. You attacked first, so you go first in the next round too. Kurama grinned. If we're playing this game, let's raise the stakes. Without hesitation, he drove the kunai straight into his own heart. Pfft. The blade pierced through his chest, the tip emerging from his back. Tsunade's eyes widened. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Kushina gasped. Blood dripped from the kunai, staining his chest completely red. But even as his heart should have been fatally damaged, Kurama's expression didn't change. And then, in the blink of an eye, his wound healed. Tsunade was stunned. This regeneration, it's just like my mitotic regeneration, 100 healings technique. Kurama smirked. The legendary Sanin, the princess of Konoha, the best medical nin in the world, your turn, Tsunade. The exaggerated titles were clearly meant to mock her. Tsunade clicked her tongue in annoyance. TCH. You're going to regret that. Without hesitation, she stabbed herself in the heart with her kunai. Thud. There was a muffled sound as the blade punched through her chest. Then, she pulled it out, and the wound vanished instantly. Another draw. Kushina, watching from the sidelines, was horrified. She had heard of Tsunade's legendary healing ability, but this was the first time she had seen her go all out like this. She never expected someone else to match her. What followed next was nothing short of insanity. Tsunade and Kurama mutilated themselves over and over again. Kunai slashes. Fatal stabs. Organ damage. Every wound was instantly healed, and neither of them backed down. Tsunade's clothes were torn and bloodstained, but her body remained untouched. Kurama was in the same state, clothes ripped, blood everywhere, but not a single wound remained. The competition lasted for more than half an hour. At this point, Byakugo no Jutsu's black markings had begun to fade from Tsunade's body. Her chakra was running low. Kurama, however, still looked completely fine. He grinned. You still don't look tired, Tsunade. Tsunade grimaced. Her stamina was immense, but healing at this level drained chakra rapidly. She refused to admit defeat. The word surrender didn't exist in her dictionary. So she decided to end this with one final move. This time, instead of a kunai, she picked up a katana. Kushina's eyes widened. No way. Without hesitation, Tsunade swung the blade and sliced herself in half at the waist. Schlick. Her body separated into two pieces. Blood pooled beneath her, but her face remained composed. This was nothing. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Tsunade had been cut in half by Madara Uchiha Susanoo and still survived. Even so, this was her limit. The black markings of Byakugo no Jutsu vanished completely. Her chakra was exhausted. Tsunade's expression darkened. Damn it, at a time like this. Without her regenerative abilities, she was unable to heal herself. Kurama grinned. You lose, Tsunade. Ha, I'm not done yet. You haven't moved, have you? Kurama sighed. Fine. If that's what you want. He raised his own katana and, just like her, sliced himself clean in half. Schlick. Blood splattered across the ground. Tsunade watched in horror, but the next moment, his body stitched itself back together instantly. Her heart sank. No, that's impossible. Kurama didn't just heal, it was as if the injury had never even happened. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Her two greatest abilities, her strength and her medical ninjutsu, had both been surpassed. The realization hit her like a hammer. This man was a monster. Kurama walked over to her severed torso and smirked. Well. I think it's pretty clear who won. Tsunade exhaled sharply. Her pride refused to let her admit it. But reality was right in front of her. She closed her eyes and whispered, I lost. Kurama leaned in. What was that? Say it louder. Tsunade glared at him. I said, I lost. Kurama laughed. Good. That's what I like to hear. Kushina immediately rushed over to help. Sister Tsunade, even though Kurama won, I still think you're stronger. Stop talking and put me back together already. Just as Kushina started healing her, another voice suddenly shouted from the distance. What the hell is going on here? Tsunade turned her head slightly and groaned. It was Uchiha Mikoto. Her expression was filled with absolute shock as she saw Tsunade's body split in two, with Kurama and Kushina standing nearby. Tsunade sighed. This was going to be hard to explain. Chapter 117, The Warmth. The two bets between Tsunade and Kurama both ended in failure. He was indeed the legendary big fat sheep. She had even declared in front of her disciples, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari, that she was the queen of gambling in the ninja world. And yet, the title of legendary big fat sheep remained undefeated. Anyone who bets against Tsunade is destined to become her fat sheep. Unfortunately, this time, that wasn't the case. Tsunade was a gambler who repeatedly lost. Arm wrestling. Testing brute strength. She lost to Kurama. Medical ninjutsu. She still lost to Kurama. What a joke. Kurama, as the Nine Tails, possessed the life force of the Uzumaki clan. His regeneration alone far surpassed Tsunade's Byakugo no Jutsu. The two things Tsunade prided herself on the most had both been utterly crushed. She had to admit defeat. And now, she had almost lost her life. Her entire body had been split in two. When Uchiha Mikoto arrived, she was utterly confused. What's going on? Kushina quickly explained the situation. Oh, so that's what happened. Mikoto immediately understood. She couldn't help but laugh. Lady Tsunade, why would you even compare yourself to Lord Kurama? There's no comparison at all. Mikoto even suspected that Kushina and Kurama had teamed up to prank Tsunade. Hey, Kushina, stop chatting with Mikoto and help me put my body back together. Coming, Tsunade-ne. Kushina was about to act, but Kurama stopped her. Leave this kind of thing to me. His scarlet, slitted pupils shifted, transforming into intricate, rotating Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, divine reversion. In an instant, Tsunade's body was restored. This is. Tsunade looked down at herself, completely stunned. To her, it seemed like Kurama hadn't done anything at all. Yet, she was back to her original state. Moreover, all the chakra she had expended during their medical ninjutsu contest had returned. This man is truly terrifying. Kurama's mysterious abilities only deepened Tsunade's curiosity about him. She was exactly as she had been before competing in medical ninjutsu. This was the power of divine reversion, Kurama's Mangekyo Sharingan ability. He had reversed time for Tsunade's body, restoring her to how she was an hour ago. Mikoto was already familiar with this power. Back then, Kurama had fused with her Sharingan abilities, and she could now perform something similar, though not with his level of ease. As expected of Lord Kurama, you've already mastered divine reversion to such a degree. Tsunade, now fully restored, clapped her hands and studied Kurama closely. There was something too unnatural about this man. She had lost to him in raw strength. She had lost to him in medical ninjutsu. And now, the healing ability he had just displayed was, in her eyes, even beyond her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. What an incredible man. Kushina, where did you even find him? Tsunade sighed inwardly. But before she could continue, Mikoto suddenly remembered her purpose for coming here. Tsunade-sensei, Kushina, Lord Kurama, I came here for an important reason. Oh. Those old bastards from the Konoha Council have finally made their move, huh? Kurama muttered softly. Indeed. Mikoto informed them that the third Hokage had summoned her to the council chambers tomorrow. As expected, Konoha's upper echelon had already targeted the Uchiha clan. Kushina, Tsunade, and Mikoto exchanged glances. Finally, the three of them all turned to Kurama. Tsunade took the lead. Hey, Kurama, both Kushina and Mikoto said you're the mastermind of this operation. So. What's the plan? She had already lost to him twice and now wanted to hear his opinion. At this point, she had immense trust in him. It could be said that Kurama had completely conquered Tsunade, both in terms of strength and presence. So, what's the move? Kurama smirked confidently. Isn't it obvious? The council chambers. That's the perfect place to bury those old relics. He turned to Mikoto. You just need to show up quietly tomorrow. I understand, Lord Kurama. With Kurama's assurance, Mikoto felt much more at ease. Afterward, Kurama detailed his plan. Kushina, Tsunade, and Mikoto all exchanged cunning smiles. They looked at each other and grinned. Lord Kurama, as expected. You brat, you really know how to scheme. Lord Kurama, this is simply brilliant. After a short stay, Mikoto returned to her clan to make preparations. That night, Tsunade stayed at Kushina's house. She was still bothered by Kurama's abilities. She had to find out exactly what he had done to her. Hey, brat, what kind of ability did you use today? Brat. Kurama glanced at Tsunade. Hey, little Tsunade, don't tell me you've already forgotten what happened today. Tsunade's face twisted in annoyance. She gritted her teeth, spelling out every word clearly. Lord Kurama, can you tell me what kind of power you used to restore me today? She had lost the bet, so she had to call him Lord Kurama. Kurama smirked. Humph, not bad. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. Old man. Tsunade almost snapped. This guy is so damn arrogant. Kurama looked like her age-wise, yet he was acting like some ancient sage. Did he really think he was as old as the third Hokage? But Kurama, as the Nine Tails, had lived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths. He had witnessed countless eras come and go. So, it wasn't wrong for him to refer to himself as ancient. Still, to Tsunade, he was just showing off. But, a bet was a bet. She had to admit defeat. So, Lord Kurama, what kind of power is this? Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Her curiosity was written all over her face. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Tsunade froze. Mangekyo Sharingan. Really? I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, that's not my problem. Kurama shrugged, looking indifferent. Tsunade immediately called for Kushina. Kushina, is what this little, Lord Kurama, said true? Kushina nodded firmly. Tsunade trusted Kushina's word. But this revelation only deepened her curiosity. That night, as the stars glittered above, Kushina and Kurama lay on the bed, staring at the sky. Lord Kurama, it looks like my dream is about to come true. The fourth Hokage, the blood-red habanero, Uzumaki Kushina, sounds good, doesn't it? Kurama chuckled. Fool. This is what I want too. Tomorrow, everything would change. Mikoto, alone, made her way to the council chambers. The third Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu were already waiting. The moment had arrived. Chapter 118, shocked Konoha executives. Next day. Tsunade woke up early. Looking at herself in the mirror, she saw a haggard reflection staring back. Dark circles hung heavily under her eyes. Fortunately, she was a medical ninja and knew how to take care of her body. Plus, she always prioritized self-care. Last night, however, she barely got any sleep. Kushina's screams had been way too loud. It was like a festival of fireworks. Crackling, bursting, one after another. How could Tsunade possibly sleep through that? She usually slept with her hands outside the blanket. But last night was different. Tsunade was a young woman, after all. She had no choice but to tuck her hands under the quilt. The battle next door had been too intense, so she could only fight her own battle. Do it yourself. Be self-reliant. Keep yourself satisfied. Boom, boom, boom. A series of rapid, rhythmic knocks sounded on the door. Tsunade opened it and found Kushina standing there. Unlike Tsunade, Kushina looked radiant. Her face was glowing, practically shimmering with energy. Hey, Tsunade-ne, you look awful. Didn't sleep last night. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Was Kushina deliberately showing off? Or was she just pretending to be oblivious? With a roll of her eyes, Tsunade scoffed. Humph. You think? It's all because of the great things you and Kurama were doing last night. Kushina touched her long red hair and laughed awkwardly. Hee, didn't you say it yourself, Tsunade-ne? If we don't go crazy now, we'll grow old too soon. Tsunade sighed and glanced around. Something was off. Kushina was here, but there was no sign of Kurama. Hey, Kushina, where's that fox? Kushina grinned. Tsunade-ne, don't tell me you forgot. Mikoto went to meet those old guys. Kurama left already. Hurry up and get ready. Tsunade flicked Kushina's forehead lightly. You idiot. You knew there was a big battle today, but you still went wild last night. Kushina simply blinked, her smile teasing. No matter how crazy I get, I could never be as crazy as you, risking your life for a bet. Tsunade clicked her tongue. For a stupid bet, she had split her own body in half. That was definitely crazier. Meanwhile, at the outer edge of Konoha, Uchiha Mikoto stood tall, her expression calm. Before her, four of Konoha's most powerful figures sat in silence: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokato, and Koharu Yudatane. They had been waiting for her. Mikoto observed them carefully. On the surface, their expressions were composed. But beneath that calm facade, she could sense it. Tension. Caution. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. The Uchiha clan had grown stronger. The other clans in the village had started to trust them. Their reputation was no longer one of arrogance and isolation. In the past, the Uchiha were known for their superiority complex, caring only about their own power and interests. But now, things had changed. During the Third Shinobi War, Under Mikoto's leadership, the Uchiha clan had not only achieved countless military victories but had also rescued many Konoha ninjas, forging alliances that once seemed impossible. Their influence was spreading. And the higher-ups of Konoha could no longer ignore them. In the original timeline, the Uchiha had foolishly believed they could stand against all of Konoha alone. It was impossible. But this time, things were different. Hiruzen had heard Danzo's concerns. He had summoned Mikoto to test the Uchiha's loyalty. And if they showed even a hint of rebellion, they would be wiped out. A dragnet had been set outside the village. Danzo's personal forces, along with Hiruzen's ANBU, had set countless traps. Anyone who resisted would be eliminated on the spot. Hiruzen spoke first. Mikoto, do you know why we called you here? Mikoto's expression remained neutral. I assume it must be something important, Hokage-sama. Danzo sneered. I sent 2 of my subordinates to summon you. But they haven't returned. Do you know why? Mikoto didn't even blink. I don't know. She lied effortlessly. Even if she did know, she would never admit it. If they were asking, it meant they had no proof. Her people had cleaned up every trace of evidence. Danzo's subordinates, Abirame Ryoma and Kai, had vanished without a single clue left behind. Humph, Danzo growled. Don't play dumb with me, Uchiha Mikoto. My men were eliminated by your people, weren't they? Are the Uchiha planning a coup? His voice was ice-cold. Danzo was an old fox. He hated when people tried to outmaneuver him. But without evidence, he was powerless. Ahem, Hiruzen interrupted, raising a hand. Danzo, remember your position. As the leader of Root, Danzo had influence. But blatantly accusing without proof was beneath his station. Hiruzen turned back to Mikoto. Let's not talk about Danzo's subordinates for now. His tone was calm, but his eyes held sharp intent. Instead, tell me about your Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikoto smiled. A cold, knowing smile. They had guessed she possessed it. And now, they wanted confirmation. She let them wait for a moment, letting the tension build. Then, she answered. Yes. I have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu all stiffened. Their suspicions had been confirmed. Now, they were on high alert. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mikoto was no longer just a high-ranking jonin. She was a Kage-level shinobi. Danzo scowled. TCH. Then tell us, what abilities do your eyes possess? Hiruzen leaned forward. This is important for the village, Mikoto. If you truly value Konoha, you should share this information. His voice was kind. Understanding. But beneath that warmth was deep-seated paranoia. They needed to know. After all, in the original work someone openly revealed their Mangekyo ability. Uchiha Shursue had ended up dead. Eyes gouged out. Danzo had stolen one. And Shursue had given the other to Itachi. In the end, Shursue had committed suicide in a river, all in the name of protecting Konoha. And Itachi. He had inherited that same blind loyalty. The famous words echoed. No matter how dark Konoha becomes, I will always be Uchiha Itachi of the Leaf. He had abandoned his clan for a village that had already decided their fate. Kurama knew this history well. And now Mikoto facing the same situation. But she was not Shursue. She was not Itachi. And she would not make their mistakes. A slow smile spread across her lips. You want to know my Mangekyo Sharingan's ability? Hiruzen nodded. Mikoto's Sharingan spun. Then. No, Danzo, move. Hiruzen suddenly sensed something was wrong. But it was too late. A vortex of space distorted beneath Danzo's chair. Stone shattered into a million pieces. Danzo barely escaped, pushed aside by Hiruzen. Mikoto chuckled. Ah, Hokage-sama. As expected of you. Her scarlet eyes gleamed. This is my Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Her voice was soft. Deadly. I wonder, do you like it? Chapter 119, Coup. Bastard, it really is like that. Danzo Shimura glared at Uchiha Mikoto with a ferocious expression. He hadn't expected her to attack so suddenly. If not for Sarutobi Hiruzen stepping in at the last moment, his fate would have been the same as the shattered stone chair behind him. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen often disagreed with Danzo, they had grown up together, fought side by side, and built an unspoken bond over the years. Their relationship was a twisted mess of rivalry and dependency. Otherwise, in the original timeline, when Danzo was on the verge of death, why would the first person that came to mind be Hiruzen? You are the leaves bathed in sunlight, and I am the deep roots buried in the soil. You are the light of the village, and I bear its darkness. Danzo's final words had been nothing short of an emotional confession. All of his emotions, his struggles, his sacrifices, everything was placed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi's marriage to Buwako was nothing more than an obligation to produce heirs and strengthen the Sarutobi clan. This only solidified the age-old saying, true love is between comrades, while marriage is simply for reproduction. The meaning behind it was self-evident. But right now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was far more cautious than Danzo. He sensed an overwhelming danger from Uchiha Mikoto, and the direction of her gaze was unmistakable. She was looking right at Danzo. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mitokato Hamura, and Udatane Kohara saw something that made their blood run cold. Uchiha Mikoto's Sharingan was no longer in its standard three-tomo form. Instead, her irises had transformed into something far more terrifying. The Mangekyo Sharingan. And judging from the technique she had just used, it was an ability related to space-time manipulation. This was a problem. Danzo had been caught off guard by her initial attack. But now, things were different. Dusting himself off, Danzo stood up with a sneer. See, Hiruzen. I told you this would happen. You should have listened to me long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen shot him a cold glance. Is there any point in saying this now, Danzo? Regret surged through him. He should have weakened the Uchiha clan during the Third Great Ninja War. Back then, it would have been much easier to handle them. He had been too kind. Too lenient. Even so, he wasn't worried. Konoha's foundation was strong. For the Uchiha clan to dream of overthrowing the entire village? Impossible. Even Uchiha Madara himself had failed to do so. Did Uchiha Mikoto, a mere woman, truly believe she could succeed? So, the Uchiha clan really is plotting a coup. How laughable. Hamura scoffed, his expression filled with disdain. This is beyond imagination, Koharu agreed, shaking her head. The evidence was right in front of them now. If they had known earlier, they would have supported Danzo's plan without hesitation. But it wasn't too late. The Uchiha clan could be exterminated here and now. Even if Mikoto possessed Kage-level strength, there were 4 Kage-level shinobi present. Not to mention the countless Umbu and Root operatives hidden nearby. There was no reason to be concerned. Hamura, Koharu, Danzo, and Hiruzen had all been Tobirama Senju's personal guards in their youth. They were not just elders, they were battle-hardened warriors. Did people truly believe they had reached their positions through mere seniority? Uchiha Mikoto, your reckless actions will bring nothing but destruction upon your entire clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was cold and authoritative. It was a clear warning. A last chance. But it was a hollow one. Would that threat still work? Mikoto chuckled darkly. Danzo, growing impatient, sneered. Enough talk, Hiruzen. Let's finish this woman off. His greed for the Mangekyo Sharingan burned within him. Especially since Mikoto's ability seemed to manipulate space itself. A rare and powerful gift. If he could take her eyes, they would be his greatest acquisition yet. Danzo and Hiruzen raised their hands in unison. A signal. A silent command. Umbu and Root operatives hidden in the shadows should have appeared instantly. But after several seconds, nothing happened. A cold chill crept into Danzo's bones. What's going on? Where were they? Where did they all go? Unease settled in Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest. Then, a series of popping sounds filled the air. Bang. 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 Dozens of Umbu clones burst into plumes of white smoke. Only 2 figures remained standing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Kohara felt their stomachs twist. Finally, the last 2 masked figures moved. They stepped forward and removed their masks. Bright red hair spilled out. A sharp, confident grin followed. The blood-red hot-blooded habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. It's you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice trembled with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend it. The truth was right before him, yet his mind rejected it. Uzumaki Kushina had chosen to stand with the Uchiha. Uzumaki Kushina, do you intend to betray the village? Have you forgotten who you are? Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger was palpable. Kushina had always been his most trusted asset. She was the hero who had helped end the Third Great Ninja War. He had placed immense faith in her. And now? Now, she was against him. My identity. Kushina's smirk deepened. What, does my status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki make you nervous, old man? She tilted her head slightly. Behind her, a trail of corpses lined the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others finally saw it. The mutilated bodies of their Umbu and Root operatives. Dozens of elite shinobi, eliminated in complete silence. No one had noticed. No one had sensed a thing. Hiruzen's blood ran cold. The other side had been fully prepared. More than just Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina were involved. A third masked figure stood beside them. Who is that? Danzo's face twisted in rage. His carefully laid plans, ruined in an instant. Damn it. He should have predicted this. Kushina and Mikoto had always been close. He should have accounted for this possibility. This is your fault, Hiruzen. Danzo's voice was filled with resentment. If you had listened to me sooner, we wouldn't be in this mess. Despite the tension, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu weren't panicking. No, these four had ruled Konoha for decades. They had seen war. They had survived betrayals. And more importantly, they had contingency plans. Don't underestimate us, Hiruzen murmured. They had already informed the entire village. The Sarutobi clan. The Nara clan. The Aburame clan. The Akimichi clan. The Yamanaka clan. The Inuzuka clan. And the Hyuga clan. All would be mobilized against the Uchiha. The entire village would become their enemy. And at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. Wait a minute, the Hyuga. A terrible realization dawned upon him. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. The Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed sharply. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying the implications became. A major conspiracy was brewing beneath the surface. Who was the leader of the Hyuga clan? Hyuga Hikari. And what was her identity? She shared a close relationship with Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto. Now, Uzumaki Kushina and the Uchiha clan had already aligned themselves. Was the Hyuga clan part of the same alliance? What a terrifying possibility. Hiruzen suddenly realized something. He had finally figured it out. Uchiha Mikoto had taken control of the Uchiha clan. Then, Hyuga Hikari had become the leader of the Hyuga clan. This was no coincidence. It all made sense now. Back then, when Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto had clashed with the Hyuga elders, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been there to witness it. No wonder they had confronted the Hyuga clan's elders so fiercely. At the time, Hiruzen had sided with Kushina. He had thought there was no comparison between the Hyuga clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But now, it felt like a slap in the face. It turned out they had all been working together from the start. And the fool in this entire situation was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. His voice was heavy as he finally spoke. Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, be careful. The Hyuga clan may have joined forces with the Uchiha. What? Danzo and the two advisors turned pale. Hiruzen, this is all your fault. Danzo's voice was grim. How do you plan to face the first and second Hokage after this? Danzo's expression darkened. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Danzo, now is not the time for blame. We need to focus on the immediate crisis, Koharu interjected. Hamura nodded in agreement. For once, they were right. The situation was dire, far more dangerous than anything Konoha had faced in recent years. Two of the village's oldest and most powerful clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, had seemingly joined forces. One wielded the legendary Sharingan. The other possessed the Byakugan. Both had played crucial roles in the Third Great Ninja War. And now, they were launching a coup at the same time. This was no mere rebellion. This was a war against Konoha itself. And then there was the wild card, Uzumaki Kushina. The Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. The village had never faced a crisis like this before. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, these veterans of the First Great Ninja War, felt something they hadn't felt in years. Their hearts pounded. For the first time in decades, they were nervous. Uzumaki Kushina. The village has treated you well. Why are you doing this? Hiruzen's voice carried disbelief. He had believed Kushina had embraced the will of fire. How had it come to this? Why? He truly did not understand. Kushina clicked her tongue and smirked. Tisk, TSK. Third Hokage, still spouting the same tired lines. Her voice was laced with mockery. If you really want an answer, it's simple. It's both a whim and something I've planned for a long time. Hiruzen's body tensed. That was an extremely dangerous mindset. A drop of sweat slid down his temple. Kushina continued. I'm not Mito-sama. It's time for Konoha to change hands. Her crimson hair swayed as she spoke. And I, Uzumaki Kushina, will be the new ruler of Konoha, no, of the entire land of fire. Her words sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. The mention of Mito-sama made him recall the past. The first Hokage's death. The Uzumaki clan's downfall. The destruction of Uzumaki. Could this be her revenge? Kushina smirked. If you try to stop me, I don't mind unsealing the nine tails. Let's see if you can seal it back like Hashirama or Mito-sama. A direct threat. Uzumaki Kushina was threatening to destroy Konoha. Hiruzen's breath hitched. Kushina. Do you not care about the villagers' lives? He tried to appeal to reason. To the will of fire. But Kushina only laughed. Old man, words like benevolence and righteousness don't mean anything to me. Hiruzen's face turned ashen. This was the village they had all fought to protect. If the village fell, then what was left? But what scared Hiruzen even more? Kushina's words were just words. The true danger stood beside her. The masked figure who had remained silent until now. Then. Let's not waste time with words. Let's finish this. A low, magnetic voice cut through the tense air. Hiruzen's eyes snapped toward the speaker. Up until now, his attention had been on Kushina and Mikoto. But now, he realized. The most dangerous person in this room wasn't them. It was him. Kushina respected him. And now, he removed his mask. A handsome face was revealed. Short, orange hair. Scarlet, vertical pupils. Hiruzen's breath caught. Kurama. This name, he had never heard it before. There was no such ninja in Konoha's records. Hiruzen clenched his fists. Damn it, why do I feel like I've seen him before? That face. Those eyes. They made his entire body scream in warning. An overwhelming sense of unease gripped him. Even the war-hardened Danzo felt it. This wasn't normal. Even Uchiha Mikoto with her Mangekyo Sharingan, even Kushina with the nine tails, neither gave him this level of fear. But this man, Kurama. His very presence made them feel like prey before a predator. Danzo made a split-second decision. It doesn't matter who he is. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans dared to stage a coup, we must wipe them out. Hamura and Koharu swallowed nervously. The oppressive feeling in the air was suffocating. Why hasn't backup arrived yet? Even if the Hyuga clan had sided against them, Konoha still had other forces. But where were they? At that moment, a heavily wounded Konoha shinobi stumbled into the room. His voice was filled with terror. Third Hokage-sama. It's bad. It's very bad. Hiruzen turned sharply. Speak. What happened? Where are the reinforcements? The shinobi trembled. They're coming to kill us. Who is? The shinobi's voice cracked. Akamichi Choza. Might Due. And, the more than 10,000 Konoha shinobi who died fighting Kirigakure. Hiruzen's blood ran cold. Danzo and the others froze. Their faces turned pale. Impossible. Those shinobi had died on the battlefield. And yet. No. It was the first time in his long life that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt true terror. Chapter 121, surrounded by undercover agents. Konoha's greatest betrayal. How could this happen? Didn't these more than 10,000 shinobi perish on the battlefield? It wasn't just Hiruzen Sarutobi who was in doubt. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu all questioned the authenticity of this situation. The Konoha shinobi were returning from the battlefield, many of them trusted subordinates of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. They had all witnessed these people die in Kirigakure's trap. This defeat was the greatest loss the Fire Nation's Konoha village had ever suffered since entering the war. It was Konoha's ultimate disgrace. The third Hokage had once stood on the precipice of becoming a legend after the Third Great Ninja War. He could have become the most revered Hokage in history. Under his leadership, Konoha had crushed Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunade. Yet, in the end, it was Kirigakure that brought them to ruin. More than 10,000 shinobi sacrificed, erased from existence in a single battle. It was this humiliating defeat that prevented Hiruzen Sarutobi from becoming the undisputed god of shinobi. It stripped away the glory that could have cemented his place in history. This disaster was the result of the arrogance of the village elders, Sarutobi, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu. After sweeping through Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunade, they had grown complacent, blinded by victory. They became greedy, desperate to end the war as quickly as possible. And so, they ordered a surprise attack, an all-or-nothing mission led by Sarutobi Yamaru. The Konoha forces launched their assault near the waters of Red Island. Only to be ambushed by the mist. The battlefield turned into a slaughterhouse. Over 10,000 shinobi entered the fray, only a few thousand returned. The rest perished in Kirigakure's ruthless trap. Had Konoha not suffered such heavy losses, they would have emerged from the war unchallenged, victorious. A single battle changed everything. Yet, in the end, it wasn't Hiruzen Sarutobi who turned the tide of battle. It wasn't Danzo. It wasn't Konoha's elite council. No, the one who ended the bloodshed was the blood-red hot-blooded pepper, Uzumaki Kushina. This operation had been set in motion without the involvement of three of Konoha's most powerful forces. The Uzumaki clan. The Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan. Kushina had been the first to object to the reckless plan. Uchiha Mikoto, leader of the Uchiha clan, and Hyuga Hayashi, leader of the Hyuga clan, followed suit. At the time, Hiruzen dismissed their opposition. But now, as the truth unraveled before his eyes, a terrifying realization took hold. Could it be that Uzumaki Kushina and the others had foreseen this? Was it possible that those 10,000 shinobi never actually died? Had Kushina fabricated the entire tragedy to deceive him? Hiruzen's mind raced with frantic possibilities. Then, Lord Hokage, this is bad. A bloodied Umbu appeared out of nowhere, his voice laced with urgency. Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Danzo felt their stomachs tighten. What happened? Hiruzen demanded. The Umbu hesitated for a moment before delivering the crushing news. Namikaze Minato. The Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Aburame clan, the Inazuka clan, all have joined forces with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Moreover, the village is echoing with a single chant. Hiruzen's breath hitched. What? What are they saying? The Umbu's voice was grim. Sarutobi Hiruzen, step down. A chill ran down Hiruzen's spine. The words rang out in his ears like a death knell. He had lost the people. He had lost their trust. Hiruzen clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had always believed that Kushina was devoted to Konoha, an unwavering ally. But now, she had become a demon in human form. Uzumaki Kushina, you actually faked the deaths of over 10,000 shinobi. This move is terrifyingly brilliant. Kushina chuckled, her crimson hair swaying as she shook her head. Oh, Hiruzen. That's where you're wrong. Her words were dripping with amusement. It wasn't fake. More than 10,000 shinobi truly died. Hiruzen's pupils shrank. But then, they came back to life. Came back, to life. Hiruzen felt the world spinning. Ha ha ha. He let out a hollow, bitter laugh, completely losing his composure. Was she truly expecting him to believe this nonsense? Bringing thousands of shinobi back from the dead? Did she think she was a god? It was the most ridiculous thing he had ever heard. And yet, somewhere deep inside, he was terrified. Because the truth was exactly as she said. They had died. But there was a man. A man who defied reason itself. Kurama. He had used the Bugi technique, divine reversion. And he had resurrected every single one of them. These shinobi, who had perished due to the recklessness of Konoha's leadership, had returned to the land of the living. And they had turned their backs on the very men who had led them to their deaths. They now stood with Kurama. They now stood with Kushina. Among them were the young leaders of Konoha's greatest clans. Narashikaku. Yamanaka Inoichi. Akimichi Choza. Their legendary bond, the Ino, Shika, Cho formation, had turned against Hiruzen. The Sarutobi clan itself had suffered greatly in that battle. Now, even they had betrayed their Hokage. Hiruzen felt his chest tighten. It was as if the entire village had become his enemy. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu stood in stunned silence. Kushina smirked. Old man, I appreciate the compliment, but all of this is thanks to Lord Kurama. Hiruzen's jaw clenched. Kurama. That man again. It had never been Uchiha Mikoto. It had never been Hyuga Hayashi. Nor had it truly been Kushina. It was him. Kurama was the true mastermind behind everything. And now, as Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu turned to face him, they finally understood. This man was their greatest enemy. Kurama's lips curled into a smile. He raised his hands and began to clap slowly. Snap. 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 The sound echoed through the tense room. Then he chuckled. It's your turn to perform. A figure descended from the sky. Hiruzen's breath hitched. The men landed gracefully and immediately bowed toward Kurama. Hiruzen's eyes widened. No, this wasn't possible. Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu's faces turned ghostly pale. It was impossible. Because standing before them was Konoha's white Fang. Hatake Sakumo. His short white hair. His half-Hokage robes. The famed white light chakra saber strapped to his back. Hatake Sakumo, who had long since died. He had been confirmed dead. Hiruzen had seen it with his own eyes. Yet here he was. Standing before them. Yo, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, Sakumo grinned. Long time no see. Missed me? Hiruzen felt his throat go dry. At this moment, he had no choice but to believe it. The dead had returned. Chapter 122, Armed Coup. The dead have truly been resurrected. The furrowed faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others showed deep shock. They had come to Hatake Kakashi's house to offer their condolences. That was normal. Konoha's white Fang, Hatake Sakumo, was indeed dead. But now, a living, breathing Hatake Sakumo stood before them. This was no illusion. They could sense his presence, his chakra, this was real. Hatake Sakumo stood there, a half-smile on his face as he gazed at the third Hokage and the elders. Having died once, he now understood the value of life. More importantly, he had a son, Hatake Kakashi. Letting Kakashi grow up without a father was not something Sakumo wanted. After Kurama's advice, Hatake Sakumo had finally come to terms with everything. The comrades he had saved when he abandoned the mission. They had been dealt with. They had still fallen into the enemy's hands. He had blamed himself, convinced that his decision had been a mistake. But now, he realized, he should have lived. He should have silenced those Konoha shinobi who had gossiped about him. And now, he had. Hatake Sakumo felt much better. Why had he been so fragile before? This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mitokedo Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu had become the targets of public criticism. Not a single ninja in Konoha village came to support them. The resurrected ninjas were reuniting with their loved ones. Bringing back the dead and playing with life and death, wasn't that something already present in this world? Kurama had only taken this ability to its full extent. And now, with Konoha's white Fang Hatake Sakumo standing here alive, the third Hokage and his advisors had every reason to believe. The more than 10,000 ninjas who had died on the battlefield had also returned. And it was all because of one man, Kurama. Who was this man? The expressions of the four elders darkened with solemnity. Danzo, ever the opportunist, was the first to flee. Lord Kurama, I will stand by you along with my clan. Uchiha Mikoto followed closely. Now, it was 3 against 3. Kurama, Uzumaki Kushina, and Hatake Sakumo stood together. Their opponents, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokedo Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu. The Umbu stationed by the third Hokage and Danzo had already been eliminated. That meant, in this moment, in the entire Konoha village, not a single ninja stood with the third Hokage. Damn it, is it really the will of the gods to destroy the Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists, his gaze locking onto Uzumaki Kushina with hatred. He hated it. He hated that he had never trusted the blood-red habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. Because she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had always doubted her. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been too kind. Now, even Konoha's white Fang had chosen the enemy's side. Hatake Sakumo, a man with Kage-level strength, had submitted to Kurama. And not just him, the major clans of Konoha had all sided against Hiruzen. The Yamanaka clan, Nara clan, Akimichi clan, Aburame clan, Inuzuka clan. Even Namikaze Minato, who wasn't from any major clan, had taken Kushina's side. The decision made by Konoha's higher-ups had been a massive mistake. They had lost the people's trust, and once that was gone, leading them was impossible. The third Hokage never imagined this outcome. That the very village he governed was turning against him. That the clown in this situation was, in fact, himself. Damn it, these traitors. Anger, resentment, regret, it all twisted in his heart. Ha, Uzumaki Kushina, you can't become Hokage without the daimyo's approval. Oh, the daimyo. Does that even matter? Just kill him first, deal with the consequences later. When almost all the ninjas in the village supported Uzumaki Kushina, did the daimyo's opinion even count? The will of the people determined the leader. And Kurama had the people on his side. Had every ninja in the village been bewitched by him? If only this man, Kurama, did not exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils burned with fury as he glared at Kurama. He knew nothing about this man's origin or identity. Everything had spiraled out of control. Third Hokage, this play is over. Kill them and reclaim the village's power. Mitokedo Hamura and Uchiha Koharu prepared for a fight to the death. This was the greatest civil war in Konoha's history. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, third Hokage. Your Sarutobi clan is already fighting amongst itself. Kurama murmured with a smirk. The Sarutobi clan. A faction led by Sarutobi Yamaru had sided with Uzumaki Kushina. Those loyal to Hiruzen resisted desperately. A war of siblings had begun. Sarutobi Yamaru's injury just now had been inflicted by his own kin. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart bled. He was being forced to watch his own clan devour itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen was old, it was time for him to step down. Sarutobi Yamaru had won. He was the new leader of the Sarutobi clan. Wind style, violent wind strike. Hamura attacked first, sending roaring gales toward Kurama and his allies. Master Kurama, why don't you leave it all to me? Kushina bit off a strand of her red hair, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She was eager for battle. Third Hokage is mine. Take the other one. White Fang, you handle the old woman, Koharu. Yes, Master Kurama. Hatake Sakumo's grip tightened on his blade. This was the perfect time to vent his anger. Boom. A surge of golden chakra erupted around Kushina. Ninetales chakra mode. With just a wave of her hand, she dispersed Hamura's wind-style attack. Hamura, be careful. This is the power of the Ninetales. She can even sense malice like Lady Mito. Sarutobi Hiruzen warned urgently. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The third Hokage quickly formed a seal, throwing a single shuriken. In an instant, it multiplied into dozens, filling the sky with spinning death. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's self-created A-rank technique. He was known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, the strongest Hokage. But was that title something he truly deserved? Compared to the forbidden jutsu created by the second Hokage, his techniques were lacking. The difference was clear. Kurama didn't even move. Clang. Clang. Clang, asterisk asterisk. Metal clashed against something unbreakable. The shuriken shattered midair, falling to the ground uselessly. What? He didn't even dodge. Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision was momentarily blocked by the black shuriken. But then he saw it. A layer of dark red chakra surrounded Kurama's body. The shuriken hadn't even scratched him. This was the Ninetales cloak. Even Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade couldn't pierce it. Let alone some mere shuriken. Seeing the dark red chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in horror. This was Ninetales power. Why? Why did Kurama also have the Ninetales chakra, asterisk asterisk? Had Kushina shared it with him? That was the only explanation. But that meant Uzumaki Kushina had achieved perfect control over the Ninetales. She had deceived them all. Damn it. Did you steal the power of the Ninetales from Kushina? Kurama merely smirked. Steal it? Did he need to? Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Death of Third Hokage. The power of the Ninetales, Kurama, did not come by cheating. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock as he observed the men before him, Kurama, unleashing the power of the Ninetales. How was this possible? His mind raced, considering every possibility. His gaze flickered to Uzumaki Kushina. Had she done something? You bastard, you actually control the power of a tailed beast. Hiruzen cursed under his breath, his expression grave. If Kushina could truly wield this power. If she had reached the level of a perfect Jinchuriki. Then what hope did they have of winning this battle? None. The Ninetales was the strongest among all the tailed beasts. And a perfect Jinchuriki could fully control its overwhelming power. Hiruzen's eyes darted back to Kushina. Her body was enveloped in a golden chakra cloak. Mitokato Hamura, one of his closest advisors, was being pushed back relentlessly, unable to match her at all. You should be more worried about yourself. A chilling voice echoed. Kurama licked his lips. His scarlet, slit-pupiled eyes locked onto Hiruzen. And then circles formed within his irises. Mangekyo Sharingan, Void Severance. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through Hiruzen's body, creeping into his very soul. A cold, suffocating dread gripped him. For a moment, he could even smell the thick stench of blood. It was as if he were staring into the abyss of death itself. Ah! A sharp cry of agony filled the battlefield. The space around them twisted unnaturally. Before he even realized what had happened, his right leg was severed. Hiruzen staggered, collapsing onto the blood-stained ground. His face contorted in horror. This is... He had just seen Kurama, the Ninetales, use this technique earlier. It was identical to the power wielded by Uchiha Mikoto. Mangekyo Sharingan. Anxiety, panic, and disbelief swirled inside him. His vision blurred with terror as he gazed at Kurama. His Sharingan. They were the exact same as Uchiha Mikoto's. But how? Why did this man also have the Mangekyo Sharingan? Not only that. His power was far superior. His speed, his strength, everything was on a different level compared to Mikoto's. Hiruzen's mind overflowed with questions. Was this man a member of the Uchiha clan? No. That didn't make sense. He not only possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan but also the power of the Ninetales. Why did such a monstrous existence even exist? Glaring at Kurama with bloodshot eyes, Hiruzen gritted his teeth. You bastard, who the hell are you? Kurama merely smiled. Mocking. Taunting. He didn't need to answer a dying man. To Hiruzen, that smirk felt like divine contempt. A god looking down on an insect. His chest burned with rage and despair. For the first time in decades, the third Hokage felt powerless. As expected of Lord Kurama. From the side, Uzumaki Kushina and Hatake Sakumo watched in awe. Kurama had crippled the third Hokage in just one move. Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu attempted to rush in to help. But Kushina and Sakumo blocked their path. Kushina bit down on a strand of her own red hair and smirked. You old geezers aren't getting past me. Hiruzen gritted his teeth, dragging himself to his feet despite the pain. Even with one leg gone. He refused to surrender. 5 Release, Grand Bullet Jutsu. Shadow clones materialized beside him. Wind. Fire. Lightning. Water. Earth. 5 elemental blasts erupted at once, converging on Kurama in a devastating onslaught. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Boom. Smoke billowed into the sky. Did I get him? For a fleeting second, hope flickered in Hiruzen's chest. But as the smoke cleared, beads of sweat formed on his wrinkled forehead. His worst fear became reality. Kurama was still standing. Unscathed. A faint, amused smirk played on his lips. You've got to be kidding me. Desperation clawed at Hiruzen's heart. No choice. He had to use his last resort. Come forth, Enma. A puff of smoke erupted as the Monkey King materialized. The powerful summon sensed Hiruzen's distress. Third Hokage, are you prepared? Hiruzen nodded grimly. I have no other choice, Enma. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's determination was clear. Kushina. Mikoto. They were not Konoha's greatest threats. Kurama was. This man was a devil. Hiruzen was ready to give up everything, even his own life, to stop him. His hands clasped together. His lips moved swiftly. Reaper Death Seal. A chill ran through the battlefield as the Shinigami loomed behind him. Its blade gleamed ominously. The final gamble had begun. Enma transformed into a staff, forming a Vajra prison wall, trapping Kurama. Now, third Hokage. With one final burst of strength, Hiruzen lunged forward. Determined to drag Kurama to hell with him. This ends now, you monster. The ultimate sealing technique. There was no escape from the Shinigami's grasp. Or so Hiruzen believed. But then. Kurama's face remained calm. No fear. Not even a hint of panic. Tsk tisk. A low chuckle rumbled from Kurama's throat. Hiruzen's stomach churned. Why was he still so calm? Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. And then. Kurama's entire body distorted before his eyes. A phantom. No, impossible. In an instant, Kurama was outside the prison wall, untouched. Hiruzen's blood ran cold. This is also Mangekyo's power. A slow nod. Right again, old man. Void Severance. The Reaper Death Seal, his final trump card, had failed. It was over. Golden chains erupted from Kurama's body, constricting Hiruzen. More chakra tails coiled around him, locking him in place. A miniature sand-binding seal formed. He was completely immobilized. Utter despair filled Hiruzen's heart. This monster wielded the Nine Tails power. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. How could he ever hope to win? He clenched his fists. I deserve to die. Regret flooded his soul. He should have been like Danzo from the start. He should have killed this devil long ago. Just then. A voice cut through the battlefield. Tsunade had arrived. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, 1,000 Years of Death. The third Hokage was so embarrassed that he couldn't move. As luck would have it, Tsunade arrived at this moment. Her sudden appearance made the third Hokage look overjoyed. He howled like a madman. Tsunade, hurry up. The village is under attack. Get rid of him quickly and send reinforcements. The 3 disciples of the third Hokage, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, had all long since become independent ninjas. They were the legendary Sanin of Konoha. In his eyes, these 3 disciples all possessed Kage-level strength. Perhaps they had even surpassed him. Tsunade, hurry up and save the third Hokage. Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu shouted anxiously from the sidelines. If Tsunade joined the fight, their chances of victory would increase significantly. But then, something happened that made Sarutobi Hiruzen's entire body go cold. Tsunade's crimson lips curled into a slight smirk, and she chuckled. That smile alone made the third Hokage's heart sink into the depths of despair. He understood now. Tsunade, his own student, the legendary Sanin, was on Uzumaki Kushina's side. It all made sense. Tsunade had trained Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, and Hyuga Hikari. And who had made that decision? Himself. It was he who had arranged for Tsunade to train them. The regret in the third Hokage's heart was unbearable. It was he who had ruined his own reign as Hokage. You traitorous disciple, Tsunade. You wretched traitor. The third Hokage's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at her with unfiltered rage. The world had turned against him. And he had been completely oblivious. He had no allies left. The only ones standing beside him were the two elderly advisors, Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu. Shimura Danzo had already fled like a rat. Tsunade, I never expected you to betray the village. What a waste of the third Hokage's efforts. Koharu's shrill voice grated against the tension in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the supposed strongest Hokage, had failed completely. Not a single one of his students had followed his will. Jiraiya had abandoned the village to wander the world. Orochimaru had delved into grotesque experiments and betrayed Konoha outright. And now Tsunade. She had sided against him. Tsunade merely scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Sarutobi-sensei, I'm only giving the village a fresh start. How can that be called betrayal? Her golden eyes turned ice cold. Besides, your Sarutobi clan's rise came at the cost of the Senju clan's destruction. Everything that has happened is your fault. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no words. He knew why Tsunade harbored such hatred. The second great ninja war had stolen everything from her. She had refused to participate in the third great ninja war. And now, she was standing beside Uzumaki Kushina, fighting against him. But, was that the full truth? Perhaps not. Lord Kurama, please take action. Tsunade's voice was laced with irritation as she turned to the men beside her. I don't want to look at this old man's face anymore. Kurama chuckled, brushing the dust from his cloak. Oh, Tsunade, I was giving you and your old teacher a chance to catch up. Tsunade rolled her eyes. She only called him Lord Kurama because she had lost a bet to him. And now, he was pushing his luck. Master Kurama, huh? She muttered sarcastically. Why don't you just call me Little Tsunade while you're at it? Her eye twitched. The little part of that name didn't suit her at all. Kurama smirked and stepped forward. His scarlet Sharingan flared to life. The next second. No, no, no. The third Hokage's wail of despair was the last sound he ever made. A vortex of space twisted around him. His head fell to the ground. His eyes, frozen in terror, were still wide open. Bound by adamantine sealing chains and sealed within a miniature sand waterfall funeral, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called professor, had been utterly helpless. With the third Hokage dead, Tsunade let out a breath. Now, only the two old advisors remained. Mitokedo Hamura and Udatane Koharu. Mitokedo Hamura had been battling Kushina in her Ninetales chakra mode. He was covered in wounds, his body barely holding together. They had just witnessed the third Hokage's beheading. Their faces turned deathly pale. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had fallen, did they really have any hope? No. Absolutely not. But surrender was not an option. They had ruled Konoha for decades. They would never beg for their lives. They would die fighting for their dignity. Udatane Koharu hesitated. That was her last mistake. A flaw. A chilling voice rang out. Hatake Sakumo, the white Fang of Konoha, vanished in an instant. His body flickered through the battlefield. He appeared directly behind Koharu. His fingers curled into a tiger seal. 1,000 years of death. The air cracked. No, no, no. A piercing shriek tore through the battlefield. Koharu's face twisted in agony. This wasn't just a simple prank. This was Hatake Sakumo's version of the 1,000 years of death, a technique with terrifying lethality. With sheer force, she was launched dozens of meters into the air. Her frail body crashed into a stone wall. The impact was catastrophic. The wall collapsed upon her, burying her in rubble. The moment her bloodied figure stopped moving, it was clear. She had lost. An E-rank taijutsu technique had utterly destroyed one of Konoha's top leaders. Hatake Sakumo exhaled slowly, shaking his head. Still as effective as ever. He blew on his fingertips, a smirk playing at his lips. Old friend, I haven't used this trick in years. With that, he turned to the final remaining opponent. Mitokedo Hamura. The last of the so-called four great elders of Konoha. Danzo had fled. The third Hokage was dead. Koharu was unconscious. And now, Mitokedo Hamura stood alone, gasping for air. His old body couldn't keep up with Kushina's sheer speed. And then, a shadow loomed over him. His breath hitched. Above him, high in the air, Uzumaki Kushina hovered. A glowing blue sphere of chakra spun in her palm. Mitokedo Hamura's heart stopped. Reborn. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Mikoto Susanoo. The adamantine sealing chains and chakra arms just now were only meant as induced attacks. Uzumaki Kushina was here to lure Mitokedo Hamura into this place. A Reborn, infused with a blue pill, was already waiting for him. No, no, no. It was eerie. Mitokedo Hamura's final wail was exactly the same as those of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Uchiha Koharu. Fitting for a man who had controlled Konoha alongside them for years. Don't want to die. How laughable. Kushina fired the Reborn straight at Mitokedo Hamura's head. Boom. A loud explosion echoed throughout Konoha's outer chamber. Mitokedo Hamura's Tenro Fuin was obliterated by Uzumaki Kushina. With this, the three elders who had controlled Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokedo Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu, were all eliminated. Only one remained. Danzo. But he had escaped. However, Uchiha Mikoto had already given chase. Having dealt with Mitokedo Hamura, Kushina clapped her hands and turned toward the massive fox beside her. Lord Kurama, that bastard Danzo is insidious and ruthless. Let's chase him down quickly. Kurama looked at the bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokedo Hamura, and Uchiha Koharu and grinned slyly. Before that, he had one last surprise for Danzo. Then, Kushina, Kurama, and Tsunade took off in pursuit. Hatake Sakumo stayed behind to handle the rest. Meanwhile, Danzo was running for his life. As he fled, he discreetly sent out a signal. He could already sense Uchiha Mikoto pursuing him. Danzo sneered. Those fools have already set up an ambush there. Only Uchiha Mikoto had followed him. Exactly as he planned. And if she had Mangekyo Sharingan, that only made it better. Danzo would take it for himself. His only concern was what had happened with the third Hokage. After all, he had sold them out. Not that it was anything new. In the original timeline, Danzo had refused to fight in the Ninetales Rebellion. Even when Pain attacked Konoha, he stayed hidden. Both events had devastated the village, causing immense losses among the other clans. But Danzo's route? Untouched. His forces suffered no casualties. Danzo always put his own interests first. The rest of the village? He didn't care. The Ninetales was Konoha's power, but Danzo saw it as his weapon. The same went for the Uchiha clan. Their Mangekyo Sharingan was the Uchiha's strength, the village's strength. But what did that matter? To Danzo, it was his strength. Suddenly, Danzo darted into a narrow canyon. A one-line sky terrain. A natural trap. He came to a halt. Mikoto, who had been chasing, immediately stopped a few dozen meters away. Her voice was cold. Old man, why aren't you running anymore? Usually gentle, Uchiha Mikoto now radiated a freezing killing intent. The air itself seemed to chill. Danzo took a deep breath. Narrowing his eyes, he smirked. As expected of the Uchiha clan leader. You actually managed to chase me here. But coming alone, that was a foolish mistake. Mikoto scoffed. Old man, you think we need more people to deal with you? Danzo's expression immediately darkened. How dare she underestimate him? Him? For the first time in his life, Danzo felt truly insulted. Other than Hiruzen, who in Konoha had ever dared to speak to him like this. Today's young people. TCH. Danzo clapped his hands. Tap. 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 Suddenly, dozens of masked figures emerged, surrounding the canyon. Root ANBU. They had been lying in wait ever since Danzo's signal. This was a perfect trap. Danzo had deliberately led Uchiha Mikoto here. Rumble. A deafening explosion shook the canyon. The sound echoed for miles. Explosive tags lined both ends of the canyon walls. Boom. 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 One after another, the detonations triggered a rockslide. Huge boulders collapsed from above. Within minutes, both ends of the canyon were completely sealed. A dead end. Mikoto was now trapped. Ha 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 ha. Danzo let out a sinister laugh. Old age had its advantages. These young ninjas were too arrogant. Did they really think he'd run away unprepared? He was Danzo Shimura. Even if his opponent had Mangekyo Sharingan, so what? She was just a woman, inexperienced in the true horrors of the world. Danzo's face twisted into a cruel grin. He waved his hand. Rumble. Another explosion. This time, the entire canyon trembled. The rock slide continued. The walls crumbled, filling the canyon with debris. This was Danzo's plan. A self-sacrificing tactic. Even if he had to be buried alive, he would take Mikoto with him. The Root Anbu hesitated. Was Lord Danzo really going to die with her? But orders were absolute. They had no choice. Danzo never fought a battle he wasn't certain to win. He had a plan. And so, the rock slide continued for several minutes. Until... silence. The canyon was completely buried. Mikoto was crushed beneath tons of rubble. Excellent work, Danzo's voice came from behind. The Root Anbu turned in shock. Danzo stood there, unharmed. They immediately knelt. Lord Danzo. Danzo nodded. Now, dig out her corpse. Her Mangekyo Sharingan is mine. Yes, Lord Danzo. As long as he obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could control the Nine Tails. Danzo believed no one understood the Uchiha better than him. To him, they were just tools. And right now, he was about to claim their most powerful weapon. His victory was assured. After all, he had sacrificed one of his own eyes for Izanagi. But a mere 3-tomo Sharingan was worthless compared to a Mangekyo Sharingan. Boom. A loud explosion erupted from the buried canyon. Golden light burst from the cracks between the boulders. Thud. 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 The rocks trembled. A towering yellow figure emerged from the rubble. The Root Anbu stared in horror. Danzo's face twisted in disbelief. That's. A massive yellow skeletal form stood above them. Susanoo. Danzo's eyes widened. Damn it. How can her Mangekyo Sharingan be this powerful? Uchiha Mikoto's Susanoo radiated an intense yellow glow. It was only the second stage. But even so. TCH, using this power really hurts, Mikoto muttered, biting her lip. If not for Susanoo's absolute defense, she would have been crushed beneath the rubble. She leaped onto the canyon's peak, her Susanoo fully armored. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Poor Danzo. What kind of monster is that? How could this woman? The face beneath Danzo's mask was solemn. Danzo had used Izanagi to survive being crushed under the rubble. Izanagi, the forbidden technique of the Uchiha, could turn all misfortunes, even death itself, into mere illusions. He could shift between reality and illusion as he pleased. But Uchiha Mikoto relied on the true power of the Uchiha, Susanoo. Her Susanoo stood in golden armor, with a skeletal frame beneath it. Danzo looked utterly humiliated. So this is the Uchiha's Izanagi. Damn it. He hated it. He hated that he wasn't born an Uchiha. If he had the Uchiha bloodline, or even Senju's power, he wouldn't have had to go to such lengths to steal the power of both clans. But now. This is bad. Danzo unwrapped the bandages from his right arm. A grotesque sight was revealed, his entire arm was covered in Sharingan. A disgusting, unnatural sight. There was also a Sharingan hidden under the bandages covering his right eye. However, due to Izanagi, one of the eyes on his arm had already closed permanently. This arm, Orochimaru had grafted it onto him using Hashirama's cells. The cells weren't fully stabilized yet. The experiment was still ongoing. But Danzo couldn't afford to wait any longer. He could always replace the arm later. The Hashirama cells were meant to increase his life force and provide balance to the immense spiritual energy of the Sharingan. These Sharingan, all stolen before Uchiha Mikoto became clan leader. As the leader of Root and one of Konoha's highest authorities, Danzo had no trouble acquiring a few pairs of Sharingan. That bastard. Danzo has Uchiha blood on his hands. Mikoto's voice was laced with cold fury. The technique he just used, *Izanagi*, it's a forbidden Uchiha ability. Master Kurama predicted all of this. She admired Kurama even more. Everything was under his control. The night before the battle, Kurama had warned her about Danzo's abilities. So she had come prepared. Mikoto had only read about Izanagi in ancient Uchiha texts after becoming the clan leader. To some extent, Danzo wasn't wrong. He knew more about the Uchiha than even the clan leader herself. Swish, swish, swish. The breeze carried fallen leaves back to the earth. At that moment, several figures appeared behind Mikoto. Oi, Mikoto. Is that old bastard Danzo dead yet? Uzumaki Kushina grinned as she spoke. Not yet. Right over there. Mikoto pointed. Danzo turned sharply, his face full of disbelief. Standing before him were none other than Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, and Kurama. If these three had arrived, Danzo's blood turned ice cold. Then, Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu have all been defeated. And if Tsunade was here, that meant she had allied with the red-hot habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. Danzo's fists clenched, his entire body breaking into a cold sweat. Damn it. Konoha is practically under their control now. Suddenly, several Root operatives stepped forward, shielding Danzo. Lord Danzo, retreat immediately. We will hold them off. They were loyal to Danzo until the end. Was escape even an option anymore? Mikoto narrowed her eyes. Kushina, Tsunade, Kurama, I'll handle Danzo myself. Kushina smirked. Got it, Mikoto. We'll take care of these pests for you. Danzo's face twisted in despair. Then, Kurama chuckled softly. Mikoto, I have a better idea. She turned to him. Oh. Do tell, Kurama. Kurama clapped his hands. Snap. Snap. Snap, asterisk asterisk. 3 more figures appeared in front of Danzo. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Danzo staggered back, his breath hitching. Because standing before him were Hiruzen Sarutobi, Yutane Koharu, Mitokedo Hamura. His former comrades. But how? His heart pounded violently. Impossible. This isn't Edo Tensei, their eyes, their expressions, they're normal. Danzo's voice trembled. Hiruzen. Hamura. Koharu. What the hell is going on? These 3 would never willingly ally with Kushina and the others. Then how could this be happening? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, smiled gently. A hollow, empty smile. Danzo, we have fought together for decades. I advise you to surrender to Lord Kurama. Mitokedo Hamura nodded. Yes, Danzo. There is no point in resisting. Danzo's breathing grew ragged. His gaze landed on the men with short orange hair and glowing scarlet pupils. Kurama. Who was this man? How had he completely taken over Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu? Kurama smirked. The 3 of them moved. They stepped behind Danzo, cutting off his escape. Hiruzen's smirk turned to one of cruel amusement. Danzo, I told you to control your root. You refused. Now, I will do it for you. Danzo's hands trembled. Damn it, Hiruzen. Don't let them control you. Snap out of it. Hiruzen only sneered. This is me. The root operatives barely had time to react. In an instant, Hiruzen, Hamura, and Koharu launched their assault. Danzo's subordinates were slaughtered. One after another. Blood soaked the ground. Is this where my story ends? Danzo's mind spiraled. No, he couldn't accept this. No, my fate is mine to decide. But before he could react, Mikoto appeared before him in a blur. Danzo. If I didn't use Susanoo, that would be insulting, wouldn't it? Danzo gritted his teeth. Wind style, vacuum wave. He exhaled a powerful gust, sharp as blades. Strong enough to tear through stone. But Mikoto's eyes glowed crimson. Her Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Void severance. A spacetime vortex appeared. The wind attack vanished into the void. And Danzo. Danzo moved impossibly slow, trapped within her Mangekyo's space distortion. This time, void severance was stronger. Faster. The space vortex expanded. Danzo's eyes widened. No. In the blink of an eye. The vortex ripped through him. Blood and flesh splattered onto the ground. A slow, agonizing death. The once mighty leader of Root, reduced to nothing. Chapter 127, Chapter 127. Danzo's body was torn open by the swirling space vortex. Blood and flesh splattered across the floor. But in the very next second, that very flesh and blood turned into a shadow. Danzo's figure stood intact a few meters away. Izanagi. Another Sharingan on his right arm had closed. It was almost laughable. In the original timeline, Danzo fought Sasuke, and yet he could be taken down by a simple shuriken. A Kage-level shinobi dying to a thrown weapon. This was probably the first time anyone had seen such a thing. Did Danzo truly think he had the power of infinite resurrection? Whoa, that old bastard can't be killed. Kushina gasped in shock. She had just seen Danzo get obliterated by Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan technique. And it wasn't an illusion. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was alive again. This is the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, Izanagi. Kurama explained the fundamentals of Izanagi to Kushina. Suddenly, Kushina's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Kurama, you know way too much. You're seriously omnipotent. She latched onto Kurama's arm, grinning. Tsunade, standing beside them, also looked at Kurama with surprise. She couldn't help but mutter to herself. This guy, just how much does he know? Her admiration for him grew stronger. Ever since she met Kurama, Tsunade truly felt that he was some sort of omniscient force. Meanwhile, in the distance, Danzo almost coughed up blood. Kurama, that man. Danzo understood the situation in the village perfectly. Almost all of Konoha's major clans had turned against him. The few that didn't rebel would likely be wiped out soon. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Koharu, and Mitokedo Hamura had switched sides. The entire village was now in the hands of Uzumaki Kushina and her allies. And at the center of it all was this mysterious man, Kurama. Danzo was certain he had never seen this man before. If there had been such a terrifying presence in Konoha, there was no way he would have overlooked it. Damn it. Who the hell is this Kurama? Where did he come from? Danzo's thoughts were interrupted by agonizing screams behind him. The remaining Root operatives had been slaughtered by Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura. Joking aside, all three of them were Kage level. The Root members were completely outmatched. At this point, there was no more running. Danzo was alone. This time, not even wings could save him. His gaze darted around. No backup. No reinforcements. This was the end for him. And then, his deaths began. Killed by a barrage of exploding tags. Crushed beneath Susanoo's massive fists. Shredded apart by Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan technique. A particularly ridiculous moment played out next. A kunai stabbed into Susanoo. Danzo, ever stubborn, had actually tried to pierce through Susanoo with a kunai. Did he think a mere kunai could penetrate an ethereal warrior made of chakra? It was nothing but a pathetic, desperate attempt. Danzo unleashed every wind release technique he had left. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, continuous vacuum waves. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. But he couldn't even touch Mikoto. He was being annihilated. Damn it. Why? Why isn't it working? His rage boiled over. His techniques, his strategies, his planning, all useless. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. I, Danzo Shimura, am just a pawn. In a last-ditch effort, he summoned his Baku. The massive taper-like beast appeared with an ear-splitting roar. For a brief moment, it looked like the tide might turn. But then, Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan flashed. Slash. The Baku was cut apart before it could even do anything. Danzo was devastated. That was it. His final hope, obliterated. And now, only one Sharingan remained in his right eye. Danzo had never felt so powerless before. He had fought for so long, schemed for decades, eliminated countless enemies. Yet now, he couldn't even land a single hit. The worst part? Kushina, Tsunade, and Kurama hadn't even lifted a finger. They were just watching. Mocking him. No. No, 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 he refused to die like this. Danzo gritted his teeth. He had to do something. At the very least, he would drag these demons to hell with him. He still had one Sharingan left. His last resort. His body flickered forward, moving at full speed. But this time, his target wasn't Mikoto. It was Kushina and Tsunade. His movements were lightning fast. But Mikoto wasn't about to let him succeed. Her Susanoo faded as she intercepted him, standing right in his path. Danzo grinned darkly. This distance is enough. He was only a few meters away from them. And Mikoto was right in front of him. Danzo's Sharingan spun wildly. His hands flashed through seals. You bastards, come to hell with me. Black sealing runes erupted from Danzo's abdomen. 4-symbol seal. This was a sealing jutsu that sacrificed the user's life to erase everything in the vicinity. In the original timeline, Danzo had used this technique to seal a mere bridge. Now, he was using it to take them all down with him. Jump. Kurama's voice was calm. Kushina and Tsunade immediately leaped back. They dodged it with ease. Danzo's eyes widened. Impossible. He had miscalculated. Mikoto, however, was caught in the seal's range. Danzo felt a grim satisfaction. At least, he would kill one of them. The sealing barrier expanded into a deadly black sphere. Everything inside it was erased. Danzo's body crumbled away as the jutsu completed. But then, he revived again. Izanagi. His final Sharingan closed. It was over. Danzo was out of eyes. Tsunade, who had been watching, suddenly snapped. Hey! You're supposed to be strong. Why didn't you save Mikoto? Kurama smirked. You're her teacher, aren't you? Why didn't you save her? You. Tsunade turned red with anger. Kushina just laughed. Tsunade-ne, don't worry. Mikoto's fine. As if on cue. Sensei, I'm all right. Tsunade spun around. Mikoto stood there, smiling. Her Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed. Tsunade finally understood. That's Mangekyo's power. Mikoto nodded. This is my left eye ability, Divine Reversion. With it, I can never lose. Tsunade's mind flashed back to her medical ninjutsu duel with Kurama. That time, Kurama had used this ability to save her. So this jutsu didn't just work on others. It worked on the user as well. Meanwhile, Danzo was shaking. He had used up everything. He had given it his all. Yet now, as he looked at their calm, smiling faces, he realized the truth. He never stood a chance. And this time, he had no more Sharingan left to save him. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, 4th Hokage. Danzo's last stand. Danzo was not careless this time. Using his final Sharingan, he activated the Four-Elephant Seal, a forbidden technique meant to drag his enemy to the grave with him. He had thought that, at the very least, he could take Uchiha Mikoto down with him. But things didn't go as planned. Divine Reversion. Was this the ability of her left eye? He already knew the power of her right eye, the ability to carve through space, a power reminiscent of the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. But her left eye, what exactly was it? Danzo was certain the person he sealed wasn't a clone. Not a shadow clone, earth clone, water clone. Not even a substitution jutsu. It wasn't an illusion either. Could it be Izanagi? No, impossible. Izanagi sacrificed an eye in exchange for rewriting fate. But Mikoto's eyes were still intact, glowing ominously with the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's when he understood. Uchiha Mikoto's two eyes. One was meant for offense. The other for defense. Her right eye cut through space itself, a deadly and precise technique. And her left eye. It was an absolute defense, an ability that rendered even Four-Elephant Seal useless. Damn it. Danzo growled, rage and frustration boiling inside him. If only those eyes could have been his. If he had possessed them, his dream of ruling Konoha from the shadows would have become reality. But it was too late. He had played all his cards, and now he had no way to counter her. Mikoto's yellow Susanoo materialized around her again, towering over the battlefield like a god of war. Its blade, shining with immense power, manifested in its massive hands. Danzo's instincts screamed at him to retreat. He leaped back, putting tens of meters between them. But it wasn't enough. Too late. Mikoto's Susanoo swung its sword 13 times, each strike ripping through space itself. The very air around them distorted, creating massive voids of emptiness. The power of her Mangekyo Sharingan infused into Susanoo had turned the battlefield into a realm of annihilation. Danzo barely had time to react before he was sucked into the void. Inside this distorted dimension, movement became impossible. Mikoto's Susanoo raised its blade. And with a single decisive strike, Danzo was cleaved in half. It was over. The last enemy had fallen. Kushina clapped her hands and walked over to Mikoto, her fiery red hair flowing behind her. That old bastard Danzo had so many lives, and you still took him down, she grinned, giving a thumbs up. The ominous haze in the sky finally began to fade. Mikoto, who had remained cold and composed, let a small smile grace her lips. It's all settled now. Her dark eyes turned to Kushina. Kushina, you're the 4th Hokage now. You have to work hard. Hokage. Kushina's confident expression suddenly wavered, and her face flushed red. Her dream was coming true. With Danzo eliminated, Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, Kurama, a mysterious guy, remained behind, standing over Danzo's corpse. A sinister smile curled on his lips. Death is not the only solution, Danzo. With those words, Divine Reversion activated. Danzo's lifeless eyes widened, trapped within a powerful Tsukimi-like genjutsu. Just like the 3rd Hokage, Danzo became a mere puppet under Kurama's control. 3 days later, an official decree came from the Fire Daimyo. Uzumaki Kushina, the bloody red Havnero, was officially declared Konoha's 4th Hokage. The process had been simple. First, under the influence of Kurama, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself stepped down, citing his old age as the reason. Second, the major clans and village elders unanimously supported Kushina's rise to power. The daimyo of the Fire Nation barely cared. As long as no one interfered with his endless card games, the identity of the Hokage meant little to him. This wasn't unique to the Land of Fire either. The daimyo of other great nations were just as useless, mere figureheads sitting in gilded halls while the real battles were fought by shinobi. During the Fourth Great Ninja War in the original timeline, what were they doing? Sitting together. Playing cards. War. That was a shinobi's problem. Now, Kushina had secured her position. And next came the Hokage succession ceremony. Preparations alone took another 3 days. But finally, at only 15 years old, Uzumaki Kushina became the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history. The moment the news broke, the entire ninja world was shaken. Tsunade, Land of Wind. In the Kazekage's office, Karura clenched her fists as she read the intelligence report. That damn woman became Hokage. Her body trembled, not with fear, but rage. During the Third Ninja War, she had faced Kushina in battle. Not only had she lost, but Kushina had humiliated her. That smug, cunning smile haunted her dreams. She even remembered Kushina teasing her about her short hair, saying it didn't suit her. Now, her hair had grown long. Looking up at the sky, she saw the clouds shift, forming something that resembled Kushina's face. Her lips curled in frustration. Damn it, why do I keep thinking about her? Her heart pounded. No, this wasn't over. Damn, one day, I'll make you pay for what you did to me. Iwagakure, Land of Earth. Upon hearing the news, Third Tsuchikage Inoki scowled. What the hell is Sarutobi thinking? He knew Hiruzen well enough to know he would never give up power so easily. And yet, he did. Something is wrong. Besides, Uzumaki Kushina was a killer. She had personally led the attack that wiped out over 5,000 IWA shinobi. Inoki had never forgotten that loss. But then, he smirked. A Hokage like her might actually be an opportunity for us. Perhaps, rock shinobi could use the situation to their advantage. Kumogakure, Land of Lightning. The third Raikage wasn't surprised by the news. He knew the truth. Kushina and Kurama were in the same faction. As far as he was concerned, as long as Kurama wanted something, Konoha would give it to him. He remembered their battle against IWA shinobi. Kurama alone had annihilated over 20,000 ninjas. By comparison, the third Raikage himself had only taken down half as many. Thinking back, he sighed bitterly. The Fire Nation really is the strongest. Kirigakure, Land of Water. Unlike the other villages, Mist Shinobi barely reacted to the news. During the war, Kushina's reputation had already spread. Instead, their attention was drawn elsewhere. To a single individual. A shinobi with short orange hair and red eyes. A shinobi who used tailed beast bomb like it was basic ninjutsu. And no one, not even Mist's intelligence network, knew his name. That was what truly terrified them. Chapter 129, Party. Uzumaki Kushina becomes the fourth Hokage. The news spread like wildfire. The blood-red hot habanero, Uzumaki Kushina, had become the fourth Hokage of Konoha. This sent ripples across the entire ninja world. Every major village, every daimyo, and every shinobi of importance turned their eyes toward Konoha. A new era was about to begin. And today was the grand Hokage inauguration ceremony. The streets of Konoha. The village was packed. People from all walks of life had gathered to witness history. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the prominent figures of Konoha stood together. Among them were Uchiha Mikoto, the head of the Uchiha clan, and Hyuga Hikari, the leader of the Hyuga clan. Standing beside them was Tsunade Senju, the slug princess of Konoha. Hikari was the first to step forward, wrapping Kushina in a warm hug. Congratulations, Kushina, Hokage-sama. Kushina smirked and hugged her back. Oi, Hikari, don't you start messing with me already. Next, Mikoto and Tsunade exchanged words with her, each offering their congratulations. Meanwhile, under the influence of Kurama, the Nine Tails, a major shift had already occurred. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with his old advisors, Shimura Danzo, Mitoketo Hamura, and Udatane Koharu, had been forced into the background. They were still alive and might prove useful later, but their political reign was over. Kushina had her own plans. She wanted Tsunade as her advisor, someone capable enough to share the burden of running a village. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, had both strength and political clout. In time, Kushina also planned to bring Mikoto and Hikari into the council. The official declaration. Taking the Hokage hat, Kushina stepped forward. She stood at the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the sea of villagers. With fire in her eyes, she raised her voice for all to hear. From this day forward, I, Uzumaki Kushina, am the fourth Hokage of Konoha, the Land of Fire. She wore a confident, almost mischievous smirk, but there was an undeniable majestic aura around her. A roar erupted from the crowd. Wow! The fourth Hokage is so cool. Blood-red Habanero-sama will lead Konoha to new heights. She's the hero who ended the Third Great Ninja War. The Ino-Shikacho trio, Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, stood in admiration. They were Kushina's contemporaries, and they knew she had dreamed of this moment for years. And now, she had finally achieved it. In the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku clung to Namikaze Minato, which made Minato visibly uncomfortable. Fugaku, Minato coughed, shifting awkwardly, this is getting a bit much. But Fugaku grinned. Minato, I never thought that crazy blood-red habanero would actually become Hokage. Minato sighed and rubbed his temples. Fugaku, please address her as Hokage-sama now. Fugaku laughed. Fair enough. But I bet this news is shaking up the other villages. While the village celebrated, behind the scenes, the power structure of Konoha had undergone a complete transformation. The old ruling faction, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu, had been neutralized. The Sarutobi clan had suffered heavy losses during the coup. Ironically, it was Hiruzen himself who had stepped in to prevent complete civil war. His public stance was supporting Kushina's rise to Hokage, but in reality, he had little choice. Sarutobi Tenmaru, a prominent Sarutobi clan member, was still struggling to comprehend the situation. Would the third really give up power so easily? But the reality was clear. Everything had happened under the calculated influence of Kurama, the Nine Tails. If this had been an actual coup, the old guard would have been dead already. Instead, they were alive but irrelevant. The celebration party. That evening, Kushina, Mikoto, Hikari, and Tsunade gathered at a private celebration party. Kushina had originally wanted to invite Kurama, but he had declined. A women's gathering. No thanks. Kurama had worked hard planning this entire operation. He deserved some rest. While Kurama relaxed at Kushina's house, the women gathered at the Konoha tavern. The drinks flowed freely. And when Tsunade drinks, things always get rowdy. Her face was flushed red as she raised another glass. Ha! Finally, I don't have to listen to that old third Hokage bastard anymore. Hikari, sipping her own sake, smirked. Tsunade-sensei, did you have fun during your travels? Tsunade frowned, pouting dramatically. Oi, Hikari, call me sister instead of sensei. Do I look that old? Hikari and Kushina exchanged amused glances. Mikoto chuckled. You're not old, Tsunade, just experienced. Tsunade scowled. That sounds even worse. Then, she squinted at the three women in front of her. You girls have grown a lot. Her gaze was slightly too analytical. Kushina and Hikari suddenly felt exposed. Tsunade smirked. Especially you, Hikari. You changed the most. Hikari grinned. Damn right. Even in the hot springs, these babies float now. She shamelessly gestured toward her chest. Kushina rolled her eyes. Puffed, show off. Tsunade burst into laughter. Then her gaze shifted to Kushina, eyes narrowing. Kushina, though, what the hell did you eat to get that figure? Kushina smirked, standing up with hands on her hips. Tsunade nay, this is pure talent. Tsunade cackled. Ha! Talent my ass. I remember when you looked like a scrawny tomboy. The conversation soon spiraled into adult jokes, body talk, and romantic teasing. Hikari, ever the instigator, snickered. Kushina is actually the most experienced one here. She's been living with Kurama for years. So of course, she's developed in all sorts of ways. Tsunade's eyes gleamed. Oh. Is that so, Kushina? Kushina's face turned slightly red. Oi, Hikari, stop running your mouth. Hikari grinned mischievously. What? I'm just speaking the truth. Kurama must have helped you in ways we don't know. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Kurama, huh? He is pretty handsome. Must be nice to have such extraordinary support. Kushina, completely red-faced, launched an attack. She grabbed Hikari's sides and started tickling her. You brat. Let's see if you can still talk nonsense after this. Hikari shrieked. Kei Kushina-sama. Mercy. Ha ha ha. I surrender. The tavern filled with laughter, drinks, and raunchy jokes. This was the fun of being with friends. And thus, the new era of the fourth Hokage truly began. Chapter 130, Tsunade's late-night mishap. Kushina was the first to enter a relationship. Tsunade, Mikoto, and Hikari couldn't help but feel a hint of envy. Kurama wasn't just handsome, his strength was also terrifyingly overwhelming. Tsunade had realized this when she saw him competing with Senju in medical ninjutsu. Now, even if the four of them joined forces, they probably wouldn't be able to take him down. His good looks and strength were one thing, but what made him truly dangerous was his intelligence. Everything that had unfolded so far had been part of Kurama's plan. Even the old geezers from the third Hokage's faction had been played like pawns. In the entire ninja world, who else could pull off something like this? He was the only one. In the eyes of Tsunade and the others, Kushina had been completely nourished by Kurama. Her skin was more radiant, her aura more vibrant. Tsunade, on the other hand, was almost 30 and had never even held a man's hand. Just thinking about it made her want to drink. When it came to romance and relationships, women loved gossiping. Tsunade thought back to that night. In the room next door were Kushina and Kurama. She barely slept at all. The things she heard were so embarrassing she wanted to crawl into a hole. Come on, Kushina, Mikoto, Hikari, drink with me. Let's have another round. Tsunade declared. Tsunade-sama, haven't you had too much already? Hikari asked hesitantly. What are you afraid of? I have legendary drinking skills. Gulp. Tsunade downed another cup of sake. And so, the four of them drank late into the night. Unlike Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Hikari didn't have a high alcohol tolerance. But Tsunade. She drank as if trying to drown all her frustrations in the bottom of a sake bottle. One cup after another. Eventually, they ran out of alcohol. With Kushina's insistence, they finally called it a night. Mikoto returned to the Uchiha compound. Hikari went back to the Hyuga estate. Kushina helped Tsunade back to her home. After a quick rinse, both women collapsed into bed. The night stretched on. At noon the next day, sunlight streamed through the window. Kurama stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. That was a damn good sleep, he murmured, smiling. He stretched lazily, only to feel warmth beside him. Kushina. Kushina, you're still sleeping, he called out softly. No response. Kurama smirked. Oh. You still want to be spoiled first thing in the morning. He turned over. And froze. His crimson, slit-like pupils widened in shock. It wasn't Kushina beside him. Golden blonde hair cascaded over the white pillow. His breath caught. This is Tsunade. His brain stalled for a solid 3 seconds. Where's Kushina? His eyes darted around. Kushina was nowhere to be seen. And Tsunade was alone in his bed. He ran a mental playback of last night. After double-checking, there was no mistake. This was his room. That meant Tsunade must have entered the wrong room in the middle of the night. Kushina's house had multiple rooms, but only 2 beds. When Tsunade moved in, she had demanded a rule. If I'm staying here, you two are not allowed to do anything indecent at night. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. To keep the peace, Kurama and Kushina set up an extra bed in the spare room. When Tsunade wasn't around, he and Kushina did whatever they wanted. But last night, Kurama had been half asleep when he felt someone slip into bed beside him. Thinking it was Kushina trying to surprise him, things just naturally happened. Now that he thought about it, the feeling had been different. He had assumed Kushina was trying something new. It never even crossed his mind that it wasn't her. Both experiences were great in their own way, so he hadn't questioned it. Shit. Kurama patted his cheek. This isn't a dream. His instinct screamed at him. When Tsunade woke up and realized what had happened, she could literally punch him through a mountain. Kurama quietly got out of bed, silently dressed, and prepared to sneak out. 36 stratagems, retreat is the best option. Just as he reached the door. Knock. 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 His soul nearly left his body. Kurama-sama, are you up? Kushina's voice. Kurama coughed lightly to calm himself. Not yet. Almost. Okay, hurry up. I'm making breakfast. Kurama wiped the sweat off his brow. Then Kushina continued. Oh, by the way, have you seen Tsunade? I knocked on her door, but she's not there. Kurama's heart stopped. Oh, she probably woke up early for training, he blurted out. Oh, that makes sense. I'll make some for her too, then. Why yeah, sure. Thanks, Kushina. Hearing her footsteps head toward the kitchen, Kurama finally exhaled. Crisis averted. Or so he thought. Behind him, Tsunade stirred. Rubbing her eyes, she stretched lazily by the window. That was the best sleep I've had in years. Then, she turned. And locked eyes with Kurama. He grinned awkwardly. Yo. morning. Tsunade blinked. Then looked down at herself. Realization crashed down on her like a collapsing mountain. Her expression darkened. Kurama, you bastard, why are you in my room? Kurama raised his hands in surrender. Ah. Please, take a good look. This is my room. You're the one who snuck in here. Tsunade's eyes darted around. Oh shit. She had entered the wrong room. What the hell happened last night? She remembered drinking with the girls. Getting absolutely wasted. Kushina had helped her to bed. She remembered falling asleep. There were no problems there. So where did the problem start? Then. It clicked. The bathroom. She had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Did she go into the wrong room when she came back? The answer was painfully obvious. Tsunade's face burned. Nearly 30 years of purity. Gone. Not to some noble cause. Not in a romantic, storybook moment. No. She gave it away while blackout drunk. Her hands clenched into fists. Eyes filled with fury. Glaring daggers at Kurama. You bastard, look at what you've done. Kurama tilted his head. Pretty sure you're the one who walked in here. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Why the hell do you sleep with your door unlocked? Kurama smirked. Please, Tsunade. This is my room. My door was closed. Whether I lock it or not is my choice. You. Tsunade had no comeback. She had walked in here on her own. And now she was utterly screwed. Kurama, meanwhile, just grinned. He had discovered something huge. Tsunade's greatest weakness was herself. Chapter 131, Tsunade's big mistake, a night to regret, or not. Kurama leaving his room door unlocked wasn't for Tsunade. He had prepared it for Kushina. The blame fell on Tsunade herself. Tsunade's face turned red after being scolded by Kurama. Now she didn't know what to say. It was indeed her fault for entering the room by mistake. Tsunade thought that Kurama should treat her like Kushina. Everything that needed to be done was already done. Now Tsunade felt like she was the one suffering. You. Tsunade held it in for a long time, but she only managed to hold back for a while. You, the princess of Konoha, the legendary Sanin, how dare you accuse me? I should be the one asking to clear my name. Kurama, pretending to be aggrieved, sighed dramatically. She had found a way to deal with Tsunade. Are you still innocent? Upon hearing this, Tsunade became instantly furious. She should be the one saying this. She should be demanding Kurama to clear her name. How did this get turned upside down? Tsunade thought to herself. Asshole. This guy actually turned the tables on me. To clear his name. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Kurama, you should be the one begging me to say this, right? It's you who should clear my name. Tsunade, despite her anger, still addressed him with some respect. Even though she had 1,000 unwilling thoughts in her heart, she could only admit it. For so long, I had only been defiled by Kushina, and now I've been defiled by you. Shouldn't it be you who clears my name? Besides, you cheated on your disciple Kushina behind her back. Isn't it your fault? Is it Kushina's fault? Kurama, still pretending to be wronged, sighed dramatically. But deep inside, he was absolutely ecstatic. He had completely turned the situation in his favor. He wasn't wrong. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't even Tsunade's fault. It was Kushina's fault. This. Tsunade was now completely confused. She couldn't wrap her head around it for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, what Kurama said actually made some sense. Kurama and Kushina were a couple. So, didn't she intervene? How would she face Kushina in the future? Thinking of this, Tsunade sighed internally. Tsunade, you made such a mistake and will regret it for eternity. You entered the wrong room by mistake. This had nothing to do with Kurama, nor did it have anything to do with Kushina. This was entirely her fault. Tsunade had been completely tricked by Kurama. Seeing Tsunade's guilty expression, Kurama tried her best not to laugh. For the first time, to this man. For some reason, a strange, fleeting joy flashed through Tsunade's heart. No. What the hell am I thinking? It was him who humiliated her. Yes, that's right. That's how it should be. The proud Tsunade would never admit it otherwise. Then, what do you think we should do now? Tsunade's mind was in turmoil, and her speech became hesitant. What else can we do? Just pretend this never happened. Or, we could confess it to Kushina and see if she agrees. Kurama said this with a serious expression. Tsunade shot him a sharp glare. You wish. Just pretend this never happened. And remember, only you know, I know, heaven knows, and earth knows. Come, high-five me. Kurama smirked. Fine. Snap. 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 Kurama high-fived her, sealing the deal. Now turn around. I need to get dressed. Kurama's expression turned serious when it needed to. As he turned around, a sly smile appeared on his face. There's a saying about fools. Tsunade is a perfect example of it. She was completely fooled by him. After getting dressed, Tsunade couldn't help but ask. Didn't you notice that I wasn't Kushina next to you yesterday? Tsunade thought this was a reasonable question. Absolutely reasonable. Kurama chuckled. As the legendary Sanin, the medical sage of the ninja world, the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, and the princess of Konoha, why couldn't you tell there was someone above you? You. Tsunade fumed. Kurama always added a long list of titles before calling her name, which annoyed her even more. Her cheeks turned red with anger. She raised her fist, ready to settle things with him. This wasn't a contest of strength. Nor was it a competition of medical ninjutsu. It wasn't even a gambling match. This was a battle between ninjas. Asshole, you. Tsunade didn't get to finish. Kurama quickly covered her mouth. There were footsteps outside. Hey, bastard. Kurama, what are you doing in there? Kushina's voice rang from the other side of the door. No, no. I was cursing old bastards like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage, do I have to take the blame for this too? Oh. Kushina nodded seriously outside the door. Kurama, hurry up. The food is almost ready. Ah, thanks for your hard work, Kushina. As Kushina's footsteps faded away, Kurama leaned into Tsunade's ear and whispered. You were screaming so loud. You wanted Kushina to hear. Tsunade, whose mouth was still covered, quickly shook her head. She definitely didn't want Kushina to know about this. If she found out, she would be completely humiliated. Kurama finally let go of her mouth. Tsunade rolled her golden eyes and muttered. So, what now? I'll go out first. Then, you sneak out later. Tsunade nodded. Just as Kurama walked to the door, there was a thump. Tsunade had fallen off the bed. One of the dignified Sanin, the medical sage of the ninja world, had actually fallen backward. It was the most embarrassing moment of her life. And worse, someone saw it. Tsunade wished she could disappear into a crack in the floor. Her legs had gone numb after sitting for so long, and in her haste to stand up, she fell. A medical ninja misjudging her own body's state. This just showed how completely flustered Tsunade was. The thud caught Kushina's attention. Hey, Kurama. What are you doing in there? Should I come in? No, no. I just got too excited thinking about Kushina becoming Hokage and, accidentally fell. Kushina outside the door chuckled. Kurama, hurry up. The love meal is almost ready. With Kushina gone, Tsunade finally breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully peeked outside, making sure the coast was clear. Then, using the body flicker technique, she disappeared. The wind from her movement blew into the kitchen. Kushina blinked. Huh. Such a strong wind. While waiting for the meal, only two people remained, Kushina and Kurama. It's strange, why isn't Sister Tsunade back yet? She usually returns by this time, Kushina mused, tapping her fingers on the table. Well, let's check on her after we eat, Kurama replied casually. As he observed Kushina, a thought crossed his mind, isn't today her first day as Hokage? By the way, shouldn't you be at the Hokage office right now, he asked, raising an eyebrow. Kushina chuckled, waving him off. Oh, don't worry about that. I already planned ahead. Kurama gave her a questioning look. Kushina smirked. I left Mikoto in charge as acting Hokage for 2 days so I could take a little break. Kurama nearly choked on his tea. Seriously? This woman had barely become Hokage and was already delegating duties to someone else. Good grief, she's already acting like a boss before she's even settled into the role. Kurama shook his head with an amused smile. It won't be long before she completely owns the position. And truthfully, this suited Kushina's carefree nature. She had always been someone who chased dreams, not titles. She wanted to become Hokage, but dealing with all the boring administrative work that came afterward. That was secondary in her mind. Meanwhile, over in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Mikoto sat behind an enormous stack of paperwork, her face dark with frustration. If curses could manifest physically, Kushina would have already been struck by lightning 1,000 times over. Mikoto clenched her jaw, glaring at the documents piled in front of her. Damn you, Kushina. She never wanted this responsibility. She was only supposed to visit, not become an unofficial substitute Hokage. As she rubbed her temples, the office door creaked open, and Shikaka Nara peeked inside. Ah. Lady Mikoto. There's another urgent mission request that needs the Hokage's approval. Mikoto groaned. Bring it here. Shikaka strolled in, handing her the documents with a smirk. You know, Mikoto, if you really don't want this job, you should stop being so damn good at it. Mikoto shot him a deadly glare. Shut up, Nara. Shikaka merely chuckled, shrugging. Troublesome woman. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, It Feels Wonderful. Hokage Office, Konoha. Uchiha Mikoto sat at the Hokage's desk, staring at the towering pile of documents with a deep frown. In her heart, she had already cursed Uzumaki Kushina hundreds, thousands, or maybe even tens of thousands of times. Kushina, you bastard, you're out there having the time of your life while I'm stuck here drowning in paperwork. If you don't make it up to me properly, I swear I'm not letting this slide. This has to be the definition of a plastic friendship at its finest. She had cursed Kushina countless times in her head. But her body. Oh, her body was still being annoyingly obedient, diligently reviewing every single document in front of her. Ever since Kushina took office as the fourth Hokage, she had immediately disbanded the Uchiha police force. That outdated system belonged to the old era, and under her leadership, there was no need for such things. She had torn down the restrictive systems of the past and replaced them with new ones. The Uchiha no longer had to live isolated in a secluded part of the village. Anyone who wanted to move to the village center was free to do so. Of course, the Uchiha were creatures of habit, and most remained in their ancestral district. But still, a fair number, 320 people, to be exact, had moved. Now, Mikoto had officially shifted her residence to the center of the village. Despite the changes, one thing remained the same: the Uchiha clan revered their leader, Uchiha Mikoto. It was because of her leadership that the Uchiha had been able to transform so drastically. At the same time, they held deep admiration for the blood-red habanero, the fourth Hokage Uzumaki Kushina. After all, they knew how close Mikoto was to the Hokage. And nobody understood this fact better than Uchiha Fugaku himself. With Kushina as the fourth Hokage, the Uchiha now had real influence in Konoha's decision-making. Mikoto sighed as she continued reading through the reports. Then, suddenly, the text on the documents blurred. What the hell? She rubbed her eyes and took a deep breath. The letters became clear again. Great. I've read so much that I'm going blind. She chuckled bitterly to herself. Her gaze landed on the still huge stack of paperwork. Why the hell did I agree to this? Her sigh alone was enough to express the depths of her frustration. Somewhere in the village, Tsunade's solitude. Evening had fallen. Tsunade walked along a quiet stream, her steps slowing as she gazed at the sky. The horizon was painted with shades of crimson and gold, the clouds reflecting the setting sun. She found herself thinking about yesterday. A strange feeling stirred in her chest. Something wonderful. For the first time in her life, Tsunade felt like this. The mere memory of it made her normally pale cheeks flush a deep red, mirroring the sunset. Just recalling it slowly, savoring the feeling. Yesterday was really good. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. It was a rare, genuine smile, one that could melt even the coldest of hearts. Right now, she was alone. No one could see her like this. Tsunade wasn't one to be easily moved by emotions. But Kurama. That man was dangerous. Handsome, strong, intelligent. The perfect mix of brute strength and a sharp mind. And whether it was combat ability or medical ninjutsu, she had lost to him. That was when she had been completely conquered. Just thinking about it sent sweet shivers through her body. She had Kushina to thank for making the first move. If she hadn't, Tsunade would have definitely snatched up a man like that. But now. How the hell am I supposed to face Kushina? Tsunade was deep in thought when. Tsunade-ne. There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Tsunade nearly jumped out of her skin. She whipped around, her heart pounding. And there she was. Uzumaki Kushina. Reality really had a cruel sense of humor. Tsunade had just been thinking about her. And now she was right in front of her. Kushina's bright blue eyes widened. Then. Eee. The redhead screamed dramatically. Tsunade scowled. What the hell are you screaming for? You're the Hokage, act like it. Kushina waved her hands. No, Tsunade-ne, you look so different today. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Kushina giggled mischievously. How do I put this? You look more mature. More womanly. Tsunade shot her a cold glare. Oh. So you're saying I usually look immature and unwomanly? Of course not. Kushina laughed nervously. But in her eyes, there really was something different about Tsunade today. Before, Tsunade had been like a bud, a flower yet to bloom. Attractive, yes. But still reserved. And now? Kushina could see that flower in full bloom. If she were a man, she probably would have fallen for her right then and there. Anyway, Tsunade, it's getting late. Let's go back. Tsunade immediately refused. I'm not staying at your place tonight. She needed time. She couldn't face both Kushina and Kurama right now. Kushina smirked. Don't worry, Tsunade, Kurama and I won't disturb you. TCH. Tsunade flicked Kushina on the forehead. I'm not running away, idiot. I just have things to do. Seeing her insistence, Kushina let it go. 3 days later, Hokage office. Sitting behind her own desk now, Kushina stared at the mountain of paperwork. Regret hit her like a raisin. She had only been in office for a few days. And already, she wanted to resign. Being Hokage is bullshit. She couldn't even remember why she had wanted this job so badly. To become the strongest ninja in the village. To earn respect and admiration. What kind of idiot was she? No, she had to find a way to escape. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's return. Within the land of fire, several figures moved swiftly toward the village. At their head was none other than Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, there's been a major shift in the village. Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes flickered with interest. Oh. Do tell. The subordinate continued, the hero of the Third Shinobi War, the blood-red habanero Uzumaki Kushina, is now the 4th Hokage. What? Orochimaru stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed. Kushina. That brat became Hokage. His lips curled into a sinister smirk. Something very interesting was happening in Konoha. And he intended to find out what. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle, his long tongue flicking out as he licked his lips. Fascinating. This wasn't what I expected. He had been away, handling missions and conducting certain experiments in secret. But in his absence, the village had undergone a drastic shift. For the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to willingly step down. For Danzo to allow a Jinchuriki, of all people, to claim the seat of power. Something didn't add up. It seems I need to have a little chat with Danzo. He's been quiet lately, far too quiet. His subordinates remained silent. They had long learned that when Orochimaru was interested in something, it rarely ended well for others. As they pressed forward, another piece of news reached his ears. Lord Orochimaru, there's one more thing, Tsunade-sama has returned to the village as well. Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. Tsunade? Back in Konoha. Now he was certain, something was happening behind the scenes. A slow, sinister grin stretched across his face. Oh, this is going to be fun. With that, the snake Sanin increased his pace, eager to reach the village and uncover the truth. Chapter 133, Orochimaru. Mikoto thought. She had read about the phenomenon while going through an Uchiha clan document a few days ago. This is a sign. Mikoto could barely recognize people or objects within a few meters. Her vision was failing rapidly. She could only walk slowly, feeling the effects take hold of her. This was the price of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikoto had seen this documented in the ancient texts of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Kurama-sama had warned her about it when she first awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of these eyes came with a terrible side effect. Eventually, they would lose their light. After awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Mikoto had used its power frequently. It had been her greatest weapon in the internal conflicts of the Uchiha clan and during the brutal battles of the Third Great Ninja War. She had even summoned Susanoo, pushing her eyes to their limits. Now, the consequences were catching up to her. She had expected this. She had known it would come. And yet, accepting it was another matter entirely. Kurama had warned her back then, but at the time, Kurama had not given her a solution. It seems there's no other way. I have to go find Kushina and meet with Lord Kurama. Mikoto sighed as she made her decision. Slowly, carefully, she made her way outside. Outside Konoha, deep within Root's secret underground base. Danzo, what the hell were you and those old fossils in the 3rd generation thinking? Orochimaru's voice dripped with amusement as he leaned in, eyes sharp with interest. You actually let a little girl take the Hokage seat. Danzo smirked, his expression shadowed and unreadable. Haha, Orochimaru, don't be so hasty. There was something unsettling about his tone. That blood-red habanero, Uzumaki Kushina, achieved numerous military victories on the battlefield during the Third Ninja War. Her strength is on par with you and me. Danzo's voice carried an eerie confidence. Besides, the village supports her. 99% of the shinobi stand behind her. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Is that so? Can a little girl really be that strong? Danzo remained composed, his eyes gleaming with a hidden truth. Orochimaru, ever perceptive, narrowed his eyes. He had been around Danzo long enough to sense when something was off. And right now, Danzo was off. Something was different. But at the same time, the man before him was Danzo, through and through. There was no deception. And that, more than anything, made it unsettling. Danzo slowly rose, gripping his cane with a firm hand. Don't worry, Orochimaru. With the blood-red habanero as Hokage, collaboration, research, and our experiments will proceed unimpeded. Danzo's lips curled into a knowing smile. Hiruzen might have stopped us, but the fourth Hokage won't. Orochimaru's golden eyes flickered with intrigue. You hold quite a bit of respect for this little girl. Danzo chuckled, lowering his voice. Return to the village. There's an S-class secret I need to share with you. Orochimaru's smirk deepened. An S-class secret? Now you've piqued my interest. Danzo's expression darkened, his next words delivered with eerie calm. The current fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina, is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly. His breath hitched. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. What? The revelation was nothing short of shocking. A Jinchuriki as Hokage. And not just any Jinchuriki. The Nine Tails. The most powerful of the tailed beasts, sealed inside a fiery-tempered woman, now leading Konoha. For a moment, Orochimaru was speechless. Then, slowly, a grin crept onto his lips. So, does this mean she's a perfect Jinchuriki? Danzo merely chuckled. Who knows? Orochimaru licked his lips, his mind spinning with the possibilities. Konoha is becoming more and more interesting. His golden eyes gleamed with hunger. By the way, Orochimaru. There is one person in particular you should keep an eye on. Danzo's voice turned quiet, conspiratorial. Who? Kurama. Orochimaru's smirk faltered for the briefest moment. Kurama. Never heard of him. Who is he? Danzo's lips curled into a smirk. Oh, you will. Soon enough, his name will be unforgettable. Danzo stepped into the shadows, his presence fading into the darkness. Orochimaru remained, staring after him with a deep, calculating gaze. Then, a soft chuckle escaped his lips. Danzo, you old bastard, since when did you become some kind of prophet? The name Kurama echoed in his mind, filling him with a strange sense of anticipation. Elsewhere, Uchiha Mikoto struggled through the streets of Konoha, making her way to Kushina's home. It was nearly evening. The workday had ended, and Kushina had already returned home. She wasn't running Konoha alone. She had appointed a Hokage advisor, Tsunade. The arrangement was perfect. Kushina already had plans to retire when the time was right, ensuring Tsunade would take over as the fifth Hokage. With her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and her reputation as one of the legendary Sanin, no one would oppose her leadership. The moment Kushina saw Mikoto, she grinned and immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. Mikoto. The usual stoic Hokage persona was nowhere to be found. Around her best friend, Kushina was still the same rowdy redhead. But then, she noticed something was wrong. Mikoto, what's wrong? Mikoto's voice trembled as she spoke. Kushina, woo-woo. I am going blind. Kushina's expression darkened instantly. She waved a hand in front of Mikoto's eyes, testing her vision. Sure enough, there was something terribly wrong. Then, she remembered. Kurama had warned them about this when Mikoto first awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. The power of those eyes came at a price. Kushina clenched her fists. Damn it, this is too fast. We need to see Master Kurama about this. Neither Kushina nor Mikoto had a solution. But there was one who did. Kurama was all-powerful. He would have a way. As they waited for him to return home, Kurama was already thinking. The solution was clear. To restore the light of the Mangekyo Sharingan, there were only two options. A close relative's transplant. Or Hashirama cells. In this world, Hashirama's cells were nearly omnipotent. Uchiha Madara had transplanted his brother's eyes, evolving them into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke had done the same with Itachi's eyes. Obito had Hashirama's cells, which let him spam Kamui without a single drawback. Meanwhile, Kakashi, without Hashirama's cells, suffered from extreme chakra depletion. Kurama exhaled. Well, damn. We need to act fast. Kushina frowned. So. What do we do? Kurama smirked. Simple. We find her a pair of new eyes, or something even better. And with that, the real hunt began. One way or another, Mikoto would see again. And Kurama would ensure it. Chapter 134, Defective. Root's secret base. Danzo was half-kneeling, while a young man sat on the stone chair before him. The scarlet vertical pupils belonged to Kurama. Lord Kurama, Orochimaru has returned to the village. I mentioned some things about you to him. Danzo narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good. You did well, Danzo. Thank you, Lord Kurama, for your praise. This is what a true villain should do. Well, that sudden flattery caught Kurama off guard. He still wasn't used to it. He had long wanted to meet Orochimaru, one of the Sanin. Danzo had arranged a meeting between Kurama and Orochimaru at a secret base. That base also served as the experimental facility for Danzo and Orochimaru's joint projects. Experiments involving the Sharingan, Hashirama cells, and other forbidden research were all conducted here. Of course, the price was a bit steep, for the children. Orochimaru was known for his human experimentation. He was developing cloning techniques, aiming to mass-produce test subjects. His ultimate goal: eliminating the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Apart from direct bloodline transplants and Hashirama's cells, Kurama had his own methods. When he returned home, he was greeted by Kushina and Mikoto, both staring at him expectantly. Especially Uchiha Mikoto, her eyes were practically brimming with tears. Kurama raised an eyebrow and asked cautiously, "Is there something you want to know?" "Of course." Mikoto and Kushina answered in unison, practically bouncing in excitement. However, a question still lingered in Mikoto's mind. Kurama also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet he didn't seem to suffer from its usual side effects. Kurama simply chuckled. "Mikoto, you should understand that people's bodies are different. How could a being like me, someone with Senju lineage and the Ninetales chakra, be affected by something like that?" Satisfied for now, Mikoto returned to the Uchiha clan. Kurama then turned to Kushina and explained how he could help Mikoto. "Ah, Lord Kurama, are you saying that's the way to do it?" Kushina blushed, looking a little surprised. "That's right. Do you think Mikoto will agree?" Kushina grinned mischievously. "Don't worry, I know Mikoto very well." At that moment, an Umbu operative arrived quietly. "Lord Kurama, Danzo has made the arrangements." "I see. I'll head over now." Root's secret base. Orochimaru was observing everything with an air of boredom. Danzo had told him there was someone important he wanted to introduce. However, despite Danzo's arrival, this mysterious person had yet to appear. This annoyed Orochimaru. He, one of the legendary Sanin, held an esteemed position in the village. Who dared make him wait? Orochimaru loathed waiting for others. However, knowing Danzo, he had his reasons for treating this meeting seriously. Suddenly. Clack. 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 Rhythmic footsteps echoed in the darkness. Orochimaru's golden, slit pupil eyes narrowed. He wanted to see exactly who this was. Who could command Danzo with such ease? From the shadows, a pair of scarlet, vertical pupils stared back at him. For some reason, Orochimaru felt an oppressive chill. The air around him turned ice-cold in an instant. It was the first time he had experienced this kind of presence. What the hell is this feeling? It wasn't just the cold. Those eyes, they carried the presence of an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. Orochimaru considered himself a snake, a predator. Yet, at this moment, even the snakes around him recoiled in fear, slithering away desperately. Orochimaru finally spoke, his voice laced with curiosity. "Are you the one Danzo spoke so highly of? The one he made me wait for?" "Yes, that would be me, Orochimaru." Kurama's voice was calm and emotionless. As he stepped forward, his form gradually became visible to Orochimaru. The Sanin's curiosity deepened. Something about this man intrigued him. "Oh. So you made me wait this long, yet you haven't even introduced yourself." Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, licking his lips as he smirked. "I'm holding back the urge to kill you." His deep, husky voice made the stone chamber feel even more eerie. If it weren't for Danzo, Orochimaru would have already acted. He didn't wait for anyone, except those who intrigued him enough to be worth studying. That was why he endured years of waiting for Sasuke in the original timeline. He practically treated Sasuke like a prized possession, grooming him carefully, all while biding his time to take over his body. Perhaps it was because Orochimaru had lost his parents early on. Maybe he subconsciously longed for a parental bond. But now. He was growing tired of waiting. Kurama remained unfazed. "Oh, my name. Didn't Danzo tell you?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. His patience had just about run out. "Kurama." Kurama finally spoke his name. Orochimaru blinked. Kurama. Danzo had warned him about this person. Told him that he was extremely dangerous. And now, Danzo had personally arranged for them to meet. Why? Orochimaru was genuinely puzzled. But hearing the name Kurama sparked his interest. What made this man so special that even Danzo was wary of him? He studied Kurama carefully but saw nothing unusual. He didn't even sense a real threat from him. Was Danzo just getting paranoid in his old age? Orochimaru scoffed. So, tell me, what exactly is Danzo's reason for wanting us to meet? Danzo. Kurama smirked. Forget about that old bastard. I'm here for you. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Even Danzo only ever called the third Hokage old bastard behind closed doors. But this guy. He insulted Danzo openly, right to his face. Orochimaru turned to Danzo, who remained completely silent. Danzo, a man known for his unyielding ambition, was sitting there obediently. Orochimaru had never seen him like this before. He couldn't believe it. Danzo was many things, a manipulative, power-hungry war hawk. But he wasn't the type to submit to anyone. And yet, right now, it almost looked like Danzo was the subordinate here. Orochimaru was intrigued. Orochimaru, you've been researching Hashirama's cells, haven't you? Orochimaru's eyes flickered. You already know that much. So Danzo had already told Kurama about his experiments. TCH. You've spent years on that research, yet all you have to show for it is a defective, half-baked experiment. Kurama chuckled, shaking his head. Orochimaru frowned. A defective experiment? Kurama smirked. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Defective? He hated that word. Danzo had indeed received Hashirama cell implants in his right arm, but it was hardly a true success. Still, to have it dismissed so casually. You sure talk big for someone I've just met. Orochimaru muttered, his slit pupils narrowing as he scrutinized Kurama even further. Chapter 135, Wood Style. Semi-finished products and defective experiments. Hearing those words, Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly. He had been studying Hashirama's cells for years. No one in the entire shinobi world understood Hashirama's cells better than he did. Not even Hashirama himself. The cells he had implanted into Danzo's right arm had a success rate of at least 55%. That was an extra 5% beyond the standard, so how could it be called a semi-finished product? Danzo, in a way, was also one of Orochimaru's test subjects. Understanding how well Danzo adapted to Hashirama's cells allowed Orochimaru to refine his research further. But now, years of his research had been dismissed as worthless by some unknown brat. How could he not be furious? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin, reduced to a nobody. Boy, don't think that just because Danzo recommended you, I won't kill you. His golden snake-like eyes gleamed with menace, his entire body exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Kurama, however, merely waved a hand dismissively, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Big Snake, don't make that face. Orochimaru's oppressive bloodlust, which had just filled the room, vanished in an instant. Replaced by a strange, knowing smile. Today, he would have a nice little chat with Danzo. The members of Root really were getting worse with each generation. Kurama, let's get this straight. This is Danzo's research facility. I've spent years conducting my research here. Everything he needed for his studies was at his fingertips. Orochimaru was a man who believed in science. Sarutobi Hiruzen's so-called will of fire was something he had always found repugnant. Not only did he reject it, but he looked down on it. That was the greatest difference between master and student. He, Orochimaru, sought to uncover every truth in this world. No, perhaps, she sought to uncover it all. Danzo had introduced Kurama to him. To Orochimaru, this Kurama was nothing more than a subordinate Danzo held in high regard. Danzo had even mentioned that Kurama possessed some scientific talents. Kurama-kun, I heard from Danzo that you have some talent in scientific research. Perhaps that's why he arranged this little meeting. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, a chilling smile playing on his lips. That one phrase, Kurama-kun, sent shivers down Kurama's spine. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. All the research material on Hashirama's cells is here. You called my work semi-finished and defective. I'd love to see your research results, Kurama-kun. Snap. Orochimaru snapped his fingers. The dimly lit laboratory was instantly flooded with light. Kurama took in the sight before him. Rows of cutting-edge research equipment. And worse, several children submerged in tanks filled with strange fluids. Human experimentation. Orochimaru had never cared for competition in the field of research. He had absolute confidence in himself. In this shinobi world, was there anyone who could surpass his scientific prowess? No. Not a single one. Each of the three Sanin had their specialties. Orochimaru's was not only combat prowess but also his unparalleled genius in scientific research. Hashirama's cells were notoriously difficult to work with. The process required precise steps, years of dedication, a deep understanding of cell fusion, and an expert grasp on cell purity. For a novice to develop a clear understanding of it would take decades. By the time someone reached that level, the Hokage title would have been passed down through a dozen more generations. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Kurama, his expression laced with mockery. Kurama, however, ignored it. He scanned through the experimental records, the equipment, and the research data. Ding. Congratulations, host. Learning talent have been triggered. 10 seconds. Hundreds of seconds. Every bit of knowledge on Hashirama's cells, every experiment, every detail. All of it flooded into Kurama's mind. He let out a deep sigh. So that's where Orochimaru went wrong. Still, to have reached this level of research, Orochimaru's talent was undeniably remarkable. Kurama began fiddling with the equipment. Orochimaru didn't interrupt. Research required patience and precision. As a scientist himself, he understood that better than anyone. Kurama-kun, I won't disturb you. But I do hope you produce something that truly shocks me. Orochimaru smirked and disappeared into the darkness. His words were polite, but his thoughts were far different. Danzo, do you think Hashirama's cells are something just anyone can study? You called this boy an extremely dangerous man. But seeing him today. TCH, how underwhelming. How boring. This meeting had been a waste of time. Kurama hadn't even managed to stir up his killing intent. Orochimaru was unimpressed. Danzo really was getting old and senile. To value a mere boy so highly. He must have truly lost his mind. But while Orochimaru left with disappointment, Kurama remained focused. A few more hours passed. Kurama poured a vial of liquid into a container. Before him sat the fruits of his labor. 100% pure Hashirama cells. Kurama exhaled deeply. Finally done. This wasn't an easy task. It had taken him hours. No wonder it had taken Orochimaru years to reach this level. Now, he could finally understand the difficulties Orochimaru had faced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully developed 100% pure Hashirama cells. Fuse Hashirama cells. Fuse? Did that mean he'd end up with Hashirama's face on his chest, like Madara? Yeah, no thanks. Madara and Hashirama had a bond so deep that it practically screamed married couple. Good friends, good rivals, and definitely gay enough to engrave each other's faces on their bodies. Madara's 3 favorite words in the original story. Hashirama. Kurama wasn't about to join that club. Maybe a less dramatic implant, like Danzo's, would be better. Ding. Host has declined Hashirama cell fusion. Would you like to fuse would release instead? Would release. Now that was tempting. After all, it wasn't just one of Hashirama's abilities. It was his strongest ability. Fuse would release. Ding. Fusing would release. Fusion process, 1%. 5%. 12%. 35%. 100%. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused the power of wood release. Kurama clenched his fist. So this is the power of wood release. Not bad. But that was only the beginning. His gaze then shifted back to the 100% Hashirama cells. A bold idea crept into his mind. Since he had the perfect Hashirama cells, why not create something new? Another long research session passed. This time, there were 2 vials on the table. One contained Hashirama cells. The other, Kurama cells. It was time to test them both. Now, he was going to make a comparison. He selected 2 experimental subjects, one would receive an implant of Hashirama cells, while the other would be implanted with his own Kurama cells. The first test was to compare their self-healing abilities. Kurama inflicted identical wounds on both subjects. The subject with Hashirama cells began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the subject with Kurama cells, Kurama was stunned. Where were the wounds? He clearly remembered inflicting injuries, there was no way he hadn't. Initially, he had been focused on the other subject, not paying close attention. But now, there wasn't a single trace of damage. No wounds. Nothing to heal. Kurama had no choice but to try again. This time, he focused all his attention on the subject implanted with his own cells. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. Kurama focused all his attention on the experimental subjects created from his own cells. He observed something incredible: the wounds healed almost instantly during the creation process. This speed far surpassed that of Hashirama cell experimental subjects. The healing power of Hashirama cells was already remarkable, visible to the naked eye. But as for Kurama's own cell experiment, if one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't even notice that a wound had ever existed. It seems the power of my cells is far superior to Hashirama's. Kurama couldn't help but smirk. In the original timeline, whenever someone faced an unsolvable problem, Hashirama cells were the answer. Now, his own cells were even more broken than Hashirama's. Next up, wood release. Same purity, same technique. Afraid of damaging the equipment, Kurama tested it with just a small-scale wood release. The Hashirama cell experimental subject immediately sprouted several large trees in the lab. But the wood release from Kurama's own cells. That was something else entirely. Rumble. The ground cracked. The very earth trembled. Wooden branches burst out violently, tearing through the entire laboratory. This was an underground lab, yet it was instantly covered in massive trees. Some of them even reached the surface, breaking through the ground and becoming towering giants. The power of the Ninetales had affected wood release. In the original timeline, Yamato's wood release turned into an enormous tree when infused with Naruto's Ninetales chakra. But now, Kurama had merely used a small-scale wood release, and it had essentially created deep forest emergence. It was terrifying. The next day, Orochimaru arrived at the lab to continue his research. The Hashirama cells he had implanted into Danzo had allowed the old Warhawk to balance his body energy with the numerous Sharingan embedded in his arm. But Danzo lacked true mastery over wood release, which was a major flaw in the experiment. Besides, in Orochimaru's opinion, Kurama, the so-called new researcher under Danzo, was nothing special. TSK, so boring, Danzo. Orochimaru smirked slyly as he thought about it. Yet the moment he stepped into the underground facility, he sensed something was off. What's with these strange trees? Yesterday, the passage was clear. Now, thick branches clogged the corridors. The deeper he went, the harder it became to move. Finally, he reached the lab. And what he saw left him speechless. Orochimaru stood frozen, his golden eyes wide with shock. What the hell happened here? Almost all the equipment had been destroyed by thick, unruly tree limbs. Experimental fluids pooled on the floor, mixing into a chaotic mess. It was absolute devastation. Who the fuck did this? This lab was Orochimaru's most important research facility. It contained invaluable data on Hashirama cells and numerous other secret experiments. But now, a wasteland. Orochimaru's heart burned with fury. Damn it. Kurama was the only other person here yesterday. Did that bastard do this? Kurama had come under Danzo's orders. But what possible benefit would Danzo gain from this? No. That didn't make sense. Only two people had been in the lab yesterday, Orochimaru and Kurama. The truth was obvious. Orochimaru clenched his fists. He needed an explanation from Danzo. But just then, Orochimaru spotted him. Kurama was lazily lying on a tree branch, completely unbothered. Orochimaru's golden eyes darkened. There was no hesitation. Hidden shadow snake hands. A swarm of venomous snakes shot out from Orochimaru's sleeves, their fangs bared as they lunged at Kurama. Today, he was dragging Kurama to Danzo, alive or dead. If Danzo wasn't satisfied, then fuck Danzo. But just as the snakes were about to reach Kurama, a pair of scarlet, slit-pupiled eyes glowed ominously. A suffocating chill enveloped the entire lab. The snakes immediately recoiled, fleeing in all directions. Orochimaru's eyes widened. What the hell? This had never happened before. He was the snake Sanin. His snakes never disobeyed him. Yet now, they refused to attack. Those red eyes. A deep, primal fear stirred in Orochimaru's heart. Now, he understood why his snakes had run. Yesterday, Kurama had seemed harmless. Today, Orochimaru felt genuine danger from him. Danzo hadn't tricked him. The man named Kurama was truly dangerous. This time, Orochimaru chose not to attack. Kurama. You did this, didn't you? You mean this whole mess? Yeah, that was me. Kurama's response was casual. Do you have any idea how much effort Danzo put into this lab? Was this on his orders? Pfft. Kurama scoffed. What's left to care about in this shitty lab? This is the main Hashirama cell research facility. Yeah. And it's finished. Finished. Done. A joke. That was the funniest joke Orochimaru had ever heard. If studying Hashirama cells was so easy, then what the hell had he been doing all these years? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru burst into laughter. You think you understand science better than me? Me. No one in the ninja world had a deeper understanding of human experimentation than him. No way, Orochimaru. You do know what Hashirama's true power was, don't you? Kurama's smirk was chilling. Orochimaru hesitated. Would release. An idea suddenly struck him. The trees. Could it be? His eyes widened in horror. Kurama grinned. Don't doubt yourself, Orochimaru. Be the scientist you think you are. You mean? You completely unlocked Hashirama cells. Otherwise, why would I waste my time here? This is 100% pure. Kurama smirked. In a way, I should thank you. Your research saved me a lot of time. A single day. In one day, he had done what Orochimaru couldn't achieve in years. For the first time in his life, Orochimaru felt inferior. He had looked down on Kurama, expecting a fool. But the fool had been him. The technology Kurama possessed was far beyond his own. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the darkness. A figure kneeled before Kurama. Lord Kurama, I am ready. Excellent. Now, Koshimaru, show your power. Kurama stroked the man's head with a sinister grin. Orochimaru's blood ran cold. Koshimaru. His breath caught in his throat. The man kneeling there was an exact copy of him. What the fuck is going on? Chapter 137, Chapter 137. Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes, scrutinizing the men before him. No, this wasn't a transformation jutsu. The resemblance was too perfect. This man, Koshimaru, was exactly like him. Moreover, Orochimaru found himself kneeling on one knee, saluting Kurama. The moment he realized it, a wave of disgust washed over him. TCH, since when have I ever knelt to anyone except for the third Hokage when I was a child? Orochimaru was sure, this wasn't genjutsu. This wasn't some cheap imitation. And that made it all the more unsettling. Kurama-kun, what's going on? Orochimaru's voice was calm, but his mind was a storm of curiosity and irritation. Kurama smirked. This? It's just a clone. A clone. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. Cloning was a field of research he had been exploring for years. If he could master it, there would be no need to abduct children for experiments. Even more importantly, cloning would allow him to fully maximize the potential of the living corpse reincarnation technique. Eternal youth. True immortality. Originally, he had planned to study cloning after finishing his research on Hashirama's cells. But the latter had proven to be an incredibly difficult hurdle. Yet, standing before him was living proof that someone had mastered cloning. And not just anyone, this unknown boy, in less than a day, had done what Orochimaru had spent years attempting. Hey, Kurama-kun, I might have underestimated you. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed with intrigue. He had to get his hands on this knowledge. Ha ha ha. Kurama-sama, I made a mistake. His sudden shift in attitude was obvious. He wasn't just interested, he was desperate. If this man had perfected Hashirama's cells and cloning, then Orochimaru needed to stay close. But why had Danzo never introduced them? He had worked with the old Warhawk for so long, yet he had never heard of Kurama. Was he a new recruit en route? Orochimaru folded his arms, contemplating. Kurama-kun, it's not good to stay under Danzo's thumb. Why don't you come work under me instead? I can remove that pesky root curse seal for you. Kurama blinked, then smirked. You think I'm one of Danzo's men? Orochimaru's brow twitched. You're not. Kurama chuckled but didn't clarify. Orochimaru, you work with Danzo, don't you? So what's the difference? Orochimaru's smile widened, but his voice was dark. TSK. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. My alliance with Danzo is temporary. The moment he outlives his usefulness, I'll discard him. Kurama tilted his head. Then why work under anyone at all? How about you become my subordinate? Silence. For the first time in a long while, Orochimaru was genuinely stunned. Did this brat really just suggest he work under him? Orochimaru stared at Kurama for a long moment. Then, his smile returned. Kurama-kun. His voice was slow, measured. You certainly know how to amuse me. Then, without warning. Hidden shadow snake hands. A swarm of serpents shot toward Kurama. Before they could land, Koshimaru stepped forward, kunai in hand, and sliced through them. Lord Kurama, leave this insidious man to me. I'll give everything I have. Kurama smirked. Then, have fun. Orochimaru frowned, his expression darkening. This clone, this thing, dared to speak down to him. You filthy clone. You dare mock me. Koshimaru stared at him blankly. Insidious, genderless freak. Orochimaru's eye twitched. TCH. He really wanted to strangle this brat. No, he wanted to see for himself. How powerful was this clone? If he could recreate this process himself, it would open doors to his ultimate goal. Orochimaru extended his neck grotesquely, pulling the Kusanagi blade from his mouth, saliva dripping from its hilt. Ugh. Disgusting snake. Koshimaru grimaced. Orochimaru's smile twitched. You talk too much. With a blur, he struck. Koshimaru barely dodged, bringing up his kunai to deflect the blade. The force sent him skidding backward. The fight was fast, vicious. But in the end, Orochimaru won. He stood over the remains of the clone, eyes gleaming with raw excitement. It wasn't about the victory. No, it was about this technology. Kurama had achieved what he had only dreamed of. If he could get his hands on this power, this cloning technique, he would be unstoppable. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sinister grin. He turned back to Kurama, licking his lips. Kurama-kun, you're making me more and more excited. Kurama raised a brow. What, getting horny? Orochimaru's grin widened. Oh, don't flatter yourself. But that cloning technology of yours. I must have it. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Hundreds of shuriken rained down upon Kurama. Clang. 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 Each and every one bounced off him. Dark red chakra oozed from his body, wrapping around him like a protective armor. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes widened in shock. This chakra. It was dense, thick, raw. And unmistakable. This is the power of the Nine Tails. Kurama smirked. Oh. You're surprisingly knowledgeable. Orochimaru clenched his fists, suppressing the tremor of excitement that ran through his body. The Nine Tails. He had never seen this power before. After all, ever since Madara and Hashirama's battle, the beast had been sealed within Uzumaki Mito, then later transferred to Uzumaki Kushina. No one in Konoha, aside from the Hokage and his inner circle, was supposed to know. And yet, Orochimaru did. He had his ways. His research. His sources. Now, seeing it firsthand. A wicked grin stretched across his face. Fascinating. Chapter 138 versus Orochimaru. Danzo had confirmed it to Orochimaru. The fourth Hokage, the blood-red habanero, Uzumaki Kushina, was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The Uzumaki clan had once been proud, arrogant even. But after the destruction of Uzushiogakure, they had scattered in all directions, their numbers dwindling. Many were killed. Those who survived often had to hide their lineage, adopting new names to avoid persecution. In the original records, the Uzumaki name had faded, with only a few remnants left in individuals like Nagato and Kushina. Some Uzumaki intermarried with civilians or other clans, leading to the dilution of their bloodline. However, there was a problem. Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Then why did this man standing before him, Kurama, also possess the power of the Kyuubi? This was something that greatly puzzled Orochimaru. Could it be that this man, Kurama, was actually an undercover agent planted within Root? Someone positioned in the shadows to watch Danzo's every move? If that were the case, what a grand drama this would be. Kurama-kun, where does your Nine Tails chakra come from? The seemingly gentle question was laced with killing intent. Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed like a predator's, and Kurama was his prey. Do I need to explain that to you? Kurama chuckled within him, clearly entertained. Fool. You'll regret this. Orochimaru's face twisted into something monstrous. His mouth stretched unnaturally wide before an unholy mass of serpents slithered out, lunging toward Kurama. Each snake carried a blade within its mouth. The sheer number of them, writhing, slithering, coiling together, was enough to make even the bravest shinobi recoil in disgust. Anyone with trypophobia would probably just drop dead on the spot. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the underground lab. The entire structure was obliterated in an instant, reduced to rubble. As the smoke cleared, the sky became visible. The battle had torn through to the surface. Orochimaru barely had time to react before he felt a powerful, oppressive chakra behind him. He spun around to see a figure shrouded in dark red energy. Four tails swayed behind Kurama, his body completely cloaked in a bubbling Kyuubi shroud. This is impossible. The Kyuubi's chakra shouldn't be this strong in anyone but its Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's mind raced. Could it be? Had Danzo deceived him? Had he been tricked into believing Kushina was the true Jinchuriki when in reality, it was this man? Kurama-kun, are you the real Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Kurama smirked, his eyes filled with amusement. Who knows? This answer was worse than a lie. It was infuriatingly vague. Orochimaru's interest deepened even further. Then, a dark red chakra-cloaked fist erupted from the ground, smashing into Orochimaru's face. The impact twisted his features into something grotesque, as if his face was melting mid-punch. The sheer force sent him hurtling through the air, crashing through dozens of trees before he slammed into a cliffside, embedding himself deep into the rock like an upturned daikon radish. A perfect, earth-shaking punch. A punch that could crush faces. His body slumped forward before peeling away from the rock, tumbling to the forest floor. His body was already regenerating, but he knew he had taken significant damage. He had no time to recover. The next wave of attacks had already begun. Orochimaru flicked his wrist, summoning the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the legendary blade extending out of his mouth like an unnatural horror. Snakes, giant fangs, venomous strikes. But none of them landed. No matter what he did, Kurama was simply too fast. Then, as if bored, Kurama casually withdrew his tailed beast cloak. This was the part that truly terrified Orochimaru. Because despite no longer having his Kyuubi shroud, the overwhelming pressure remained the same. What is he planning? Orochimaru's body tensed as he saw Kurama begin to form a tailed beast bomb in his palm. A small, concentrated sphere of black and purple energy, a compressed mass of annihilation. Orochimaru's eyes widened. TCH. Can't let that hit me. He slammed his hands together. Triple Rashomon. 3 massive demonic gates burst from the earth, standing tall between him and Kurama. This was Orochimaru's greatest defense. No one had ever broken through it. He smirked to himself. Now then, Kurama-kun, how will you deal with my ironclad defense? Suddenly, the air itself began to twist and distort. Orochimaru's smirk disappeared. The space in front of him warped into a violent spiral, dragging in everything, including his precious Rashomon gates. Within seconds, they were shredded apart and sucked into oblivion. Impossible. His strongest defense had just been erased from existence. Orochimaru didn't hesitate, he leaped back just in time to avoid being caught in the distortion. Even so, the residual force of the spacetime attack left deep cuts all over his body. He was wounded. And worse. He now knew exactly what he was dealing with. Kurama's red eyes were no longer just slitted like the Kyuubi's. Within them, he now bore a pair of intricate black rings spinning ominously against his scarlet irises. Orochimaru's breath hitched. That pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. A Kyuubi user with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's entire body shuddered in excitement and terror. A being like this was the pinnacle of shinobi. His ultimate fantasy. A perfect ninja. He had craved the Uchiha's bloodline for years, but none of the current generation interested him. The only Mangekyo Sharingan user, Uchiha Kagami, had been snatched up by Danzo's schemes. The rest of the Uchiha clan were mere 3 Tomo children, unworthy of his time. But this man. Kurama-kun. Orochimaru licked his lips, voice trembling with pleasure. If you let me dissect and study you, it would be the greatest honor of my life. Smack. A clawed hand cracked across his face so hard that his vision went blank for a moment. Orochimaru tumbled backward, ears ringing, face twisted from the sheer force of the slap. How? Kurama was in front of him again. He had moved faster than Orochimaru's eyes could track. And he was grinning. Shut up, you slimy bastard. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Orochimaru surrenders. It was too fast, Orochimaru couldn't react in time. He was completely overwhelmed by Kurama. Not only did this man possess the power of the 9 tails, but he also wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan. How the hell was he supposed to fight this battle? Orochimaru was no fool. He knew how to assess the situation. And right now, if he continued fighting Kurama, he had only 2 possible outcomes, severe injury or death. Was it worth it? Absolutely not. When the hell did such a powerful shinobi appear in Root? Orochimaru had never even heard of him before. A bead of sweat dripped down his forehead. His instincts screamed at him, this man was dangerous. He exhaled slowly, raising his hands in a sign of surrender. Kurama, I admit defeat. If this fight continues, I fear for my life. The aura emanating from Kurama was suffocating. Orochimaru's hands and feet trembled slightly. This was a sensation he had never experienced before, not even when he fought the so-called demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in the Second Great Ninja War. But this man before him, this Kurama, was on an entirely different level. Orochimaru had always pursued strength, an unrelenting hunger to surpass his limits. And this was the ideal strength he had dreamed of. He slowly lowered his head. Following Kurama, surrendering to him, was the wisest choice he could make at this moment. Kurama chuckled. Smart choice, Orochimaru. Lord Kurama, those who understand the flow of power will always stand above the rest. I'm not like those foolish shinobi clinging to their outdated beliefs. At that moment, Danzo approached with several root operatives in tow. Danzo cast a glance at Orochimaru before turning toward Kurama. Lord Kurama, you and Orochimaru have caused quite the commotion. The entire battlefield lay in ruins, a direct consequence of Orochimaru's foolish decision to fight Kurama. Lord Kurama. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at Danzo's words. Danzo had sent Kurama here, right? Wasn't he supposed to be one of his subordinates? A member of Root? Then why the hell? Why the hell was Danzo speaking to him with such deep respect? Danzo, isn't Kurama one of your men? Your subordinate? Danzo scoffed, casting Orochimaru a disdainful look. Orochimaru, don't insult me. From the very beginning, I never said that Lord Kurama was my subordinate. Danzo's lips curled into a smirk. He is my master. Master. Orochimaru's breath hitched. He finally understood. He had misunderstood everything from the start. It all made sense now. The sheer overwhelming power Kurama displayed. How could such a being ever be a mere subordinate? It was the other way around. Danzo and his entire Root faction were nothing more than Kurama's subordinates. Everything Orochimaru had assumed was wrong. A shiver ran down his spine. For the first time in years, he felt a genuine sense of fear. Danzo extended his hand toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru, welcome to our ranks. Kurama's gaze lingered on Orochimaru, his expression unreadable. Orochimaru hesitated only for a second before slowly lowering himself onto one knee. Lord Kurama, Orochimaru. I am willing to serve you. His words were genuine. Before absolute power, he had no choice. To refuse was to die. And Orochimaru had far too much left to discover in this world. He wouldn't allow himself to perish so soon. He lowered his head further, his voice steady. What is your next command, Lord Kurama? Kurama smirked. Continue your experiments, Orochimaru. For now, that is all. Orochimaru exhaled. The tension finally left his body. It turned out that Konoha had already fallen under Kurama's control. No wonder he hadn't heard about it earlier. But the most terrifying thing of all was how Kurama had seized control of the entire village. Before leaving, he cautiously asked. Lord Kurama, if I may. Your power over the Nine Tails. Kurama chuckled. Oh, that. You can think of me as a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki. And of the Nine Tails. The realization hit Orochimaru like a ton of bricks. No wonder his summons had fled in terror. No wonder that power had shaken him to his core. At this moment, he understood everything. Perfect Jinchuriki were far more powerful than a wild-tailed beast. A perfect Jinchuriki could fully harness their Biju's power without consequence. And Kurama. Kurama possessed the strongest of the nine. Orochimaru struggled to even imagine the kind of destruction Kurama could unleash if he ever went all out. Uchiha Madara had once used his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. Senju Hashirama had subdued it with wood release. But neither of them had ever truly wielded the full might of the Nine Tails itself. And yet, this man had achieved what no one else could. Senju Kurama was a walking, breathing miracle. Orochimaru clenched his fists. For the first time in his life, he found himself admiring someone. Kurama only smirked at him. If he told him that he was actually the original Nine Tails itself, Orochimaru's jaw would probably hit the floor. The issue with Orochimaru had been settled. Now, Kurama turned his attention to Uchiha Mikoto. At home, Kurama was alone. Kushina had already gone to the Uchiha compound. Right now, she was probably on her way back with Mikoto. Due to overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Mikoto had developed severe myopia. She needed treatment. But her slow and cautious pace was pissing off Kushina. So, naturally, Kushina did what Kushina does best. She picked Mikoto up and carried her like a damn princess. Kushina. What are you doing? Mikoto struggled in embarrassment. Relax, Mikoto. You act like I'm about to eat you or something. Kushina grinned, speeding through the village with Mikoto in her arms. Naturally, this attracted a lot of attention. Hey, isn't that the Hokage? Yeah. She's carrying the Uchiha clan leader. Holy crap, does Hokage-sama swing that way? Duh. You think any men in the village could actually handle her? Makes sense. Guess she had to look elsewhere, huh? Minato and Fugaku, standing nearby, witnessed everything. Fugaku chuckled. He already knew about Mikoto's tendencies. And Well, he had to admit, Minato was pretty damn attractive. He turned toward him, a smirk playing on his lips. Minato, do you have any idea how beautiful you are? Minato took a step back, visibly uncomfortable. Fugaku, what the hell? Fugaku simply grinned. Just stating the truth, my dear Minato. Minato sighed. I hate this village sometimes. Chapter 140, Mikoto. Because I can't take my eyes off you. Namikaze. Minato shuddered, feeling goosebumps spread across his body. How the hell could Uchiha Fugaku say something so damn cringeworthy? And what was with that heated intensity in his eyes? Minato always felt that something was off whenever Fugaku was around. It was unsettling. He couldn't help but wonder. Had Fugaku been hit on the head recently? Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto had returned home. After escorting Mikoto to her room, Kushina flashed a mischievous grin. All right, Mikoto, Lord Kurama is really strong. Mikoto blinked in confusion. Huh. Kushina's so-called words of encouragement only made things weirder for her. Then, without warning, Kushina backed away and slipped out of the room. Wait. Kushina, aren't you supposed to help treat my eyes? Ahem. Treatment is important, of course. But as they say, out of sight, out of mind. So. I'm getting the hell out of here. With that, Kushina shot her a thumbs up, then turned and shut the door behind her. Phew. Mikoto let out a slow breath, adjusting herself onto a chair with Kurama's support. Lord Kurama, do you really have a solution for the Mangekyo Sharingan side effects? Kurama smirked. What, you don't believe me? Of course I do. I've always trusted you, Lord Kurama. Kurama had already created miracles for her more times than she could count. She had no reason to doubt him. So, what's the method? Mikoto asked, hopeful. Kurama folded his arms. The method is neither simple nor difficult. Mikoto's lips twitched. That was a useless answer. Kurama continued, my power surpasses even Hashirama's cells. Since I'm not affected by the Mangekyo's drawbacks, the same can be true for you. Mikoto's brows furrowed. You mean, fusion? Her mind flashed back to the time when Lord Kurama merged his chakra with her Sharingan's power. That had been just an energy infusion. But now. She hesitated. Is it like last time? A chakra-based fusion. Kurama leaned in close, his breath warm against her skin. Mikoto's heart pounded wildly. A faint blush crept up her ears, spreading across her cheeks. No, Kurama said with a smirk. This time, it's a true fusion, you and me and you. Mikoto stiffened. Wait. What? Kurama chuckled. What? You don't want to? It's not that. Kurama had given her the Mangekyo Sharingan, the power to change the Uchiha clan's fate. He had done so much for her, she owed him more than she could ever repay. Mikoto clenched her fists, feeling a rush of conflicting emotions. She was willing to give him everything, even her life if necessary. But then, she thought about Kushina. Kurama saw through her hesitation instantly. His grin widened. You're worried about Kushina's feelings, aren't you? Mikoto didn't answer. She simply nodded. That's an easy fix. Snap. Kurama snapped his fingers, and a certain red-haired devil waltzed into the room, grinning ear to ear. What, Lord Kurama, you haven't started yet? Kushina teased. Kurama scoffed. You little brat, don't think I didn't notice you eavesdropping outside the door. Kushina giggled, twirling a strand of her crimson hair. Hee hee, guess I got caught. She strode over to Mikoto and grabbed her hands. Mikoto, come on. I can't handle Lord Kurama alone. I need backup. Mikoto froze. Wait. Hold on. What? The actual fuck? She pieced everything together, the way Kushina had personally come to pick her up from the Uchiha compound, the suspiciously knowing smile on her face all day. That little minx had set her up. Kushina cackled evilly. Mikoto, you get it now, right? Mikoto said nothing. She just rolled her eyes and shoved Kushina away. Ha ha ha. Mikoto, you're too cute. Kushina stopped teasing and turned to leave, closing the door behind her with a mischievous grin. Mikoto, don't be scared. Sooner or later, we'll both be Lord Kurama's companions. That night, Kurama used his power to remove the side effects of Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan. The process took hours, but in the end. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow over Mikoto's face. The warmth stirred her awake. She rubbed her eyes groggily. Then she froze. The ceiling, she could see it. Perfectly. Her vision was crystal clear. Her breath hitched. She clutched the blankets, overwhelmed with emotion. She had to fight the urge to scream with joy. Because right next to her, Kurama was still asleep. She clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a giggle. For the first time, she could see Kurama's face up close. His features were sharp and breathtakingly handsome. Mikoto reached out, tracing the contours of his face with her fingertips. Her voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "Lord Kurama is so handsome." Kurama's eyelids fluttered, and Mikoto yanked her hand back, heart pounding. But instead of scolding her, Kurama smirked, eyes still closed. "Put it back. I like the warmth of your palm." Mikoto's breath hitched. Her face turned scarlet. "Lord Kurama, why you're awake? Did I disturb you?" "No," he murmured. "How's your eyesight?" I can see perfectly." "Thank you, Lord Kurama." She couldn't contain her joy anymore. Mikoto let out an ecstatic cry, twirling around in delight. Then, a loud, exasperated voice rang out from outside the door. "Oi! You two are way too noisy first thing in the damn morning. Get your asses up already." Kushina's grumbling made Mikoto snap her mouth shut. Her wide, joyful eyes darted to Kurama, who chuckled at her playful expression. Kushina stormed into the room, frowning. "TCH, I even made breakfast for 3, but one of you ran off." Kurama smirked. "It's fine, Kushina. I'll eat Mikoto's share." Meanwhile, back at the Uchiha compound, Mikoto was practically bouncing off the walls in excitement. Kurama had told her that she would no longer suffer from the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, she could use her full power without any fear. She clenched her fists, feeling the massive increase in her chakra reserves. She owed it all to Lord Kurama. A gentle smile graced her lips. "Thank you, my men." Chapter 141, Slice of Life. Back home, Uchiha Mikoto. There was a sweet smile on her face, like a woman in love. After her eyesight recovered, she had quietly left Kushina's house at lightning speed, afraid of running into her and causing any awkwardness. Even though Kushina had agreed to this arrangement, Mikoto still found it difficult to face her so soon. Lord Kurama had been so gentle with her yesterday. He had also helped her cure the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Before that, he had even helped her awaken it, completely changing the future of the Uchiha clan. She doubted she would ever get enough of his tenderness in her lifetime. Mikoto thought to herself, she could give everything to Lord Kurama. The thought alone made a sweet smile appear on her face again. When she recalled everything from last night, her expression shifted into that of an auntie smile. I should be part of Lord Kurama's family now. After helping the Uchiha cure their eye disease, Kurama finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Kushina's sharp, intelligent eyes were locked onto him. As the fourth Hokage, Kushina seemed surprisingly free. One had to remember, in the original timeline, when Kakashi and Naruto were Hokage, their desks were buried under mountains of paperwork. "Kurama, aren't you going to make it up to me?" Kushina pouted, her expression full of resentment. "Compensation? What kind of compensation? Have I ever wronged you? You were with Mikoto all night and left me aside." Kushina grumbled. She had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Kushina needed the motivation of a little Ninetales encouragement, otherwise, she wouldn't have the energy to continue being Hokage. Kurama reached out, running his fingers through her long, crimson hair. He smiled mischievously. "So, do you want little Ninetales?" "Humph." Kushina pouted. Multiple choice questions are for kids. Right now, she wanted everything. Months passed, and the Third Shinobi World War finally came to an end. The ninja world experienced a brief period of peace. A Megakure, Hidden Rain Village. Jiraiya was training Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko. This was the last of his teachings. He had stayed in the Land of Rain for 3 years. 3 years ago, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato had been just 7 years old. Now, they were almost 11. Jiraiya had once said he would leave when the 3 of them could survive on their own. Now, after years of training, they had become fully independent shinobi. Nagato was the strongest among them. Under Jiraiya's tutelage, he had mastered all 6 chakra natures, including Yang release, by the age of 10. This meant Nagato could use nearly all mainstream ninjutsu, including the 5 elemental releases. Jiraiya firmly believed Nagato, wielder of the Rinnegan, was the child of prophecy foretold by the great Toad Sage. And with that, his journey in the Land of Rain had come to an end. Endings also meant new beginnings. Jiraiya had to decide, should he return to Konoha or continue wandering the world. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato gazed at him reluctantly. In these 3 years, Jiraiya had taught them more than just jutsu, he had taught them what it meant to be a shinobi. He had given them some of the best memories of their lives. "Jiraiya-sensei, are you really leaving?" Jiraiya smiled. Everything has an ending, and I've taught you all how to survive. It's time for me to move on. Yahiko clenched his fists, his corrugated eyes watching Jiraiya closely, unwilling to see him go. Jiraiya-sensei, will you return to Konoha, or will you keep traveling? Jiraiya rubbed his chin. I'm still deciding. Maybe I'll find the answer along the way. Sometimes, you need to walk the path before knowing where it leads. He then turned to give his final advice to them. Konan, you'll grow into a beautiful woman. Yahiko, you have the leadership to change this country and the entire shinobi world. And you, Nagato, never fear your power. The key lies in how you use it. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, the three answered in unison. Jiraiya smiled. Now go and bring peace to this land. And with that, he disappeared into the rain. The three of them watched his retreating figure, tears mixing with the downpour, indistinguishable from the raindrops. Salty. Bitter. Fire country, Konoha. Today was the busiest day of Kushina's Hokage career. She worked until nightfall before finally returning home. Luckily, she had help from her advisor, Tsunade, otherwise, she might have been forced to stay up all night. Strangely, Tsunade had returned home with her. Since that night, Tsunade had been avoiding both her and Kurama. Yet, as if drawn by some unseen force, she had ended up back here. Both women were completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Kurama was sprawled lazily to the side, looking relaxed as ever. The difference in our workloads is ridiculous. Ugh, today was so exhausting. Kushina whined. Oh, Kurama, you're enjoying your time while I slave away as Hokage. Kurama chuckled. You're the one who wanted to be Hokage. Now you understand how tough it is, huh? But Kushina had already made plans to step down. In a few years, she would pass the title to Tsunade. Tsunade had agreed immediately. After all, Konoha was the legacy of her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Kurama clapped his hands in mock applause. You two are such responsible women. I think the only thing you're missing is proper rest. Tsunade scowled at him. Kurama, you little. She paused. Actually, just call me Tsuna. Kurama's lips twitched. Oh. He had been about to tease her, but it seemed she was the one making the move now. After dinner, the three of them discussed the current state of the shinobi world. It was the same as always. Konoha was the dominant force in the Fire Nation, and the other villages weren't happy about it. That night, as the crickets and frogs chirped outside, the three of them admired the full moon. Soon after, they returned to their rooms. Not long after Kushina lay down, she rolled over, only to find Kurama smiling at her. Hey, Kurama, why aren't you in your room? Kurama grinned, twirling a special kunai between his fingers. The Flying Thunder God technique. Kushina's room had long been marked. The kunai was just a decoration. Kushina smirked. She knew exactly what was coming. Didn't you say Tsunade was here? Kurama's grin widened. Rules can be changed, Kushina. What do you think? Kushina giggled. I think, you're absolutely right, Kurama. Chapter 142, Fugaku and Minato. Tsunade lived next door, which made Kushina a little more excited. Kushina was having the time of her life. Tsunade, on the other hand, was fuming. Kushina, didn't you make plans with me? You were so calm when you were here, but I didn't expect you to be such a damn liar now. Tsunade spoiled Kushina for nothing. That innocent and adorable tomato-headed brat, that sweet disciple of hers, was long gone. Kurama. Yeah, it had to be that bastard's fault. Damn it, how long are these two idiots gonna keep making a racket? She had been putting up with this for way too long, and now Tsunade was so pissed that her fists were itching to hit something, or someone. I'm definitely not getting any sleep tonight. Early the next morning, Tsunade's room was empty. Kushina had originally planned to go bother Tsunade and drag her along for work. But since she was missing, she had no choice but to head to the Hokage's office alone. She simply greeted Kurama as she passed him. Kushina put on the Hokage robe, adjusting it slightly. Damn, she looked cool as hell. At Root's secret base, Kurama sat lazily on a stone chair. Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi knelt before him on one knee. Report, Danzo. Danzo's voice was steady. Lord Kurama, Tsunade, the land of wind, is still the same, impoverished as ever. However, there's a genius puppet master emerging. Oh. Genius puppet master. So, Root's intel network was still competent. Danzo told Kurama about the young prodigy of the sand, Sasori. Sasori, the genius puppet master. Kurama expected as much. That brat should be around 11 years old now. In a few years, the third Kazekage would probably be dead at his hands. San's only noteworthy new-gen shinobi was someone worth paying attention to. Danzo had delivered some important intel. Of course, Hiruzen wasn't one to let himself be overshadowed. Lord Kurama, I also have significant news. He threw a pointed glance at Danzo before speaking eagerly. As of now, the Two Tails in the Land of Lightning is still roaming free. The shinobi of Kumogakure have yet to find a suitable Jinchuriki. My men have already pinpointed its approximate location. Kurama couldn't help but smirk. Even if Danzo and Hiruzen were under his thumb, they still tried to one-up each other at every opportunity. This was love. This was love and war. But this intel on the Nibi was actually useful. Not bad, Old Man Third, good job. Kurama wasn't stingy with praise when someone did their job right. Hiruzen grinned, pleased. Thank you, Lord Kurama, for your recognition. Danzo, on the other hand, was bristling. He could tolerate losing to anyone, but not to Hiruzen fucking Sarutobi. Lord Kurama, I'll investigate the tailed beasts and all activity within the other villages. Good. That's your problem now, Danzo. Not a problem at all, it's my duty. Danzo and Hiruzen glanced at each other. Then, in perfect sync, they turned their heads away at the same time, like a couple of damn schoolboys. Their childish rivalry was ridiculous. Whoever said men outgrew their immaturity clearly never met these two. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. Kushina was drowning in paperwork. She called out to Tsunade a few times. No response. So, Kushina pinched Tsunade's waist lightly. Only then did Tsunade snap out of it. Hey, Kushina, what the hell? Tsunade-ne, what the hell are you spacing out for? And nothing. Tsunade avoided eye contact, clearly embarrassed. Nothing. Kushina grinned mischievously. She had seen Tsunade giggling to herself just now, her usually fair cheeks tinged pink. Yeah, something was definitely up. Hee, Tsunade-ne, don't tell me you're thinking about a guy. You brat, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? Tsunade stormed out of the office without even looking at Kushina. Oi. Tsunade-ne, we still have a mountain of paperwork to get through. Where are you running off to? Bathroom. Tsunade practically shouted before disappearing. At the sink, Tsunade splashed cold water on her face. After gathering her thoughts, she finally calmed down. But damn it, Kushina had hit the mark. Fucking Kurama, this is all his fault. Her mind drifted back to last night. Once Kushina finally quieted down, Tsunade thought she could finally get some sleep. Then, just as she rolled over in bed, she saw Kurama standing right next to her. Her soul nearly fucking left her body. She had been about to scream when Kurama's quick reflexes had him slap a hand over her mouth. Shoo. Keep your damn voice down unless you want Kushina to hear you. You little. Ahem, Lord Kurama, what the hell are you doing here? She noticed the kunai Kurama was playing with. Tsunade immediately understood. Flying Thunder God technique. There was a damn marker here, meaning he could teleport in whenever he pleased. Damn it, you seriously left a Hiraishin seal in my room. Tsunade, let's play a game. Kurama smirked devilishly. A game. Tsunade sighed, rolling her eyes. Lord Kurama, just call me by my damn name. Ahem. Tsunade, let's play a game. Fine. Who's afraid of who? And that's how the game started. Thinking about it now, Tsunade smirked to herself. Back at the Hokage's office, Kushina had been waiting forever when Tsunade finally returned. Tsunade-ne, I thought you got lost or something. Tsunade couldn't hide her satisfied grin. Kushina's curiosity was piqued. Oi, Tsunade-ne, you seem really happy today. MMM. Just thinking about a fun little game. A game. What game? Tsunade flicked Kushina's forehead lightly. It's a secret. On the streets of Konoha, Kurama strolled around aimlessly. By chance, he ran into Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. So, he decided to mess with them. Minato, Fugaku, you two seem pretty damn inseparable these days. Minato chuckled awkwardly. Haha. I don't know why I keep running into Fugaku. Fugaku smirked. Hey, isn't this fourth Hokage-sama's boyfriend? Kurama. Fugaku took advantage of Minato not paying attention and whispered in Kurama's ear. Hey, Minato is mine, don't get any strange ideas about Minato. T/N, just fun, no gay shit in this novel. Kurama. Because Kurama put Fugaku under a lot of pressure. Both in appearance and strength. Fugaku is ashamed of himself. Therefore, he had to say hello to Kurama beforehand. Is Kurama the one who takes away the love of others? Absolutely not. Fugaku's tense heart finally relaxed. By the way, Minato, have you learned the Flying Thunder God technique? Kurama asked curiously. This. Minato smiled gently. I learned it not long ago. Whoosh. Minato's figure disappeared. A panicked Fugaku is left behind. Minato, don't run. Minato, where are you? Minato felt miserable. I'm afraid Fugaku may have irritated him. He learned this flying thunder god just to avoid Fugaku. These were all within Kurama's expectations. With Minato's talent, it was only a matter of time before he learned the flying thunder god. If Minato goes to the battlefield now, the title of Yellow Flash will probably spread. Unfortunately, the Third Ninja War has ended. If you want to have a Yellow Flash title, you can only do it in the mission. Either A-level or S-level tasks, these tasks should be performed frequently. Of course, the best way is for war to break out again. Fugaku chased after him, cursing. Minato, get back here. Kurama watched them go, snorting. Dumbass. Unknowingly, he had walked right under the Hokage building. Looking up, he saw Tsunade standing by the window. At the same time, she was looking right back at him. Chapter 143, Chapter 143. When Kurama looked out the window, Tsunade was already staring at him. But the moment she realized he had noticed, she immediately shrank back. A flustered Tsunade. Now, that was rare. Kurama smirked. It reminded him of their little game yesterday. First, using Tsunade's hand. Second, using Tsunade's mouth. At that moment, Tsunade had been completely stunned, her mind blank. Next was third, then Tsunade lower mouth, then the XXXX. Tsunade hesitated. Kurama chuckled, his voice teasing, what's this? The great Sanin, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Konoha's legendary medic, you're scared. Tsunade was at Sundara through and through, saying one thing but feeling another. And provocation. Oh, that always worked on her. Humph. I've been in the ninja world for years. There's nothing I'm afraid of. She huffed, crossing her arms, but her face was still flushed. Besides, after everything that had already happened between them, what was there to be shy about now? So, once again, it happened. The only problem. Kushina was right next door. Tsunade tried her hardest to hold her breath, afraid of making any noise that might alert her. She held her breath for so long that she nearly passed out. Now, thinking back on it, a chill ran down her spine. But at the same time, she understood why Kushina had caved so quickly. It wasn't her fault. She just couldn't resist. Bam. Suddenly, a hand smacked Tsunade on the shoulder. Tsunade. Kushina's voice rang out, sending Tsunade's soul nearly flying out of her body. Kushina. Damn it, don't sneak up on me like that. You scared the hell out of me. Tsunade shot her a death glare, pressing a hand to her chest. Geez, I called your name like 3 times. You didn't answer, so I had to slap you. Ah, alright. Kushina frowned. You're acting weird today. What's up with you? Nothing. Nothing at all. Just memories of last night nearly giving her a stroke. All because of that man. The Third Great Ninja War had ended. The major villages were rebuilding and growing, no longer needing to wage war. Of course, small conflicts still popped up. But overall, it was a time of peace. A few more years passed. Fire Country, Konoha, Hokage office. Seated behind the Hokage desk was a woman wearing a green haori, the kanji for gamble bold across the back. Long blonde hair tied in twin ponytails, a dangerously low-cut top, and an even more dangerously short temper. Tsunade. The 5th Hokage of Konoha. Although Kushina had been Konoha's first female Hokage, her reign was short-lived, less than a year. She had happily stepped down, recommending Tsunade in her place. Tsunade, being one of the legendary Sanin, the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, and the greatest medical nin in history, was unanimously accepted. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto was appointed as a Hokage advisor. And Kushina returned to the ranks of Konoha's elite jonin. A much more relaxed position, one that suited her better. Still, the villagers hadn't forgotten her time as Hokage. Even now, they often addressed her as Yandame-sama. And Kurama. Well, with nothing else to do, he had taken up a position as an elite jonin. Tsunade sat in her office, reviewing the list of new genin set to graduate this year. Among them were Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, Sarutobi Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, Mitarashi Anko, Might Guy, Shizen, Shiranui Genma, Yamashiro Aoba. In the original timeline, Kakashi had graduated at age 5, became a chunin at 6, and a jonin at 12, all due to the chaos of war. But this time, thanks to Kurama's interference, the Third War had ended earlier than expected. Now, Kakashi and his peers were graduating at the normal age, 12. This generation wasn't being forced onto the battlefield as children. Tsunade was in the middle of assigning Jonin instructors when Kurama suddenly strolled in. Just then, Kurama wanted to guide Jonin for a while. As a teacher, he must educate this generation of arrogant brats. The world of Naruto has a tradition of killing teachers since ancient times. Orochimaru to 3rd generation. Nagato to Jiraiya. In addition to Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato, and so on. Coincidentally, these people are all related to Konoha. It seems that this is not the tradition of the ninja world, but the tradition of Konoha. You know what, he mused, stretching his arms. I think I'll take a turn as a Jonin sensei. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh. And whose team are you thinking of taking? Kurama grinned. Kurinai, maybe. Tsunade snorted. Figures. Walking through the village, Kurama's mind wandered until he suddenly bumped into Uchiha Fugaku. And in Fugaku's arms was a baby. Kurama blinked. Wait, you have a kid? Fugaku nodded. Yeah. His name's Uchiha Itachi. He's 4 now. Kurama froze. Uchiha Itachi. Wait, wasn't Mikoto his woman? Then where the hell did this Itachi come from? This kid, he's yours and Minato's. Fugaku nearly choked. What? He gave Kurama a horrified look. Bro, are you out of your damn mind? Minato and I, what the hell are you talking about? Kurama coughed awkwardly. Alright, never mind. Fugaku sighed. He's my son. His mother is an ordinary Uchiha clan member. Ah. That explained it. Fugaku was just doing his duty, ensuring the continuation of the Uchiha clan. Well, at least he's responsible. Anyway, I need to drop him off with Minato for a bit. See ya, Kurama. Fugaku left, carrying Itachi away. Kurama rubbed his chin. He really hadn't expected that. He recalled a conversation he'd had with Mikoto years ago. Back when Itachi had just been born, she had asked him, should we get rid of this child? If we stop him now, maybe we can change the future. Kurama had only laughed, flicking the tip of her nose. You idiot. What's there to be afraid of? As long as I'm here, the Uchiha clan isn't going anywhere. Mikoto had thought for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, you're right. With you here, we have nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, at Root's secret base. The 4 elders of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Kohara Udatane, were all kneeling before Kurama. We've gathered all the information, Lord Kurama. About the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki. Kurama smirked. Oh. He cracked his knuckles, eyes flashing. Good. It's about time we start making our move. Chapter 144, 2 Tales. The Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. After years of expansion, Hidden Cloud Village had grown into one of the most formidable powers in the shinobi world. At this point, it was likely second only to Konoha in terms of military strength and influence. Surrounded by towering peaks and perilous terrain, the village was a natural fortress. The 3rd Raikage stood atop one such peak, arms crossed, deep in thought. A lot had changed in the ninja world over the past few years. For instance, the Land of Fire had seen 2 different Hokages in quick succession. Uzumaki Kushina, the Crimson Tempest, had ascended to the position of 4th Hokage. Her name had become legendary during the 4th Great Ninja War, so her promotion wasn't exactly surprising, but the speed at which it happened certainly was. And just as quickly as she had risen to power, she stepped down. In less than a year, the fiery Kunoichi had resigned, leaving many baffled. The news spread rapidly across the shinobi world. It was almost like she treated the Hokage title as a fleeting responsibility, one she could pick up and toss aside as she pleased. But that was the privilege of the strong. Shortly after, Tsunade of the legendary Sanin took up the mantle of 5th Hokage, reigniting chaos in the world once again. Tsunade certainly had the qualifications and raw strength to be Hokage. But the 3rd Raikage wasn't concerned with Konoha's leadership changes. No, what kept him awake at night was something far more dangerous. The 9 Tails. Kurama. As far as he knew, the beast was still within Konoha. The last thing the world needed was another disaster involving that monster. Even now, the 3rd Raikage could still feel the lingering fear deep within his heart. Years ago, he had fought against 20,000 IWA shinobi alongside Gyuki, the 8 Tails. He had thought himself unstoppable. Then Kurama entered the battlefield. The fox was completely insane, an untamed force of destruction. Its sheer ferocity had left an unforgettable mark on the Raikage. After that war, the decision had been made, Hidden Cloud would never again directly challenge the Land of Fire. Years passed in the blink of an eye. But the chaos never stopped. Over in the Land of Wind, another major event had shaken the shinobi world. The strongest Kazekage, the third, had vanished without a trace. Even now, no one had found him. His disappearance remained an unsolved mystery, and with his loss, Tsunade had become unstable. For now, Raza had stepped in as acting Kazekage. The third Kazekage's absence had forced figures like Chiyo and Ebizo to step into the shadows, withdrawing from political matters. Tsunade's future no longer rested in their hands. Reikage-sama, how should we handle the two-tails situation? The third Reikage let out a heavy sigh. Ever since the eight tails had been taken from them, the two tails was the last of their remaining Biju. Currently, the beast was sealed within Niyujito. But she was only 11 years old. She had yet to master the power of Matatabi, making her a ticking time bomb. At any moment, she could lose control. For now, the village had decided to isolate her. Not as a prisoner, but as a precaution. She was given a secluded place to live, far from the village, where the risk of collateral damage was minimal. The third Reikage could only hope that Yujito would learn to control the two tails quickly, just like Killer Bee had. Cloud Village had years of experience training Jinchuriki. It was only a matter of time before Yujito became a perfect host. Meanwhile, near the Land of Lightning, a squad of Konoha ANBU had escorted a particular individual toward Cloud Village's borders. Kurama. Lord Kurama, 10 kilometers ahead is the location of the Two Tails Jinchuriki. One of the masked ANBU pointed forward, speaking cautiously. Kurama's eyes narrowed. He could already sense the overwhelming chakra signature up ahead. A tailed beast's presence was unmistakable. The Two Tails was nearby. They reached Mountain Peak, a heavily guarded area where Yujito was stationed. Cloud Shinobi patrolled every inch of the perimeter, ensuring that nothing could get past them unnoticed. They treated their Jinchuriki like walking weapons. A single mistake could mean disaster. Lord Kurama, should we take out the guards silently? One of the ANBU inquired. Kurama smirked. No need. The ANBU were stunned. No need. Just follow me and watch. That's all you need to do. Understood. Though confused, they obeyed. Kurama simply walked forward. Casually. The movement immediately triggered the Cloud Shinobi's defenses. Stop. Identify yourselves. Dozens of guards suddenly emerged, weapons drawn, ready to fight. This attire. Konoha's ANBU. Their expressions darkened. Alarms blared across Peak. Where is your Reikage? Tell him to come out. Kurama's tone was almost bored. You think you can just demand to see our Reikage? One of the guards scoffed. Capture them. Cloud Shinobi wasted no time attacking. Big mistake. Kurama's Mangekyo Sharingan activated. In an instant, every single Cloud Shinobi in the vicinity collapsed. The distant guards watching the battle felt a chill run down their spines. I'll report this to Reikage-sama. Kurama and his squad continued forward effortlessly. Before long, they reached Yujito's quarters. Kurama could feel her chakra surge. Then, with a loud boom, the girl stepped out. Her golden eyes gleamed with hostility. You Konoha bastards have some nerve attacking Cloud. The young Jinchuriki cracked her knuckles. She was still young. Still cocky. You. I want you. Kurama pointed at her, expression unreadable. The tension thickened. Yujito bared her teeth. You think I'll just let you take me? She swiftly performed hand seals. Lightning release, thunder orbs. For massive spheres of crackling electricity appeared in her hands. With a flick of her wrists, they launched toward Kurama from all directions. The air hissed as the projectiles tore through the battlefield. But Kurama simply raised his hand. With a single swat, the lightning was sent flying. What? Yujito stared in disbelief. That technique wasn't even a warm-up for her. Yet he had dismissed it like nothing. Kurama chuckled. How else am I supposed to steal you away? Like hell I'm going anywhere with you. Meanwhile, in the Reikage's office. Reikage-sama. An intruder at Peak. The third Reikage's expression darkened. AI slammed his fist on the table, shattering it. Who dares? The messenger hesitated. They said, they want to meet you. From Konoha. The third Reikage's heart skipped a beat. No way. His hands clenched into fists. Gather the troops. We're going. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. Along the way, the third Reikage moved forward, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Konoha Shinobi. TCH. I hope not. On the battlefield, Kurama clashed fiercely with the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. The fight was nothing short of a spectacle, and the ANBU observing from a distance were enthralled. So this is the strength of Lord Kurama. For years, Kurama's power had been the stuff of legends. But now, they were witnessing it firsthand. The savage, relentless attacks of Yujito, enhanced by the Two-Tails chakra, were being dismantled effortlessly by Senhaku. The ANBU watching knew that if they were in her place, they'd already be dead. Jinchuriki were supposed to be feared, monstrous beings wielding immense power. Yet, despite Yujito's strength, she was losing. And badly. No, the real monster here is Lord Kurama. The realization sank in. They had followed Kurama to the land of lightning, and they were witnessing something monumental. Now, they understood why Danzo treated Kurama with such cautious respect. What's wrong? You look like you're struggling already, Kurama taunted, a smirk tugging at his lips. I haven't even tried yet. If you have something better, bring it out. TCH. Bastard. Yujito snarled. She had already unleashed her strongest attack, yet Kurama had crushed it like it was nothing. This wasn't just strength. This was dominance. She had never encountered an opponent like him before. Her heart pounded. Every jutsu she threw at him was useless. Shit. Biting her lip, she considered her options. Delaying. That was her best bet. If she could hold him off long enough, the Reikage would arrive. When that happened, these Konoha shinobi would be wiped out. There was another option. One she despised. She could fully transform. But handing over her body to the Two-Tails meant losing herself. She'd become nothing more than a rampaging beast. Not yet. Not unless it was absolutely necessary. Two-Tails, give me your power, she murmured within her mind. TCH. You want my power? Foolish human. That's impossible. Matatabi's voice was sharp and laced with disdain. The tailed beasts had their pride. More importantly, Matatabi sensed something disturbing about Kurama. Something familiar. For a moment, it couldn't place it. How strange. Yujito's hesitation didn't go unnoticed. Kurama grinned. A predator watching its prey flounder. If you won't come to me, then I'll just go to you. A massive, dark red chakra arm lashed out at her with terrifying speed. The raw power behind it made Yujito's blood run cold. What kind of chakra is this? The arm slammed into the earth, sending a shockwave that uprooted trees and shattered boulders. Yujito barely managed to evade, but the aftershock hurled her into a tree. TCH. This is bad. Inside her, Matatabi suddenly stirred. Kurama. The realization hit the Two-Tails like a ton of bricks. Kurama. What are you talking about? Yujito asked, gritting her teeth. You idiot. That man, he's the Nine-Tails. Yujito's eyes widened in shock. Nine-Tails. The most powerful of the tailed beasts. She looked at Kurama again, realization sinking in. Second brother, you only figured it out now. Kurama sneered, reading her thoughts. As a fellow tailed beast, he had no trouble hearing Matatabi's voice. You're slower than I remember. Matatabi bristled. The tailed beasts were created together by the Sage of Six Paths. To be ranked by tail number was ridiculous. TCH, Nine-Tails. I never expected you to live like this. The hatred between shinobi and the tailed beasts ran deep. Yet, here was Kurama, in human form, fighting alongside them. What the hell was going on? Kurama chuckled. Matatabi, you're sealed inside a human. How's that working out for you? We tailed beasts should stand together. Matatabi hesitated. Kurama wasn't wrong. Being sealed was worse than death. If you want to be free, I can help, Kurama offered. Look. He held out his palm, and suddenly, the chakras of Shikaku and Gyuki flared to life. Matatabi froze in shock. Shikaku? Gyuki? The sheer power radiating from Kurama wasn't just his own. He had merged with them. Matatabi was stunned. Shikaku and Kurama had always been rivals. How the hell were they working together? But did it even matter? Freedom was freedom. Yujito's heart pounded. The tailed beasts were forming an alliance. What could she do against that? Run. She had to escape. This wasn't a battle anymore, it was a slaughter. With a burst of chakra, she leaped away. But Kurama was faster. A giant red chakra hand snatched her out of the air, tightening around her body like a vice. A wave of pure terror crashed over her. No, I won't accept this. She wanted to be like Killer Bee. A perfect Jinchuriki. But Killer Bee was already gone. And soon, she would be too. Desperation surged through her. Aya. With a deafening roar, Yujito made her final move. The seal shattered. Matatabi exploded forth, her massive feline body stretching into the sky. Blue flames erupted, scorching the battlefield. Aha. Feels good to be free. Madatabi growled, flexing her claws. Come on, Madatabi, Kurama said, smirking. Time to come home. Madatabi hesitated. TCH. Now that I'm free. Kurama's eyes narrowed. You think you're free? Look around. Suddenly, chains of pure chakra shot out, wrapping around Madatabi's enormous form, binding her instantly. Her pupils shrank in shock. Wah. What is this sealing technique? Kurama chuckled darkly. Why don't you come closer and find out? Just then, a thunderous boom shook the battlefield. The land of lightning's forces had arrived. Hundreds of cloud shinobi poured in, their eyes widening in horror at the sight before them. Madatabi, their mighty two-tails, was bound, helpless. And standing in front of her, smirking, was the last person they ever wanted to see. Killer Bee and the third Raikage pushed through the ranks, their expressions darkening. They saw him. It's him, it's really him. A ghost from their nightmares. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The monster who had humiliated the Eight Tails. The man who had once torn through their forces like paper. Kurama grinned, crimson eyes glowing. Yo. It's been a while, hasn't it? Chapter 146, Humble Raikage. Hey, this is the man I told you about, the Nine-Tails. The third Raikage's expression was solemn. That's right, brother. He was the one who ripped the Eight Tails out of me. Even Killer Bee wasn't rapping anymore. That's him, Nine-Tails. Stood firm, fearless. His father, the third Raikage, and his brother, Killer Bee, both feared Kurama. But after years of intense training, he believed himself stronger than even his father. And now, he was ready to prove it, by challenging the Nine-Tails itself. Cloud Shinobi gasped as they witnessed the massive form of the Two Tails pinned down under Kurama's claw. Shock rippled through their ranks. That's a tailed beast. Throughout history, only a select few had completely subdued a tailed beast. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, managed it with wood release. Uchiha Madara did so with the Sharingan. But now, Kurama wasn't just restraining the Two Tails, it was utterly dominating it. The sheer force of it was terrifying. Even the masked Umbu from Konoha, hidden in the trees, found themselves awestruck. They had always known the Nine-Tails was powerful. But this was something beyond their expectations. To them, tailed beasts were the ultimate weapons of war, unmatched forces of destruction. But to Kurama, they were nothing more than animals. One of the Umbu, codenamed Wolf, clenched his fists. How is a tailed beast suppressing another tailed beast like this? No one had an answer. The sudden arrival of Cloud Shinobi forces snapped them back to reality. But as they prepared to engage, Kurama raised a claw. Relax, let them through. The Umbu hesitated, but obeyed. Third Raikage stepped forward, sighing. So this is what brings you to Cloud today, Kurama. Kurama grinned, gesturing at the immobilized Two Tails. Yeah. This is it. The third Raikage's lips pressed into a tight line. First, the Nine Tails had stolen the Eight Tails from them. And now, the Two Tails. Kurama. Cloud Shinobi need our tailed beasts too. If we lose another one, the balance. Balance. Kurama interrupted, his voice carrying amusement. You already forgot what I told you, huh? A flicker of memory crossed the third Raikage's mind. During the last Great War, when he and Kurama had fought side by side against thousands of Iwagakure shinobi, Kurama had spoken of a future where all tailed beasts belong to him. If every village loses their tailed beasts, then no one has them. That's balance. The third Raikage clenched his fists. Kurama was right, in a way. If no village had tailed beasts, then no one could use them as weapons. But that didn't make it any easier to accept. Kurama smirked. Oh, by the way, I also have the one tail. The third Raikage's expression darkened. What? The weight of the statement sank in. If Kurama had the one tail, then Tsunade was now without a tailed beast. A part of him felt relieved. At least Cloud wasn't the only village suffering. Still, the situation was grim. Cloud Shinobi behind him exchanged uneasy glances. The third Raikage had always been proud, a force of nature himself. Yet here he was, showing hesitation, even humility, before this being. I had seen enough. Enough of this. A's voice was sharp, cutting through the tension. Your Raikage. Why do you bow to him? He took a step forward, his one remaining hand clenched. Let me fight him. The third Raikage sighed, a tired yet amused look on his face. Son, ninjas don't just fight and kill. I didn't care. His pride as a shinobi burned too brightly. Kurama raised an eyebrow. You want to fight me? What? Are you afraid? Kurama's smirk widened. Alright, let's see what the future fourth Raikage can do. Brother Kurama, please don't hurt my son, the third Raikage interjected. Relax, Kurama said, cracking his knuckles. I'll show him some discipline. He then extended his middle finger. A blinked. What does that mean? It means this is all I need to beat you. Bastard. A's dark skin tensed as veins bulged from his forehead. Lightning exploded around his body as he activated his lightning release chakra mode at its highest level. With a burst of speed, he appeared before Kurama in an instant, delivering a devastating punch. Only for his fist to slam against an immovable force. A's eyes widened. It felt like hitting his father's legendary, strongest shield. No. It was harder. Kurama hadn't even flinched. A reeled back, gritting his teeth, then unleashed a barrage of blows. Each strike was precise, fueled by years of training, powered by his most refined techniques. And yet, nothing. Not even a scratch. You done. Kurama yawned. My turn. Faster than A could react, Kurama disappeared. Then. Pain. A gasp as a sharp sensation pierced his chest. His breath hitched as he looked down. Kurama's claw had gone straight through him. Blood dripped from his wound, staining the ground. No way. A's voice was barely a whisper. The technique, the attack, it was exactly like his father's legendary Hell Stab. How? How did Kurama know it? The third Raikage's eyes widened in horror. A. My son. His heart pounded. He had only one heir. You swore not to kill him. The third Raikage's voice cracked. Kurama clicked his tongue. TCH, what are you freaking out for? I'll bring him back. Bring him back. A dark red glow flickered in Kurama's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan, divine reversion. Then, in an instant, A stood up. Whole. Completely unharmed. Cloud Shinobi gasped. Konoha's Umbu stared in disbelief. What the hell? One of them muttered. They had just seen A impaled. Seen him bleed. Seen him fall. And now. He was standing like nothing had happened. How? A stammered, looking down at his chest. The wound was gone. Kurama chuckled. You still don't get it. You're not ready to fight me. A shivered, fists clenching. The shinobi of Cloud, the Umbu of Konoha. They all realized the same truth. This wasn't just the Nine Tails. This was something else entirely. Something beyond any shinobi. Beyond any monster. And the world wasn't ready for it. Chapter 147, Fusion of Two Tails. This is impossible. The son of the third Raikage, A, had suffered devastating injuries. Yet now, he stood there as if nothing had happened. No matter how advanced medical ninjutsu was, it couldn't achieve something of this magnitude. Even the legendary Tsunade couldn't pull off a miracle like this, at least, that's what the third Raikage had claimed. The display of Kurama's overwhelming power left everyone in shock. Even the battle-hardened Umbu operatives from Konoha couldn't suppress their admiration. Lord Kurama's strength is beyond anything we could have imagined. Yeah, he just annihilated A in an instant. A, the left hand of the Raikage, the other half of the legendary duo. He didn't even last a single exchange against Lord Kurama. The Umbu had initially thought this mission to Kimogakure was just a spectacle, an opportunity to watch a grand battle unfold. Instead, it had turned into Kurama's personal demonstration of dominance. A had lost. The Cloud Shinobi turned pale. In present-day Kimogakure, A was widely regarded as the strongest shinobi, second only to the third Raikage himself. He had even claimed to have surpassed his father. While that assertion had always been up for debate, most Cloud Shinobi had accepted it as fact. But now, their supposed strongest warrior had fallen in a single exchange. And he hadn't just lost. He had been utterly humiliated. The fear that gripped the hearts of the Cloud Shinobi was palpable. A cold realization set in. Against Kurama, they had only one path left. Submission. A, despite his pride, understood this better than anyone. His most powerful attack hadn't even scratched Kurama's defenses. In that moment, he had understood something terrifying. Kurama's body was tougher than even the legendary durability of the third Raikage. This was the true ultimate defense. And then, there was that terrifying thrust, Kurama's piercing attack that had torn through him effortlessly. It was the strongest attack A had ever seen. Even the fabled spear of the third Raikage paled in comparison. The moment he was struck, A had felt it, the presence of death, the inevitability of it. For the first time in his life, he had truly seen the Shinigami reaching out to claim him. And yet, in the next moment, he was whole again. The deadly wounds he had suffered vanished as though they had never existed. Kurama's power had erased death itself. Was no fool. He understood now, he could never defeat this man. No one in the shinobi world could. This was true supremacy. The titles of the strongest spear and the strongest shield no longer belonged to his father, the third Hokage. They now belonged to the men standing before them, Kurama. Swallowed hard, unable to meet Kurama's gaze. His pride had been shattered beyond repair. He had been broken. Clouds A, tell me, do you want to go again? Kurama's voice carried amusement, but also something darker beneath it. Hesitated. Before he could respond, a deep voice answered in his place. No need, Lord Kurama. The third Hokage spoke, his tone calm yet filled with unspoken weight. My son has lost. Completely. A heavy silence settled over the battlefield. Take the two tails and go, the Hokage continued. And I must thank you, Lord Kurama, for showing mercy. Clenched his fists but said nothing. Pride demanded that he fight again. But logic told him it was pointless. He had lost. The third Hokage chuckled bitterly. Perhaps, he thought, this was a valuable lesson for his son. A harsh one, but valuable nonetheless. Kurama's power was absolute. If he had not used that strange ability to heal, A would have already stepped through the gates of the afterlife. Even Kumogakure's finest medical ninjutsu would not have saved him. For that alone, the third Hokage had to be grateful. If Kurama's destructive power had been overwhelming, then his ability to defy death itself was something else entirely. It was control. Total control. A power that made submission the only rational response. With a slow clap, Kurama turned his attention elsewhere. Well, that's one problem dealt with. Time for the next. All eyes turned toward the restrained form of the two tails, Madatabi. Bound in adamantine sealing chains, the massive beast thrashed but could not break free. Kurama smiled. Scarlet chakra tails emerged from his back, wrapping around Madatabi's enormous form. In front of dozens of stunned onlookers, Kurama did the unthinkable. He absorbed the two tails into himself. Ding! Congratulations to host for integrating with Madatabi. Fusion progress, 1%. 10%. 38%. 100%. It took less than 2 minutes. The battlefield fell silent. Every single person, from Konoha's Umbu to Kumogakure's elite forces, stood frozen in disbelief. Was such a thing even possible? The Cloud Shinobi were in utter turmoil. Madatabi had been theirs. Their sacred beast. The pride of their village. And now, it was gone. Not even a struggle. Not even a fight. Kurama had simply taken it. This was beyond humiliation. But they couldn't do anything about it. Because to resist meant death. Yujito Ni, the former Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, collapsed to the ground as the beast was torn from her body. She had seen everything from within Madatabi's consciousness. Kurama, he was a monster. Not even the third Hokage could stand against him. What could she possibly do? Even so, she glared at him, burning his face into her memory. One day, she would settle this score. For now, though, she could only step back into the ranks of her comrades. Silent. Powerless. The third Hokage, despite his rage, could only sigh in resignation. Kurama had even ensured Yujito survived the extraction, a feat unheard of. As much as he hated it, the Hokage knew the truth. Kurama had won. Completely. A sudden, firm hand clapped onto his shoulder. The Hokage stiffened. Hokage, Kurama said with an easy smile, I appreciate the cooperation. If you ever need anything, let me know. The third Hokage chuckled, though it was hollow. Oh, I'm sure you'll be quite busy, Lord Kurama. His mind was racing. He needed to spread the word. If the other great nations realized Kimogakure had lost its tailed beasts, it could mean war. No. He needed to ensure that Kurama moved on to the other villages. He needed to make sure the playing field remained level. Otherwise, Kimogakure was in grave danger. With a forced smile, he nodded. We'll assist in gathering information about the remaining tailed beasts. Kurama clapped his shoulder again, an encouraging gesture that made the Hokage internally curse. Much appreciated, Kurama said. That'll save me some trouble. The Konoha Umbu, hidden behind their masks, grinned beneath them. Their master had done it again. And they couldn't be prouder. As expected of Lord Kurama. Chapter 148, Jonin Sensei. You are truly worthy of being strongest. Afterward, the third Hokage invited Kurama to visit the hidden cloud village. Try our cloud delicacies. Appreciate the customs and culture of the hidden cloud. The dignified third Hokage had become a tour guide. No, even the Umbu escorting Kurama enjoyed the blessing. This is really my first time sightseeing in enemy territory, one of them murmured. And just like that, the trip to the hidden cloud came to an end. A few days later, Kurama returned to the Hidden Leaf Village. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade glanced at the list of newly graduated genin on the table. Her golden eyes lifted toward Kurama, a smirk forming on her lips. So, Kurama, which squad do you want to mentor as a Jonin sensei? Kurama took a cursory glance at the list. These three. Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Nohara. Them. The documents highlighted Kakashi as the top graduate, an absolute genius. Obito Uchiha, the dead last. And Rin, the quiet and well-mannered kunoichi. Kurama became their squad's Jonin sensei. Meanwhile, Tsunade had assigned Kushina Uzumaki to mentor Kurinai Yui, Shizun, and Yuzuki Yugao. Yugao was a bit younger, but her graduation was assured. Are you going home tonight, Hokage-sama? Kurama teased with a mischievous grin, his hands moving a little too freely. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. Can't you see how many damn documents I have? No, I'm not going home. Oh, I see how it is. Kurama chuckled meaningfully, backing off for now. Next, it was time to meet his new squad. At the training ground, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin stood waiting for their Jonin instructor. Kakashi's smug demeanor irritated Obito to no end. Of all the people, why the hell do I have to be stuck in the same squad as Kakashi? Obito groaned. At least Rin was here. That was his only comfort. Rin, do you know who our Jonin instructor is? No idea. But we'll find out soon enough, she replied with a gentle smile. Obito was immediately mesmerized. That was the girl he liked. Sweet, kind, and radiant. Did you hear? Kushina Uzumaki is also taking on a squad as a Jonin instructor. Imagine if she were our sensei. Rin said, her face full of admiration. Obito clenched his fists. Rin, I swear, one day I'll be Hokage. Rin giggled. I look forward to that day, Obito. Kakashi scoffed. TCH. You haven't even awakened your Sharingan. How do you plan on becoming Hokage? That was a well-timed cold splash of reality. Kakashi, you bastard. Just then, green leaves swirled through the air as a figure appeared before them. Kurama stood there with a confident smirk. Yo. From today onward, I'm your Jonin instructor. All three were taken aback, even Kakashi was stunned. Sensei. Kakashi knew of Kurama. He remembered the stories. The men before him had once saved his father. Not just saved, brought him back from the brink of death. That was a power unlike anything he had ever seen. And then there was his connection with Kushina Uzumaki. Kakashi swallowed hard. He knew all too well, the depths of this man's strength were immeasurable. Not long ago, Kurama had single-handedly captured the Two Tails from the Hidden Cloud. That was an S-rank mission, the kind that could spark wars. Yet, the Hidden Cloud didn't retaliate. Why? Because they were terrified of him. Even as a prodigy, Kakashi knew when to bow his head. The brilliance of the stars was nothing before the blazing sun. Obito, however, had no such awareness. Who the hell is this guy? Never heard of him. How can someone like him be our sensei? Obito muttered. It didn't sit right with him. Because the moment Kurama appeared, Rin's gaze never left him. He's so handsome. Kurama-sensei, Rin whispered, starry-eyed. She was at that age, where admiration could easily become infatuation. Obito scowled. TCH. He's just a pretty boy. Does he even have Jonin-level skills? Before he could say another word. Smack. Kakashi punched him. Shut up, idiot. Kakashi hissed. Obito winced, rubbing his face. Rin, too, shot Obito a glare. Obito, how could you say that about our sensei? Obito immediately shrank under their glares. The two biggest simps in history, Haruno Sakura and Obito Uchiha. At least Sakura got to cling to Sasuke. Obito. He'd get nothing. In the original timeline, it was Obito who caused Kushina's death. But now, Kushina belonged to Kurama. There was no way Obito would ever get close to her. Kurama studied him. Would this boy still fall into darkness? Or would he inherit the will of fire? Obito couldn't understand why Kakashi was acting so differently. Kakashi, long time no see. You've already graduated, huh? Kurama said. I never expected to see you here, Lord Kurama. Well, I'm your sensei now. Kurama then pulled out a set of bells. You know the drill. The bell test. But this time, it's slightly different. Kurama didn't keep the bells on him. Instead, he tied them to the highest branch of a tree. You pass if you get the bells. Do whatever it takes. But I'm standing in your way. Obito scoffed. That's it. That's your big test. Kakashi, however, was already breaking into a cold sweat. Something wasn't right. Obito was brimming with confidence. Kurama-sensei, do you really want to do this? If you're not careful, you might get hurt. Kurama smirked. Oh. Then come at me, kid. Let's see if you can back up that mouth. And so it began. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Bond between Obito and Kakashi. Kurama-sensei, do you really want to do this? If you're not careful, you might die. Obito taunted, his voice dripping with provocation. Kakashi, standing nearby, could barely contain his frustration. There was no need for this level of bravado. Even he wouldn't dare act so recklessly. And yet, Obito was here, posturing like he was some kind of war hero. Kakashi could understand the desire to impress Rin. But at least have some awareness of who you're up against. Obito would only realize the truth when he was harshly beaten down by reality. Only then would he grasp the sheer difference in strength between them and Kurama-sensei. Obito's audacity made Kurama chuckle. Are all weaklings like this? Naruto was the same way. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Naruto was a copy of Obito. If you have the power to back up your confidence, that's called strength. If you don't, it's just foolishness. Obito, you're being too arrogant. Show some respect to the sensei. Rin. Rin's angry scolding made Obito freeze, his bravado instantly deflating. Talking is pointless now. Let's begin. Kurama casually hung the bells on a tree, waiting for them to make a move. He was the ultimate wall, the strongest defense. No way Master Kurama is going all out against students like us. Kakashi muttered under his breath. He knew. If Kurama-sensei didn't want them to get the bells, they would never get them. So, the real test wasn't just about taking the bells. There was something more to this exercise. That was worth thinking about. Also, Kurama-sensei would definitely lower himself to their level. No, rather than say our level, it would be more accurate to say my level. Kakashi was certain he stood above Obito and Rin. Those two were just liabilities. Since Kurama-sensei was going to match their strength, Kakashi was confident. He could take the bells. And of course, Obito and Rin could be used as tools. As a shinobi, it's only natural to use every advantage available. No shame in that. Obito, unable to sit still any longer, charged forward. He used his clan's signature technique. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Would that work? Of course not. The raging flames engulfed Kurama, and Obito grinned with triumph. Was this the strength of an elite jonin? Haha. If this is it, then I'm practically a jonin too. You think that's funny? A ghostly voice echoed behind him. Kurama, hands still casually in his pockets, kicked Obito so hard he was sent flying dozens of meters. Bang. 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 Obito crashed through several thick trees before finally stopping. Damn you, you fishy bastard of a teacher. Rin, hidden in the trees, looked at Kurama with admiration. Kurama-sensei is amazing. Obito is way too reckless. Kakashi, also hidden, remained still. He hadn't even blinked earlier. And yet, he still didn't see how Kurama-sensei had moved. Body flicker. His speed was beyond sight. Kakashi's expression darkened. If this had been a real fight, Kakashi knew he would already be dead. TCH. Kakashi sighed. Why was he stuck with these two as teammates? Rin was just a medic. Obito was reckless. If not for his clan name, he'd have died long ago. Kakashi was the only competent one. Obito, unwilling to give up, stood up again. He was determined to get the bell. Because failing here meant failing as a shinobi. And if he couldn't be a shinobi, how could he ever be Hokage? That was impossible. Besides, Rin was watching. Obito had to impress her. Winning the bell was the only way to prove himself. Damn it, sensei. I'm not done yet. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Obito charged again. This time, it was a direct taijutsu fight. Crack. Bang. Bang. Obito couldn't even touch Kurama's clothes. Is this the strength of an elite jonin? Can I really win against this guy? The bells are right there, but I can't even reach them. The thoughts raced through his mind. His earlier confidence crumbled. If things kept up like this, even Rin would laugh at him. Damn it. How do I get the bells? Obito planned to take two. One for him, one for Rin. As for Kakashi, who cared? That arrogant bastard could go without. His father was the famed White Fang. But the Uchiha clan was no less prestigious. His clan still held power in Konoha, with a strong presence in the Hokage's council. That meant he was more important than Kakashi. Still, there was no denying it. Kakashi had more talent. Obito clenched his fists, eyes fixed on the bells. They were so close, yet impossible to reach. Suddenly, shuriken flew from the trees, aimed at Kurama. A trap set by Rin. She was getting better at this. Nice work, Rin. Obito grinned, using the distraction to charge forward. Clang. 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 Kurama deflected the shuriken effortlessly, simultaneously kicking Obito away. But as Obito flew through the air, he smirked. Bang. A puff of smoke appeared. A log replaced Obito's body. Body replacement jutsu. Not bad. Too bad his opponent was Kurama. The moment Obito tried sneaking up to grab the bells, he triggered a trap. Ah. He was sent flying. A ninja should never let their guard down. Kurama chuckled. Kakashi, watching from the shadows, narrowed his eyes. He saw an opening. His chance had come. Lightning flickered in his palm, the sound of chirping birds filling the air. This was his personal technique. Chidori. He dashed forward, cutting through trees, a trail of destruction behind him. Obito broke into a sweat watching. Is this Kakashi's new jutsu? He actually condensed chakra into lightning. He gritted his teeth. Once again, Kakashi was ahead of him. Within seconds, Kakashi reached Kurama. Kurama-sensei, this is your weakness. Chidori crackled as it pierced through Kurama's chest. Obito froze, eyes wide in horror. Kakashi, you bastard. You actually. But Kakashi wasn't listening. Something was off. This didn't feel right. Then. Poof. A cloud of smoke. Kurama had turned into a log. Damn it, another body replacement. Chapter 150, Chapter 150. Damn, this is also the substitution jutsu. The flaw just now is. Kakashi's expression was heavy under his mask. He knew that Kurama-sensei had deliberately exposed an opening, waiting for him to take action. I'm still too young to resist that kind of temptation. As expected of Kurama-sensei. But there was no time to dwell on admiration. His attack had failed, which meant he had to disappear immediately. Just as he turned to retreat, the cold steel of a kunai was pressed against his neck. Kakashi, you lose. Kurama stood behind him, an amused smirk forming beneath his mask. Ha, you really live up to your name, sensei. Kurama's kunai shifted slightly, and Kakashi disappeared. He knew there was no point in resisting any further. Kakashi, your Chidori is too loud. It wouldn't be considered a sneak attack at all. Yes, that's exactly what you said, sensei. Kurama had purposely revealed a flaw to see how Kakashi would strike. Instead, the kid charged straight at him like a rabid beast, lightning crackling loud enough to wake the dead. Doesn't that just tell the enemy? Hey, I'm over here. Kakashi's tactics needed serious improvement. A genius wasn't perfect. He still had flaws. Obito and Kakashi had both failed. That left Rin. She had watched everything unfold. Even the genius Kakashi had lost so easily. Then there was no doubt. They weren't getting the bells. But Rin wasn't the type to give up. She had to at least try. Turning quickly, she sprinted towards the trees, hoping to vanish. Before she even got far, she collided with something hard and was sent sprawling backward. She hit the ground, stunned. When she looked up, Kurama was standing over her, arms crossed. Sensei, but you were just fighting Kakashi, how are you already here? Kurama raised an eyebrow, amused. Rin, you have nowhere to run. His speed had caught her completely off guard. Body flicker jutsu. No, this was something beyond that. Rin had heard of the yellow flash. And now, in front of her, Kurama-sensei was proving to be the orange flash. She gulped. S-sensei, don't come any closer. What do you want to do? A startled scream escaped her lips. And then, nothing. Obito, who had been watching from a distance, clenched his fists. Kurama-sensei, you bastard. What are you doing to Rin? TCH, idiot. Instead of worrying about Rin, worry about yourself. Kakashi shot him a disapproving glance. Having a teammate like him was exhausting. Obito's eyes widened. Wait. Kakashi, you bastard. You're eating lunch without us. Kakashi was sitting under a tree, quietly munching away at his bento. Hey. Kakashi, put me down. I want to eat too. Nope. You lost, remember. Damn it, you. Meanwhile, Rin, eyes shut tight, braced herself for something horrible. Was he going to kidnap her? Threaten her? Use her as a hostage? Instead, Kurama simply flicked her forehead. Ow. Even that small gesture hurt like hell. Rin, you lose. If I were an enemy, you'd be dead already. As a ninja, never close your eyes. Ever. No matter what's happening. Stare at the enemy. Make them feel the fear, not you. Got it. Rin rubbed her forehead, nodding quickly. Why yes, sensei. I understand. But deep down, she felt disappointed. Am I really not suited to be a ninja? No. I can't think like that. I will become a ninja, like Lady Tsunade. Kurama then led Rin back to where Kakashi and Obito were still arguing over food. Upon seeing her, Obito immediately jumped up. Rin. That bastard sensei didn't do anything weird to you, right? Rin smiled sweetly. No, sensei was actually quite gentle. It only hurt at first. Obito's face went red. Hurt. Gentle. You bastard, Kurama-sensei, what did you do to Rin? He grabbed a kunai, ready to fight Kurama once more. Rin quickly stopped him. Obito, enough. Sensei beat me with a single flick of his finger. Do you really want him to knock me out for real? AF flick of his finger. Obito froze, realization hitting him like a truck. Oh. I thought. What did you think? Rin's glare was sharp. Obito panicked. You nothing. Rin huffed. Then apologized to sensei. What? Obito. Damn it. She was serious. Reluctantly, he dragged his feet over to Kurama. Sensei. I'm sorry. Kurama merely chuckled. You kids are the worst batch I've ever had. You couldn't even take a single bell. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin all felt their shoulders slump. But, Kurama continued, I still have to congratulate you. You pass. What? The three of them were stunned. From today onward, you are officially genin of the Leaf. Our foreman squad is established. But the bells. The bells were never the point. There are no real rules in this world. Sometimes, people just make up their own logic. And sometimes, you have to break that logic. Obito was the first to cheer. Hell yeah. We did it. Then, grinning widely, he lunged at Kurama. Kurama-sensei, I love you so much. Ugh, disgusting. Kurama kicked him away, sending him tumbling several meters. Obito groaned in pain while Rin giggled behind her hand. The atmosphere was surprisingly light. That evening, Kurama found himself talking to Kushina. Kurama, we've secured the 2 tails. What about the 3 tails? Doesn't have to be in order. Kushina smirked. Oh yeah, I also trained 3 adorable rookies today. He. Her team was a foreman squad as well. Captain Kushina. Her students. Shizun, Kurinai, and Yugao. All promising kunoichi. Seeing them reminded her of her own time under Tsunade. Kushina twirled a lock of her vibrant red hair, letting it brush against Kurama's face. Well then, Lord Kurama, it's time for your nightly routine. Kurama smirked. All right. You get 3 choices. Kushina's eyes sparkled. Oh. 3. What's the extra one? She leaned in, her curiosity getting the better of her. Kurama grinned, whispering something into her ear. Her face instantly turned red. Why you pervert? Kurama only laughed. Kushina smirked. TCH, fine. But you better not disappoint me, you bastard. The night was just beginning. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Changes in the Ninja World. Just as Kurama was about to settle into his usual routine, Tsunade came back. Sure enough, Tsunade was still Tsunade. In the Hokage's office during the day, she had been adamant. If I don't return, then I don't return. So stubborn. So determined. Yet, the body was honest. Once she was done with work, she found herself walking aimlessly through the village. Before she even realized it, she was standing in front of Kushina's house. Or rather, their house. Initially, the place had been assigned to Kushina by the 3rd Hokage. It was big, large enough to accommodate over a dozen people. Tsunade's old house in Konoha had long been moved. When she became Hokage, she was too lazy to find a new place, so she had simply started living here with Kushina. Inside, Kushina and Senju Toka heard Tsunade's footsteps approaching. For some reason, as she reached the door, Tsunade's heartbeat quickened. Kushina. Kurama. You guys still awake? She asked softly, not wanting to disturb them too late at night. Ah, Tsunade. You're back. I was just about to head to bed, Kushina responded cheerfully. Well, don't let me keep you up. I'll be in soon. Tsunade stretched her arms over her head, cracking her back. Sitting in the Hokage's office all day wasn't easy. Sure enough, being Hokage wasn't all about battlefield glory. Sit too long in that damn chair, and her shoulders would get stiff. Good thing she was a medical ninja. The moment Tsunade stepped inside, Kushina seemed to get even more energetic. Kurama, lounging lazily, reached out and ran his fingers through Kushina's long red hair. Since Tsunade's back, I guess I'll head to my room. Kushina immediately narrowed her eyes. Kurama, are you lying? Kurama smirked. Lying? About what? Kushina huffed, folding her arms. Last time, when Tsunade was here too, things got a lot more interesting. TSK. Her grin turned mischievous. She wanted to hear about the third option. Kurama, just tell me already. What is the third option? Since Kushina was so insistent, he had no choice but to humor her. The first option is the little nine tails, he began. The second is the hands. And the third is the tails. Kushina's eyes lit up. She hadn't experienced that before. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, with the third Kazekage mysteriously disappearing, the village was in turmoil. Raza had taken temporary control, managing affairs in his absence. Then, there was the matter of Sasori of the Red Sand, an S-rank rogue ninja. The grandson of Chiyo, and a genius puppeteer. His defection had been a major blow to the village. Now, Sunagakure had no Jinchuriki. The strongest Kazekage in their history was gone. The village was both internally unstable and externally vulnerable. No shinobi village could withstand such a crisis for long. Karura stood on a rooftop, staring into the distance. She had a lot on her mind. Raza approached her, his tone soft but firm. Karura, have you reconsidered what I said? She didn't turn to look at him. Kazekage-sama, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. This isn't about interest, Karura. It's about the survival of Sunagakure. Raza, much like the third Hokage, loved to use the village as a weapon to manipulate people. Karura scoffed. Don't use the village to pressure me. It only makes you more unbearable. She shot him a cold glance before turning away. Raza had proposed marriage. Not for love. At least, that's what he claimed. Their union, he insisted, could create a new bloodline limit. A powerful heir that could strengthen Sunagakure. In truth, it was both political and personal. He had loved her for a long time. But instead of confessing like a normal man, he was now trying to corner her into it. Karura was powerful. Her ability to manipulate sand for absolute defense was unique within Sunagakure. After rejecting Raza's proposal, Karura returned home. She gazed at the sky, watching the clouds drift by. For a brief moment, she thought she saw something. A familiar silhouette. Fiery red hair. A smirk full of mischief. Kushina. Karura blinked, and the illusion was gone. The clouds were just clouds. But still, her mind drifted back to the Third Shinobi War. To the day she fought Uzumaki Kushina, the red-hot habanero. She had lost that fight. Badly. Not just defeated, humiliated. Kushina had toyed with her, grabbing her in ways that left Karura flustered and enraged. Then, she had heard the rumors. The red-hot habanero had become the fourth Hokage. Despite their past as enemies, Karura had genuinely felt happy for her. Inspired, even. From that moment on, she had set a goal: the next time they met, it would be as equals. She would bear the title of Kazekage. After the third Kazekage vanished, she had almost achieved that dream. She had competed with Raza for the position of acting Kazekage. And lost. By a single vote. That stung. She wasn't the type to blame others for her failures. But ever since Raza took the position, something about him had changed. He was different now. More manipulative. More ruthless. And now he was trying to force her into marriage under the guise of protecting the village. Lately, she found herself looking toward Konoha more and more often. Not consciously. Her body just moved on its own. It didn't help that Raza was making her life miserable. More and more, she thought about the possibility of leaving Sunagakure. Abandoning everything and becoming a rogue ninja. Like Sasori had. With his talent, Sasori's betrayal had left Sunagakure helpless to stop him. If she left, they might not be able to stop her, either. She shook her head. No, she still loved this land. But even the most loyal dog will bite when pushed into a corner. For the first time, the idea of leaving didn't seem so impossible. What should I do? Kurura whispered to herself. Back in Konoha, Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office early. She was walking a little funny, her movements stiff and awkward. Thankfully, the streets were mostly empty this early in the morning. No one was around to witness her struggle. With ninja-like agility, she snuck into the office and collapsed into her chair, sighing in relief. Damn it. She muttered. This is all Kurama's fault. Chapter 152, Chapter 152. Damn it. It's all that bastard's fault. Tsunade cursed under her breath. Yesterday, that asshole had shown up at her place again, like always. Right after having a big fight with Kushina. And now, he was acting like nothing even happened. So, this morning, Tsunade found herself in this situation, sore, exhausted, and barely able to move. Good thing she was a medical ninja. She knew exactly how to heal her own body. But then again, Tsunade wasn't just any medical ninja. A few minutes later, her sore legs and aching back were completely healed. Last night, she had tried to keep quiet so she wouldn't disturb Kushina's rest. Asshole. It's all his fault, she muttered again, though her lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Despite her complaints, she couldn't deny how much she enjoyed it. One day, she thought, she'd let herself go completely. But for now, she wasn't sure whether she had actually woken Kushina up or not. She couldn't control those unconscious, hazy reactions. Humph, I'll deal with that guy next time. Tsunade pouted as she turned her attention to the mountain of documents piled up on her desk. Her head hurt just thinking about all the work she had to do. The Land of Water, Kirigakure. Lord Ao, we have obtained information about the person you were searching for. Oh. Let me see. A masked ANBU operative handed Ao a scroll. As Ao unrolled it, his eyes widened in shock. The person he wanted to investigate was them. During the Third Great Ninja War, a single-tailed beast bomb from this person had annihilated an entire battalion of mist shinobi. Ao had never forgotten that battle. For years, he had suffered sleepless nights, haunted by that overwhelming power. Nightmares plagued him, all because of that one individual. Even now, he still vividly remembered the moment the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist were wiped out by a single-tailed beast bomb. That was a memory that would never leave him. Horrifying. But now, they finally had new intel. Ao hoped that knowing more would finally allow him to sleep in peace. He continued reading the scroll. The target currently resided in the Hidden Leaf Village, in the Land of Fire. A Konoha elite jonin. There was even a note. This individual was known to have a close relationship with the former Hokage's wife, the infamous blood-red habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. Konoha's elite jonin. Ao's expression darkened. If this individual could unleash tailed beast bombs, then they had to be linked to a tailed beast. And Konoha's only known tailed beast was the Nine Tails. Could it be? Was this person Konoha's current Nine Tails Jinchuriki? The possibility sent a chill down Ao's spine. If true, then this individual had likely reached a state of perfect synchronization with the Nine Tails. Ao didn't even want to consider that thought. But if that was the case, then Kirigakure was in serious trouble. Currently, their fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was also a Jinchuriki, of the Three Tails. However, Yagura had yet to attain perfect mastery over his beast. Still, Yagura was confident. He believed he was not far from achieving that level of control. After receiving the intel, Ao immediately reported it to 4th Mizukage Yagura. A Konoha shinobi, and possibly the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Yagura's expression turned grim as he absorbed the information. It seems Konoha is becoming more and more troublesome. Years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, the Mist's legendary 7 swordsmen had been obliterated by a single Konoha shinobi, Might Dai, using only taijutsu. Since then, Kirigakure had struggled to rebuild that fearsome unit. Even now, they had yet to find 7 worthy successors. The Mist's current forces lacked shinobi strong enough to bear the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Are we heading toward another major conflict? Yagura gazed out of his window, lost in thought. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade leaned on her desk, watching Kurama with amusement. Hataki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. You've been running D-rank missions for a while now. Now, I'm giving you an A-rank mission. A-rank. Obito's eyes lit up in excitement. He was sick of those boring D-rank missions. Most of them were just errands, helping farmers, babysitting, catching lost pets, or scaring off petty bandits. Was this what being a shinobi was about? No way. He was going to become Hokage one day. Missions like these wouldn't bring him any closer to that goal. Only B-rank and A-rank missions would allow him to prove his worth. Obito had been waiting for this opportunity for so long. He was going to show everyone what he was made of. Especially Rin. He wanted her to look at him and say those 4 magical words. Obito is so cool. The mission, head to the Fire Country's border and drive off invading Mist Shinobi. Now, this was a real mission. A battle between ninja. The details are all here. Just make sure you all return alive, Tsunade said, her tone serious. In truth, there was more to this than what she had told them. This mission had been specially arranged at the request of their teacher. The real objective. Their teacher was secretly looking for the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. No, it wasn't really Yagura they were after. It was the tailed beast inside him, 3 tails. A small island in the land of water. Danzo arrived with 2 root operatives. A total of 3 people. On the other side, the entire area was under Kirigakuru's control. Dozens of Mist ANBU surrounded them. Cold-blooded assassins. Each one radiating a murderous aura. Fourth Mizukage, is this how you welcome guests? Danzo's one remaining eye glared toward the towering building ahead. The entrance remained closed. Then. Click. The heavy doors creaked open. 3 figures stepped out. In the center stood a man who appeared to be a child but was, in fact, a seasoned warrior. Fourth Mizukage, Yagura. To his left and right stood Ao and Raiga. Danzo smirked. Bold of you to come here with only 3 people, Yagura said, amused. If I didn't have courage, I wouldn't have lived this long. Danzo had come to make a proposition. An alliance between Kirigakura and Root to destroy Konoha. If external forces struck first, Konoha would fall into chaos. And when victory was secured, Land of Water would take its share of the spoils. Yagura's interest was piqued. A storm was brewing. Chapter 153, Chapter 153. Danzo had always been a man of shadows, lurking in the darkness of Konoha, pulling the strings from behind. No one truly knew how many shameful acts he had committed in secrecy. A man like him, cunning, ruthless, could never be trusted. Fourth Mizukage Yagura was well aware of this. Yet, he had allowed Danzo to come here and negotiate. But with conditions. Danzo was only permitted to bring 2 subordinates, no more. Yagura had honestly expected the old warhawk to refuse, yet here he was, arriving with just 2 men. A rare display of trust. Perhaps cooperation wasn't impossible after all. Danzo, speak. What's your plan? Yagura asked, his tone laced with interest. Danzo's single exposed eye gleamed. Simple. Tsunade sits on the Hokage's seat. I know Konoha's weaknesses better than anyone. When the time comes, my forces will strike from within. You'll attack from outside. Overthrowing her won't be difficult. Yagura was no fool. He knew Danzo's reach extended deep into Konoha's veins. If there was anyone who could dismantle the village from the inside, it was him. Still, trust was another matter entirely. Yagura scoffed, leaning forward. Danzo, why should I believe you? Give me a reason. Give me collateral. A slow smirk crept onto Danzo's wrinkled face. Very well, this should be enough. With a flick of his bandages, his Sharingan flared to life. 3 Tomo spun rapidly, radiating ominous energy. Yagura's instincts flared. He felt the distortion in his chakra, the subtle pull of an illusion. The killing intent seeping from Danzo was undeniable. TCH, still playing tricks. Yagura sneered. Genjutsu. Laughable. As a Jinchuriki, such illusions were useless against him. Ao, Raiga, handle them. Yagura barked. Mist Shinobi surrounded Danzo and his men instantly, weapons drawn, forming a deadly circle. But Danzo, calm, calculating, simply chuckled. As expected of Mizukage, you aren't so easily swayed. Yagura cracked his knuckles. I'll deal with the old bastard myself. The 2 pawns are yours. Understood, Mizukage-sama, his men roared. Yagura had almost entertained the idea of working with Danzo. Almost. But Danzo's heart still belonged to Konoha. His attempt at an illusion was proof of that. He had underestimated Yagura. A mistake he would regret. The butcher is excited to test Akage in combat for the first time. Danzo said, his lips curling into a grin. Then, he unwrapped his bandages fully, revealing an arm covered in Sharingan. Dozens of crimson eyes stared hungrily. A grotesque sight. Even the hardened Mist Shinobi flinched at the sheer monstrosity of it. Yagura, however, merely sneered. You really are a disgusting old man. To go this far for power. Danzo had butchered the Uchiha for these stolen eyes. Typical Konoha. Always talking about peace while rotting from within. But that was Konoha's problem. Die, old man. Yagura roared. He weaved signs rapidly, water release, water dragon bullet. A massive dragon surged from behind him, its fanged maw roaring as it lunged at Danzo. Wind release, great breakthrough. Danzo countered with a powerful gust of wind, sending the water dragon spiraling. The storm of wind didn't stop, barreling straight toward Yagura. Humph. You've got some tricks, old man. Yagura didn't move. He had no reason to. Dark red chakra oozed from his skin, the tailed beast's shroud forming around him. The violent wind slashed at him, but he remained unscathed. Then, in a blur, he moved. A crimson blur streaked toward Danzo. Before the Warhawk could react. Boom. Yagura's chakra-clad fist slammed into Danzo's chest, sending him crashing into the distant rock wall. The impact split the elder's body in half. Blood splattered across the battlefield. Yagura scoffed. The so-called elite of Konoha. Pathetic. He hadn't even unleashed the full power of Three Tails yet, and Danzo had already crumbled. Laughable. TCH. I don't know where he got the guts to challenge me. Yagura turned away, disinterested. The battle had ended before it even began. Or so he thought. A chilling voice slithered through the air. If one isn't enough, how about another? Yagura froze. That voice. Impossible. He turned sharply. Danzo stood behind him, completely unharmed. Yagura's eyes widened. What? You were just... He snapped his gaze to the corpse. It was still there. Yet Danzo was here, alive. No. This was no clone. No illusion. Yagura's stomach twisted. This isn't possible. Oh, but it is. Danzo's voice oozed smugness. Yagura's instincts screamed at him. Move. Now. But before he could react, a cold hand clamped onto his back. Consider this payback for that kick. Danzo's foot crashed into Yagura's spine, sending him flying. He crashed through several trees before slamming into the ground, groaning. Mizuki-sama, his men cried, rushing forward. Yagura cursed under his breath. Even with his tailed beast's chakra, he had felt that one. As he tried to stand, he froze. His body refused to move. Black marks spread across his limbs. What is this? Yagura gritted his teeth. A sealing technique. A powerful one. TCH. When did you? Then it hit him. The moment Danzo touched him. Damn it. Danzo chuckled darkly. You should have been more careful, Mizukage. You're nothing but a caged beast now. Protect Mizuki-sama. Don't let this bastard get near him. Ayo shouted. Mist Shinobi formed a protective barrier around their fallen leader. But Yagura knew. This was unacceptable. His fury ignited. You dare to trap me. His rage exploded. A monstrous wave of chakra burst from his body. The black marks started to recede, burned away by raw power. Then. A wicked grin split Yagura's face. A dark red aura engulfed him, his form distorting. 3 massive tails emerged from his back, swaying violently. Danzo's smirk faltered. Oh. Now, we might have a real fight. Yagura's blood-red eyes burned with hatred. Now, you're in trouble. The battlefield trembled. This was no longer a battle between men. This was war. Chapter 154, Chapter 154. This is bad. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he watched the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, his entire body now pitch black. His expression was grim. The current Yagura couldn't fully transform into the Three Tails. If he did, the beast would wrestle control away from him. But this form, this half-transformation, was the strongest he could achieve while retaining his own will. Dark chakra surged around him, and 3 monstrous tails swayed behind his back. In this state, he could even unleash a tailed beast bomb. You really pissed me off, old man, Yagura snarled, his voice distorted, his pale eyes locked onto Danzo with murderous intent. A surge of chakra erupted from the ground. Danzo had no time to react before a chakra arm gripped his throat. There was no visible strain, no exertion, just raw, crushing power. With a flick of his wrist, Yagura snapped Danzo's neck like a twig. It's over, Yagura declared coldly. Mizuki-sama. That bastard is still alive. What? Yagura's eyes darted to the side, and there, standing atop a large tree 100 meters away, was Danzo. Danzo kept his distance from the half-tailed beast Mizukage, calculating. Ayo, the perceptive Mist Shinobi, frowned. He had been observing carefully. Every time he dies, Ayo muttered, his chakra fluctuates, shrinks for an instant before stabilizing. And more importantly, Ayo's sharp eyes focused on Danzo's right arm. Each time he dies, one of the Sharingan on his arm closes. A chill ran through the Mist Shinobi present. This bastard. Yagura's voice was laced with annoyance. So that's your trick, Danzo. But even if you have 1,000 lives, I'll kill you 1,000 times over. Danzo's face darkened. That was faster than he had expected. The Mist Shinobi had figured out Izanagi's secret too quickly. Swish. 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 A light drizzle began to fall, raindrops pattering against the battlefield. Yagura didn't intend to let Danzo breathe. His blue and red chakra swirled and condensed, forming a small black sphere at his mouth. A tailed beast bomb. The sheer pressure in the air sent cracked spiderwebbing across the ground. Danzo's pupils shrank. The moment Yagura's mouth swelled, Danzo knew it was too late. Boom. The world exploded in light. The tailed beast bomb was fired at a terrifying speed. Danzo had no time to dodge. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the landscape, leaving behind a massive crater. The force of the blast sent shockwaves for hundreds of meters in all directions, tearing through trees and rocks like paper. This was the power of a tailed beast. No wonder every village in the world wanted their own. After the dust settled, two figures stood nearby, watching the destruction. Danzo, are you done yet? The voice was deep, amused. Danzo exhaled, brushing off the dust. Kurama-sama, the opponent is the Mizukage. And a perfect Jinchuriki at that. I'm a bit out of my depth. Kurama smirked. The plan had gone exactly as he had expected. Danzo's whole pretense of negotiating with the fourth Mizukage. That was Kurama's idea. Danzo was never meant to win. He was a pawn. Kurama had orchestrated everything. Mist Shinobi tensed as they noticed a new figure standing among them. How? How had he gotten through their perimeter undetected? Damn it, one of them growled. How the hell did you get in here? A ridiculous question. Kurama simply walked in. Ao's face paled. He knew this man. This was the source of his nightmares. Kurama. Danzo, an elder of Konoha, a man feared by many, stood at this man's side like a mere subordinate. Mizukage-sama, Ao whispered. That's him. He's the one who wiped out the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurama. Yagura's expression turned serious. This guy. The fourth Mizukage studied Kurama carefully. He felt nothing. No overwhelming chakra, no oppressive aura. Just an ordinary-looking man. And yet, this was the one who had obliterated an entire island. Kurama smiled when he noticed Ao. Ao, you're a tough one. You survived 2 tailed beast bombs. Impressive. 2. Ao's brow furrowed. He had only been hit by 1. Kurama chuckled. He wasn't talking about this battle. In another timeline, in another war, Ao had been hit by the Tentail's tailed beast bomb and somehow survived. Fate was funny like that. Ao wasn't just a survivor. He was a man who had learned to wield technology, a man who would one day wield a chakra-powered Gatling gun. Kurama turned to Yagura. Do you want to know what happened to the guards outside? Silence. The reason I was able to enter so easily is because they couldn't stop me. You bastard, a Mist Shinobi snarled. You're not leaving here alive. Leaving. Kurama tilted his head, amused. Who said I was leaving? Yagura's fingers twitched. He wasn't going to hold back. Years ago, during the Third Great Ninja War, Kurama had fired a tailed beast bomb that annihilated an entire island. Hundreds of Mist Shinobi had died in an instant. That moment had turned the tide of war between Konoha and the Hidden Mist. Now, standing before him, was the man responsible. Yagura vanished in a blur, reappearing in front of Kurama with a single step. His arm swung down, aiming to crush Kurama's heart. Danzo had been unable to react to this attack. Kurama should be the same. 1 hit. 1 kill. But. Swish. Yagura's hand sliced through an afterimage. What? That speed, it wasn't human. This guy is fast. A voice whispered next to his ear. Yagura's eyes widened. When did he? Kurama stood at his side, his hand resting on Yagura's shoulder as if comforting a child. Yagura had never felt this kind of danger before. Not even from Danzo. Danzo's tricks were annoying. But this man terrified him. He clenched his teeth, rage burning in his chest. Bastard, die. A tail lashed out, spearing straight through Kurama's chest. Another tail coiled around him, binding him tight. Yagura grinned. Got you. Kurama, despite the tail impaling him, only chuckled. As expected of a Mizukage, he mused, his tone playful. Still so confident, even now. You really don't understand your situation. Chapter 155, Chapter 155. One of Yagura's tails coiled tightly around Kurama, constricting him and rendering him immobile. The other 2 extra tails lunged forward with monstrous force, aiming straight for Kurama's heart. Yagura's dark red face twisted into a feral snarl, his expression one of sheer bloodlust. This was it. Kurama would be finished. But just as the piercing tails were about to strike their mark, they froze, suspended in midair, barely an inch from Kurama's heart. What? Yagura's eyes widened in disbelief. He summoned all his strength, but his tails refused to move forward. A chilling realization set in, something had seized control. Emerging from the battlefield's haze, another set of monstrous tails coiled around Yagura's own, restraining them completely. From the body of Kurama, these unnatural appendages had burst forth, binding the Mizukage's assault. Not only that, but another tail slithered toward the battlefield's other threat, the hidden doctor, ensnaring him as well. This power. No, it can't be. Yagura's breath grew labored. An overwhelming sense of danger flooded his instincts. Kurama's lips curled into a wicked grin. What's the matter, Mizukage? Surprised. He let out a low chuckle. My tails are superior to yours. Ao's expression darkened. The elite sensory ninja clenched his fists. Impossible. The surrounding mist shinobi exchanged uneasy glances, shock visible in their eyes. Their Mizukage, wielder of the three tails' immense power, was completely restrained by the enemy. How was this even possible? Support Mizukage-sama. Ao barked, his voice laced with urgency. A horde of mist shinobi surged forward, their weapons drawn, their killing intent tangible. Ha! You think you can interfere? A rough voice rang out as a figure stepped into their path. Danzo and his two most trusted enforcers planted themselves firmly before the advancing shinobi. You mist fools are underestimating me. Danzo's singular eye gleamed with cold menace. With him stood two battle-hardened warriors, both elite in their own right. The mist shinobi hesitated, but only for a moment. Damn it, Danzo. Ao gritted his teeth as the clash erupted. Danzo's trio met the mist shinobi in brutal combat. Blades clashed, jutsu collided, and the battlefield erupted into chaos. Despite their numbers, the mist forces struggled to break through. Danzo's men fought like demons, cutting down their enemies before they could even reach Yagura. Ao's heart pounded. Kurama had already obliterated one of their strongest warriors, without breaking a sweat. The shock of that loss still lingered. Raiga, it's up to you now. Ao shouted. A figure stepped forward, lightning crackling around him. TCH. No need to worry so much, Raiga scoffed, brandishing the twin sword's kiba. Thunderstorm slash. A column of lightning surged down from the heavens, striking Kurama with a deafening boom. The battlefield was momentarily illuminated by the blinding flash of Raiga's lightning release. The air burned with raw energy. As the light faded, a deep, smoldering crater lay where Kurama once stood. Silence fell. Then, a slow clap echoed from within the pit. Kurama emerged, his body crackling with residual electricity. He stretched his arms, yawning. Ah, now that's a good massage. Got any more? Raiga's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The strongest attack of the 7 ninja swordsmen, one that could reduce even an elite jonin to ash, had done nothing. You. What the hell are you? The mist shinobi around them froze. The reality of the situation was settling in like a creeping nightmare. They knew the terrifying power of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Each member was at the level of an elite jonin, some even bordering on Kage tier. Yet this monster shrugged off their strongest attack like it was nothing. This level of power, it was simply inhuman. Raiga's hands trembled. This bastard is a demon. Meanwhile, Yagura struggled against his bindings, but it was futile. Inside him, a deep, guttural voice echoed. This presence, could it be? Three Tails Aisabu stirred within his Jinchuriki's soul. Heh. Don't tell me you've forgotten me already, Aisabu, Kurama sneered. Aisabu let out a low growl. Kurama, so it really is you. Yagura's eyes widened. That means, this man, is a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Only a perfect Jinchuriki could possess such overwhelming power. But no, this was something else entirely. Kurama wasn't just a Jinchuriki. He was the Nine-Tails. It must be hard being sealed inside a weakling ninja, huh? Kurama taunted. So annoying when they think they can control our power. Join me, Aisabu. Leave this pitiful shell behind. The others are waiting. Shikaku, Matatabi, even Gyuki. It's time for our kind to rise. Aisabu hesitated. Then, he made his choice. Better than rotting inside this fool. Kurama chuckled darkly. I knew you'd say that. A monstrous hand of raw chakra extended from Kurama's body, reaching deep into Yagura. The Mizukage gasped, pain racking his body as the forceful extraction began. And no. I won't allow this. But his protests were useless. The Three Tails complied with Kurama's pull, willingly breaking free from its host. Yagura convulsed violently, blood spewing from his mouth. Ao's heart sank. He could feel it. The immense chakra of the Three Tails was leaving Mizuki-sama's body. Everyone, stop him. The mist shinobi threw themselves forward, breaking past Danzo's defenses in sheer desperation. Kurama merely smirked. How eager you are to die. Sand tsunami. A tidal wave of golden sand burst forth, swallowing the advancing shinobi whole. Their screams were drowned beneath the suffocating avalanche. The pressure intensified. Blood seeped from the cracks in the sand. Ao's face turned pale. Yagura, meanwhile, struggled for breath. His vision blurred as the last remnants of the Three Tails were stripped away. The Mizuki's body collapsed. Lifeless. A silence, thick and suffocating, blanketed the battlefield. Mizuki-sama. The cries of the mist shinobi echoed through the air, but their leader was gone. Kurama stepped over Yagura's corpse, his crimson eyes gleaming. He turned to his new brother-in-arms. Welcome back, Isabu. Let's get to work. The war had only just begun. Chapter 156, Chapter 156. The Three Tails inside Yagura was forcefully extracted by Kurama. Without a tailed beast, a Jinchuriki's fate was already sealed. Death. Yagura's lifeless body collapsed onto the battlefield, his once glowing eyes now dull and empty. Mizuki-sama. The remaining mist shinobi cried out in despair. Their leader, their pillar of strength, was gone. If even Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, fell, what hope did they have? Kurama dusted off his hands, showing no sympathy or remorse. His expression remained cold, detached. This is how the world works. His crimson, slit-like pupils scanned the battlefield, locking onto the surviving mist shinobi. So, what now? No one dared to meet his gaze. Those monstrous eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Their enemy was beyond powerful. We can't give up. A voice cut through the tension. Ao, the last hope of Kirigakuru's forces, clenched his fists. We must fight to the end. His words rang hollow. Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was the first to act, refusing to stand idle. He channeled his lightning release into his twin blades and surged forward. Lightning release, false darkness. A web of blue-white lightning crackled through the battlefield, aiming straight for Kurama. The air sizzled. The stench of ozone filled the area. For a moment, silence. Then, the attack dispersed upon impact. Not a single scratch on Kurama. Raiga's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. How many shinobi had fallen to his lightning? How many had he killed effortlessly? Yet, this man stood before him, unaffected. Kurama smirked. Lightning released chakra mode. He flexed his fingers, his entire body sparking with electricity. The power he had taken from the third Raikage was now his own. Your attack is useless, boy. Raiga gritted his teeth. Bastard. You dare mock me. His pride as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen burned within him. He refused to be humiliated. Ignoring Ao's desperate warnings, he charged once more, twin blades crackling with energy. Kurama's eyes flickered. The Sharingan's tomo spun. And then. They shifted. From the 3 tomo to an intricate, ringed pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. A vortex of spiraling space formed around Raiga. What the hell is this? His body was being pulled in, no, shredded. Like a black hole swallowing its prey. No. This can't. The sound of tearing flesh. The battlefield was silent. Then. A wet splatter. Blood painted the earth. Raiga was gone. Not even a corpse remained. Damn you. Ao's voice trembled with fury. His comrade, one of Kirigakuru's most fearsome warriors, had been erased in mere moments. The remaining mist shinobi stood frozen. First Yagura, now Raiga. 2 of their most powerful warriors had fallen in quick succession. Panic settled in. Their faith, their resolve, it crumbled. Even Ao, usually the voice of reason, felt his body go cold. Danzo, watching from a safe distance, could barely contain his smirk. Going against Lord Kurama is nothing but suicide. The battlefield was littered with corpses. What once was a proud mist shinobi army had been reduced to mere dozens. Survivors trembled in fear. Some barely clung to their weapons. Others had lost the will to fight entirely. Retreat, someone shouted. But was escape even an option? Kurama had no intention of leaving any survivors. 3 massive chakra arms shot forward, grabbing Danzo and 2 of his root members. As he ascended, a pair of glowing blue-violet wings spread from his back. Dark red chakra layered over them, pulsating with unearthly energy. This was the power of the meteorite chakra, the legacy of Hashigakure. Kurama hovered above the battlefield, looking down at the shinobi below. Like a god gazing upon insects. Ao's heart pounded in his chest. This wasn't just power. It was something beyond human. Last time, Ao, you survived my attack by sheer luck. Kurama's voice dripped with amusement. Let's see if you can do it again. Ao's blood ran cold. This moment, this oppressive feeling, was all too familiar. A memory buried deep within him resurfaced. The last time he had faced destruction at the hands of a monstrous force. Everyone, run, he roared. But it was pointless. Kurama raised a single hand. A black sphere of swirling energy formed above his palm. A tailed beast bomb. Bigger than anything they had seen before. So large, it blocked out the sky. The mist shinobi below could not even see where it ended. Some collapsed to their knees, accepting their fate. Others tried to flee, though they knew it was hopeless. There was no escape. Kurama released the bomb. It fell like a meteor. The moment it touched the ground. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. A shockwave blasted outward, leveling everything in its wake. Mountains crumbled. Forests were erased. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, visible for miles. The battlefield. Gone. The mist shinobi. Gone. Not a single survivor remained. A crater, vast and unrealizable, scarred the land. Danzo and his 2 root members stared in awe. Their bodies trembled. They had witnessed power beyond comprehension. Lord Kurama, truly is a god among men, Danzo murmured. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his wrinkled face. Had they been on the ground, they would have perished as well. Kurama turned to them, a smirk forming on his lips. Danzo, you did well this time. I expect the same in the future. Danzo's face lit up with twisted delight. Serving you is an honor, Lord Kurama. With a wave of his hand, Kurama dismissed them. Danzo and his men vanished into the forest, eager to spread word of their leader's triumph. Kurama, satisfied, turned his gaze westward. Now then, time to reunite with my students. Obito, Rin, Kakashi. Their paths would cross again soon. Far away, in the ruins of Kirigakure's temporary outpost, an aging man sat frozen. Genji, one of the village elders, clenched his trembling fists. He had heard the explosion. Felt the earth shake. The direction. Mizukage-sama. He turned to his aides, voice weak. Send a scouting team, immediately. A foreboding sense of dread crept into his heart. Deep down, he already knew. There would be nothing left to find. Chapter 157, Sasori. Yagura, there won't be any surprises during this trip, right? Master Genji frowned slightly, his deep-set eyes unreadable beneath his furrowed brow. Genji-sama, Mizukage-sama must be fine, a clear, confident voice rang in his ears. The speaker was a striking young woman clad in a blue high-slit kimono, her long brown hair cascading over her shoulders, none other than Terumi Mei. At this time, Terumi Mei was barely 13, standing at the golden cusp of youth. Yet, despite her age, she had already proven herself, rising to the rank of special jonin in Kirigakure. Master Genji exhaled deeply. I hope Yagura is okay. But deep inside, he was uneasy. This wasn't just any mission. It involved one of the darkest figures in the land of fire, Danzo Shimura. That old warhawk was a relic of a bygone era, a man who moved in the shadows, pulling strings that could decide the fate of nations. Kurama's massive tailed beast bomb had left the entire battlefield in ruins. He signaled Danzo and his men to return to the village. Then, he reunited with his students, Kakashi Hatake, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Nohara. Kurama-sensei. Kakashi and Rin were visibly excited to see their teacher. Only Obito scowled, arms crossed, lips curled in irritation. Why, have all those mist shinobi been taken care of? Kurama gave a slight nod. Of course. Do you think a handful of Kiri shinobi could stand in my way? Obito puffed up his chest. Ha! One day, I'll surpass even you, sensei. Kurama only smirked, offering no words of praise. Instead, his gaze flickered toward Rin, whose admiring eyes never wavered from him. Obito clenched his fists. Rin. Why can't you look at me that way? Sensei, was that you just now? That explosion. Kakashi asked, his curiosity getting the best of him. Kurama nodded casually. Yeah. That's done. Even Kakashi, usually composed, felt a chill. The deafening shockwave had shaken the entire region. The earth itself had trembled beneath them. What terrifying power. Kakashi sighed under his mask. This was the kind of strength one could only dream of attaining. Yet, Aito remained defiant, still believing he could one day surpass this monster of a teacher. "Sensei, what happened back there?" Kakashi finally asked. Kurama's answer was nonchalant. "Nothing much. Just killed the Mizukage and a squad of mist shinobi. Just killed the Mizukage. Just like that. As if it were nothing. That was Yugura Karatachi, a Jinchuriki, and Mizukage. And yet, their teacher spoke as if he had merely taken out some nameless rogue ninja." Kakashi, Rin, and Aito were speechless. This mission wasn't A rank, it was easily S rank. No wonder Kurama had sent them away. If they had stayed, they would have only gotten in his way. Kurama-sensei is incredible. Rin beamed, her eyes practically sparkling. Who wouldn't admire a powerful and confident man? With the fourth Mizukage dead, Kirigakure would soon fall into chaos. "Let's go. There's no reason to linger. We're heading back to the village," Kurama ordered. They had achieved their objective. The Three Tails was now in Kurama's possession. At this point, he had control over 5 of the 9-tailed beasts, Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Gyuki, and of course, Kurama himself. The rest wouldn't be far behind. Konoha, Land of Fire. Kurama handed over the mission scroll. Tsunade barely glanced at it before tossing it aside. Yeah, she muttered. "Like I need to check. You never fail missions anyway." If Kurama had failed, it would have meant the mission was impossible to begin with. Formalities were pointless when it came to him. Kakashi, Aito, and Rin exchanged glances. Only their sensei could get away with this kind of treatment. No other elite jonin, no matter how skilled, received this kind of trust. Not even the legendary blood-red-hot habanero, Kushina Uzumaki. The Land of Wind. A lone figure strode through the vast desert, the wind and sand lashing against his face. He didn't flinch. The boy's features were too perfect, as if sculpted by nature itself. His red hair whipped behind him, his cold, calculating gaze set on the horizon. This was Sasori of the Red Sand, an S-rank rogue ninja of Tsunade. 2 years ago, at the age of 15, he had quietly assassinated the third Kazekage. The so-called strongest Kazekage had been nothing more than another puppet to add to Sasori's collection. Tsunade had become a stagnant, pathetic village. Weak. Submissive. Always bowing to the whims of the other great nations. Sasori had once suggested to the third Kazekage that they should challenge the Land of Fire, spark another war. The fourth Great Ninja War. It would have forced the other villages into action, setting off a chain reaction. The world would be reshaped in blood. But the Kazekage had been a coward. He had refused. And so, Sasori had ended him. Now, there was no reason for him to stay in Tsunade. He had no loyalty to that weak, fearful village. He wanted revenge. In the past, Sasori's parents had been killed by Konoha's White Fang, Ataki Sakumo, during the Second Great Ninja War. For years, Sasori had been aimless, obsessed only with his art. But now, his father's killer still breathed. Ataki Sakumo was alive. And Sasori would see him dead. He had already turned himself into a puppet. He was immortal. He didn't need sustenance, nor did he feel fatigue. His only goal was vengeance. He longed to turn the White Fang into one of his finest works, an immortal puppet, just like the third Kazekage. The idea thrilled him. His previous suggestion to the Kazekage had been a mere pretext. He had wanted war not for Tsunade's sake, but for his own revenge. The Land of Fire, Konoha, here I come. His sharp gaze flickered toward the distant horizon. Nothing would stop him now. Meanwhile, in Tsunade, chaos reigned. With the third Kazekage missing, Raza had stepped in as the acting Kazekage, only to later take on the position officially. The first thing he did was launch a search for his predecessor. The second thing? Arrange his marriage to Kurura. As Kazekage, he had absolute authority. Their union was something the village had long wished for, an opportunity to strengthen their bloodline. But then, Lord Kazekage, terrible news. A trembling shinobi entered the office, barely able to get the words out. Raza's expression darkened. What is it? The ninja hesitated before blurting out, Lady Kurura, she's disappeared. Raza's face twisted in rage before morphing into a chilling smirk. Kurura, you can't escape me. Chapter 158, Chapter 158. Kurura, you can't escape my grasp. Raza smiled coldly. In his mind, Kurura already belonged to him. Where could she possibly run to? Deep in the desert, Kurura walked alone. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Raza was despicable. Not only did he wield his title as the Kazekage like a weapon, but he also threatened her with the well-being of the entire village. Did he truly believe she, Kurura, was someone who would surrender so easily? Of course not. Now, she understood Sasori a little better. There was no point in staying in such a village. No one truly understood her. They were all just people who followed orders, never questioning anything. But where could she go? Her body moved instinctively, her eyes fixated on a distant direction. She already knew the answer. The land of fire. Konoha. Lady Kurura, please stop. Figures emerged ahead, blocking her path. Sand shinobi pursuers. 5 of them. Kurura recognized each one. All were elite jonin of Tsunade. Lady Kurura, come back with us. Yes, the Kazekage is deeply worried about your safety. Go back. That's impossible. Kurura scoffed. Raza has crossed the line. He's a man I loathe. The 5 shinobi exchanged looks. Lady Kurura, how can you say that? He is our Kazekage. Correction. He's your Kazekage, not mine. Oh, is that so? Then don't blame us. Murderous intent filled the air. Their orders from the 4th Kazekage were to bring Kurura back alive. But if she resisted, they were to break her. Wind release, slicing gale. Earth release, seismic fissure. The sand shinobi struck first. Kunai laced with explosive tags whizzed toward Kurura. Humph. She didn't even move. Her expression darkened slightly. Sand rose up, forming an impenetrable barrier. Every kunai, every explosive tag, every attack, neutralized instantly. It wasn't over yet. This was her domain. The desert itself answered to her will. The ground beneath her enemy's feet turned into quicksand. Quicksand sinkhole. They struggled, but it was futile. The desert was swallowing them whole. Sand binding prison. A mass of sand constricted around their bodies. With just one squeeze, she could crush them into pulp. Lady Kurura. Please spare us. Yes. This was all Kazekage-sama's command. We were just following orders. They weren't lying. Kurura hesitated. She knew these shinobi. They weren't her true enemies. They were just pawns. She stepped closer. Tell Raza this, treat me as a rogue ninja if you must. But if you come after me again, I won't show mercy. With that, she turned and left. The 5 shinobi exchanged glances. She's within range. Do it. A thick purple mist exploded from one of them. Kurura's eyes widened. Poison gas. She immediately retreated, but it was too late. She had inhaled some of it. Bastards. I spared you, and this is how you repay me. Honor has no place in shinobi battles. 3 of them had poisoned themselves beforehand, using their own bodies as weapons to ensure Kurura would be exposed. The remaining 2 had taken the antidote in advance. Raza had predicted her kindness. And he had used it against her. Kurura clenched her fists. Even poisoned, she refused to go down. The quicksand thickened. The 2 remaining shinobi panicked. No. This is impossible. You should be. Want to know why? Her voice was ice cold. Ask the Shinigami. Wait. Lady Kurura, please. She gave them a chance. There wouldn't be a second one. Sand burial. Their screams were drowned in the shifting sands. Blood seeped through the grains before the desert swallowed it whole. Ha. Ha. Kurura's breathing was heavy. Her consciousness was slipping. No. I have to move. Raza will send another team soon. Gritting her teeth, she pressed forward. There was only one place left for her. Konoha. Meanwhile, in Tsunade, Kazekage's office. Raza sat at his desk, his confidence unwavering. Until now. Kazekage-sama, news from the desert. Speak. All 5 shinobi are dead. Their bodies were found in the sands. Kurura was not located. Raza's hands clenched into fists. Which direction was she headed? Our scouts report, she's moving toward Konoha. Useless trash. Raza's expression twisted with rage. The poison gas should have incapacitated her. Yet she still escaped. TCH. I underestimated that woman. But no matter. The poison was inside her. She wouldn't get far. Send another team. Do not let her reach Konoha. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Raza leaned back, his fists tight. Kurura, you can't escape me. When she was brought back, he would make sure she regretted defying him. She wouldn't even have the right to beg for mercy. In Konoha, far from Tsunade's affairs, another matter was unfolding. Kurama had just requested Tsunade's assistance in tracking down the 4 tails. The beast was sealed within a rogue Iwagakure shinobi, Rashi. He had abandoned his village long ago, wandering the lands alone. Finding him would not be easy. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, the third Raikage had his own plans. Cloud had lost all their tailed beasts. If he had his way, no other nation would keep theirs either. Balance. What a joke. The concept of tailed beast balance was a lie, one crafted by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, when he divided the Biju among the villages. And Konoha had kept the strongest, Kurama, the Nine Tails, for themselves. How was that fair? Back then, the other Kage had no choice but to accept. Not because of Hashirama's so-called generosity, but because of his overwhelming strength. No one dared to say no. The age of gods was over. Now, the world belonged to those who dared to seize it. And war was coming. Chapter 159 reached Konoha. During the first ever 5 Kage summit, the other 4 Kage weren't exactly moved by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's, humility and sincerity. Not really. What truly influenced them was the undeniable strength of the so-called god of shinobi. At that time, Konoha held several tailed beasts in its possession. Moreover, it housed Uchiha Madara, a man feared across the world for his ruthlessness and power. The other Kage suspected that Hashirama's kindness might just be a facade, masking a grand ambition to dominate the entire ninja world. But they couldn't afford to question him openly, because if they did, it would be their downfall. Even if the 4 Kage joined forces, none of them stood a chance against the god of shinobi. Hashirama wasn't a man seeking conquest. He genuinely wanted peace, and he established the one nation one village system to maintain it. The other nations followed his lead, not because they shared his ideals, but because they feared his overwhelming strength. Time passed, and now, in the present era, Cloud Village no longer had any tailed beasts. The third Raikage despised the idea of any other village holding such power over the others. The one tail of Tsunade had vanished. Kurama, a rogue force in the ninja world, had informed him of this. Not long ago, the 3 tails of Kirigakure disappeared as well. Upon hearing the news, the third Raikage couldn't help but smirk. Good, good. As expected of Kurama, the men who took on 20,000 Iwagakure shinobi alone. If no village had tailed beasts, the world would be at equilibrium. And if someone was gathering them, then Cloud would assist in stopping them, not out of goodwill, but out of self-preservation. Konoha, Fire Country. Kurama and Kushina strolled through the streets of the village. Master Kurama, Sister Tsunade is doing a pretty good job as Hokage, don't you think? At least better than I would have. Yeah. Kurama chuckled as he ruffled Kushina's vibrant red hair. She was never suited for the position of Hokage. She only took it for a short while to see how it felt. However, the moment she was buried in paperwork, her enthusiasm died instantly. The infamous, red-hot habanero of Konoha wasn't cut out for the dull responsibilities of leadership. So, Tsunade took over, supported by her student, Uchiha Mikoto. The two worked in perfect harmony, balancing the village's administration with their combined strength and influence. As the setting sun bathed Konoha in a golden glow, a shinobi suddenly rushed toward them. Kushina-sama, we have a situation. What's wrong? Why do you look so flustered? There's a woman at the village gate who demanded to see you. But before she could say more, she collapsed. Kushina blinked, tilting her head. A woman. Looking for me. She didn't see herself as the kind of person to attract such unexpected visitors. Curiosity piqued, she and Kurama headed for the village entrance. At the gate, they found a woman covered in dust, her long, silver hair disheveled, her clothes torn from an arduous journey. She was barely conscious, her breathing shallow. Kurama's eyes widened slightly. He recognized her instantly. Karura. Years ago, during the Third Ninja War, he had fought this very woman while controlling Kushina's body. Back then, Karura had short hair and a lean frame. Now, she had matured into a striking beauty, though her current state was anything but graceful. Kushina circled around her, examining her like a detective inspecting a crime scene. She lifted a lock of the woman's hair and sniffed it, as if that would tell her anything. Nope. I don't recognize her. Kurama nearly laughed out loud. Was Kushina seriously face-blind? Sure, Karura had changed a lot, but how could she not remember someone she fought? Then again, Kushina wasn't the type to dwell on past battles. Regardless, something was off. Karura didn't come here for a friendly visit. She had been running from something, or someone. Kushina folded her arms across her chest. She's probably being hunted. Kurama nodded. More importantly, she's dying. You can observe her later, if she's still alive. Ah. Right. Let's take her home. Once back at their residence, Kushina placed Karura on the bed and studied her carefully. Are you sure we know her? She asked Kurama. He smiled faintly. No idea. But since she came looking for you, we should save her first. The answers will come later. Kushina nodded. She prepared to use medical ninjutsu, but Kurama stopped her. No need for that. It takes too long. I'll handle it. His scarlet eye spun into the familiar shape of the Sharingan, then shifted further into the intricate design of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Divine reversal technique. A black ring flickered in his pupils as he activated the ability. Kurura gasped, her body convulsing slightly. The injuries faded, her breathing steadied, but she still looked exhausted. Kurama frowned. Damn. She was already poisoned 3 days ago. It seemed whatever had happened to her, it had been relentless. He pushed the ability further, rewinding her condition back 10 days. Finally, color returned to Kurura's face. Her breathing normalized. The tension in her muscles eased. Kurama exhaled. Looks like whatever happened, she's been running for at least 10 days. From the land of wind to Konoha, a shinobi could travel the distance in 5 days if they pushed themselves. But Kurura took double that time, meaning she had been on the run, fighting for her life. What the hell happened in Tsunade? Kurura's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, she opened her eyes, adjusting to the dim lighting of the room. The first thing she saw was a flash of red. A voice, familiar yet distant. Am I dead? She murmured. Is this heaven? Blood-red habanero, is that you? Kushina scowled. Heaven? What heaven? This is my house, you idiot. She flicked Kurura's forehead, making the woman wince. Ow, it hurts. Pain meant she was alive. Kurura took a deep breath, her vision clearing. And then, realization struck her. She had made it. She had finally reached Konoha. Emotion surged through her chest, and without warning, she lunged forward, wrapping Kushina in a tight hug. Kushina yelped, caught off guard. Oi, oi. What the hell are you doing? You're not some desperate pervert, are you? Kurura blinked, then blushed furiously. Sorry. I finally found you. Kushina groaned, prying herself free. Well, whatever you've been through, you better start explaining. Because I have a feeling things are about to get messy. Chapter 160, Made. Kurura immediately woke up completely and released her grip on his hand. There was no mistaking it, standing in front of her was the infamous, red-hot habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. Even after years of separation, Kurura recognized her instantly. That meant only one thing, she was in the Hidden Leaf Village. Sand Shinobi's pursuers wouldn't be able to catch up now. She was safe. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. That's when she realized something startling. She felt no exhaustion. Her body, which had been on the verge of collapse from battle fatigue and poisoning, was completely healed. Not only that, the venom in her system was gone. It was as if she had never been poisoned in the first place. Kurura looked up at Kushina, eyes still wide with disbelief. Red-hot habanero, did you save me? No, Kushina grinned, thumbing behind her. It was him. Kurura blinked. Only then did she notice the men beside Kushina. Tall, imposing, his presence exuded something unnatural, something primal. His crimson eyes, slit like a predator's, made it impossible to meet his gaze for long. The raw aura of power rolling off him was suffocating. Kurura tensed. She had seen many dangerous men in her life, Kazekage assassins, war criminals, rogue ninjas, but this man. He felt different. He felt inhuman. Who? Before she could ask, Kushina interrupted, crossing her arms and smirking. Oi, lady, do we know each other? Why'd you come all the way to Konoha looking for me? Kurura stared at her. Did Kushina really not remember her? Or was she pretending? She scoffed, folding her arms. Do you seriously not recognize me? It's me, Kurura. Who cares? Kushina huffed. If you don't introduce yourself properly, I'll just have this guy throw you out of Konoha. And don't think for a second that being a pretty woman means I won't hit you. Kurura twitched. Pretty woman. She wasn't sure whether to be flattered or annoyed. Kurura of the Hidden Sand, she said at last, expression hardening. The Jonin who fought during the Second Shinobi War. Kushina blinked, gears turning in her head. A moment later, her eyes widened. Oh. The tomboy from back then. Kurura clenched her fists. Tomboy. Really? Kushina grinned. Ha. No way. You were so scrawny and rough back then. Look at you now. You actually turned into a woman. Kurura scowled. Are you saying I wasn't before? Well, Kushina said, rubbing her chin, you were built like a twig and had a mouth filthier than Jiraiya-sensei's novels. didn't really scream "lady" to me. Kurama twitched again. She had forgotten how irritating Kushina could be. Kurama chuckled. He had been watching their exchange with amusement. So, what brings you here? At that, Kurura's face fell. Her grip on her sleeve tightened as she exhaled shakily. Then, she told them everything. About Raza, the man who would become the fourth Kazekage, who had tried to force her into marriage. About how the village elders had turned against her, treating her like a political pawn to be traded. About how the moment Raza took power, everyone had abandoned her. How she had no one left. By the time she finished speaking, she was trembling with anger and grief. Kurama remained impassive. But Kushina. Tears streamed down her face. That's so cruel. Who the hell still forces people into marriage these days? That bastard. Kurura swallowed, steadying herself. Then, she met Kushina's gaze, eyes burning with determination. That's why I came here, she said. Kushina, I need your help. Let me stay in Konoha. I can become a ninja of this village. I'll do anything. I can't go back to the sand. Kushina stared at her, lips pursed. Anything, huh? She said slowly. Kurura nodded without hesitation. Anything. A sly grin spread across Kushina's face. Then how are your cooking skills? Kurura blinked. What? You heard me. Kushina smirked, elbowing Kurama. Hey, Master Kurama, what do you think? Kurama's expression was unreadable as he regarded Kurura. Are you sure, Kushina? Why, you got a problem with it? No, Kurama chuckled. Not at all. As long as it makes you happy. Kushina turned back to Kurura, smirking. Alright, here's the deal, she said. You can stay in Konoha. But I only have one condition. Kurura straightened, bracing herself. You're gonna be my and Kurama's personal maid. Kurura blinked. Then she blinked again. That's it. That's it. Kurura had been expecting something far worse. Maybe exile-level conditions. Maybe some dangerous mission to prove her loyalty. Maybe even being locked up in ANBU's custody. But this was nothing. She exhaled sharply. Fine. I accept. Kushina grinned. Great. Later that evening, after getting Kurura settled in, Kushina sat at the dinner table, eagerly waiting. Kurura, you done yet? She whined. Almost, Kurura called back. Minutes later, she walked out with the food. Kushina's eyes sparkled. The moment the dishes hit the table, she dug in. Holy crap, this is amazing. Kurama took a bite as well. He nodded approvingly. Not bad. Kurura stood there awkwardly, watching them eat. She wasn't used to this. Then, without warning, Kushina grabbed her wrist and yanked her down into a seat. Oi, you made this, so eat with us. Kurura hesitated. Then, slowly, she picked up her chopsticks. As they ate, she found herself relaxing for the first time in what felt like years. For the first time since she left the sand, she felt something strange. Something warm. Something she hadn't felt in a long time. A sense of belonging. Maybe, just maybe, escaping to Konoha had been the right choice after all. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Kurura is back. Kurura was alone in Tsunade. She knew the warmth and coldness of the world far too well. Back home, she was nothing more than a ghost among the high walls of the village she once called home. It was almost ridiculous to think about it now. Because, despite everything, she actually felt more at home in Konoha. It was clear now, coming to Konoha had been her wisest decision. Night fell over the village. Tonight, Tsunade hadn't come back. Next to the massive form of Kurama, Kushina spoke softly, her voice laced with irritation. Kurura was so badly hurt by that bastard Raza. Should we go teach those sand shinobi a lesson? Kurama's deep voice rumbled in response. Wouldn't it feel better to do it yourself? Such revenge was something Kurura had to claim with her own hands. Yeah, I guess you're right. With Tsunade away, an idea popped into Kushina's mind. Kurama, can I try using another tail today? She asked, grinning mischievously. Tsunade's not here, anyway. Kushina had been curious about whether different tails felt different when she harnessed Kurama's chakra. How could Kurama refuse such an interesting request? Unbeknownst to them, the movement on Kushina's side had stirred Kurura from her sleep. Strange, what are Kushina-sama and Kurama-sama doing? She mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Curious but cautious, Kurura stepped quietly toward them, not wanting to disturb whatever was happening. And then she saw it. The moonlight illuminated the narrow path between the trees, revealing something that made her eyes widen in shock. That is. Karura's face turned bright red, and she immediately retreated to her room, heart pounding. Once inside, she pulled the blanket over herself, a smile tugging at her lips. So Kushina-sama is actually that wild. She muttered to herself. Despite her past, Karura was still a young woman, and the sight she had just witnessed had stirred something deep inside her. She bit her lip and let her hand wander beneath the blanket. 3 days later, in the land of wind, Tsunade. Baki, a high-ranking jonin of the village, stormed into the Kazekage's office, his expression tense. Lord Kazekage, there's still no news on Karura. Raza's expression darkened instantly. What? A poisoned woman had managed to escape from his grasp. What the hell are my men doing? He roared, slamming his fist against the desk. Baki swallowed nervously and remained silent. Raza had gravely underestimated Karura's strength. Even while poisoned, she had fought her way out of the wind country, eliminating most of the pursuers that had been sent after her. The few that had survived returned, injured and humiliated. By now, Karura had completely escaped his grasp. Baki hesitated before speaking again. Lord Kazekage, we have confirmed that Karura is now in Konoha. The mention of Konoha made Raza's fury explode. Konoha, Konoha, Konoha again. With a furious sweep of his arm, he knocked every document off his desk, sending papers flying across the room. Would Konoha really take her in? Thinking about it, it was entirely possible. If Karura leaked critical Sand Shinobi secrets to Konoha, there was no doubt that they would protect her in return. Karura had been one of Tsunade's elite jonin. She knew too much. No, we need to rearrange the village's military deployments immediately. For the first time in a long time, Raza felt a twinge of fear. He had almost lost his mind and considered starting a war with Konoha over Karura. But the last shred of logic in him had stopped him. Now wasn't the time to engage in open conflict with Konoha. Karura wasn't worth it. The real reason he had wanted her back so desperately was to use her bloodline for breeding new heirs with strong abilities. But now that she was in Konoha, the matter had to be put on hold, for now. Raza's eyes narrowed as he gazed out the window, his voice filled with venom. Karura, wait for me. I want to see just how long Konoha will protect you. In the land of fire, Konohagakure. Kushina and Kurama had already begun making preparations. It was time to strike back at Tsunade. Karura, however, was still uncertain. Kurama-sama, Kushina-sama, are you really planning to do this? She asked hesitantly. Kushina smirked. What, are you scared? No, it's not that. I'm just worried about your safety. Kushina chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. What are you worried about? The only person who should be worried is Raza. We always settle our scores. She suddenly turned to Karura, her red hair swaying with the motion. Karura, you've only been here for a few days, and already you're questioning our judgment, she teased. Karura immediately looked flustered. And no, it's not like that. Kushina giggled before relenting. Relax, I know you mean well. Kurama rumbled from the side. Karura, if you want revenge, are you sure you can defeat Raza? Karura's expression hardened. I have full confidence. Good, Kurama said. You focus on Raza. Leave the rest to us. In Tsunade, Karura had once feared Raza, not because he was stronger than her, but because of the village's interference. She and Raza had been evenly matched. But the village always stood behind him, and the odds had never been in her favor. Now, things were different. Now, it would be one-on-one. Karura clenched her fists. This time, she would win. She would take back everything she had lost. She knew Kushina, the red-hot habanero, had once used the tailed beast bomb to terrify the entire Sand Shinobi force during the war. And as for Kurama's true power, she had never seen it firsthand. But from what she had observed, even Kushina deferred to him. His strength must be beyond comprehension. Kurama-sama, Kushina-sama, are we really going in alone? Karura asked. No, Kushina replied, grinning. There's one more of us. That makes 4. A shadow landed gracefully beside them. It was none other than Uchiha Mikoto. Kurama and Mikoto had already made a deal. Once she wrapped up her work in the village, she would join them in the raid against Tsunade. When Tsunade heard that Kurama was heading to cause trouble, she didn't even try to stop him. After all, it was Kurama. Standing atop a moving wave of sand, the 4 warriors made their way toward the land of wind. Karura manipulated the terrain beneath them, shaping a floating sand platform, similar to a somersault cloud, but made of hardened earth. Damn, Karura, Kushina whistled. That's a neat trick. Karura smirked. Just a simple technique. It took them only 3 days to reach the outskirts of Tsunade. Beneath them, the massive rock walls of the village loomed. Inside, in the Kazekage's office, a scout burst into the room, gasping for breath. Kazekage-sama, Kurura has returned. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Kurura, I want Raza dead. Kazekage-sama, there's a situation. Kurura-sama has returned. Returned? Isn't that a good thing? Raza's face flickered with a moment of relief. If she has found her way back, then let her enjoy the warmth of our village again. A smile formed on his lips. However, the Jonin hesitated. Kazekage-sama. Kurura-sama did not return alone. Raza's brows furrowed. Not alone. Who else is with her? There are 3 others, the shinobi reported. And among them is Konoha's red-hot habanero, Uzumaki Kushina. The name sent a shiver through Raza's body. Kushina. His eyes narrowed. Kurura had brought people from Konoha. What could this mean? Come with me. Now. With a flick of his wrist, Raza controlled his gold dust and ascended toward the outer wall of Tsunade. He saw them immediately. Kurura stood at the forefront, her expression cold and unreadable. Beside her, Uzumaki Kushina, the crimson-haired menace of Konoha, watched with an amused smirk. Next to her stood a stunning woman with long raven-black hair, Uchiha Mikoto. And finally, the last one. A man. Orange hair. Red eyes. Slitted pupils, filled with the eerie presence of a beast. Raza felt his instincts screaming at him. His gaze involuntarily shifted away from the men, as if his very presence was an affront to reason. Kurura took a step forward, her voice as icy as the desert night. Raza. The Kazekage forced a smirk. Kara, you've finally come home. This is your village. I came back to take your life. The wind howled between them. My life. Raza scoffed. You think you can take it? If not me, then who? Kurura tilted her head. Or do you believe you can stand against all of us? Ha. You think you can challenge all of Tsunade alone? That's delusional. Kushina yawned and stretched, unimpressed. TCH. This is the guy who forced you into marriage? Pathetic. Raza's face darkened. He understood now. Kurura didn't just bring these people here, she brought them to humiliate him. Kushina cracked her knuckles. Kara, take out this scumbag already. Leave the rest to us. Protect the Kazekage. Eliminate the intruders. Baki, one of the senior jonin, barked the order. The sand shinobi moved in unison, unleashing a barrage of kunai toward Kurama. You fools. Mikoto stepped forward, her Sharingan spinning into existence. 3 Tomo whirled violently, then shifted. A new pattern. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Void Severance. A pulse of energy rippled outward. In an instant, the sand shinobi were frozen, ensnared in a swirling distortion of space itself. Then, reality shredded. Screams tore through the battlefield as bodies were twisted and ripped apart, flesh and bone eviscerated in a storm of spatial destruction. Blood rained onto the sand. Baki's eyes widened in horror. What is this power? The remaining shinobi stepped back, their faces pale. They had just witnessed dozens of their comrades annihilated in the blink of an eye. Raza's fingers twitched. Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn it. Kurura actually brought someone of this caliber. Kurama chuckled, stepping forward. You might want to stay put. Unless you want to end up like them. The surviving sand shinobi hesitated. Kurura-sama is fighting the Kazekage. But aren't they engaged? Ha, what a joke. That was never her choice. Hey, lower your voice. If Kazekage-sama hears, you're as good as dead. The tension in the air was thick. The whispers of the Tsunade shinobi spread like wildfire. Kurura turned to her allies. This is my fight. Stay out of it. Understood, Kurama nodded. Do whatever you need to do. Raza's eyes gleamed with malice. You think you can defeat me alone? Fine. I accept your challenge. No one interferes. The battlefield cleared as the 2 warriors faced each other. Kurama leaned back, amused. This should be fun. Raza lifted his hand, summoning a massive tidal wave of gold dust. Gold dust wave. The golden sand surged forward, glistening under the desert sun. Kurura leaped into the air, her sand shield forming instinctively. The 2 forces collided, creating a thunderous explosion. Magnet release, gold dust imperial burial. The golden tendrils twisted, forming a suffocating tomb around Kurura. TCH. A massive amount of gold dust. This bastard really was the richest man in Tsunade. But Kurura wasn't fazed. She stretched out her hand. Sand coffin. The battlefield trembled as her sand surged up, swallowing the golden mass in an instant. The two elements twisted and ground against each other, locked in a brutal struggle. Karura's eyes scanned the field. There. She found it. Raza's third eye. A smirk formed on her lips. Got you. Her sand lunged forward, crushing the floating orb of gold dust. Raza's vision blackened. TCH. He clenched his fists. You're getting bold, Kurama. But he wasn't done yet. Even without his third eye, he had more than enough strength to crush her. From the sidelines, Kushina crossed her arms. Yo, Kurama, you think she'll win? Mikoto narrowed her eyes, watching every movement. She's holding her own. Kurama smirked. Let's see how far she can push him. High above the battlefield, Kurama glared down at Raza. This isn't a joke, Raza. I will kill you. The sky darkened. A monstrous wave of sand loomed in the distance, rolling in from the desert horizon like a tidal wave of death. The battle was far from over. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, 4th Kazekage. Waves of sand, towering like mountains, rolled in from the desert, swallowing the sky and blotting out the sun. This was Kurura's power. The massive dunes surged forward, hundreds of feet high, an unstoppable tide of destruction. Tsunade would drown under it. Is this really Kurura's power? Incredible. Kushina, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim. No joke. In the original timeline, Gaara's absolute defense stemmed from his mother's will. That fierce, undying love had been his shield. But this was pure carnage. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, watched grimly. He had severely underestimated Kurama. Magnet release, gold dust barricade. Raza conjured a colossal cube of gold-infused sand, hurling it at the incoming storm. He had to stop her. He had to suppress this madness before it consumed everything. His heart pounded. Fear. A foreign, unwelcome feeling. The cube, heavy with metallic weight, should have grounded the swirling sands. Instead, the golden mass was swallowed, devoured by Kurura's endless desert. What is this? Raza felt dread coil around his throat. This power, it made his chest tighten with raw terror. When the hell did she become this strong? Desperation bled into his voice. Magnet release, gold dust wave. A tide of shimmering gold surged to meet the incoming sandstorm, colliding with a violent explosion. The battlefield trembled, two monstrous forces wrestling for dominance. And yet, Kurura's sand crushed through his golden tide. The glittering dunes darkened, swallowed whole by the greater mass. All of Raza's gold. Buried beneath Kurura's overwhelming might. Raza shot into the sky, narrowly escaping the incoming cascade. His breath came sharp, uneven. Lady Kurama is unstoppable. Lord Kazekage can't even land a proper counterattack. The third Kazekage was the strongest, but he vanished. Now the fourth is being humiliated. Hey, shut it. We're supposed to support the Kazekage, not talk shit about him. The watching shinobi whispered among themselves, their unease palpable. And still, the sandstorm did not relent. Raza's stomach twisted. Kurama, are you? Before he could finish, the impossible happened. A third of Tsunade gone. Buried beneath the sea of sand. Buildings collapsed, structures ground into dust under the suffocating weight. You attacked the village? Raza roared. Attack the village? Kurama scoffed. I'm attacking you. Collateral damage was inevitable. Total destruction. Desirable. You. Raza was speechless. He had relied on Kurura's mercy before. That mercy was gone. Now, she was ruthless. Unfamiliar. Cold. A stranger wearing the face of the woman he once knew. Raza didn't understand. What had happened to her in Konoha? Why had she returned with nothing but hatred? Kurama had changed. Completely. Kurama, standing nearby, watched with a smirk. Yes, Kurama, that's how it should be. Mercy. A hindrance. Regret. A weakness. A battle fought with hesitation wasn't a battle, it was self-sabotage. You bitch. You destroyed the village. You blind fool. That woman buried Tsunade, and you still call her lady. Some of the watching sand shinobi finally snapped. They had lost everything. Their homes, their families, their livelihoods. Because of her. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock spear barrage. Wind release, raging sandstorm. A barrage of ninjutsu rained down toward Kurama. No hesitation. No restraint. They wanted her dead. How noisy. Kurama's expression twisted in disdain. Massive blue-purple wings unfurled behind him, glowing with eerie chakra. A deep crimson aura flickered around him. Meteor chakra. Peacock illusion jutsu. Sand waterfall burial. A pyramid of sand rose, swallowing the incoming attacks with ease. And then the screaming started. The attacking shinobi vanished into the shifting sands. Their struggles were brief. Their fates, sealed. Flesh and blood turned into pulp under the crushing pressure. You bastard. Raza cursed from above, hands clenched tight. This power. It was familiar. He recognized it. It was One-Tail's chakra. His eyes widened in realization. No. No, it wasn't possible. He had spent years suppressing Shikaka with his gold sand. The beast was unstable, impossible to control. But this man. Kurama wielded its power effortlessly. That could only mean one thing. Shikaka was gone. Stolen. You took the One-Tail. Raza's voice cracked with rage and disbelief. Kurama simply spread his hands, smirking. Neither confirming nor denying. That smirk was answer enough. What the hell? The Sand Shinobi were in shock. Their greatest weapon. Taken, right from under their noses. This was their village. And yet, Konoha had infiltrated without a trace. Stolen their greatest asset. And now Kurura was openly waging war against them. Shame burned through them. This was the ultimate humiliation. And it had happened without them even realizing. She's a traitor. She gave our tailed beast to Konoha. Raza's thoughts aligned with his people's fears. They had been betrayed. He had been betrayed. The moment Kurura left for Konoha, their fate had been sealed. The village was now on the brink of annihilation. Don't interfere. Raza's command rang through the battlefield. If his shinobi continued to interfere, they would only make things worse. No. He had to win. Then, he would rally the village and wipe these bastards out. You're still scheming. Kurura's eyes narrowed. Sand surged. Sand binding coffin. A crushing weight slammed onto Raza's right arm. His heart stopped. Shit. He had left an opening. A fatal mistake. Damn it. You coward. A sneak attack. Kurura's lips curled. Fair? In war. She tightened her grip. Raza's right arm. Gone. A scream tore through the battlefield. Chapter 164, Chapter 164. Kurura's golden sand had completely engulfed the right arm of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. She wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Moments like this never came twice. Without hesitation, she executed her jutsu. Sand binding coffin. Sand burial. A horrifying scream tore through the battlefield. Raza, a man who had always prided himself on his resilience, had never experienced pain like this before. His right arm was ripped away from his body, the force of Kurura's crushing technique reducing it to nothing but a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Blood splattered onto the sand, painting it crimson. The once mighty Kazekage looked nothing short of devastated. A deathly silence swept across the battlefield. The shinobi of Tsunade stood frozen in shock. Impossible. Lord Kazekage, lost. That's our Kazekage-sama. Panic gripped them. Raza had always been their pillar, their unshakable leader. If even he was defeated, what would become of them? A realization set in, Kurura was no longer their ally. She had abandoned her ties to Tsunade, and her attack had already annihilated a third of the village. Had Raza not intervened, she might have wiped out the entire village by now. Get Elder Chiyo and Lord Ebizo immediately. Baki barked. But, Master Baki, they no longer interfere in village affairs unless it concerns their. This isn't the time for debate. Execute the order now. Why yes, sir. The messenger bolted away, running as if his life depended on it. Baki clenched his fists. If Tsunade fell, Chiyo wouldn't have any village left to search for her grandson. She would come. She had to. For now, all they could do was pray that Raza could turn the tide. Hovering high above, Kurura sneered. Is this the best the great fourth Kazekage can do? You're pathetic compared to the past generations. Raza ground his teeth, rage boiling inside him. A woman, this woman, dared to look down on him. Humiliation. His pupils burned with bloodshot intensity. This was the worst disgrace of his life. Kurura, he roared in fury, his expression twisted with madness. With a desperate surge of chakra, he commanded a massive wave of gold dust to rise and rush toward her. Lord Kazekage. The village is right below, one of the Tsunade shinobi shouted in alarm. Raza wasn't listening anymore. He had lost himself to his emotions. His wave of gold dust surged through the village, crushing another section of Tsunade's buildings in its path. TSK, TSK. When titans clashed, it was always the people who suffered. A second later, Raza's gold dust detonated violently. Explosions rocked the battlefield. Dozens of explosive tags hidden within the gold erupted in a chain reaction. No matter how formidable Karura's sand defenses were, she was forced to retreat. Damn it. Baki gritted his teeth. He's lost his mind. We have to stop this before he destroys the village himself. Baki knew the truth. If this continued, Raza would be the one to fall. But as he prepared to step in, he noticed a figure observing the battlefield with cold amusement. Uchiha Mikoto. A shiver ran down his spine. What should he do? What could he do? A perfect solution wasn't coming to him, and time was running out. He clenched his fists. We have no choice. Everyone, attack. But, Master Baki, Lord Kazekage forbade us from interfering. That was when he was still in control. Look at him now. Does he seem in control to you? The shinobi exchanged uncertain glances, but Baki was right. Raza no longer cared about collateral damage. His attacks were leveling Tsunade itself. With no other options, the shinobi unleashed everything they had. Arrows, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, fire jutsu, wind jutsu, it was an all-out assault. Raza smirked. Finally, his men were supporting him. TCH, again. Karura sighed. Why did they force her to take things this far? Kurama-sama, allow me to handle this, Mikoto said with a soft smile. Kurama raised an eyebrow. All yours. Mikoto's black eyes sharpened. In an instant, her Mangekyo Sharingan spun to life. A golden chakra erupted around her, taking the form of a massive, armored warrior. Susanoo. The golden giant formed completely, armor covering its skeletal frame, and in its hand materialized an enormous blade of chakra. The attacks came crashing toward her. Mikoto swung her sword once. A blinding arc of chakra ripped through the air, obliterating every projectile and jutsu aimed at them. Absolute defense. Impossible. Our combined attack. The Tsunade shinobi stared in disbelief. Hundreds of them had attacked together, yet it hadn't even scratched her. Were all of Karura's allies monsters? The golden warrior loomed over them, gazing down with glowing eyes that regarded them as mere insects. Mikoto's expression remained unreadable, her gaze indifferent. As long as she was here, no one would interfere with Karura's battle against Raza. Karura smirked. So this is the power of the Uchiha. Impressive. Then, she turned back to Raza. Let's end this. Her chakra surged, sending her long gray hair whipping in the wind. Hundreds of golden sand tendrils burst forth, striking toward Raza like a storm of spears. Damn it. How does she still have this much chakra? A cold sense of dread gripped him. He had thought she was reaching her limit. He was wrong. He tried to dodge, but the sand tendrils chased him relentlessly. His gold dust was finite. Her sand was endless. One tendril caught him. Then another. Then dozens more. Raza struggled, but it was pointless. He was dragged down into a massive formation of golden sand. A pyramid of solidified sand formed around him, burying him up to his neck. At that moment, he truly understood. He couldn't win. He would never defeat her. The realization was a bitter poison. For a Kazekage, there was no greater humiliation. But there was one title he could still take pride in. He was the richest Kazekage in history. That, at least, was something. Karura. Please. I beg you. Raza gasped, his voice breaking. For the sake of our village, spare me. I swear I won't stand in your way again. Karura looked at him with nothing but scorn. Pathetic. Die. With a flick of her fingers, the pyramid's pressure intensified. No. A sickening crack. Raza's body imploded, crushed into pulp beneath the weight of her sand. His severed head rolled to the ground, lifeless. His eyes, wide with horror, were frozen in eternal shock. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, was dead. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Feel Pain. The immense pressure of the massive sand pyramid crushed the fourth Kazekage, Raza, reducing his entire body to blood and dust. His severed head thudded onto the blood-stained sand below, his lifeless eyes rolling up as if still in disbelief. Fourth Kazekage, Raza, dead. A chilling silence gripped Tsunade. The wind howled through the village, yet no one dared to make a sound. Every shinobi who bore witness to their leader's death was paralyzed with shock. Their strongest ninja, the Kazekage, had been slain. Just like that. And not by an invading army or a legendary foe from another land, but by Karura, a woman of their own village, once thought to be lost in the sands of time. The truth weighed on them, Lord Kurura was that powerful. Whispers stirred among the shinobi, a mix of awe, fear, and uncertainty. They were of the same blood, the same land. Was there truly a need for further conflict? Yet, the silence did not last long. The horror of the situation set in, followed by blind rage. That's the Kazekage. She actually killed our leader. That traitorous woman must die. The air was thick with the shouts of revenge. Leaderless and driven by fury, the shinobi of Tsunade surged forward like a sandstorm, weapons drawn, chakra flaring. Take her down. Avenge Lord Raza. Kill her. For Tsunade. The battle cries echoed across the dunes as dozens charged toward their deaths. Baki, watching the scene unfold, shouted desperately, "No. Stop. You fools." But it was too late. High above, Kurura, suspended in the air, smirked. Her golden hair swayed with the wind, eyes burning with disdain. So eager to die. Very well. With a single gesture, the sand beneath the charging shinobi shifted violently. Desert funeral. The waves of sand surged like a tidal wave, swallowing the shinobi whole. Bones shattered, bodies compressed under the sheer force. A sickening crunch filled the air. Hundreds of shinobi, gone in an instant. A deep, metallic scent of blood filled the battlefield, the very sand stained crimson. Baki's face twisted with rage and horror. You monster. Kurura turned her gaze to him, eyes cold and detached. Monster? Or just the inevitable end of a broken system? Before Baki could respond, movement stirred at the village's edge. A squad of elite Tsunade shinobi arrived, escorting two figures, Chiyo and Ebizo, the revered elders of the village. As they stepped onto the blood-soaked sand, both elders instinctively covered their mouths and noses. The stench of death was overpowering. Chiyo's eyes darted around the battlefield, searching. Where is Raza? Baki swallowed hard and turned his gaze toward the severed head lying in the sand. Chiyo followed his gaze. Her old, weathered face twisted in shock. Kurura. You did this. Kurura met Chiyo's glare without hesitation, her expression unreadable. Chiyo clenched her fists, disbelief thick in her voice. Why? Tsunade is your home. Raza only wished to strengthen our bloodline. Was this truly necessary? Kurura's lips curled into a scornful smirk. Strengthen our bloodline. By forcing me into a loveless marriage? By treating me as nothing more than breeding stock? No, Chiyo. Tsunade was never my home. It was my cage. A bitter silence fell. Chiyo's expression darkened. You ungrateful girl. If that is truly your resolve, then so be it. She flicked her wrist, and in an instant, dozens of puppets sprang forth from her scrolls. Their hidden weapons clicked into place, poisoned senbon, bladed arms, spinning drills. Kill her. The puppets lunged. Kurura barely lifted a hand. The sand responded instantly, forming an unbreakable barrier. The barrage of deadly attacks clashed against the sand shield, but none could pierce through. The poison needles bounced off harmlessly. The bladed arms were repelled with ease. High-pressure water jets sizzled and evaporated on impact. Chiyo's eyes widened. This girl, she's stronger than I ever imagined. A deep chuckle echoed through the battlefield. You're wasting your time, old woman. A voice from above drew all eyes skyward. 3 figures hovered in the air beside Kurura, each radiating an aura of overwhelming power. Kushina, the red-hot habanero of Konoha. Her fiery red hair whipped around her as her chakra chains coiled like serpents, ready to strike. Mikoto, a warrior of the Uchiha clan. Her Mangekyo Sharingan burned crimson, her expression unreadable yet terrifying. And Kurama, their enigmatic leader, an aura of pure malice surrounding him. His violet wings stretched wide, his piercing eyes locked onto the shinobi below. Kara, you've done enough. Let us handle the cleanup. Kurura exhaled slowly, then nodded. As you command, Master Kurama. Chiyo took a step back, uneasy. Wings. That's not a Kekkei Genkai I recognize. Baki whispered, one of them is the red-hot habanero, the other is from the Uchiha clan. As for the orange-haired man, I don't know. But his power is immense. Chiyo narrowed her eyes. No matter their strength, we cannot allow them to escape. If word spreads that Konoha shinobi came here, killed our Kazekage, and left unscathed, it would be the greatest shame Tsunade has ever known. Agreed. Baki roared. Deploy the full force of the village. A battle-ready stand swept through the remaining shinobi. The air was thick with tension. Kurama smirked. No need for all that effort. Soon, this place will be nothing but dust. He raised his hand. A sphere of pure destruction materialized in his palm, growing at an alarming rate. Its inky blackness swallowed the sunlight, casting an eerie shadow over the entire village. What is that? Terror seized the shinobi as the sphere continued to grow, massive enough to engulf the entire village. A tailed beast bomb. Chiyo gasped. But at this size, it's absurd. Kurama's grin widened. Run, if you can. Panic erupted. Some shinobi tried to flee, their survival instincts overriding any lingering sense of duty. Others fell to their knees, accepting the inevitability of death. Chiyo's lips trembled. Is this truly the end of Tsunade? Kurama, floating high above, merely laughed. Let this be a lesson, pain is the only true justice. And with that, he released the sphere. A final, desperate scream echoed through the village. Then, obliteration. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Sand Village is gone. From now on, let the sand shinobi feel true despair. The massive tailed beast bomb blots out the sky, a harbinger of annihilation. Beneath its overwhelming presence, the shinobi of Tsunade tremble. Can they escape? No. There is nowhere to run. A suffocating air of hopelessness settles over the village. Legs buckle, warriors collapse. Their will to fight has shattered. Hey, don't give up. Run. Granny Chiyo, Baki, and the few remaining leaders cry out, their voices drowned in desperation. But what use is it? Escape. To where? This is their home. And now, it is their grave. Hovering above, Kurama watches, his crimson eyes gleaming with predatory amusement. Kurura, will you miss this place, he muses, his voice carrying an eerie detachment. Nostalgia. A meaningless concept. There is nothing left to cherish. Lord Kurama, destroy it all. There is no reason for this village to exist anymore. Kurama grins, his fangs bared. To him, the lives below are nothing more than ants. A mere flick of his claw sends the monstrous black sphere plummeting towards Tsunade. No. Please, no. Why? Why must sand shinobi suffer this fate? Their cries of despair mean nothing. The weak do not deserve mercy. The desert will reclaim them. Kurura, Kushina, and Mikoto avert their gaze, covering their ears against the wails of their doomed enemies. Kurama glances at them, expression unreadable. The three women immediately lower their hands. A silent command had been given, and they dared not disobey. Kurura reacts the quickest, stepping forward to press her hands over Kurama's ears in a feigned act of tenderness. Kurama chuckles. Not bad. Then. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion swallows Tsunade whole. If Deidara were here, he would weep at the sight, true art, beyond even his grandest dreams. When Deidara fought Gaara, his C3 barely scratched the village. But Kurama's tailed beast bomb. It is destruction incarnate. The sky is set ablaze. The desert quakes. A colossal mushroom cloud rises, splitting the heavens. The very air trembles under the force of annihilation. Dust to dust. Ash to ash. When the smoke clears, there is nothing left. No ruins, no survivors, only an endless sea of sand. Tsunade no longer exists. From this moment forward, there are only 4 great nations. Kurama exhales, his amusement fading. Let's go. With that, he, Kurura, Kushina, and Mikoto vanish into the sky. This time, Kurama does not immediately return to Konoha. He is in no rush. The world is vast, and he intends to savor the journey. As night falls, the group arrives at the border of the Land of Fire. The roads are empty, the village is silent. There is no inn, no lodging to be found. Even the most hardened warriors feel a chill in the darkness. Kushina, Mikoto, and Kurura instinctively press closer to Kurama, seeking warmth and security. Mikoto shivers, rubbing her arms. Lord Kurama, should we stop for the night? Wait. Kurama weaves a single-hand sign. In an instant, a sprawling wooden mansion rises from the ground, its elegant design a testament to Hashirama's forgotten power. Kushina and Mikoto exchange unimpressed glances. Yamato pulled this trick all the time during missions. But Kurura. She stares, awestruck. You can use wood release. Isn't that the first Hokage's legendary ability? She swallows. Master Kurama, you are truly beyond comprehension. Her admiration for him deepens. Inside, warmth replaces the bitter cold. The 4 warriors settle in, the exhaustion of battle catching up to them. As the night drags on, Mikoto finds herself unable to sleep. Kurama moves with predatory grace, his attention shifting towards her. Lord Kurama. A flush of color stains Mikoto's cheeks. Kurama's touch is deliberate, teasing. Mikoto bites her lip, yielding without resistance. By the time the sun rises, Mikoto is nestled against him, her expression a mixture of exhaustion and satisfaction. Good morning, Lord Kurama, she murmurs, her voice still laced with sleep. Kushina groans from across the room, rubbing her temples. TCH. You're way too damn affectionate first thing in the morning. Kurura, ever the quiet observer, merely chuckles. The group does not linger. With a flick of his wrist, Kurama invokes the flying thunder god, transporting them back to Konoha in an instant. Kushina stumbles into her home, collapsing onto her futon. Kurura, still dazed, wordlessly follows suit. Kurama and Mikoto, however, stride into the Hokage's office. Tsunade glances up from her paperwork, raising a brow. HN. You're back already. She pauses, noticing Kurama's expression, or rather, the distinct lack of Tsunade's location on the map behind him. A beat of silence. Wait. You're kidding. You actually erased Tsunade. Kurama says nothing. He doesn't need to. Tsunade leans back in her chair, a slow smirk curling on her lips. Damn. You really went through with it. She shakes her head, cracking her knuckles. All right then. Time to get to work. We're about to see some serious power shifts in the world. The 5 great nations have existed since the days of the first Hokage. But now, we're down to 4. She taps her desk. The other villages will be scrambling. Konoha can't afford to lag behind. Kurama merely nods, his thoughts already elsewhere. Far from Konoha, a lone figure trudges through the vast desert that was once Tsunade. A puppet master, cloaked in crimson, his expression unreadable beneath his cowl. Sasori of the Red Sand surveys the devastation. He kneels, running his fingers through the scorched earth. So, this is what remains. A memory flickers, his childhood home, the scent of metal and sawdust, the embrace of his grandmother. Gone. His voice is a whisper. Kurama. Fury swells within him. There is only one course of action left. Vengeance. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning. Tsunade is gone. The third Raikage slams his fist into his desk, the entire room shaking with the force of his rage. His envoy had traveled to Tsunade for negotiations. They had found only sand. At first, they thought they were lost. They circled the desert, seeking some sign of life. But there was nothing. No village. No survivors. Just an empty wasteland. The Cloud Shinobi envoy returned, breathless and shaken, with one message. The sands have swallowed Tsunade whole. The third Raikage clenches his jaw, his muscles flexing with unrestrained fury. Kurama, what the hell have you done? Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Where did Tsunade go? Moved. Impossible. There had been no movement, no evacuation signs, no struggle. Nothing. The Cloud Shinobi who had traveled to investigate the Sand Village returned and reported everything truthfully to the third Raikage. Is that so? Raikage's rough face twisted into confusion. How could Tsunade vanish into thin air? That was one of the 5 great ninja villages. No force could wipe out an entire shinobi stronghold without leaving a single trace. Something was wrong. The truth? Kurama had obliterated Tsunade with a massive tailed beast bomb. And after the destruction, Kurura had cleaned the entire battlefield, erasing all evidence. Sand, dust, and rubble, everything was swept away by her mastery over the earth, leaving behind nothing but an endless desert. No corpses. No wreckage. No signs of a fight. Just silence. So, when outsiders arrived, all they found was a vast, barren wasteland, as if Tsunade had never existed. This is beyond strange. Third Raikage muttered. His gut told him that something far greater was at play here. The Wind Country was one of the 5 great nations. Even if Tsunade had been attacked, some evidence should have remained. Yet, there was nothing. Something was very wrong. But before he could dwell on it further, his son, interrupted his thoughts. Father, forget Tsunade for now. We found Four Tails' whereabouts. The third Raikage's eyes lit up. Good work, son. Cloud Shinobi were after Four Tails for one reason, Kurama. The current Jinchuriki of Four Tails, Rashi, had long had ideological conflicts with the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Because of that, he never resided permanently in Iwagakure, making his movements difficult to track. But now, Cloud Shinobi had found his location. Rashi would be lingering in a remote region of the Earth Country for at least 10 more days. This was their opportunity. Cloud Village had no tailed beast of their own. And if they couldn't have one, no other village should either. That was their philosophy. Send this information to Brother Kurama immediately. Third Raikage ordered. Yes, Lord Raikage. Killer Bee grinned. Yo, I got this. The message is on its way. With that, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki leaped into action, setting off at high speed. Yet, even as Cloud Shinobi prepared for their next move, the disappearance of Tsunade weighed heavily on Third Raikage's mind. Could it be him? His body tensed as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. No, that's impossible. Brother Kurama had no grudge against Tsunade. He had already taken their one tail. There was no reason for him to wipe out the entire village. And besides, who in their right mind would even want the barren wasteland that was the Land of Wind? No nation had ever wanted to invade it. In every great ninja war, it was Sand Shinobi who launched attacks on others, never the other way around. Nobody wanted that land. Still, the sheer mystery of Tsunade's disappearance sent a shiver down the Third Raikage's spine. The shinobi world is shifting again, something big is coming. A few days later, news of Tsunade's disappearance reached Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade examined a scroll brought by none other than Killer Bee himself. Killer Bee. A major figure in Cloud Village delivering information personally. This wasn't ordinary news. So, this is meant for Kurama. Tsunade mused, a smirk playing on her lips. Interesting. She turned to a nearby attendant. Summon Kurama. Now. Minutes later, Kurama strolled into the Hokage's office, his expression unreadable. He took the scroll and unsealed its contents. His eyes flickered with mild amusement. So Cloud Shinobi found 4 tails before we did, he muttered. He had assumed the Third Raikage's promise to assist in tracking Jinchuriki was mere politeness. But it seemed the man was serious. Cloud Village had gone to great lengths to gather intelligence for him. They wanted something in return. That much was clear. Tsunade leaned forward, eyeing him carefully. So. What does it say? Kurama smirked, his voice teasing. Getting impatient, Tsunade. He moved closer, resting his head against her shoulder and breathing softly against her skin. Why the sudden informality? You're not calling me Master Kurama anymore. Do you need a reminder? Tsunade's eye twitched. This bastard. She sighed, rolling her eyes. Enough with your nonsense. Kurama chuckled. Fine, fine. The scroll details the location of 4 tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. That's all. Tsunade frowned. Cloud Shinobi seemed very interested in Jinchuriki lately. Kurama leaned back. Maybe they're just sore losers. If they can't have something, they'd rather no one else have it. Typical greedy behavior. Tsunade thought for a moment before nodding. That, actually makes sense. So, Master Kurama, when do you plan to make your move? Kurama stretched lazily. Why rush? He'll be there for another 10 days. We've got time. Might as well enjoy ourselves first. Tsunade smacked his arm. Enjoy yourself, my ass. Take this seriously. Kurama just grinned. Meanwhile, in Iwagakure, the disappearance of Tsunade had reached Inoki's ears. The elderly third Tsuchikage almost fell over in shock upon hearing the news. What did you say? The whole damn village vanished. He had lived through multiple ninja wars, but never had he heard of something this absurd. Villages didn't just disappear. Kitsuchi, his son, stood beside him, arms crossed. That's what the reports say. There's no trace of Tsunade anymore. Inoki scowled. First, the strongest Kazekage in history vanishes, and now the entire damn village. He clenched his fists. Something is terribly wrong. Kitsuchi sighed. If no one confesses to what happened, this will go down as the biggest mystery in shinobi history. Inoki nodded grimly. The ninja world is on the verge of chaos once again. Far beneath the surface, in a dimly lit underground chamber, an old man sat, his frail body connected to a series of tubes, barely clinging to life. His hair, long and white, fell in jagged strands over his face. His back was hunched, his breathing slow and measured. It was none other than Madara Uchiha. Though the world believed he had died at the hands of Hashirama Senju at the Valley of the End, that was a lie. He had used a pre-planned Izanagi to rewrite his own fate, ensuring his survival. He had prepared for everything. The flesh he had stolen from Hashirama's body had allowed him to awaken the Rinnegan, granting him access to godlike abilities. But for now, his eyes were absent. He had given them to Nagato, knowing the Uzumaki's powerful chakra would allow him to wield the Rinnegan's abilities. One day, Nagato would use Rinne Tensei to resurrect him. Until then, he would wait. Black Zetsu slithered into the room, its eerie voice whispering, Madara-sama, something extraordinary has happened. Madara's tired eyes flickered with interest. Oh. It's rare for you to sound so excited. What is it? Black Zetsu chuckled. The shinobi world is changing, and chaos is spreading once more. Chapter 168, Reactions. Oh my, Madara-sama, something really big is happening in the outside world. Black Zetsu's voice carried a sinister amusement as he spoke, his ever-present smirk making it hard to tell if he was joking or serious. Tell me the story. The latest news. Tsunade has vanished without a trace. Madara's expression remained unreadable, but there was an undeniable flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Tsunade, the village hidden in the sand, was one of the 5 great nations, a power in the shinobi world. The idea of it simply ceasing to exist defied logic. The entire village is gone? Madara asked, his tone more thoughtful than surprised. In his time, Tsunade already had an established history, its shinobi known for their adaptability to the harsh desert. Every great nation had its own legacy, its own strength, none of them should be capable of disappearing overnight. And yet, it had happened. Black Zetsu, don't you know anything about this? Black Zetsu shrugged. Madara-sama, I've been keeping an eye on White Zetsu. I only found out about this when I went out recently. Interesting. From Madara's perspective, a village like Tsunade wouldn't simply vanish due to natural causes. If it was an attack, it had to be something beyond the conventional. Even at his peak, he could have obliterated a village, but to erase every trace of it. To leave not even ruins behind. That was a feat worth acknowledging. It seems, Madara murmured, a slow smirk creeping across his face, that there are some incredible forces at work in the ninja world today. There was once a time when only one man had ever stood in his way, Senju Hashirama, the so-called god of shinobi. But Hashirama was long dead. This world now belonged to Uchiha Madara alone. A world with 2 rulers was too crowded. Madara-sama, there's something else worth mentioning. Madara's deep, hollow gaze locked onto Black Zetsu. Don't waste my time. Speak. Tailed beasts are disappearing. Someone is collecting them. Madara's fingers twitched slightly. Oh. He leaned forward, his interest piqued. Someone else was after the tailed beasts. Someone else understood the true potential of gathering them. The ultimate goal, reviving the Ten-Tails and casting the world into the infinite Tsukuyomi, was his alone. No one else had the right to walk this path. To put the world into an eternal dream. For Madara to become the dream itself. That was his purpose. That was why he had left Konoha all those years ago, after discovering the true meaning behind the Uchiha tablet. Only those with the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could read its hidden messages. The merging of Uchiha and Senju power was the key to true godhood. And do we know who is collecting the tailed beasts? Black Zetsu shook his head. Not yet. But I have confirmed one thing. It's someone from Konoha. Konoha again. That village had always been at the center of things. But this was intriguing. No, Madara-sama, there's more. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. Your clan, the Uchiha, are flourishing in Konoha now. They are the most powerful faction in the village. Madara's expression darkened. When he had left Konoha, not a single Uchiha had followed him. Now, after all these years, they had risen to prominence without him. Hypocrites. He had fought for their survival, and they had turned their backs on him. And now, they basked in the power he had envisioned for them. How amusing. Madara-sama, what will you do? Madara chuckled, a deep, foreboding sound. First, I must return. Once I have been revived, I will see all of this with my own eyes. If there were powerful new forces at work in this era, he wanted to meet them. He wanted to crush them beneath his feet. And what of Nagato? Madara asked, his tone casual but commanding. He remains our best bet for resurrection, but we must ensure he follows the plan, Black Zetsu replied. And we must watch whoever is collecting the tailed beasts. These are the 2 priorities. Madara nodded. Then handle it. I have waited long enough. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, the death of 4th Mizukage Yagura had sent shockwaves through the village. The elders sat in grim silence, their sorrow hanging heavy in the air. None of the elite shinobi who had accompanied Yagura to his meeting with Danzo had returned. The explosion that had rocked the shores of the Land of Water that day had left them uneasy. Now, their worst fears were confirmed. Danzo, one of the elders muttered bitterly. That conniving old bastard must have set a trap. It was the only explanation. The meeting had been on their land, arranged by Yagura himself. How could Konoha have pulled off such a devastating attack? More importantly, why was Konoha unscathed while their forces had been completely wiped out? We must assume treachery, another elder spat. Danzo has always been a snake. The truth was far worse than they realized. What they didn't know was that another force had been involved in the battle, someone other than Danzo. Someone powerful enough to wipe out an entire force of elite mist shinobi, including a Jinchuriki like Yagura. But who? The news of Tsunade's disappearance had already unsettled the shinobi world. Now, with the fourth Mizukage dead and the mist's military strength significantly weakened, Kirigakure was more vulnerable than ever. "What of our swordsmen?" one elder asked, his voice grave. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had already lost many of their legendary warriors. Now, with the death of Raiga Kurosuke and the loss of other key members, only 2 remained, Kisame Hoshigaki and Juzo Biwa. "We're losing our edge," another elder admitted. "And if we reveal Yagura's death too soon, our enemies will descend upon us like vultures." For now, they would have to keep his death a secret. But time was not on their side. A Mistumbu suddenly burst into the room, panting heavily. "Elders. The reports have been confirmed. Tsunade no longer exists." A heavy silence fell over the room. They had assumed the rumors were exaggerations. A village might fall in battle, but to be completely erased. That was unheard of. And yet, it had happened. The world was shifting. Great powers were moving in the shadows, and none of them knew who, or what, was responsible. But one thing was certain. War was coming. Chapter 169, Rashi. Rumors stop at the wise. But now, they are no longer rumors. They say that when 3 people claim there's a tiger is born. And now, those whispers have turned into reality. Tsunade is gone. "Lord Genji, what should we do next?" Terumi Mei, Jinin Akabino, and Juzo Biwa, all present. Lord Genji gathered them for an emergency meeting. "What should we do?" His voice was heavy, his presence commanding, but even he had no definitive answer. "For now, we take it one step at a time." The disappearance of Tsunade had shaken the very foundation of the ninja world. No one had a clue how it vanished. But, in the end, it didn't matter. All that mattered was this. Tsunade, the land of wind, was gone. Now, only 4 great nations remained. Would another hidden village rise to claim the empty throne? Would another nation be recognized among the 5 great shinobi countries? For now, it was uncertain. The original 5 great nations had always been a balance of power. But with the Sand Shinobi wiped out, everything had changed. And Kirigakure, already wounded from past battles, had suffered another devastating loss. The Yonde Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, dead. Ao, the Byakugan wielder, dead. Raiga Kurosuke, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, dead. In one single mission, Mist Shinobi had lost a battalion of elite fighters. For Kirigakure, recovering from this loss would take time. As for domination, out of the question. The real contenders now were Konoha, the land of fire, Iwagakure, the land of earth, and Kimogakure, the land of lightning. Kirigakure, after this disaster, had fallen from the top tier. It was time to lay low and rebuild. Why? Lord Genji sighed, his voice laced with frustration. How much longer could he carry the weight of a crumbling empire on his old shoulders? Within the land of earth, Kurama and his team of 4 had arrived. Their target? The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi. Originally, Kurama planned to handle this alone. But Kushina insisted on coming. She claimed she wanted to see the scenery of the land of earth. He had no choice but to bring her along. Tsunade and Mikoto joined them as well. How could Mikoto allow herself to be left alone in Konoha? And then there was Karura, once a noblewoman of Suna, now a devoted servant. With her masters gone, she had no reason to stay behind. So, once again, the same team that had stormed Tsunade was assembled. A man and 3 women entered the land of earth. Before them lay a prosperous town. According to Kimogakure intelligence, Four-Tails Rashi was here. When he wasn't wandering, he was meditating under a waterfall, 20 kilometers from the town. Kushina, can you sense any unique chakra? Even before Kurama had finished asking, Kushina had already begun. Hee, Lord Kurama, there's no unusual chakra in this town. But, 2,000 meters away, there's something powerful. I feel it too. If they were right, Rashi was indeed at the waterfall. Kimogakure's intel was reliable. Kurama smirked. Cloud Shinobi sure are worried about their Jinchuriki. Under the waterfall, water crashed against the rocks. Rashi was deep in training. He was determined to master his power, to become a perfect Jinchuriki. Lava release. Every now and then, molten rock erupted from his body, burning through the river below. Boom. Steam exploded as magma clashed against the water. But Rashi was unsatisfied. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. He sighed. That stubborn old man, Anoki, never understood me. Leaving Iwagakure was the best decision I ever made. Then, his eyes narrowed. Something was off. Several figures emerged from the mist. Men. No. 3 women and 1 man. Their clothes bore no distinguishing marks. No village insignia. No forehead protectors. But their presence, calm, calculated, set off every alarm in Rashi's mind. They were here for him. He could see it in their eyes. You are. Kurama stepped forward. You're Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi, correct? Rashi exhaled. Depends on who's asking. Kurama's smirk widened. No need for formalities. We're here for one thing. The beast inside you. Rashi clenched his fists. Of course. It was always the same. They weren't after him, they were after the Four Tails. Otherwise, why would a bunch of young warriors care about an old man like him? Just as Kurama prepared to move, Mikoto placed a gentle hand on his arm. She smiled softly. Lord Kurama, there's no need for you to bother with this. Allow me. Oh. Interested. Mikoto nodded seriously. Fine. Just don't kill him by accident. I know my limits. Kushina, twirling a strand of crimson hair, sighed dramatically. Humph, Mikoto always finds a way to steal the spotlight. TCH. Mikoto turned back, smiling teasingly. Oh, are you jealous, Kushina? If you want, you can handle the next one. Her playful words faded as she turned to face Rashi. Her Sharingan spun, crimson red with 3 tomo gleaming in the mist. Rashi exhaled sharply. Uchiha. So, they were from Konoha after all. Even without forehead protectors, there was no mistaking that bloodline. The Sharingan was unmistakable. Rashi knew now. They had come for the tailed beast within him. They weren't even trying to hide it. Did they think so little of him? Did they think he wasn't worth the effort? Foolish children. Jinchuriki were not to be underestimated. Mikoto made the first move. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. A swarm of flaming embers shot forth. Tiny, but deadly. Mixed among them, shuriken, glinting in the firelight. This was no ordinary fire release. Thin wires connected the shuriken, hidden in the flames. A classic Uchiha technique. A simple attack. Yet layered with lethal precision. Kushina whistled. Damn, Mikoto's technique is getting cleaner. Indeed. Mikoto had been refining her Sharingan's finesse, focusing on the fundamentals. Her control was exquisite. Fire release, huh? Rashi's expression remained neutral. Uchiha techniques were formidable. But he was a Jinchuriki. The flames neared. Rashi leaped, dodging the incoming shuriken. But he had miscalculated. The wires tightened. The shuriken turned. Rashi's eyes widened. He was still airborne, no ground to push off. No way to dodge. But Jinchuriki were not so easily caught. A deep, rumbling chakra erupted from his body. A dark red shroud engulfed him. In an instant, he was covered in bubbling, burning chakra. Tailed beast cloak, activated. TCH. Impressive. Mikoto grinned. But let's see how long you can last. Chapter 170, Mikoto vs. Four Tails. Suddenly, a dark red layer of chakra engulfed Four Tails' old purple glow. With no option to move or hide midair, Rashi decided there was no point in holding back. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed as Four Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, withstood Mikoto's scorching shuriken barrage. It was the tailed beast cloak. Without hesitation, Rashi activated it fully. Now that's more like it. Since her opponent was finally showing his strength, Mikoto had no reason to hold back either. The scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan in her eyes spun wildly before shifting. When the scene settled, twin black rings had taken their place. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Rashi's eyes widened in shock. He never expected to witness these legendary eyes firsthand. Someone from the Uchiha clan had actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was no time to be careless. For the first time, Rashi found himself facing an opponent of this caliber. And worse, Mikoto was the only one attacking. The 3 others simply stood back, watching. He had to be wary of their interference. His first priority, eliminate the Uchiha woman in front of him. Beneath the tailed beast cloak, Rashi's face grew solemn. He had a tough battle ahead. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple dark red chakra arms burst forward, lashing at Mikoto. But it wasn't enough. She laughed softly, moving with a grace that made the battle resemble a dance. In a flash, she drew a tachi, infusing it with lightning release as she dodged each strike. A crackling sound filled the air as her sword transformed into a blade of pure lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Moving elegantly through the gaps in Rashi's attacks, Mikoto severed his chakra arms with swift, precise cuts. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's as terrifying as they say. Rashi clenched his fists. The situation was worse than he expected. But he had one advantage. As a Jinchuriki, he was immune to Sharingan illusions. If Genjutsu wouldn't work, he just needed to find another way to outlast her. With his massive chakra reserves, he could force a battle of attrition. Rumble. Without warning, molten lava surged from Rashi's body, surrounding him in a searing cloak of magma. This was the lava release chakra mode. Combining earth and fire release, this mode made everything he touched melt instantly. It enhanced both his defense and his raw power. Boom. His entire body turned crimson, and in a flash, he was in front of Mikoto. That speed. However, her Mangekyo Sharingan tracked his movements effortlessly. Boom. His punch missed, slamming into the ground instead. Lava splattered across the battlefield, scorching the earth black. Lava release, volcanic bomb. Rashi unleashed a barrage of molten projectiles, launching them at Mikoto. The air around them heated to unbearable levels. Mangekyo Sharingan, void severance. A distorted vortex swallowed the molten orbs mid-flight, rendering them into nothingness. What? From within the spiraling void, Rashi felt an immense threat. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Not good. Instinct screamed at him to flee. But the moment he turned, Mikoto attacked again. The swirling space around him slowed his movements. Damn it. This warped space-time ability is infuriating. Realizing escape was impossible, Rashi made a snap decision. If he couldn't run, he'd take her down with him. Rather than flee, he charged. In lava release chakra mode, his speed reached its peak. Lava release, great eruption. The battlefield trembled as an ocean of magma surged forth. In mere moments, the eruption would consume everything in its path. Both of them were caught in the attack. If he was going to die, so was she. Watching from the sidelines, Kushina observed the fight with interest. Kurama, this old four-tails isn't half bad. The great nine-tails rumbled in response. He has brains, at least. He knows how to make full use of his abilities. Mikoto narrowed her eyes. She had seen through Rashi's plan. A suicide attack. She smirked. Fine. Let's see who dies first. The vortex of void severance intensified, pulling Rashi in completely. Simultaneously, the molten tide drew closer to Mikoto. Void severance. The vortex's cutting power reached its peak. Ag. A blood-curdling scream rang out as Rashi's right arm and leg were severed in an instant. Even the tailed beast cloak couldn't protect him from the power of space itself. But suddenly, the vortex stopped. The spatial cut halted completely. Mikoto's body was gone. The sea of molten fire had swallowed her whole. No way. Mikoto-sama. Kurura, who had been watching from the sidelines, went pale. Kurama-sama, Kushina-sama, Mikoto-sama. Unlike her, Kushina remained calm. Kurura was confused. She was burned alive in that lava. How can you be so relaxed? Kushina patted Kurura's shoulder. Just watch. She's not done yet. As the steam cleared, Rashi stood there, panting. His right arm and leg were completely gone. The pain was unbearable, reaching deep into his bones. Even with the four-tails regenerative abilities, his lost limbs wouldn't return. TCH, lost a damn arm and a leg. What a joke. A woman had pushed him this far. It was humiliating. Still, the fact that she had been completely vaporized made him feel a little better. But then. Old man, the fight's not over yet. A voice echoed behind him. His eyes widened in pure disbelief. That voice. It was her voice. No mistake about it. The same Uchiha woman he had just burned alive. Rashi turned, sweat dripping down his face. And there she was. Uchiha Mikoto. Standing behind him. Completely unharmed. His breath hitched. You should be dead. Mikoto simply smirked, her Sharingan gleaming. Nice try. But you'll have to do better than that. Rashi's heart pounded in his chest. If she had survived that, then what the hell was she? The battle had just begun. Chapter 171, Chapter 171. The familiar voice made Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Rashi, freeze on the spot. When he turned around, he saw Uchiha Mikoto staring at him with an expressionless face. That eerie calmness sent a chill down his spine. How is this possible? He muttered in disbelief. He had gone to extreme lengths to eliminate this woman. He saw it with his own eyes, Uchiha Mikoto engulfed by a sea of molten lava. Not a mere shadow clone, earth clone, or lightning clone. Not even the body replacement technique. No illusions. No tricks. It was real. And yet, there she stood, completely unharmed. No burns. No injuries. No sign of ever being touched by his devastating attack. This wasn't genjutsu. This was real. From a distance, Kurama and Uzumaki Kushina remained calm as if they had expected this outcome. But Kurura gasped in shock. What the hell? How? Her thoughts mirrored Rashi's perfectly. Wasn't Mikoto utterly consumed by the fiery abyss? Kushina chuckled at Kurura's reaction. Silly girl, did you really think a little lava was enough to kill Mikoto? No, I mean, how did Mikoto-sama survive? Mikoto hadn't just survived. She looked exactly the same as before, flawless, composed, as if the battle hadn't even started yet. Mikoto-sama is incredible, Kurura whispered in awe. Curiosity burned inside her. Kushina-sama, what happened? How did she do it? Kushina smirked. That, my dear, is the power of Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kurura's eyes widened. The Uchiha clan never ceased to amaze her. Ever since she started serving Kurama, the things she had witnessed were beyond her wildest imagination. She once thought herself strong, having defeated Raza and reached Kage-level power. But standing next to these monsters, Kushina, Mikoto, and Kurama, she realized how insignificant that strength truly was. First, there was Kushina. She had lost to her in the Third Shinobi War, and since then, Kurura knew she could never surpass her. Then there was Mikoto. Her Mangekyo Sharingan was absurdly powerful. Now she understood. Mikoto's ability wasn't just about offense, it was also about survival. And then, there was Kurama. One-tailed beast bomb had been enough to level Tsunade. It was madness. The world is too vast, Kurura murmured. And my past self was far too naive. Meanwhile, Rashi's heart pounded. Mikoto had already used both of her Mangekyo Sharingan abilities in their battle. First, her right eye's ability, Void Severance. A space-time distortion technique that erased anything it cut. With it, she had severed Rashi's limbs instantly. He hadn't even realized it until the pain hit. Yet somehow, even without arms and legs, he had managed to unleash a massive wave of lava, swallowing her whole. And yet, here she stood. That meant Mikoto had used her left eye's ability, Divine Reversion. A technique that rewound her body to its state 3 minutes prior. An ability that essentially made her immortal within short time frames. Rashi clenched his teeth. If he hadn't been forced into a desperate attack, she would have erased every part of him with Void Severance. Now, without his limbs, he was as good as dead. But he still refused to accept it. Damn it, how did things come to this? If he had known about her abilities beforehand, he wouldn't have been caught off guard like this. Combat intelligence was everything. That's why, in the past, Jiraiya had risked his life just to gather intel on pain. If knowledge could turn the tide of battle, then ignorance was a death sentence. That was your Mangekyo Sharingan's power, wasn't it? Rashi asked, his voice hoarse. Mikoto remained silent, her Sharingan spinning slowly. Then, with a faint smirk, she answered, what do you think? Rashi's bloodshot eyes burned with rage. You brat, don't get cocky. I'm the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. Boom. A surge of demonic chakra erupted from Rashi's body. Dark crimson energy engulfed him, melting the very ground beneath his feet. The air sizzled. His arms and legs regenerated, not flesh and bone, but limbs formed entirely of chakra. But he didn't stop there. Another transformation. Magma coated his entire body, hardening like volcanic rock. His form shifted. A hybrid between man and beast. The half-tailed beast state. A form just shy of full transformation, but still powerful enough to turn tides in battle. Lava release, molten titan. In an instant, Rashi moved. Faster than before. Mikoto barely had time to react before he was in front of her. His magma-coated fist crashed forward, releasing a shockwave. Clang. Mikoto blocked with her blade, but in mere seconds, the molten heat began melting the steel. TCH, this old man's insane. Rashi smirked. You're finished. He clenched his fists together. Infernal rain. His body twisted, and suddenly, superheated magma rained down in all directions. It was a technique designed for area-wide destruction, an attack meant to leave no survivors. For the first time in the fight, Mikoto frowned. Even she couldn't dodge this one. The ground turned into a burning wasteland, lava flowing freely. But just as Rashi's victorious grin spread across his face, a golden light burst forth. A skeletal structure formed around Mikoto's body. Then, muscles. Then, armor. A massive, golden warrior materialized, standing tall against the inferno. Susanoo. Boom. A single punch sent Rashi flying. His body smashed through multiple trees before slamming into a cliffside. The impact created a crater, cracks spreading across the rock face. His magma-covered body fell into the waterfall below. SSSSSS. White steam erupted into the air as the magma met the rushing water. Kurama gasped. Mikoto-sama is unbelievable. The golden skeleton around Mikoto shimmered, flickering for a brief moment before stabilizing. Kurama had heard the legends. The third and final ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. An entity that surpassed even the absolute defense of her own iron sand. A fusion of offense and defense, greater than anything she had ever witnessed. From the depths of the water, a voice growled. Damn it. Rashi's consciousness was slipping. His body was broken, but there was still one last option. Old man, if you want to win, give me control. Deep within him, the voice of the Four Tails, Son Goku, echoed through his mind. A tempting offer. Because at this rate, there was no way he could defeat Uchiha Mikoto with his own strength alone. Was he truly willing to surrender his body to the beast? Chapter 172, Susanoo. Do I really want to give my body to the Four Tails? Beneath the blood-stained water, Rashi's mind raced. Without the Four Tails' power, he knew he stood no chance against Uchiha Mikoto. He had already tasted defeat in their previous clash. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities were beyond his means to counter. And now, he had lost an arm and a leg. If Uchiha Mikoto used that twisted spatial vortex ability again, he wouldn't escape a second time. And this time, he faced not just the Mangekyo Sharingan but its third power, Susanoo. The embodiment of both offense and defense. That's it. Rather than be slaughtered by Konoha's hands, it's better to surrender my body to the Four Tails. Rashi was not the type to kneel. He'd rather be devoured by his own beast than fall as a prisoner. Four Tails, take it. My body is yours. The beast's deep, ancient voice rumbled inside him. Haha, finally, an honest human. Don't worry, I'll crush these insects for you. Crash. The pool exploded in steam. A cloud of thick, suffocating mist swallowed the battlefield. On the shore, a towering figure stood beside Mikoto. Kurama. His powerful form loomed as he moved beside her. His rough, clawed arm wrapped itself around Mikoto's waist. Master Kurama, what are you doing? Mikoto gasped, feeling the warmth of his touch through her battle-worn cloak. Kurama grinned. Let that fool witness our power. Hold me. Mikoto blinked. Ah. Hold you. Master Kurama. Envelop me. Wrap me in your Susanoo. Oh. So that's what you meant. What the hell else did you think? Mikoto's face turned crimson. Her mind had gone somewhere it shouldn't. Damn it, Uchiha Mikoto, you're a pervert. No, you're a big pervert. She scolded herself hard. Kurama had come to help her, and here she was, thinking nonsense. Boom. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Kurama's body. The sheer force made Mikoto's long, raven-black hair float in the air. The golden chakra twisted and expanded, forming a massive nine tails around him. A beast wrapped in raw power. Mikoto gasped. So, this is the full form of the nine tails. It's massive. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Master Kurama, are you sure I can contain it completely? Of course. Merge your Susanoo with me. Let your armor become mine. Previously, Kurama had granted her part of his power to counter the Mangekyo Sharingan's side effects. With her current strength, Mikoto could manifest Susanoo's armor onto Kurama. Taking a deep breath, she focused. A golden inferno erupted around them. Nine Tails stood tall, now clad in radiant, godlike armor, a golden Susanoo enveloping the massive fox. A monstrous, battle-ready deity. Mikoto's heart raced. I really did it. Susanoo and the Nine Tails merged perfectly. Kurama smirked. Told you, idiot. Though, in truth, against the Four Tails, this much wasn't even necessary. Mikoto's Susanoo was powerful, but not perfect. And Kurama wasn't even using his full strength. He simply wanted to see how it felt, to wield Susanoo as his own armor. Rumble. The earth trembled beneath them. A monstrous roar echoed through the battlefield. Suddenly, a massive red ape emerged from the boiling pool. The waterfalls ceased their flow, frozen in midair by the overwhelming pressure of chakra. The Four Tails, Son Goku, carried an aura of utter destruction with every step he took. And then. He hesitated. A rare flicker of shock passed through his ancient, battle-hardened eyes. Impossible. Even Rashi, trapped within, felt it. He had been the Four Tails Jinchuriki for decades. Yet, he had never felt his beast waver like this. Hey. What's wrong? Rashi growled internally. But the beast did not respond. Instead, Son Goku's gaze remained locked on the golden, armored colossus before him. No. It can't be. For the first time in centuries, Son Goku knew fear. Kurama. Why are you here? The golden beast smirked. Heh. Been a while, hasn't it, fourth brother? Did you miss me? Son Goku's eyes widened further. No, this wasn't a Jinchuriki. This was the actual Nine Tails. You fused with a human. Tisk, tisk. Kurama laughed. Times change, Son Goku. Rashi's mind reeled. Nine Tails. Kurama. Was the man before him truly the legendary fox himself? Not a Jinchuriki. Not a vessel. But the real thing. This world made no sense anymore. He had thought his victory was assured when he unleashed his full beast form. But he never expected this. His opponent wasn't just a human wielding tailed beast power. It was a tailed beast wielding a human's power. Kurama chuckled darkly. Fourth brother, why don't you join us? And then, he released it. A torrent of raw, ancient chakra. A presence far greater than just the nine tails. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 8 tails, their chakra intertwined within him. The battlefield cracked under the weight of their collective might. Son Goku's entire body stiffened. What is this? This was beyond anything he had expected. Kurama wasn't alone. Within him, the chakra of multiple tailed beasts swirled together in harmony. It was unheard of. Son Goku's mind raced. Forget the 2 tails or the 3 tails, even the 1 tail, Shikaku, was there. That was the most absurd part. Shikaku had never gotten along with Kurama. So why? Kurama, did you force them? Force? Kurama snorted. We tailed beasts deserve our freedom. I'm giving them what humans never would. Son Goku's fists clenched. You're manipulating them. Manipulating. No. I'm liberating. We've been sealed away, played with like pets. Isn't it time we stand up? His voice was intoxicating. For a moment, Son Goku hesitated. He had spent his entire existence under a human's control. Kurama's words made too much sense. Come. Kurama spread his arms, his golden Susanoo glowing like a deity's embrace. Join us. We will never be bound again. Son Goku hesitated. It was tempting. But then. Don't be deceived. Rashi's voice roared within him. He's tricking you. Son Goku exhaled deeply. I can't accept this. Kurama's grin faded. Tisk, disappointing. The Golden Titan took a step forward. And the war continued. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, What Mine is Mine. Kurama, I don't have to be your enemy today, you can go. What? Kurama stunned. Did I hear that right? Kurama stood frozen for a moment, his massive golden form looming like an unshakable monolith against the sky. His deep, guttural voice carried his disbelief. Did I hear that right? Let me go. Let me go. Was Four Tails joking? Kurama's giant form, wrapped in the terrifying golden glow of his Susanoo armor, didn't move an inch. Was it even possible to just drive away a fully armored Susanoo? What did Son Goku take him for? Some pushover. The sheer absurdity of the idea made Kurama want to laugh. And yet, there was something amusing in the Four Tails' desperation. Oi, Kurama, you're not leaving. Son Goku's voice broke the silence. The great crimson ape hesitated, his hulking form still tense. Was Kurama staying? Well, if Kurama wasn't running, then Son Goku damn well would. He had no intention of sticking around for this. He turned to bolt. Swish, swish. Before he could react, a golden tail shot forward like a lightning-fast whip, coiling around him in an instant. Leaving. Now. Are you joking, son? Finally, realization dawned in the ape's eyes. Shit. Kurama was serious. It was only now, in the worst possible moment, that Son Goku remembered, Kurama wasn't the kind of fox you could just ignore. And, more importantly, Kurama had the biggest goddamn ego in existence. Son gritted his fangs. Damn it. I should have known this was a bad idea. TCH, son, why are you hesitating? Let's tear that smug fox apart. Rashi's voice echoed from within the Four Tails, his stubbornness thick in the words. Shut the hell up. Son snapped back. You don't understand how serious this is. Because, as much as he hated to admit it, Kurama was the strongest of them all. From the moment the Sage of Six Paths split the Ten Tails, the answer had always been obvious. The Ninetales wasn't just the biggest in raw power, he was the smartest, the most ruthless, the most dangerous. And, of course, the biggest pain in the ass. The Ninetales was the reason why the shinobi world feared the tailed beasts. Son Goku might be strong, but one tail against 9. That was suicide. Still. He couldn't just surrender, either. He opened his jaws wide, gathering chakra at an alarming speed. A tailed beast bomb shot forward, an immense black and purple sphere roaring toward the armored Susanoo like a meteor. The ground trembled under the sheer weight of its power. Boom. The explosion rocked the battlefield, sending shockwaves through the mountains. A massive cloud of dust erupted into the sky, blotting out the sun for a moment. For a split second, there was silence. Then, a golden tail flicked through the smoke. Just a casual swipe. And the tailed beast bomb. It was sent flying away, crashing into the mountainside with another earth-shattering detonation. Boom. The mountains in the distance crumbled like sandcastles, flattening in an instant. This was the power of a tailed beast. It was a force that could reshape the land, tear through armies, and burn entire nations to the ground. The kind of power shinobi had been trying to control for centuries. Inside the Four Tails, Roshi felt his confidence shatter. His voice wavered as he stammered. Son, did that fox just swat away your tailed beast bomb with one tail? Son's face darkened. Yeah. What the hell do you think? Roshi paled. Then what the hell are we supposed to do? Panic set in. All of a sudden, Roshi regretted giving his body over to Son Goku. Now he was trapped, completely helpless, and about to get his ass handed to him. If he still had control, he could at least pretend to have options. Now he was at Son's mercy. And Son wanted to run. The great crimson beast inhaled deeply. There was only one choice left. Run. Holy hell. Kurama-sama and Mikoto-sama make such an insane team. Look at them, so strong, so perfect together. Like the ultimate power couple. From a distance, Kurura practically squealed in admiration as she watched the battle unfold. Kushina, standing beside her, coughed loudly. Ahem. Kurura paused. Then she realized. Shit. She had just hyped up another woman in front of Kushina Uzumaki. She laughed awkwardly. Oh, of course, Kushina-sama is also insanely powerful. I mean, obviously. You're, like, the most badass of them all. No competition. Kushina waved her off. Yeah. Just shut up and watch. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield. Two titanic forms faced each other. On one side, a golden Shinigami, clad in an unbreakable Susanoo. On the other side, a raging crimson ape, barely holding onto its pride. Son Goku knew he was screwed. He tried a different tactic. Kurama, buddy. Long time no see. Since the Sage of Six Paths separated us, we haven't caught up in a while, huh? For a moment, the great fox narrowed his eyes. Son Goku could only hope. Then Kurama grinned. And Son bolted. Huh. Roshi's mind couldn't keep up. What the hell? You're just running away. There was no honor in this. There was no strategy in this. This was pure, animalistic survival instinct. Son Goku sprinted like his life depended on it. Because it did. But could he really escape? Not a chance. Swish, swish, swish. More golden tails shot out. 9 in total. Too fast. Before Son could react, they wrapped around him, squeezing tight. He was caught. Trapped like a goddamn mummy. Kurama chuckled darkly. Oh, you're still trying to struggle. How cute. Then, from the Susanoo's core, golden chains emerged. Sealing chains. Kurama had an Uzumaki. He had double insurance. Son Goku felt his strength drain. The chains tightened, suppressing his chakra, locking his movements down completely. Now, he couldn't even twitch. TCH. What the hell is this? Son growled. His mind raced. Since when did Kurama have sealing abilities? That was Uzumaki bloodline shit. What the hell was going on? The realization hit like a boulder. Kurama. Kurama wasn't just a beast anymore. He wasn't just a creature of hatred. He had changed. Evolved. The old Kurama was gone. And in his place stood something far, far more terrifying. Something that wasn't just a monster. But a true warrior. Maybe even, something human. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Power Up. Tailed beasts will one day coexist with humans. This is the future the Sage of Six Paths envisioned. although he would not live to see that day, he always believed it would come. Has the Nine Tails, Kurama, really become such a tailed beast? Four Tails, Son Goku muttered in disbelief. Of all the tailed beasts, it was Kurama who was the first to find harmony with humans. Are we the ones falling behind? Son Goku wondered. Hey, Kurama, explain something to me. Why the hell do you have to use swords and weapons like this? Son Goku groaned, looking utterly defeated. Oh. You still have complaints? Kurama smirked, his multiple tails tightly binding Son Goku while the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan ensured he couldn't move an inch. Son Goku groaned. All right. Brother Ninth, look, how about letting me go? Kurama's grin widened. No can do, son. You're a wild-tailed beast roaming the world. Do you have any idea how many shinobi would love to get their hands on your power? The world is full of sealing techniques. There's no telling when someone might seal you inside another Jinchuriki. TCH. Son Goku thought about it. Kurama had a point. There wasn't a shinobi alive who wouldn't want to control a tailed beast's power. And no matter how strong they were, the one thing they couldn't fight against was being sealed. Kurama, seeing his hesitation, didn't waste a second. Boom. With a surge of power, Kurama pulled Son Goku into the colossal Susanoo that surrounded him. Then the fusion began. Ding. Congratulations, host, you are integrating with Four Tails, Son Goku. Son Goku let out a roar of frustration. Kurama, you damn fox. Sneak attacks. No martial ethics. You just pulled me in without a warning. I wasn't even ready. But what could he do? His limbs were bound, his power was being absorbed, and his fate was sealed. He could neither struggle nor resist. Son Goku sighed in defeat. Ah well. Might as well enjoy the process. At least I won't be alone. Indeed, One Tails Shikaku, Two Tails Matatabi, Three Tails Isabu, and Eight Tails Gyuki had already undergone the same fate. From a certain perspective, merging with Kurama wasn't the worst thing that could happen. At least it was better than being forced into some shinobi's body. A fair trade. Kurama, the big brother of the tailed beasts, had taken it upon himself to change their fate. For centuries, the tailed beasts had been enslaved, sealed, and weaponized by shinobi. Now, the tables were turning. Kurama had decided it was time for their kind to stand tall. And if anyone was going to lead them, it had to be him. Son Goku, despite his protests, couldn't help but cheer Kurama on. Go, Kurama. Don't let us tailed beasts down. 0.5%. 5%. 26%. 35%. 41%. 100%. Congratulations, host. Full integration with Four Tails, Son Goku, completed. Kurama placed a clawed hand on his stomach, feeling the new surge of power coursing through him. Not a bad haul from the land of Earth, he mused. Meanwhile, Rashi, the former Jinchuriki of Son Goku, collapsed from the now fated Susanoo. Without a tailed beast, his fate was sealed. Unlike members of the Uzumaki clan, who could barely survive for a little while after losing their beast, normal shinobi had no such luxury. Rashi's body twitched for a moment. Then, silence. The Four Tails Jinchuriki was dead. Within the massive Susanoo, Uchiha Mikoto blushed slightly. This was her first time fighting side by side with Lord Kurama. No. It was more than fighting side by side. It was fusion combat. Her Susanoo had completely enveloped Kurama's Ninetales form, merging their powers seamlessly. So this is what it feels like to use Susanoo as a battle suit. Amazing. She chuckled softly to herself. Kurama, noticing her distraction, waved a paw in front of her face. Oi, Mikoto, you still with me? Ah. Yes, Lord Kurama. I'm fine, she replied quickly, snapping out of her thoughts. Good. Susanoo's not needed anymore, so you can dispel it. Oh. Mikoto hesitated. She liked this feeling. It was intoxicating. But Kurama had spoken. With a sigh, she obeyed, retracting her Susanoo. The Ninetales chakra dissipated, and the two began their descent from the sky. Kurama effortlessly caught Mikoto, wrapping an arm around her waist. She rested against his chest with a dreamy look. Ah. Lord Kurama's arms are such a warm harbor. Lord Kurama, I want a hug too. A new voice interrupted the moment. With a flash of red, Uzumaki Kushina appeared in full Ninetales chakra mode, her speed near instantaneous. Within seconds, she was pressed against Kurama's other side, her head nuzzling against him. He, Mikoto, I won't let you monopolize him. Mikoto sighed. Kushina. You. Kurama just grinned, enjoying the situation. Alright, alright. The mission's over. Let's head back to the village. Oh, and Kushina, don't forget Kurura. Of course not. How could I forget my adorable little maid? At that moment, Kurura was approaching, encased in a protective sand sphere, but her speed paled in comparison to Kushina's. Before she could react, a chakra-formed hand wrapped around her waist. Wah. Oops, you're a bit slow, Kushina giggled, pulling Kurura into Kurama's grasp. Kurama activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. In an instant, they were back in Konoha. Kurura blinked in confusion. Wait. Weren't we just in the land of Earth a second ago? Kushina smirked. Hey, you'll get used to it. Kurama's speed isn't even the real problem. We're the ones who surrender first. Kurura looked utterly lost. Meanwhile, deep within the land of Earth, at a desolate waterfall, a shadowy figure emerged from the ground. Zetsu. Black and white Zetsu had fully merged. He gazed at the lifeless body of Rashi. TSK. Too late again. However, the battlefield was rich with clues this time. Zetsu smirked. With this information, I now know exactly which shinobi to target in Konoha. His smile grew wider. Madara-sama will be very interested in this news. Chapter 175, The Will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. There were too many clues left behind from this battle. Black Zetsu could already pinpoint which shinobi from the leaf had been involved. Blood-red habanero. She had an interest in tailed beasts. No, it wasn't just her. There were others involved. It seemed like an entire group had committed this act. That was interesting. Zetsu smirked as he murmured to himself, then sank into the underground to disappear. A day later, Iwagakura's shinobi arrived at the site. The sheer destruction had caught the attention of the surrounding residents, who wasted no time reporting it to Iwagakure. The battlefield was a massive crater. The remnants of this clash were nothing short of apocalyptic. A distant mountain had completely vanished. This was not an ordinary skirmish. A battle of this scale could only mean one thing: monsters, not men, had clashed here. The locals relayed everything they had seen and heard to the rock village. But most importantly, there was a corpse on the battlefield. A red-haired man. Upon receiving this news, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, felt his entire body tense. No, it can't be. This was serious. Without wasting time, he ordered his son Katsuchi to take a team of elite shinobi to investigate. When Katsuchi and his squad arrived at the site, they were left speechless by what they saw. Was this really the result of a fight between shinobi? The devastation was absurd. They all took a deep breath, attempting to steady their nerves. Whoever had fought here was no ordinary ninja. But when they saw Rashi's lifeless body lying in the rubble, they let out a sigh of relief. Oh, it's just the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Then it's understandable. Jinchuriki couldn't be measured by normal shinobi standards. They wielded power far beyond the ordinary. Every great nation treated their Jinchuriki as living weapons of mass destruction. Even smaller villages, if they managed to get their hands on a tailed beast, could use it to bargain with the major nations. Take Rashi's body back. Yes, Lord Katsuchi. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. A forensic team of Iwagakure's Sensory and Intelligence Division confirmed the time of death. Rashi had been dead for 2 days. Inoki clenched his fists. Though he and Rashi had their differences, and though Rashi had long distanced himself from the village, he was still one of theirs. And more importantly, he had been their Jinchuriki. Now, Iwagakure had lost its tailed beast. Inoki knew Rashi had never ventured into foreign lands. The other great villages wouldn't have allowed it, anyway. Rashi had always remained within the borders of the land of Earth. And yet, someone had managed to extract the Four Tails from him. Now, Iwagakure had lost its greatest deterrent. It was an unforgivable loss. A humiliating loss. Crack. Inoki's fists trembled as they clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking under the pressure. What a disgrace, what a fucking disgrace. An enemy had infiltrated the land of Earth, taken their Jinchuriki, and waltzed away with their tailed beast. And Iwagakure hadn't even noticed. Not only had they been caught completely off guard, but they didn't even know who was responsible. That was the true shame of it. In Inoki's mind, he could already hear the sneering voices of the other Kage. TCH. The so-called great nation of Earth couldn't even protect its Jinchuriki. That decrepit old fossil Inoki is losing his edge. Can't even defend his own territory. What a joke. Iwagakure is no longer a threat. And even worse, the whispers among his own people. Tsuchikage-sama allowed this to happen. And he calls himself our leader. Ha! The great Inoki is getting old. Time for him to step down. The thought alone made his head pound. Find the culprit. Inoki roared. Mobilize an investigation unit immediately. Search for every possible clue. We cannot let this go unanswered. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. Elsewhere, in a dark underground chamber, a figure slowly emerged from the earth. Zetsu grinned. Lord Madara, I have some very interesting news. TCH, speak up, Zetsu. My patience wears thin. It seems Konoha has begun collecting the tailed beasts. And among the ones involved, Uzumaki Kushina, the blood-red habanero, and Uchiha Mikoto, the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Uzumaki. Red hair. A descendant of Mito Uzumaki. TCH. It seems I'm bound by fate to the Uzumaki clan. Madara's withered lips curled into a smirk. After all, it had been an Uzumaki woman who had stolen his man Hashirama from him. Bah, no. It had been an Uzumaki who sealed his 9 tails away. And even now, the Rinnegan he had entrusted to Nagato was within another Uzumaki. The irony was almost poetic. And now, not only was an Uzumaki involved, but an Uchiha as well. Whoever had fought Rashi and taken the 4 tails was not an ordinary Uchiha. At the very least, they had the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara's smirk deepened. Interesting. Very interesting. When he had abandoned Konoha, he had assumed his Uchiha brethren would be destroyed. He had never expected them to flourish. To not only survive but thrive. Madara-sama, should we intervene? If they are collecting tailed beasts. Intervene. Madara chuckled darkly. Why would we interfere? If Konoha wants to gather the tailed beasts, let them. They are merely doing the hard work for us. Oh. I see. Zetsu's eyes gleamed with understanding. Why struggle when Konoha could do it for them? All they had to do was watch from the shadows. And when the time came, reap the rewards. That was why Madara had entrusted the Rinnegan to Nagato. That was why patience was key. As expected of Madara-sama. Your vision is unparalleled. Continue monitoring Konoha, Madara commanded. My instincts tell me there is more to this. 2 little girls collecting tailed beasts. No. There had to be more to this. Was it truly their own will? Or had the Hokage given the order? Could Konoha be plotting to seize control of all the tailed beasts and unify the world under their banner? It was a possibility. A very real possibility. Zetsu chuckled. Yes, Madara-sama. I will keep a close watch. Then, he sank back into the ground. Soon, mother. Very soon. Zetsu's lips curled into a sickening grin. When all the tailed beasts were gathered, his mother would be reborn. That was all that had mattered for 1,000 years. Not Madara's will. But Kagaya's. His true mother. And when that day arrived, the world would finally bow before her once more. Chapter 176, Konoha's Proud Blue Beast. Black Zetsu was the creation and will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Unlike her sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Himura, it did not inherit her godlike power. If only it had such strength, things would have been different. Kagaya's resurrection wouldn't have taken centuries. It wouldn't have needed to manipulate generations of shinobi like puppets, bending even the arrogant Uchiha Madara to its will. Now, the moment had finally arrived. The tailed beasts had been gathered. The plan was nearing completion. Everything was about to unfold. Deep within the dense forests of the Land of Fire, a lone figure moved silently. Sasori of the Red Sand walked unhurriedly, controlling a complex network of chakra strings within his body. His cold, calculating gaze scanned the land ahead. The Land of Fire. Such a fertile country, he murmured. It puts the Wind Country to shame. The contrast was staggering, like comparing heaven to earth. Konoha was barely 100 kilometers ahead. His mind, however, was preoccupied with something else. Tsunade had vanished. As a missing nin, what happened to the village should have meant nothing to him. And yet, he was drawn back, if only to confirm what he had heard. He had expected some catastrophe, some ruins at least, but what he found shook him to the core. Nothing. Just an endless desert. Not a trace of Tsunade remained. Not a single broken building. Not even corpses. The entire village had been erased from existence. For a long time, Sasori stood still, his cold, dead heart momentarily rattled. What happened here? The thought lingered, but he soon dismissed it. If the village was gone, so be it. No pursuers would come after him anymore. If anything, this was a blessing. Turning away from the empty wasteland, he resumed his journey. His destination, Konoha. His target, Hatake Sakumo, the White Fang. Meanwhile, deeper within the Land of Fire, a different team was on a routine mission. Kurama, their leader, stood ahead. Behind him, 3 young shinobi followed, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi. It was a dull task, until Kurama felt something approaching Konoha. A powerful chakra. One he hadn't sensed in a long time. "Stay here," he ordered, vanishing instantly with a flicker. Obito gaped. "Damn. Sensei Shunshin no Jutsu is so cool." Rin clasped her hands together, eyes filled with admiration. "Amazing." Obito felt a pang of irritation. "TCH. It's just the body flicker technique. I can do that too." He attempted his own version, only to reappear a few feet away, out of breath. Kakashi sighed. "Obito, that wasn't the body flicker. That was just running." Obito clenched his fists. "Shut up." Kakashi smirked, always amused by Obito's antics. Then, in a more serious tone, he said, "Don't get your hopes up. You'll never surpass Sensei. None of us will." Obito frowned. "You can't be serious." Kakashi crossed his arms. "I don't joke about things like this. Not you, not me, not a single shinobi in Konoha can surpass Kurama-sensei." Obito and Rin exchanged glances. It was rare for Kakashi to praise anyone. Gulp. Obito swallowed. "Kakashi, you're messing with me." Kakashi gave him a bored look. "Would I waste my time messing with an idiot? You little." Obito lunged, but Kakashi dodged effortlessly. "Come back when you unlock your Sharingan, Uchiha baby." Rin, meanwhile, looked thoughtful. "Sensei is really that strong?" Kakashi nodded. "Stronger than we can even comprehend." Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "He's so mysterious." Kakashi recalled the moment that solidified his belief. The moment Kurama did the impossible. The day he brought Hatake Sakumo back from the dead. No ninjutsu, no medical technique could achieve such a feat. It wasn't just life-saving. It was resurrection. And Kakashi had seen it with his own eyes. To him, Kurama was more than a shinobi. He was godlike. And Obito thought he could surpass him. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a loud voice broke through the air. "Kakashi! Show me your flames of youth." A green blur shot toward them. Might Guy had arrived, his usual energy at full force. Kakashi sighed. "Not this idiot again." "Kakashi, let's fight," Guy declared, pointing a dramatic finger. Kakashi groaned. "Why am I surrounded by these people?" Guy's father, Might Guy, also appeared, placing a firm hand on his son's shoulder. "Guy, be respectful when challenging others." Guy scolded, before launching a punch directly at his son's head. Guy flew back several meters, landing flat on his back. Obito took a cautious step away. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Guy sprang back up, unfazed. "Father, youth is all about challenges." Guy nodded sagely. "Indeed. Youth is meant to be displayed." The two burst into synchronized tears, embracing dramatically. The scene felt like watching two oversized children throwing a tantrum in the middle of a battlefield. The others watched in mild horror. Obito whispered to Kakashi. "Are they always like this?" Kakashi nodded. "Worse." Obito took another step back. Dai suddenly turned to Kakashi. "Where is Kurama-sama?" Kakashi shrugged. "He said he had something to do and left." "I see." Dai gave a thumbs up. "Then we shall carry on the spirit of youth until he returns." He flashed a dazzling grin, his teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Meanwhile, miles away, Kurama stood atop a tree, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He had felt it. A presence unlike any other. Someone was coming. And the world was about to change forever. Chapter 177, White Fang vs. Sasori. Might Dewey gave a thumbs up. "Bare your teeth and reveal that iconic smile." A sharp squeaking sound. The whole body flickered and vanished. Obito groaned, "Oi, oi, oi, old man. Why don't you take this rare beast away before you leave?" The rare beast he was talking about was, of course, Might Guy. Dewey simply chuckled. "Nope. My son stays." Outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Sasori, moving at a steady pace, suddenly halted. Standing atop his puppet, his cold, murderous eyes sharpened. Whiz. 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 Dozens of poison-laced kunai shot into the dense forest ahead. A metallic clash echoed as they were deflected. "Who's out there, skulking in the shadows?" "Heh," as expected from the red sand Sasori himself. A figure stepped out from behind a tree with a smirk. Orange hair. Crimson eyes that flickered like embers. Kurama had sensed a foreign chakra stirring. And when he arrived, he saw Sasori. A pleasant surprise. So, he intentionally let his presence slip. Just enough to get Sasori's attention. Who the hell are you? Sasori's voice was wary. He didn't recognize this man. Judging by the lack of a headband or insignia, it was impossible to tell which nation or village he belonged to. But given the circumstances, it wasn't hard to guess. 99% chance, this guy was from the Leaf. You are a Konoha shinobi. Kurama grinned. Damn right. Sasori scowled. He had hoped to slip into the Leaf unnoticed and deal with that man. Konoha's white Fang. He wasn't foolish enough to think he could take down the entire village alone. No. He had a very specific target. But now he had been found before even stepping through the gates. Kurama read his thoughts like an open book. Relax. I'm the only one who knows you're here, Kurama said casually. Konoha isn't aware yet. Sasori narrowed his eyes. For some reason, this man felt strange. Not overwhelmingly dangerous. Not weak either. Something about him was just off. It unsettled Sasori. More importantly, this man had instantly identified him. Yet Sasori knew nothing about him. In intelligence warfare, that meant he was already at a disadvantage. Who are you in Konoha? Sasori questioned. Kurama smirked. I'm 18 generations older than your ancestors. A sharp hiss. Sasori's tail shot forward like a viper. A blur. A metallic clang. The tail recoiled violently. Kurama hadn't moved an inch. Sasori's thoughts were clear. This man is strong. Kurama took a few steps to the side, casually eyeing him. Let's see. You're here for Konoha's white Fang, right? He mused aloud. Sasori's breath hitched. His entire body tensed. What the hell? How did this bastard know that? Could he read minds? Sasori scowled. He had become a puppet to erase human weakness. And yet, in front of this man, it felt like he was laid bare. TCH. How do you know? Kurama waved a hand dismissively. Does it matter? Point is, I can summon him here. Sasori scoffed. You. Call out Konoha's white Fang. Everyone knew Hatake Sakumo's status. Even above the legendary Sanin. The idea that this man had the authority to summon him. Unbelievable. And yet. The moment Sasori blinked, Kurama was gone. Back in Konoha. Kurama reappeared in front of Kakashi, Rin, and Obito. The trio nearly jumped out of their skins. Teacher Kurama. Can you not just appear like that? It's creepy. Obito yelped. Rin giggled. Even if Sensei is sneaky, he's still cool. Kakashi sighed. Kurama ignored them, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Kid, tell your father to head 10 kilometers west of Konoha. Immediately. Kakashi didn't question it. He simply nodded and took off. Obito huffed. Damn teacher, showing off again. Seeing Rin's admiration only worsened his frustration. Damn it. Why couldn't it be him getting all this attention? 10 minutes later, 10 kilometers west of Konoha. Sasori hadn't moved. He should have left. And yet, something compelled him to stay. What the hell is wrong with me? His instincts told him not to trust Kurama. And yet. He wanted to believe him. Then. A presence. A man with a silver mane and piercing eyes stepped into view. A blade strapped to his back. Konoha's white Fang. Sasori froze. He actually brought him here. Inside his puppet shell, his mind raced. Kurama smirked. Told you. No bluff. Sasori's fingers twitched slightly. Kurama watched with mild amusement as Sasori struggled to process the situation. This man. Who the hell was he? His gaze snapped to Hatake Sakumo. This was the man he had come for. His parents' killer. Sakumo stared back, clearly confused. Lord Kurama, he said slowly. Who is this? Kurama shrugged. Some guy who wants you dead. Sakumo's expression didn't change. A flicker of motion. Whiz. 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 Dozens of poison shuriken hurtled towards White Fang. Ting. 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 In a single fluid motion, Sakumo unsheathed his white light chakra saber and deflected every projectile. His eyes darkened slightly. Care to explain why you're attacking me? Sasori's fingers twitched. His voice was low. You killed my parents. White Fang's brows furrowed. The second shinobi war, he asked. Kurama interjected, Sakumo, did you happen to kill a married puppet master couple in that war? Sakumo's expression darkened. Yes. I did. Sasori's grip on his puppet tightened. Then die, Hatake. In a blur, the battle began. Kurama merely stepped back, watching with interest. This should be fun. Chapter 178, Puppet Master. On the battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War, Hatake Sakumo's mind spun as he processed what he had just heard. A puppet master couple. His grip tightened around the white light chakra saber. Yes, he remembered now. Back during the war, he had faced a duo of puppet masters from Tsunade who had slaughtered numerous Konoha shinobi. They were skilled, dangerous, and had left a deep impression on him. In the end, it was only after he stepped in that they were finally taken down. Even so, they had managed to wound him, a rare feat. And now, his past was returning to haunt him. Hatake Sakumo's fingers brushed against an old scar on his arm. It was no ordinary wound. It had been inflicted in that very battle. Yeah. I remember now. There was a pair of puppeteers from Suna. I took them down, but not without a scratch. Sakumo's eyes sharpened. What does that have to do with this weird guy in front of me? Kurama, lounging off to the side, chuckled darkly. Because this weird guy is their son. And he's here for revenge. Sasori's eyes widened. His breath hitched. He locked onto Kurama, a shiver running down his spine. How? How did this man know? Sasori's hands clenched into fists inside his puppet armor. His mind raced. He had always been careful. Precise. A ghost in the world, leaving only his puppets as his legacy. But in front of this man, he felt completely exposed, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. Damn it, has my information been leaked, he thought bitterly. Kurama simply smirked. Well, now that everything's clear, you two can get on with it. He took a step back, letting the tension settle in the air. Hatake Sakumo exhaled, shaking his head. So, you're here for revenge. A strange relief washed over him. If it was revenge, then this wasn't anything out of the ordinary. This was war. He had taken countless lives on the battlefield. If every relative, friend, or lover of the fallen came for vengeance, the line of would-be avengers would stretch from Konoha to the border of the Land of Wind. That was the nature of war. A war without death and sacrifice wasn't a war, it was a child's game. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. Sakumo couldn't help but laugh. Sasori's voice cut through the air. What's so funny? You, Red Sand. You don't understand war. You act as if death on the battlefield is something unnatural. Sakumo's eyes narrowed. If everyone clung to vengeance the way you do, the world would never know peace. Peace. Sasori didn't care about peace. The man in front of him had stolen his parents, his childhood, his future. He had never known a world without loss. This man, Hatake Sakumo, had shaped his life into what it was today. Red Sand Sasori wasn't here for philosophy. He wasn't here for some grand ideological debate. He was here for blood. You talk too much, Konoha's white Fang. Your life ends here. Sakumo's lips curled into a smirk. All right, kid. Let's see what you've got. Sasori wasted no time. From his back, a segmented, scorpion-like tail shot forward, aiming to impale Sakumo's chest. Swish. 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 Sakumo's blade flickered like a flash of white lightning. The tail clashed against his saber with a metallic clang, each strike sending sparks into the air. Every single weapon Sasori used was laced with poison. Just a single cut, one scratch, would be enough to end the battle. Sakumo knew this. He could not afford to be hit. Clang. 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 Sasori's tail lashed again and again, each strike carrying lethal precision. But Sakumo was faster. He deflected every attack, his movements effortless, his blade dancing in the moonlight. Sasori's frustration grew. TCH. So this is the infamous White Fang. He wasn't underestimating his opponent. He knew Sakumo was powerful. If a single strike didn't work, then he would attack in numbers. Sasori's fingers twitched. From the mouth of his puppet armor, a barrage of poison senbon needles erupted, filling the air with a storm of death. Sakumo's eyes gleamed. This was getting interesting. He leaped, twisting his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding the deadly barrage. The white light chakra saber spun in his grip, slicing through the rain of needles with pinpoint accuracy. Each needle that came near was deflected, falling harmlessly to the ground. Kurama, watching from the sidelines, let out a whistle. Damn, this is some top-tier entertainment. Sakumo landed gracefully, his blade still humming with chakra. Not bad, kid. But let me show you something. He dashed forward. White Fang style, moonlit Fang. His blade slashed through the air, creating a blinding arc of white energy that cleaved toward Sasori. Sasori's eyes widened. He barely had time to react. His fingers moved in a blur, controlling his puppet armor. The puppet's arm split open, revealing a hidden compartment that fired a storm of kunai with explosive tags. Boom. A fiery explosion tore through the battlefield, shaking the earth beneath them. For a moment, everything was obscured in smoke. Then, a flicker of white. Sakumo emerged from the smoke, completely unharmed. Sasori barely had time to curse before Sakumo was already upon him. White Fang's dance, severing Fang. His blade slashed downward, cutting straight through Sasori's puppet armor. Crack. The armor split in half, revealing Sasori's true form. Sakumo took a step back, eyes narrowing. Now that he could see Sasori's face clearly, there was no mistaking it. The resemblance was there. This was the son of the puppet masters he had slain. Sasori's fingers twitched. Even without his main armor, he wasn't done yet. His backup weapons activated, a barrage of poison kunai, detonating tags, and a thick purple mist of poison gas. Sakumo's eyes narrowed. This was bad. He was fast, but he wasn't sure if he was fast enough to dodge everything at this range. Even the white light chakra saber had its limits. The battlefield was silent for a moment. Then, a voice rang out. Well. Looks like things are heating up. Mind if I step in? Kurama's smirk widened as he watched the two warriors prepare for their final clash. This was getting good. And he wasn't about to miss the climax. Sasori's expression darkened. Stay out of this. Kurama shrugged. I never said I was gonna interfere. Just enjoying the show. Sakumo exhaled, his grip tightening on his blade. The poison mist thickened, the detonating kunai whistling through the air. This was it. The battle between Konoha's White Fang and the Red Sand Sasori was reaching its peak. And only one would walk away alive. Chapter 179, he is a child. Both the explosive tag kunai and the poisonous mist were dangerously close. Hatake Sakumo knew there was no escape. He had no choice but to face the grim reality of bloodshed. With a clang, the White Fang short sword was embedded into the ground. Wind release, breakthrough. For the first time in this battle, Hatake Sakumo used ninjutsu. Until now, he had relied solely on kenjutsu and taijutsu against Sasori. But wind release was known for its overwhelming cutting power, and when combined with his sword techniques, it became even deadlier. Whoosh! 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 The powerful gust surged forward, parting the poisonous mist and deflecting the explosive tag shuriken. Boom! 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 A series of explosions followed, filling the battlefield with smoke and debris. Yet, against all odds, Hatake Sakumo's wind release successfully negated Sasori's assault. As expected of the legendary White Fang. This fight just got interesting. Even Kurama, watching from within Naruto, was intrigued. He wondered who was stronger, Konoha's White Fang or the infamous Red Sand Sasori. Flame pit formation. From the hollow tube in Sasori's palm, a torrent of searing hot flames erupted, melting the very ground beneath them. Steel. Stone. Nothing could withstand its intensity. Earth release, earth-style wall. Water release, flowing water wave. Hatake Sakumo countered immediately, invoking two elements at once, testament to his exceptional skill. A solid earthen barrier rose from the ground, sculpted into the visage of a snarling wolf's head. Then, a surging water stream reinforced the structure, cooling and solidifying it further. The combined defense held firm against the devastating flames. But Sasori had anticipated this. Time to reveal my ace. From his cloak, Sasori produced a summoning scroll with 3 bold characters on it. The third Kazekage. He didn't just kill the third Kazekage, he turned him into his greatest puppet. The so-called strongest Kazekage hadn't disappeared mysteriously. No. Sasori had claimed him. As the puppet emerged, Hatake Sakumo felt a surge of danger unlike before. This wasn't an ordinary battle anymore. This was a war. Sasori smirked. Now then, White Fang. Let's see if you can survive this. Magnet release, Iron Sand Spear. A massive, needle-like projectile of densely compressed iron sand shot forward at blinding speed. With sheer reflex, Hatake Sakumo sidestepped, picking up his White Fang short sword in the process. Channeling chakra into the blade, he swung it with devastating force. Shing. A massive chakra-infused slash cleaved the iron sand spear clean in two. But it was futile. The iron sand reformed almost instantly, shifting into a colossal, diamond-shaped spike. Hatake Sakumo narrowed his eyes. The issue wasn't just the attacks, it was the puppet itself. He had to destroy the third Kazekage before Sasori overwhelmed him. Hatake Sakumo couldn't believe that this young shinobi, barely 17, had eliminated a Kage of such renown. The monstrous iron sand formations continued their relentless assault. A giant iron sand cylinder. A massive rectangular slab. A spinning iron sand top. Every shape imaginable, each carrying lethal force, barreled toward Hatake Sakumo in perfect synchronization. Boom. 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 The battlefield was in chaos, the ground torn apart by the sheer force of the iron sand's attacks. Hatake Sakumo tightened his grip on his sword. This ends now. A surge of crackling blue chakra erupted from his body. Sizzling. Sparking. Lightning danced along the edge of the white Fang's blade. Sasori's eyes widened slightly. Then, Hatake Sakumo vanished. In an instant, he was right in front of the third Kazekage puppet. Konoha-style Kenjutsu, Fang of the Thunder God. A single, lightning-charged slash. The third Kazekage puppet shattered into countless pieces. This was no ordinary cut. The sheer explosive power of lightning release ensured that not even fragments remained. Sasori's proudest creation, reduced to dust. The surrounding iron sand collapsed lifelessly to the ground. TCH, damn it. Sasori clicked his tongue in frustration. The strongest technique of the third Kazekage, magnet release, iron sand world method, hadn't even been used before the puppet was destroyed. White Fang had taken away that chance. Even Sasori had to acknowledge the man's strength. But rather than despair, Sasori grinned. Good. If my opponent wasn't this strong, what would be the point? He bit his finger and unfurled another summoning scroll. Bang. From the cloud of smoke, hundreds of puppets dressed in crimson robes emerged. This was Sasori's ultimate technique, red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. The battlefield was now swarming with lethal killing machines. Do you understand, White Fang? The strength of a puppet master is determined by the number of puppets they can control. Each puppet was finely crafted, each movement precise, each attack coordinated. This was no mere trick. This was war. Even Kurama, watching, scoffed. Ha! So it's just another version of the shadow clone jutsu. There was only one key difference. When a shadow clone was destroyed, it disappeared. When a puppet was destroyed, Sasori could still reassemble it. But that didn't change one simple fact. There was no need to fight these puppets. Just take out the puppeteer. Hatake Sakumo knew this well. Swiftly weaving through the army of puppets, his movements were so fast they blurred from sight. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sasori. Shing. The White Fang short sword gleamed. Sasori's head was sliced clean off. But Hatake Sakumo wasn't naive. He knew about Sasori's regeneration core. As expected, the core shot out of the lifeless body, seeking a new host. Hatake Sakumo wasn't about to let that happen. He followed its trajectory, blade ready. Before the core could reach another puppet. It's over, kid. With one final, decisive slash, the core was shattered. Sasori had lost. Years of vengeance. Years of planning. All of it, gone. Hatake Sakumo stood tall, his clothing slightly torn but otherwise unharmed. It hadn't been an easy battle. If he had been cut even once, Sasori's poison would have ended him. Yet, he had emerged victorious. Hatake Sakumo gave Sasori the respect he deserved. After all, the Red Sand Sasori was, without question, the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. Chapter 180, Target, 5 Tails. Although Hatake Sakumo had defeated Sasori, winning had not come easily. His body was nearly drained of chakra. The genius puppet master before him was indeed powerful, the first ninja to ever push him to this limit. Red Sand Sasori. Hatake Sakumo would remember that name. His short sword was already pressed against Sasori's regeneration core. Just a little more force, and it would be over. Sasori would die. Sakumo exhaled deeply, glancing up at the sky. Go. You're letting me go. Sasori's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Konoha's White Fang. That's right. You mean nothing to me. If you let me go, I'll only become stronger and come back to kill you. Good. I look forward to it. Sakumo sheathed his blade. Sasori wasn't the type to beg for his life. He had already lost. That was fact. There was no need for empty words. Letting me live will be the biggest mistake of your life, Konoha's White Fang. You'll regret this. Sasori turned and walked away. Regret. Biggest mistake. Sakumo merely chuckled. The biggest mistake of his life had already been made, saving those ungrateful cowards in Konoha who later turned their backs on him. But that mistake had been corrected. Thanks to Kurama, he had turned his fate around. Otherwise, Sakumo had no regrets. Letting Sasori go was just another challenge. A reminder that there were still people in this world worth fighting. Life would be far too dull otherwise. After the battle, Sakumo dusted off his hands and walked toward Kurama. Lord Kurama, what do you think of me letting Red Sand Sasori live? What do I think? Kurama smirked. This was your fight, not mine. Do whatever you want. But if you had lost and died, I wouldn't have interfered. Sakumo blinked, momentarily stunned. Eh. He let out a nervous chuckle. Good thing I won, then. Otherwise, I might have thought you came just to watch me die. The battle had caused enough noise to attract attention. Soon, Konoha shinobi started arriving. Kakashi, Rin, Aito. All of them rushed to the scene. Father, what happened here? The entire area, dozens of meters across, was in ruins. Signs of a fierce battle were everywhere. Kurama, however, stood untouched, his robes still pristine. Kakashi, being ever observant, noticed his father's clothes were torn. Clearly, Sakumo had been in the thick of it. Oh, nothing much, Kakashi. I just killed a small fry. Sakumo grinned, jumping up and down to show that he was fine. Kurama raised an eyebrow. Calling Sasori a small fry. If Red Sand Sasori was a minion, then who did White Fang consider a real opponent? The god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Madara Uchiha. Or maybe someone on the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Sakumo was clearly putting on a show for his son. Rin approached Kurama, concern in her eyes. Kurama-sensei, are you alright? I'm fine, Rin. See. Kurama spread his hands and casually ruffled her hair. Rin's face turned bright red, flustered yet clearly pleased. Aito, standing off to the side, was about to explode. Damn you, Kurama. You bastard teacher, you're taking advantage of Rin. Fury burned inside him. Rin was the goddess of his heart. The amount of tissues in his room could attest to that. With Sasori out of the picture, Kurama returned home. As he stepped inside, he found Kushina, Mikoto, and Karura busy in the kitchen. You're cooking. Lord Kurama. You're back. Karura said enthusiastically. We're making a feast. And so, the four of them had a luxurious dinner. That night, Tsunade hadn't returned. Kurama was just about to settle in when he heard soft footsteps outside his door. When he opened it, he saw Mikoto and Kushina standing there. Hey. What are you two doing? Kushina smirked and shoved Mikoto inside before stepping in herself, shutting the door behind her. Mikoto said nothing, her face flushed with embarrassment. You're not getting away tonight. Time passed. Things changed. Uchiha Aito and Nohara Rin had become chunin. Hatake Kakashi had already made jonin due to his exceptional performance. The first of his generation to do so. Kurama no longer served as their jonin sensei. Instead, he led his own elite squad. One particular mission took them deep into the land of Earth. Kurama-sensei, we've arrived in Iwagakure territory, Rin reported. Their objective, capture the Five Tails. Its Jinchuriki was a rock shinobi. The situation was amusing in a way. Kurama had originally learned about the Four Tails Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi. Now, it was those same Cloud Shinobi who had tracked down the Five Tails. The third Reikage had been thrilled when he heard Kurama had captured the Four Tails host. After all, Cloud had no tailed beasts. And if they couldn't have one, then no one else should either. The more other villages lost their tailed beasts, the more advantage Cloud gained. Kurama's mission aligned with their interests, so they provided information eagerly. Any updates on the other Jinchuriki? The massive Cloud Shinobi, shook his head. The Six Tails is in the land of water, but we don't know if it's wild or sealed inside a host. And the Seven Tails? That one's even harder to track. It's outside the Five Great Nations. We don't even know if a Jinchuriki exists. The third Reikage tapped his fingers against his desk. Keep digging. Report back when you learn more. Cloud was putting significant resources into tracking down tailed beasts. Almost more effort than Kurama himself. Brother Kurama, the Reikage said with a smirk. We at Cloud will do everything we can to help you find the tailed beasts. Don't let us down. Kurama simply smirked back. Forging ties with Kurama, in the Reikage's mind, was a wise move. According to Umbu intelligence, Rock's Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han, was currently on a mission. The target was moving with a squad. A team of at least 3. No more than 10. They had left Iwagakure but were still within Earth Country. Under the full moon, Kurama and his team lay in wait. Kurama-sensei, will the target really show? Rin asked curiously. What's wrong, don't trust me? No. I was just surprised. Her flustered expression was undeniably cute. Kurama, however, had already sensed several abnormal chakra signatures approaching. He grinned. The prey has arrived. Chapter 181, You Can't Escape Five Tails. Kurama was the captain of this team. Originally, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were supposed to be under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, but circumstances changed. However, they were used to calling their superior Sensei. Calling him Sensei Kurama felt a little more natural. Kurama habitually placed his hand on Rin's small head, ruffling her hair gently. Rin, how old are you now? Rin felt warm inside and enjoyed the gesture. Sensei Kurama, I'm 14 years old. 14. You've grown into a beautiful young woman, Rin. Kurama's compliment made Rin blush instantly. She turned around, flustered. This little girl, she was actually shy. At that moment, Obito walked over. Seeing Rin's red face, he asked the question of a man who truly didn't understand women. Rin, are you okay? Do you have a fever? If you're not feeling well, you should rest. Don't worry, I can take care of things here. No matter what Shinobi Iwagakure sends, I'll crush them all. Go away, Obito. Rin pushed him aside, huffing in exasperation before running off. Kurama. Ah, women. He'd never figure them out. Their thoughts ran deeper than the ocean. And worse, this was Obito's goddess. Obito scratched his head, completely confused. Sensei Kurama, what's wrong with Rin? Is she sick? Maybe she shouldn't fight. It'll be bad if something happens to her. Kurama sighed. Don't worry, Rin is fine. It was just too hot a moment ago. Oh, I see. Obito nodded thoughtfully, completely believing him. Night fell, wrapping the battlefield in silence. Under the full moon, everything was illuminated as though it were still day. It was eerily quiet. The calm before the storm. Kurama glanced at Obito, then at Rin in the distance. In the original timeline, by this age, Obito had already caused the Nine-Tails rampage in Konoha. He had already fought his sensei, the Yellow Flash. But because of Kurama's presence, everything had changed. The Third Great Ninja War had ended while Obito and his team were still in the academy. That meant Obito never had the chance to meet Madara. And now, Rin was still alive. Moreover, Rin admired her sensei. At her age, she was already developing feelings beyond admiration. Kurama suddenly narrowed his eyes. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, stay alert. The enemy is coming. There are 7 of them. Among the 7, Kurama sensed a particularly powerful chakra. No doubt. It was Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. A jonin of Iwagakure, Han was a giant of a man, standing over 2 meters tall. His fighting style revolved around his unique ability, Boil Release. With it, he could superheat steam to enhance his physical attacks, earning him the title of Steam Shinobi. Kurama had read the intelligence reports, but now he sensed it firsthand. Under the moonlight, a squad of 7 shinobi, led by Han, rushed toward Iwagakure. Lord Han, Lord Tsuchikage will be thrilled when he hears this news. That's right. This mission has been worth it. The group ran in formation, their voices filled with excitement. They had uncovered critical information during their mission. Kumogakure no longer had any Jinchuriki. Both the 2 Tails and 8 Tails had vanished. It was well known that the Cloud Shinobi excelled in training Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, the 8 Tails host, was even regarded as a perfect Jinchuriki. But now, with the tailed beasts gone, B was just another jonin. Without their Jinchuriki, the famed duo of A and B had lost their strongest weapon. A weaker Kumogakure meant an advantage for the rest of the great nations. Without the power of the tailed beasts, Kumo is nothing special. Han and his squad weren't concerned with how Kumogakure lost its Jinchuriki. That wasn't their problem. Their only goal was to bring this information back to their Tsuchikage. However, boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted around them. They had stepped into a trap. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito grinned as they watched the ambush unfold. As expected of Sensei Kurama, Rin said proudly. He perfectly predicted their route. Kakashi nodded. It's easy working under Kurama-sensei. Obito smirked. That bastard sensei never lets me down. Rin had been the one to set up the traps. She was a master of explosive tags and ambushes. And now, Iwagakure shinobi were paying the price. 1 second, they were smiling. The next, they were screaming. Such was the cruelty of war. You never knew when death was coming. Boom. 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 Smoke and fire consumed the battlefield. Han shouted, ambush. Scatter. But it was too late. The explosion stretched hundreds of meters. For minutes, the chaos raged on. When the dust settled, bodies littered the ground. 3 of the Iwagakure shinobi were dead, their corpses burned beyond recognition. Only 4 remained. Han had activated his tailed beast cloak just in time. The remaining 3 were barely alive, having been shielded by Han's defenses. Damn it. We walked right into it. Han scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, but he saw nothing. Yet he knew. The hunters were there, hidden in the darkness. Rin pouted. Only 3. I thought I'd wipe them all out. She wanted to impress Kurama. Kurama chuckled and patted her head. You did great. Now, let me handle the big guy. You 3 take care of the rest. At that moment, the 4 remaining IWA shinobi finally spotted them. Shit. Konoha ninja. We have a treaty. Why the hell are you attacking? One of the shinobi shouted, angered and confused. Kurama smirked. A treaty. Paper is easy to tear. He pointed at Han. You're Han, right? I hear you've got some interesting intel. Something about Cloud losing their Jinchuriki. The IWA shinobi froze. Their eyes widened in shock. How the hell do Konoha ninja know that? Han's face darkened. They had assumed they were the first to discover this information. But Konoha already knew. Which meant. Kurama grinned. You want to know how? It's simple. His eyes gleamed in the moonlight. Konoha was the one who took the tailed beasts. Han and his men stiffened. Konoha stole the tailed beasts. Then why wasn't Kimogakure retaliating? Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Lightning was known for its aggression. The Third Reikage wouldn't stay quiet about something like this. Unless. Kurama's smirk widened. Han clenched his fists, steam rising from his body. Konoha brats. You really don't understand how cruel this world is. Chapter 182, Obito is jealous. Han gave the order. He had no patience for pointless talk with the Konoha shinobi. Earth release, rockfall technique. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 IWA nin beside Han initiated the attack. Earth release, rockfall technique. Uchiha Obito mirrored the jutsu perfectly. The 3 IWA nin were stunned. Good. This brat is using the same jutsu as us. Then, they noticed it. Sharingan. Yes, it was Uchiha Obito who had copied the jutsu. His Sharingan had awakened a year ago. Now, with 2 tomo in each eye, he could replicate several techniques with ease. TCH. Sharingan really is broken. This was completely different from the Obito in the original timeline. The title of Copy Ninja didn't belong to Kakashi anymore. It was now his, Uchiha Obito, future king of the battlefield. Rin, did you see that? Pretty cool, right? Obito smirked, rubbing his nose with his thumb. But Rin wasn't looking at him at all. She was already engaged in the battle, kunai in hand, moving swiftly between enemies. Hey, Rin. You should stay behind me. Let me protect you. Rin. Are you even listening? Obito shouted as he charged forward. Meanwhile. Inside the sealed space. Within the depths of his consciousness, Han's 5 tails stirred. The presence of a familiar chakra made Kokuo uneasy. Was that? Hey, is that you, Kurama? Kokuo's voice rumbled inside the void. Hey, it's been a while, Kokuo, Kurama responded with amusement. I knew it. It really is you. No one but the tailed beasts could understand this ancient form of communication. And yet, Han, as a Jinchuriki, could still hear it. His eyes widened in shock. Kurama. The 9 tails. Are you talking about that man? Is he the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Han turned his gaze to the golden-haired shinobi before him. Delivering himself to my doorstep, huh? Rumble. Without hesitation, Han triggered his transformation. Dark red chakra burst forth, enveloping his body as he entered a partial tailed beast state. The jagged form of chakra tails and monstrous arms reached toward Kurama, intent on crushing him. But Kurama dodged effortlessly, weaving between the attacks like he was out for a stroll. Not only did he avoid the strikes with ease. He looked downright amused. So, Kokuo, Kurama continued casually, how's life inside a human? Kokuo scoffed, his voice filled with irritation. Don't even get me started. It's suffocating. Being controlled by a damn ninja, TCH, not as free as you. Heh. Exactly why I refuse to be tamed, Kurama said smugly. Then Kokuo hesitated. His curiosity was piqued. Wait a second, Kurama. Why do you look like a human? Kurama chuckled. Because I got tired of lying around on all fours. Standing upright's more fun. That actually makes sense. Can you get me out of here? Of course. I'm here to free you today. Good. I'm sick of this ninja. Kurama grinned. Then let's get started. Whoosh. Golden chakra exploded as Kurama expanded into his full Ninetales form. Ninetales. Han gasped in horror. He's really the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. We're fucked. As the massive beast materialized, Han realized the inevitable. Escape. Not an option. Before Han could react, Kurama's tail shot forward, wrapping around the five tails. Han struggled, but it was futile. He wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki. He couldn't fully transform into the beast. And even if he could, Kokuo was on Kurama's side. If Han released the seal willingly, Kokuo would do the rest of the work for him. For Kokuo, the last thing he wanted was to be shackled by humans. Even in the original timeline, when Obito had controlled him, he still fought back against the Uchiha's will. Now, he had a chance at true freedom. Kurama tightened his grip. The diamond chains followed, binding Han like a cocoon. Chakra surged. Kurama's massive hand reached into Han's chest, clawing at his soul. Kokuo cooperated entirely. Within mere seconds, the five tails was extracted. I'd rather merge with you than stay imprisoned, Kokuo said with relief. Kurama smirked. Then come on in. The process began. Ding. Congratulations, host, for absorbing five tails Kokuo. Fusion progress, 0.1%. 0.5%. 10%. 41%. 81%. 100%. Kurama exhaled slowly. Strength surged through his veins. He felt incredible. As for Han, his body collapsed lifelessly, crumbling to the ground. TCH, weak. You died before I even had fun. Kurama turned his attention elsewhere. The battle was still ongoing. Kakashi had gained the upper hand. Victory was just a matter of time. Obito was locked in an even match. Rin, however, was struggling. Girls really do need protecting, huh? The remaining Iwanin all turned toward Han's lifeless body. Lord Han. They called out 3 times. No response. They knew. There was no hope. Han was their strongest warrior. If he had been defeated so quickly, what did that mean for them? The massive form of the Ninetales loomed over them, casting an overwhelming shadow of despair. No. This isn't just some Jinchuriki. He has fully mastered the Ninetales. The 3 Iwanin lost their will to fight. Rin. Kurama's figure flickered, appearing directly before her. Kurama-sensei. Rin's tense heart relaxed instantly. Warmth. Safety. Suddenly, a massive wave of sand and dust swallowed the remaining Iwanin. Crush. In an instant, their bodies were turned to pulp. Rin exhaled shakily. With you here, I feel safe. She smiled. Thank you, Kurama-sensei. TCH, don't mention it. Meanwhile, Obito clenched his fists in frustration. He had wanted to be the one to save Rin. He had envisioned a perfect moment. A heroic rescue. Rin looking at him with admiration. A love story in the making. But Kurama had stolen the scene. Damn it, bastard sensei. Always one step ahead of me. As he scowled, he let his guard down. Wham! A brutal kick sent Obito flying. He slammed into a boulder, coughing up blood. But the pain didn't register. What hurt most was his broken heart. Scarlet Sharingan spun with rage. Obito wiped the blood from his lips, eyes locked onto the enemy. Iwanin. You've just fucked up. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Obito, Rin likes me. Right. You bastard Rocknin, you're on a one-way path to hell. Obito's Scarlet Sharingan flared with murderous intensity. He was already gnawed by guilt for not reaching Rin in time. It's all my fault. If only I was faster, stronger. And now this Rocknin had the gall to taunt him. You really think I'll just let that slide? Obito's personality had always been extreme, he couldn't take mockery, not after failing Rin. Across the field, Kakashi had already taken down his opponent. The ninja threatening Rin had also been eliminated by their squad leader, Jonin Kurama Kaito, an elite sensory type with a reputation for his brutal genjutsu. Of the 4 Iwagakure shinobi ambushers, only one remained. And that unlucky bastard was facing Obito Uchiha. Damn it. Obito clenched his fists. Kakashi and Kurama-sensei already got their kills in. He had intended to make a grand entrance, to impress Rin with some flashy moves. But now, Rin didn't even need saving. Kakashi didn't need backup. Unless someone was inches from death, no one really needed Obito. His hot-blooded words always outpaced his ability. He'd never admit it, but he did respect Kakashi's strength. Still, it stung. Now everyone was just watching him fight. So embarrassing. Meanwhile, the last remaining Ronin, seeing his comrades and superior officer Han and Iwagakure Jonin slaughtered, was silently panicking. 3 pairs of deadly eyes stared him down, Kurama, Kakashi, and Rin. But it was the 4th pair, Obito's glowing Sharingan, that locked him in place. He gritted his teeth. So be it. If I'm going down, I'll go down swinging. He had nothing left to lose, and that made him dangerous. Facing down an Uchiha, especially one with a Sharingan, was suicide. But maybe he could take one down with him. Better to be remembered as the one who dragged an Uchiha to hell than to die a no-name grunt. He smirked at Obito. Too bad, he completely misjudged the boy in front of him. Obito wasn't a prodigy. He wasn't like Itachi, or Shisui, or even Sasuke who would come after. He was the bottom of the class. Dead last. But right now, dead last had one goal: kill the enemy. No mercy. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Obito roared. His chakra surged, more than he'd ever channeled into a technique before. The signature Uchiha Great Fireball erupted from his mouth, searing forward in a massive wave of flame. The heat alone cracked nearby stones. Shit, he's powering up every time he fights, the Iwanin cursed and slammed his hands into the ground. Doton, Dorihiki. A massive earthen wall exploded from the earth to shield him. The fireball smashed into the wall with a thunderous roar. Smoke and flame burst everywhere. Rin watched anxiously from the sidelines. Kurama-sensei, should we assist Obito? Kakashi didn't even flinch. Relax, Rin. He's got this. We can't babysit him forever. Let him learn to survive alone. Kurama smirked. Yeah. If we always jump in, he'll never grow a backbone. Rin bit her lip but nodded. Obito, please don't die out there. Boom. The Doton wall cracked, then crumbled completely. The Iwanin stumbled back, coughing and retreating nearly 30 meters. Black smoke billowed across the battlefield, covering everything in soot. That bastard's fire style, it's actually dangerous. I really underestimated him, he muttered. Worthy of the Uchiha name. Too bad you realized that too late, jackass. The voice came from behind him. His heart skipped. What? He spun around. Obito's silhouette emerged from the smoke, kunai in hand. His Sharingan burned like twin blood moons. When did he? A sickening schlunk followed. Obito's kunai pierced straight through the man's back, bursting from his chest. It wasn't just a stab, it was an execution. Obito's whole arm followed through, twisting the blade deeper. The Iwanin twitched, choked, and died on the spot. Obito pulled out the kunai and spat. Trash. His voice was cold. This wasn't the goofy kid from before. This was war. Using the cover of the smoke, Obito had circled behind him for a kill shot. It was ruthless. Effective. And very Uchiha. Grinning smugly, Obito trotted back to the group. Rin, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? His voice was suddenly soft, almost anxious. I'm fine, Rin smiled. With Kurama-sensei here, I didn't have to worry. She glanced at him. But what about you, Obito? Are you hurt? She asked if I'm hurt. Obito's brain practically exploded. She really cares about me. Rin actually cares. Is this love? Should I confess right now? His eyes lit up. Then dimmed as he remembered. Kakashi. Kurama. Right there. Shit. Not now. Bad idea. Obito, are you really not bleeding anywhere? Rin asked again, tilting her head. Oh my god. She asked again. She totally likes me. Obito clapped his hands in a cool pose. It's nothing, Rin. All this blood's from that dead bastard. I'm totally fine. He even jumped around a few times to prove it. Rin, did you see how cool I was out there? That fireball. That silent kill. Wasn't it awesome? He turned dramatically. But Rin, Kurama, and Kakashi were already walking away. Obito stood alone, hands still mid-pose. They left. He blinked. Hey. I was trying to be cool. Obito sulked behind the group. Kakashi again, always one step ahead. Kurama-sensei's just too damn powerful. When the hell will I ever catch up? But then he grinned and started posing again like a One Piece character. He crossed his arms like Doflamingo, strutting like a madman. Oi, teacher Kurama. Kakashi. What are you two afraid of? He threw his arm dramatically in the air. If another Rocknin comes, we'll kill him. He spun. If two come, we kill them both. Another spin. 3. Kill 'em all. One more step and I'll make every Iwagakure shinobi piss their pants. Kakashi looked at Kurama and just smiled. Rin rolled her eyes and muttered, idiot. Obito froze. Rin scolded me. She called me an idiot. Oh no. Oh yes. That was flirting. That had to be flirting. Rin just called me a pig, in front of everyone. He nearly giggled. That's what couples do. They bicker. This is totally progress. Call me a pig again, Rin. Or a dog. Or a goat. Anything. I'll take it. He had a full-on perverted grin on his face now. Hey. What the hell's with that creepy smile? Kakashi's voice snapped him out of it. Obito blinked. Where's Rin and Kurama-sensei? Kakashi sighed. Gone. Sensei noticed you weren't following. Sent me to drag your sorry ass. Oh. Obito still didn't move. Kakashi facepalmed. How am I supposed to lead this idiot when I make Chunin? What are you thinking about? Obito snorted. TCH. None of your business. Figures. Together, they followed the rest of the squad under the soft glow of the moonlight, their silhouettes stretched along the road. Chapter 184, Rin's Atonement. That day and night. Kurama and his party finally left the land of Earth after many twists and turns. Now they had arrived safely in the land of fire. They found a small inn tucked away near the forest and booked a room each. One person per room. A bit of privacy was welcomed after the bloodshed. Kurama lay lazily in his bed, staring out the open window where the silver moonlight poured in. His thoughts drifted. Should he return to Konoha soon? Specifically, should he go back to visit Mikoto and Kushina for a two-person dinner? Or maybe a three-person dinner? That was even better. Kushina was brash, full of fire and laughter, easy to tease, and easier to rile up. Total Uzumaki. Mikoto was different, quiet, graceful, and controlled. She barely even breathed when she was with him, like trying her hardest not to cross a line. Kurama chuckled. He needed to make Mikoto let go. She was too tightly wound. Maybe she felt guilty because of Kushina. But even when he was alone with Mikoto, she still held back. Kurama sighed and leaned back. Nah. She's just like that. But he'd fix it. He always did. Then he heard it. Soft footsteps pacing back and forth outside his door. They didn't go away. Kurama focused. That chakra signature. Rin. He smirked. He got up, silent as the wind, and slid the door open. Rin jumped in shock and stumbled back. She almost screamed. Rin. Kurama's voice was calm, smooth. Can't sleep. Ah. Kurama-sensei. Did I wake you up? No. Wasn't asleep anyway. Rin hesitated. Her fingers clenched. Then. Kurama-sensei, can I come in and talk? Of course. Kurama stepped aside and let her in. Though Kurama was an elite jonin, he held another identity in Konoha, as a senior advisor to the 5th Hokage, much like Mikoto. Rin still called him respectfully, Master Kurama. Inside, the air was quiet, but Rin's heart was racing. She had made up her mind. Master Kurama. I've always liked you. I want to be your woman. Kurama raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. This damn charm of his. Expected. Oh. Is that so? Yes. I've liked you since the moment I saw you again after so long. Love at first sight. Kurama nodded thoughtfully. Well, someone who wants to be with me has to prove it. Rin blinked. Prove it? How? Kurama's smirk deepened. By doing something interesting, of course. Early the next morning. Obito was up before sunrise. Today was important. He was going to buy breakfast. Not for everyone, just for Rin. This wasn't just any breakfast. This was breakfast of love. Only for Rin. Not that bastard Kakashi. Not Kurama-sensei either. Obito had been saving up mission money, every single Rio. All for this moment. Da-la-la-la-la-da. He hopped down the street, humming joyfully like a lovesick idiot. His mood had been soaring since last night. Why? Because Rin called him a pig. Pig head, pig face, pig. It was beautiful. In Obito's fantasy-fueled brain, that wasn't an insult. It was flirting. Affection. Bonding. Love. In his mind, those were the words exchanged between budding lovers. Just thinking about it made him bounce on his heels. He imagined the future. Once they returned to the village, there'd be no more annoying distractions like Kakashi. No more Kurama-sensei looking down on him. Just him and Rin. Then he'd confess. And she'd say yes. Obito clenched his fist. I will succeed. He was confident. After all, he was the man who awakened the Sharingan. The pride of the Uchiha. He heard rumors. Uchiha Mikoto, the clan head, had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. She was not only clan leader but also one of the Hokage's closest advisors. The Uchiha were powerful, respected, and feared. Obito felt proud to be born into this clan. Proud to carry the blood of a powerful legacy. One day, he too would awaken Mangekyo. Only then would he be strong enough to truly protect Rin. Not just in battle. But from everything. He'd never let anyone take her again. Not Iwa Nin. Not Kiri Nin. Not even fate itself. Only in this way can he have enough strength to protect Rin. Now, though he only possessed a 2-Tomo Sharingan, Obito believed it wouldn't be long before he awakened the third. The 3-Tomo Sharingan was just a stepping stone. Beyond that awaited the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, his true goal. This was the script he had written for himself. And so far, everything was going according to plan. Obito believed that once he unlocked Mangekyo Sharingan, he would surpass even Kakashi, the son of the White Fang, without a doubt. At that point, he would be able to flick Kakashi aside with one hand. Even Kurama-sensei, a legend among Jonin and an advisor to the Hokage, would pale in comparison. Such was the power of the Mangekyo. When that time came, Rin would definitely admire him. And when that happened, it would be time for their wedding. Tsunade could even retire. He, Uchiha Obito, would become the 6th Hokage. And Rin. She would be the wife of the village leader. Glorious. Beautiful. Obito's face lit up with a proud, love-struck smile. He could already imagine the cheers in the village as everyone celebrated their wedding. The will of fire shining over them. Rin, wait for me. At that moment, the store owner finally snapped. Hey, kid. What's with the creepy giggling? Are you buying or not? If not, stop blocking my damn counter. The old man behind the counter gave him a stern glare. Obito had been holding the bento box, giggling like a lunatic, completely lost in his fantasy. Ah. Gomen, old man. I'm buying. He quickly paid, snatched the bags, and strutted proudly toward the hotel. This wasn't just any breakfast, it was a love breakfast, packed with dango, grilled fish, steamed rice, miso soup, and mochi for dessert. Neither Kakashi nor Kurama-sensei would get a single bite. It was for Rin, and Rin alone. Obito hummed an off-key tune, eyes sparkling with delusion and devotion. Rin, wait for me. Sunlight leaked through the curtains and painted golden strips across the tatami floor of the hotel room. Rin slowly opened her eyes, body sore but heart pounding. Master Kurama sat at the edge of the bed, shirtless, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Rin gasped and quickly pulled the sheets over her head. I hate it, Master Kurama. I'm so embarrassed. Kurama chuckled softly. It's all right, Rin. You need to get used to it. Pack up, we're heading back to Konoha today. Mem, she replied softly, peeking out shyly. Kurama stretched, muscles rippling under the morning sun. At the same time, a few doors down, Obito knocked gently on what he thought was Rin's room. Rin, you up yet? I got breakfast for you, he called cheerfully. No response. He waited a few seconds. Come on, Rin, don't be lazy. Kurama-sensei and Kakashi are already up. Which, to be fair, they weren't. If you don't get up soon, the miso soup will go cold. Still no response. Obito frowned. He knocked again. Rin, seriously. This soup's starting to cool down. I made sure it was your favorite, they used the seaweed with extra tofu. Silence. Rin. I'm coming in. I'm starving. Obito turned the knob gently. The door creaked open. Not locked. He poked his head in, expecting to be greeted by Rin brushing her hair or folding her clothes. Instead, the room was empty. Pristine. Spotless. The bed was made. Slippers aligned perfectly. The mirror had no smudges. Even the scrolls on the table were stacked in descending size. It was the textbook image of a good housewife. Compared to this, his room looked like a post-battlefield. He scratched his head. Damn, if Rin becomes my wife, my room might finally look like this. He walked in, still holding the bento bags. Looking around, he could feel the absence of her presence. Rin wasn't here. She had definitely woken up before him. Aito groaned. Man, even when I try to be early, she still beats me to it. Rin had always been like that, thoughtful, responsible. She was the one who bandaged their wounds after missions, brought water when they were tired, and sometimes even scolded them gently for being reckless. She probably woke up early to buy breakfast for all of us. Hey, she's too kind. Aito chuckled to himself. Still, that means she already ate, huh? He looked down at the bento in his hand. This was supposed to be a love breakfast. Guess I'll just eat it myself. He plopped down on the floor, opened the box, and stared at the still steaming rice. Rin, where did you run off to so early? Minutes ticked by. Still no sign of her. Aito tapped his fingers on the box. Alright, this is getting weird. He stood up and walked out into the hallway. He knocked on Kakashi's door. Nothing. He went to Kurama-sensei's door and paused. His heart told him something was off. He raised his hand, hesitated, then lowered it again. Nah, probably just overthinking. Maybe she went out for a morning walk. But something didn't feel right. The chakra in the air, the quiet hallways, the way the morning light seemed just a bit too still. He turned and looked out the window. Somewhere in the distance, he could see birds flying from the trees. He clenched his fist. If anything's happened to Rin. He didn't finish the thought. He wouldn't let it happen. Not on his watch. Because one day, when he had Mangekyo Sharingan, no, when he became Hokage himself, he would protect her. Not just from enemies. But from heartbreak. From loneliness. From the shadows inside the very village that claimed to protect them all. Chapter 185, Jealousy. Aito waited outside the door for a long time, but Rin still hadn't come back. Strange, why hasn't Rin returned yet? Curious and slightly concerned, Aito looked around the corridor. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door creaking. Turning his head, he saw Rin quietly stepping out of Kurama-sensei's room. Rin. Aito lit up at the sight of her. Today, Rin looked even more radiant than usual. Her face was flushed with a healthy pink, her eyes shimmered with life, and her hair appeared smoother, shinier. There was something more womanly about her. Aito's heart thumped. He was used to seeing her as the sweet, caring teammate. But now she exuded a subtle maturity, a seductive charm. Could this be what Rin looked like when she was in love? He grinned. She must have feelings for him. That could be the only explanation. But his smile wavered as a thought hit him. Why was Rin coming out of Kurama-sensei's room? Rin, what were you doing in Sensei's room? Rin blinked, then quickly smiled. Oh, I asked Sensei to help me train early this morning, she said smoothly. I can't always rely on you to protect me, Aito. I don't want to be a burden to the team, or to Kurama-sensei. Aito puffed out his chest. Don't worry about that. I, Uchiha Aito, will always protect you. Even if Kakashi and Kurama-sensei are down, I'll be there to defend you. He thumped his chest confidently. Rin nodded with a gentle smile, hiding the lie perfectly. Technically, she had trained with Kurama-sensei. But not in the early morning, it had started around 1 a.m., and let's just say the only jutsu involved was adult-rated. Despite Rin's glowing appearance, Aito felt something was off. He couldn't place it, but there was a faint unease gnawing at him. By the way, Rin, he said, shaking the feeling off. I brought you breakfast. It's still hot. You should eat before it gets cold. Rin's eyes lit up. Ah, thank you, Aito. I was just about to head out to get some. She opened the box and took a bite. Her expression melted in delight. It's so delicious. Aito, could you buy a little more? I don't think this will be enough. Aito beamed. Of course. If you like it, I'll buy as much as you want. He dashed out, humming happily. Back in the hotel, Rin sat back down. Her legs were sore and wobbly from the intensive training the night before. There was no way she could have gone out even if she wanted to. Kurama gave her a lazy smirk. Kakashi didn't comment, but the way he rolled his eyes said enough. Da la la la, la da da da. Aito hummed as he returned, breakfast in hand. He opened the door, eager to share more of his affection. Then he froze. Kakashi and Kurama were already inside, eating. He blinked. Rin. Rin quickly stood up and grabbed the breakfast from him. Thank you, Aito. The portion you gave me earlier was a bit much, so I shared it with Kakashi and Kurama-sensei. They were still hungry, so I asked you to get more for everyone. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. How much was it? Obito stood there, dumbfounded. His expression was frozen. He let out a weak laugh, trying to mask the pain. It's fine. It wasn't that expensive. Oh, that's great. Obito, have you eaten yet? Yeah, I'm good. I had some earlier. He lied. He hadn't eaten a bite. All right then. Rin turned and returned to her seat beside Kurama. The three continued their breakfast happily, laughing at some casual joke. Obito just stood there. Still. Silent. His heart sank. He had woken up early. Used his mission savings. Bought her favorite food. Rushed back so it wouldn't go cold. Now she was feeding the damn sensei who stole his spotlight. And Kakashi, that cold bastard who never smiled. Obito's jaw clenched. Damn it, bastard Kakashi. Bastard Kurama-sensei. Can you two stop being third wheels for once? Give Rin and me some space. He screamed internally, fists clenched at his sides. His Sharingan flared slightly. But he calmed it down. Barely. This wasn't over. He would win Rin's heart. No matter how many light bulbs stood in his way. Uchiha Obito never gave up. Especially not when love was on the line. Obito consoled himself with the thought that once they returned to the village and missions subsided, he and Rin would have ample time alone together. After indulging in a lavish breakfast, it was time for Kurama-sensei and the team to head back to Konoha. As they journeyed, Rin's steps were noticeably unsteady, a lingering effect from the intense training session the previous night. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. Rin had slipped from a tree branch while moving swiftly. Obito's heart leaped, this was his moment to shine. If he could catch Rin in a classic rescue, showcasing his agility and strength, surely she would be captivated by his heroism. With determination, Obito sprinted toward her. But Kakashi was quicker, moving ahead of Obito by mere centimeters. Damn you, Kakashi. Always stealing my thunder, Obito seethed internally. Activating his Sharingan, Obito pushed himself harder. Yet, despite their combined efforts, both were outpaced. Kurama-sensei appeared in a blur, effortlessly catching Rin before she hit the ground. Kakashi halted abruptly, murmuring, Sensei's body flicker technique is unparalleled. Indeed, Kurama-sensei had been leading the group, maintaining a significant distance ahead. His role was to scout and ensure a safe path, while the others followed his lead. Rin, positioned at the rear, was closest to Obito and Kakashi. Yet, Kurama-sensei's speed was unmatched. Witnessing Rin in Kurama-sensei's arms ignited a storm of emotions in Obito. Why can't I ever surpass him, he lamented. Kurama-sensei looked down at Rin, concern evident. Rin, are you all right? Blushing, Rin stammered, I'm fine, sensei. Kurama-sensei's expression softened. Perhaps our training last night was too rigorous. No, sensei. Your training methods are always considerate, Rin replied, her cheeks tinged pink. Allow me to carry you, Kurama-sensei offered. Initially hesitant, Rin's desire to be close to her sensei overcame her reluctance. She nodded shyly, her legs still feeling the strain from their nocturnal session. Nestled against Kurama-sensei's back, Rin felt a profound sense of security. Sensei is always so gentle, she mused. Obito couldn't contain himself any longer. Sensei, please, let me carry Rin. It's not appropriate for you to bear this burden. Allow me, Obito, to handle it. Kurama-sensei chuckled softly. Obito, focus on leading the team. Clearing the path ahead is a vital responsibility. Realization dawned on Obito. The team's progress depended on a clear route. With Rin's gentle encouragement, he couldn't refuse. Don't worry, Rin. I'll lead the way and ensure nothing stands in our path, Obito declared, determination in his voice. With renewed vigor, Obito took his position at the forefront, eyes scanning for any obstacles. Kakashi observed silently, choosing not to engage in the rivalry. He recognized Obito's aspirations and opted to let him have this moment. Yet, the sight of Rin on Kurama-sensei's back left Obito with a lingering unease. Chapter 186, My secret of capturing tailed beasts was discovered by Zetsu. 3 days later, Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Lord Tsuchikage, we can now confirm, the entire squad under Han's command has been wiped out. What? The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, widened his eyes in disbelief. Han too. This was no ordinary loss. Han was Iwagakure's Five Tails Jinchuriki. Unlike Rashi, who wandered the world freely, Han had remained loyal and stationed, serving as a core pillar of the village's defense. Inoki rarely dispatched him, precisely for his safety. After all, Jinchuriki were assets of war, targets, treasures, and ticking time bombs all at once. Rashi's mysterious death had already made the village uneasy. Now Han, the more stable and arguably stronger of the two, was gone as well. And the mission? A small assignment, barely 100 miles from the village's borders. No significant threat, no intel warning, nothing unusual. And yet, tragedy. Han's death wasn't from external injuries. His body was largely intact, like Rashi's. No signs of a drawn-out battle. No defensive wounds. Just one horrifying clue, the complete extraction of the tailed beast. He had been forcibly separated from Kokuo, the Five Tails. Anoki stood there in silence, trembling hands balled into tight fists. His stone desk cracked under the weight of his sudden blow. Damn it. This wasn't just a tragedy. This was a calculated takedown of the village's greatest weapons. Lord Tsuchikage, one of the Jonin, said cautiously, "We believe the enemy is targeting Jinchuriki across the continent. The same has happened in Cloud and Sand as well." Anoki turned slowly. "What do you mean Cloud and Sand?" "Word from our scouts. Cloud has reportedly lost all its tailed beasts. Killer Bee, their 8 tails Jinchuriki, has vanished. Even the 2 tails, Matatabi's host, gone." The old Kage's blood ran cold. Bee wasn't just any Jinchuriki, he was a perfect one. A full sync with Gyuki, the 8 tails. Cloud losing Bee was a thunderbolt. An entire war could be won or lost on his presence alone. And Sand? Gone. Their tailed beasts, gone. The balance of power had shifted overnight. Now Iwagakure stood powerless alongside them. Only Konoha and Kirigakure remained as potential holders. 2 great nations. 2 major suspects. This damn world, Anoki growled, gripping the edge of his shattered desk. Water and fire, always meddling, always scheming. Kitsuchi, his son and a high-ranking commander, entered the chamber with grim eyes. "Father, how do we proceed? If what the Jonin says is true, the tailed beasts are being hunted one by one. We're next unless we act." Anoki gave him a side glance. "No, we're not next. We're already done." Kitsuchi stiffened. Anoki continued, "We only had Rashi and Han. Both are gone. There are no tailed beasts in Iwagakure now." That sentence hit heavier than any boulder. 2 gone. No Jinchuriki left. No living host. No tailed beast caged within rock borders. Gone. All of it. Tsuchikage-sama, another shinobi, stepped forward, lowering his voice. "Based on the markings and residual chakra discovered on Han's corpse, it's the same as Rashi's. A forced extraction. Tailed beast chakra remnants confirm it. Which means," Kitsuchi added slowly, "whoever did this has mastered bijou extraction without leaving a trace." Anoki spat on the ground. "That sort of skill isn't common. It's not something you find in a backwater village. Only someone with advanced Fuinjutsu, medical nin support, and massive chakra control could pull it off. That narrows our list." He glared at the shinobi before him. "Konoha. Kirigakure, those damn snakes." Kitsuchi stayed silent, but his fists trembled. He knew what this meant. War was coming. Or something worse. A new Akatsuki. Some new terrorist force. Whoever they weren't just removing Jinchuriki. They were stockpiling nuclear weapons in human form. The era of peace after the Third Shinobi War had lulled the world into comfort. Now it was ending. "Send spies to both Konoha and the Mist," Anoki ordered. "I want daily updates. Any movement, even a fart from one of their Jonin, I want to know." "Yes, sir." Anoki turned to Kitsuchi. "We're going to strengthen our defenses. Activate the underground sealing array. Ready the Earth Golem division. Every rock shinobi above Chunin level is on standby from this moment." Kitsuchi bowed. "Understood. And don't waste time with Cloud or Sand. They're in the same boat now. No bijou left, nothing to trade, nothing to steal." He gave a hollow laugh. "At least we can all be miserable together." But there was no humor in his tone. Han was more than a Jinchuriki. He was a symbol of trust, of power, of stability. And now? He was just a corpse. A Jinchuriki, killed without a sound. A tailed beast, stolen without a trace. The implications were monstrous. Whoever did this had surpassed the traditional rules of warfare. No flashy invasions. No declarations. Just surgical, lethal force aimed directly at the heart. Anoki sat back down, a rare silence filling the war chamber. He rubbed his temples. Once again, the shinobi world was slipping into chaos. And this time, it wasn't just about villages fighting villages. This time, something darker was at work. Someone who didn't want power shared. Someone who wanted it all. Who dares to run rampant in the land of earth and disturb us? Han, Rashi, and the fallen comrades of Iwagakure. I, Anoki, will avenge you. If I cannot, I have no right to call myself Tsukage. The land of lightning, Kimogakure, Cloud Village. AI burst into the Rakich's office, his face lit with unrestrained joy. Father, amazing news. The third Rakich raised an eyebrow. What kind of news has you this excited? AI grinned. The stone has lost their Jinchuriki. Kurama has taken both the 4 tails and 5 tails. Just like us, they no longer have any tailed beasts. The Rakich barked out a laugh, slamming his fist on the desk in celebration. Now that's what I call balance. Brother Kurama never lets us down, AI added with admiration. In the Rakich's mind, Kurama wasn't acting on behalf of Konoha. Kurama was the 9 tails. He controlled all the other tailed beasts now. And that suited the Rakich just fine. Kurama had already promised, so long as Kimogakure didn't provoke him, he would not cause trouble for the cloud. After all, Kurama already claimed the 2 tails and 8 tails. There was nothing left in Kimogakure worth his attention. Coincidentally, Kimogakure had recently uncovered information about the 6 tails. Apparently, the 6 tails Jinchuriki was a misnin named Bubble, a 10-year-old genin. The 6 tails had been sealed into the boy not long after his birth. That info had cost the cloud's ANBU a significant amount of effort to obtain. This needs to be passed on to Kurama, the Rakich said immediately. He called for Killer B, the former 8 tails Jinchuriki. B, deliver this intel to Brother Kurama personally. Let him know about the 6 tails. Oh yeah. No problemo, I'm the shinobi on the go, rippin' rhymes and bringin' info. Kurama, yo bro, here's the scroll. The third Rakich pinched the bridge of his nose. Can you just deliver the message without the concert? Even now, B's rap was an acquired taste, one the Rakich had not acquired. Regardless, Killer B picked up the intel scroll, nodded confidently, and set out. He didn't need a team. Anyone else would just slow him down. Besides, AI had to stay in the village. They couldn't risk both top-tier shinobi leaving. Killer B traveled alone, his rhymes echoing through the valleys. Meanwhile, deep beneath the surface, intelligence reached Zetsu. He had finally pieced things together. Kurama wasn't just attacking villages. He was collecting tailed beasts. Zetsu didn't know where Kurama had come from, only that he was a Konoha ninja. A mystery, even to the most informed. Could this mean Konoha was planning to seize all the tailed beasts? Zetsu clicked his tongue. Hey, Madara-sama will love this. Konoha and Madara, what poetic fate. With a smirk, Zetsu melted into the earth. In a dimly lit underground chamber, Madara Uchiha sat before a massive statue, the demonic statue of the outer path. His eyes narrowed as Zetsu reported. A Konoha shinobi named Kurama is collecting the tailed beasts. The name didn't ring a bell. But Madara trusted his instincts. If Kurama could take down Jinchuriki, he wasn't ordinary. No, this man was either a perfect Jinchuriki or something far more dangerous. That he was from Konoha was troubling. Is Konoha behind this, or is Kurama acting alone? Madara muttered. Speculation was pointless. If Kurama could move unhindered through multiple nations, then this was a man worth watching. Zetsu, keep tabs on this Kurama. Shadow him, monitor every move. Do not let him discover you. Zetsu chuckled. Come on, Madara-sama, you know my skills. No one escapes my eyes underground. Madara leaned forward, eyes gleaming. Also, make Nagato to accelerate the plan. It's time we moved faster. Chapter 187, Rin's secret was discovered by Obito. Nightfall, Konoha. Kurama was fast asleep, completely knocked out from the previous night's adventures. The next morning, sunlight filtered gently through the window, kissing Kurama's cheek with its warmth. Stirring from sleep, he slowly opened his eyes, squinting against the brightness. No sign of Rin. Typical. That girl had a habit of waking up early, even after the merciless pounding Kurama had given her the night before. She was as diligent as ever. As he sat up, the corner of his eye caught something adorable, Rin's tiny, pink bear print pajamas neatly folded on the chair. He couldn't help but smirk. Just as sweet as your performance last night, Rin, Kurama muttered, stretching lazily. His joints popped, and he let out a satisfied groan. Damn, that was a good night. Then. Grr. His stomach protested loudly. Heh. Guess I burned a few too many calories. Right on cue. Ah, Lord Kurama, you're awake. Rin peeked in through the doorway, a bright smile on her face. Her apron still dusted with flour and a bit of egg yolk. She was holding a tray with hot, freshly made breakfast. I knew you'd be hungry when you woke up, so I whipped up your favorite. Kurama chuckled, ruffling her hair as she set the tray down. It's not like I'm the only one who went all out last night. You sure you're not the hungry one here, Rin? Rin's cheeks flushed. She giggled, hiding her smile behind the tray. Kurama inhaled the scent of miso soup, grilled fish, and rice. Your cooking might just be my new addiction. Hee then I'll make breakfast for Lord Kurama every day. He smirked, giving her a light tap on the forehead. Deal. Now move. I'm starving. After a quick splash of cold water to wake up fully, Kurama dug into the meal like a ravenous wolf. Rin sat nearby, resting her chin in her palms, eyes twinkling with pride. Watching Kurama devour her food was oddly satisfying. Slow down, my lord, you'll choke. Ha. Please. I could inhale a chakra beast and not cough. He continued gorging himself with zero regard for etiquette. After a few minutes, and 3 bowls of rice later, Kurama leaned back and let out a massive burp. Aha, satisfaction. Then he paused, blinked, and looked at Rin. Wait, did you eat yet? Rin fumbled nervously. Well, not yet. Kurama narrowed his eyes. Rin. Don't lie to me. Caught. She lowered her head and nodded truthfully. No, I haven't. I wasn't really that hungry. He clicked his tongue. Typical. Here I am shoveling down your entire kitchen, and you're starving yourself. No more of that. Come on, eat. She hesitated. But, there's nothing left on the table. You finished it all. Kurama gave her a lazy grin. I didn't finish your breakfast, dummy. That one's yours. Sit down. Eat. Now. Rin giggled and nodded. Yes, Lord Kurama. As she began to eat, she glanced at him with a bit of curiosity. Lord Kurama, now that you've obtained 5 tails, how many are left? Kurama leaned on his elbow, picking rice grains from his teeth. Only 6 tails and 7 tails remain. Rin tilted her head thoughtfully. 6 and 7. They're pretty elusive. No one's seen them in ages. Don't worry your cute little head about that, Kurama replied. You just keep making me that food. That's your mission. Rin blushed again. Then I'll cook for you every day. Forever. Kurama grinned like a devil. Outside the hidden leaf, in the forest training grounds. Boom. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive blaze erupted from Obito's mouth, soaring across the clearing and crashing into the pond. The flames reflected off the water's surface, casting eerie shadows. Obito stood panting, sweat trickling down his brow. Damn it. It's still not enough. His fists clenched. He was now a Chunin, but Kakashi had already ascended to Jonin. He couldn't stand it. He had to catch up. No, surpass Kakashi if he ever wanted to be Hokage. I won't lose. I can't lose. He began forming hand seals again. Obito Uchiha stood amidst the training grounds of Konoha, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The remnants of his latest fire style, great fireball technique still shimmered on the surface of the nearby pond, casting a crimson glow that reflected his frustration. Despite his promotion to Chunin, Obito felt the chasm between his abilities and those of his teammate, Kakashi Hatake, who had already ascended to Jonin rank. The desire to gain Rin Nohara's admiration burned within him, fueling his determination. He knew that to protect her and earn her respect, he needed to awaken the full power of his Sharingan. Currently, he possessed only the 2-Tomo form, but his dream was to evolve it into the 3-Tomo Sharingan and eventually the Mangekyo Sharingan. Among the Uchiha, only the clan matriarch, Uchiha Mikoto, was known to wield the Mangekyo. Obito knew he'd need to seek her wisdom. But today, he realized something else. He and Rin were both on break. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, had granted their team a full week off after their last mission. A whole week of rest, and he had already wasted 1 full day in training. Damn it, Obito, why did you forget something this important, he muttered, hitting his forehead. There were no missions, and neither Kakashi nor their Jonin-sensei, Lady Chihiro, were around. It was the perfect opportunity for Obito to finally confess to Rin. The 2 biggest obstacles, Kurama and Kakashi, weren't around. This was the window he'd been waiting for. He grinned, almost pervertedly, at the thought of finally being alone with Rin. Everything was falling into place. But a confession required a gift, something that would melt Rin's heart. He sprinted to the Uchiha district, pulled out his battered mission bag, and retrieved over 200,000 ryo he'd earned from past missions. What does Rin like most, he pondered aloud, and then remembered, a necklace. Rin once mentioned her love for necklaces during a mission, and Obito couldn't afford it then. Now, he could. With cash in hand, Obito dashed toward the Konoha jewelry district. As he rounded a corner at full speed, he crashed into a blur of green. Oof. Damn it, who runs without looking? Obito groaned. You were the one running, Obito, came the familiar voice of Might Guy. Kakashi stood beside him, silver hair blowing in the breeze, sharing a mutual look of curiosity with Guy. Obito, why the rush? Guy asked, raising a thick eyebrow. Obito quickly gathered his scattered coins, brushing past them. Don't block the way. Kakashi narrowed his eye. That's a lot of money for someone so clumsy. What are you buying, Obito? Obito ignored the question and took off again. Strange, Guy muttered. Inside the jewelry store, Obito eyed the perfect necklace, a silver chain with a red ruby pendant that resembled a Sharingan tomo. This one, he declared, dropping the money. Excellent choice, the jeweler smiled. Very romantic. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly. She'll love it. With the necklace securely tucked away, he leapt across the rooftops of Konoha, heart racing. He rehearsed his confession in his mind, how his feelings ran deeper than the Valley of the End, stronger than a Raisnon. But as he neared Rin's house, he froze. Sounds. Unusual sounds. He crouched low, using his clan's stealth training to mask his chakra and remain unseen. The noises grew clearer, laughter, the occasional grunt, playful banter. He peeked through a barely open window, and what he saw sent a shockwave through his core. Rin, with depraved smile. And Kurama, naked on bed, she is jumping on him. Obito's mind went blank. His heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. The necklace slipped from his fingers, unnoticed, clinking softly on the ground. Inside, Kurama. Rin, you really outdid yourself today. Rin giggled. I'll do it for you every day, Master Kurama. Obito turned away. Rage. Confusion. Humiliation. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, Obito, Rin, I want to create a world with you. What is this sound? Obito clearly heard unusual noises coming from Rin's house. His heart thumped. Curiosity gripped him. Quietly, he crept forward, steps light like a seasoned shinobi. There was a slight crack in the door. Just enough to see inside. He shouldn't have looked. But he did. And what he saw made his heart implode. He peeked through a barely open window, and what he saw sent a shockwave through his core. Rin, with depraved smile. And Kurama, naked on bed, she is jumping on him. Obito's mind went blank. His heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. The necklace slipped from his fingers, unnoticed, clinking softly on the ground. Kurama-'s sensei. Rin. His voice trembled, but it barely left his throat. Why? Why is this happening? There, right in front of his eyes, were Kurama and Rin. Tangled together. Obito's breath caught. His face turned pale. His vision blurred. Fist trembling, he slammed it into the ground. Thud. From inside, Rin's soft giggles floated out. Obito's mind went blank. Like a streak of shadow, he disappeared from the doorway. Inside, Rin paused. Huh? Lord Kurama, was there something outside just now? Kurama, ever calm, tilted his head. I didn't sense anything. This is your home, Rin. Why would anyone come by? Relax. He grinned, eyes flashing. Of course, he knew. He had sensed Obito the moment he approached. Kurama's smirk deepened. Now, things are getting interesting. Outside Konoha, hidden deep within the forest, Obito lost control. He smashed his fists into the bark of a giant tree, one easily 10 meters wide. Bang. 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 Leaves rained down as his knuckles tore open. Blood smeared across the bark, each strike fueled by a mixture of rage, heartbreak, and humiliation. The images wouldn't leave his mind. Rin's flushed cheeks. Her moans. The way she clung to Kurama. Her pleasure. The way Kurama held her. Those moments, Obito had fantasized about them for years. Those were his. Those were supposed to be his memories. And yet. Damn it. How long has this been going on? Obito roared into the trees. All this time, he had been the clown. The background character in someone else's love story. Rin and Kurama, they were already that close. Rin. His howl echoed, feral and raw. He pounded the tree one last time. Crack. The thick trunk split down the center and fell with a thunderous crash. Obito panted, eyes bloodshot. In his hand, he still clutched the necklace he had bought. He stared at it. The symbol of his hope. His love. His pride. Now, it was nothing but a mockery. Obito felt laughter bubbling in his chest. He, ha ha ha. The forest seemed to laugh with him. Why? Why did you betray me, Rin? Crunch. He crushed the necklace in his bloody palm. Fragments of silver and gems scattered like the remnants of his heart. His love had become poison. The betrayal twisted something inside him. Kurama, that bastard, he stole everything from me. Everything. Uchiha emotions are powerful, love, deeper than oceans. But hate. Hate burns like a star. And now, Obito burned. The Sharingan in his eye pulsed. His thoughts spiraled. She was mine. Rin was mine. The pain became hatred. The hatred became clarity. It's not me who's wrong, it's the world. Yes. The world. The one that gave him love and then yanked it away. That twisted world that let Kurama take Rin from him. Obito dropped to his knees, eyes vacant, tears mixing with blood. He clenched his fists. He would become something greater. Something the world could no longer laugh at. He would burn it all down if he had to. The embers of a new path were lit. He was no longer Obito Uchiha. He was the one who would rewrite this cursed world. Swish. Obito's eyes snapped open, the crimson glow of his Sharingan intensifying. The once simple black pupils twisted, forming two swirling tomo. Then, the tomo began to rotate and evolve. The twin tomo twisted into a complex pattern, a whirling shape like a shuriken caught mid-spin. Obito had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. From a mere two-tomo Sharingan to this powerful, distorted eye, he had become the first among his peers to achieve such power. A strange sensation tingled through his body. Obito blinked and looked at the fallen tree. He reached toward it, only to watch in stunned silence as his hand passed straight through the wood. What the hell? Obito gasped, stepping back. But instead of hitting the tree, he phased through it completely. The bark didn't resist, it was like walking through mist. His eyes widened with realization. Is this the power of Mangekyo Sharingan? Obito ran toward a small stream. As he peered into the reflection, his eyes locked on the intricate, jagged pattern of his new Sharingan. He clenched his fists. I did it. I awakened the Mangekyo. A growl formed in his throat. That bastard took everything from me. He stole her joy, her laughter, her everything. Kurama-sensei. Next time we meet, it's either you or me. One of us dies. His voice dropped into a low, dangerous whisper. A twisted grin played across Obito's lips. This power, it feels right. Obito remembered Rin's face. Her flushed cheeks. Her smile. Her soft voice, and the one man she gave herself to. It shattered the Obito who once wanted to protect the village. That Rin was not real anymore. She belonged to Kurama now. This world is broken, false. That Rin isn't my Rin. He turned toward the horizon. I'll remake this world. I'll create a real Rin, a perfect one. One that belongs only to me. His voice echoed through the trees like a dark prophecy. A mocking voice rang out from the shadows. Tisk, TSK. Now that's an ambitious little plan. Obito's eyes snapped to the direction of the voice. Who's there? From behind a tree stepped a bizarre creature, half black, half white, wrapped in plant-like armor. I'm someone useful. Obito narrowed his eyes. Sneaking around, huh? You looking to die? The figure chuckled. No. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to offer opportunity. Opportunity. Yes. Revenge. Power. And a world where you never have to lose Rin again. Obito's eyes flared. You can do that. The creature, Zetsu, grinned. Indeed. You ever heard of the infinite Tsukuyami? No. Well, let me paint you a picture. Imagine casting a genjutsu on the entire world. Every living being placed under a dream of their own making. A perfect world, one you control. Zetsu's voice was seductive, oozing temptation. In your world, Rin's yours. Kurama's gone. Everything's just as you want it. Obito's breathing grew heavier. Zetsu took a step forward. To do that, we gather the 9-tailed beasts. Revive the 10 tails. Channel its power through the moon. The Eye of the Moon plan, Zetsu concluded, voice low and conspiratorial. Obito's mind raced. His heart pounded. That's genius. I knew you'd see it that way. But first. Obito growled. I want to kill him. Zetsu tilted his head. Kurama. Obito nodded. I have to kill him. Zetsu chuckled darkly. Easy there, tiger. Even with your new shiny eyes, you're not on Kurama's level. Yet. Obito clenched his fists. Power isn't everything, Zetsu continued. It's strategy. Timing. You've got the eyes, now you need to master them. I can help. Obito exhaled sharply, trying to suppress the rage that boiled within. You said you needed the tailed beasts. Right now, I know where most of them are. Oh. Zetsu blinked. Do tell. Konoha. All the major ones are there. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, even Gyuki. Zetsu whistled. You sure? Of course, he thought Kurama was executing tailed beasts for Konoha. These tailed beasts are all in Konoha's hands. In fact, this is not the case, these tailed beasts are all in the hands of Kurama. Zetsu's grin widened. Oh, Obito, you're going to change the world. Chapter 189, Chapter 189. Obito believed the tailed beasts were under Konoha's control. But that wasn't quite true. To be precise, they were in Kurama's hands. Zetsu, ever curious, showed interest in Konoha's unusual stockpile of tailed beasts. Obito, do you know why Konoha collects the tailed beasts? I'm not sure either, Obito replied, but there's something worth paying attention to. Oh. What's that? Zetsu leaned in, intrigued. Kurama's status. He's not just any tailed beast. Even the current 5th Hokage, Tsunade, shows him respect. Hey, interesting. That's no ordinary man then. Right now, Obito craved power. If he wanted to take the 9 tails from Kurama and claim that power, he'd have to rip it from Konoha. Then, he'd be one step closer to casting the infinite Tsukuyomi. Zetsu, you said you could help me gain a stronger power. What exactly is it? Zetsu's grin curved with mystery. It's not me who will give you that strength, he said, but someone you wouldn't expect. Who? Someone deeply connected to you, to Konoha, and to the Uchiha clan. Zetsu paused dramatically. A man who once stood toe-to-toe with the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, the former leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara. What? Obito felt the name like a blow to the chest. Uchiha Madara? Isn't he dead? Who the hell are you really? Zetsu chuckled darkly. There are more truths in this world than you're prepared for. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Obito hesitated. That name, Uchiha Madara, was like a phantom from history, one rarely mentioned, let alone believed to be alive. Before another word, Zetsu and Obito vanished into the dense forest. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Rin was already claimed by Kurama. Obito's carefully guarded feelings, his long-buried confession, shattered. Rin had betrayed him. To Obito, it was like the whole world had turned on him. And if the world betrayed him, then it didn't deserve to exist. In the new world he envisioned, Rin would belong only to him. A world where he could rewrite fate. Desire denied breeds obsession. Obito's fixation was no different. Seeing Rin and Kurama together had fractured something deep inside him. His mind erupted with darkness, raw emotion fueling a surge of chakra so intense it triggered the evolution of his dojutsu. His Sharingan twisted violently, into the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the curse and nature of the Uchiha clan. Just as in the original timeline, where the death of Rin awakened Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, here, it was her betrayal. Rin's rejection, Kurama's possession of her, the world's cruelty, it all made sense now. To Obito, this was a warped reality where love was lost and justice was a joke. As long as shinobi existed, there would be killing. Blood. Betrayal. This world was fundamentally broken. So he would tear it down and rebuild it, a world where Rin lived and loved him alone. From that thought onward, his descent accelerated. Soon, he would inherit Madara's legacy, unseal Kurama, and battle the 4th Hokage in the name of chaos. Kurama, of course, found this all amusing. So, that brat opened his eyes that way. TCH, humans are always a mess of hormones and hurt. Things were getting interesting. Kurama and Rin continued their activities well into noon. Kurama didn't stop until Rin was on the verge of tears, begging for mercy. Her legs wobbled as she stumbled out of the bedroll, face flushed, voice hoarse. It was all going exactly as Kurama had predicted. With Obito and Zetsu meeting right now, let's see what kind of monster that brat becomes. Rin barely managed to pull on a clean robe. Master Kurama, let me prepare lunch. Kurama waved a clawed hand lazily. No need, Rin. I'm not even hungry. I just finished breakfast, hey, you were the main course. Rin blushed furiously but obeyed. She knew better than to argue. Yes, Master Kurama. Rin will rest well. Please go on with your duties. Even though she felt exhausted and sore, there was a strange warmth in her heart. A twisted comfort. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, Zetsu led Obito into a shadow-drenched cavern deep underground. A grotesque array of pipes and ancient machinery snaked through the earth like veins. There, attached to life support tubes and surrounded by stone coffins, sat an old man with long, graying hair. His body was skeletal but preserved, kept alive through forbidden ninjutsu and Hashirama's stolen cells. This man is Uchiha Madara, Zetsu said with reverence. Obito froze. The aura was suffocating, ancient, commanding. Zetsu moved closer. Master Madara, he said, I brought you a gift. A surprise even you didn't expect. Madara's withered eyes slowly opened, flickering with faint recognition. Ah, someone approaches. Who's this brat? Zetsu grinned wider. His name is Uchiha Obito. Like you, he's of the Uchiha clan. And he's already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara's lips curved into a faint smirk. Humph, another fool chasing ghosts. Show me your eyes, boy. Obito, trembling but unable to resist, lifted his head. His bloodshot eyes swirled with the Mangekyo. Madara's smirk grew sharper. Good. Very good. Maybe this world hasn't gone completely to hell after all. His name is Uchiha Obito. Like you, he is from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, now he has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu chuckled. Interesting, it seems I've finally found someone I can trust. Thus, Uchiha Madara began teaching Obito the fundamentals of yin-yang release and the specialized genjutsu required to control the nine tails. He also explained the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan, specifically, the progressive blindness it causes with repeated use. This information proved invaluable to Obito. Tsunade wasn't the only one with access to Hashirama's DNA. Madara had an entire network of clones and culture vats, and from this collection, Obito was implanted with Hashirama Senju's cells. To Madara's surprise, Obito displayed a rare affinity for adapting to the cells of the first Hokage. His body didn't reject the power, in fact, it flourished. He even began to awaken would-release techniques. Now with Hashirama's cells coursing through him, Obito no longer feared the deterioration of his eyesight from the Mangekyo Sharingan. The regenerative properties of Hashirama's chakra shielded him. It also vastly increased his chakra reserves. Madara didn't hold back. He passed on everything, his knowledge, techniques, history, and ideology. He even informed Obito about Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. With Obito chosen as his successor, Madara had completed his final task. Now, there was only one thing left. He approached Obito, tubes still sticking from his back, each breath heavier than the last. And then, he spoke. Obito, from today onward, you are Uchiha Madara. Take this name and reshape the world. With his final words spoken, Madara unplugged the life-sustaining tubes and collapsed, passing away for good. Obito felt the weight of the moment, but also a strange lightness. He was free now, unseen, masked, and powerful. He found an old orange spiral mask and slipped it over his face. Now, the world would not see Obito, it would see Uchiha Madara. He would cloak the world in that legacy of fear and reverence. Zetsu, what's next? Should we retrieve the remaining 6 tails and 7 tails before Konoha gets to them? Zetsu replied, no, Obito. Let Konoha gather the tailed beasts. Let them do the heavy lifting. That's part of the plan. A wicked grin spread under Obito's mask. Yes. Let them play their part. Konoha, even Kurama, were just pieces on the board. Infinite Tsukuyomi was inevitable. Nagato still posed a variable. If he refused to perform Rinne Tensei and revive Madara, well, that too could be managed. Because the truth was already woven into fate. The Rinnegan Nagato wielded was originally Madara's. And it had been implanted into Nagato without his knowledge. One way or another, Nagato would be forced to use Rinne Tensei to bring Madara back. So, for now, Obito and Zetsu would wait. Konoha's collection of the tailed beasts would make their job easier. Zetsu cackled. Everything is falling into place perfectly. He had been monitoring Kurama's group from the shadows, and the timing of Obito's recruitment couldn't have been more perfect. Konoha, with their precious beasts, wouldn't be smiling for long. Elsewhere. Killer Bee, Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, had arrived at the gates of Konoha. Yo, check the flow, I'm here to steal the show. Killer Bee in the house, don't act slow. The gate guards collectively groaned. He'd visited a few times before. The rap wasn't getting any better. Welcome back, B-san. Here for another summit. Killer Bee struck a pose. Nah, I ain't going in today. Gotta speak with Kurama, no time for delay. The guards exchanged glances. Did he ever not rap? Alright, wait here. We'll summon Lord Kurama. Moments later, Kurama himself arrived, towering and composed, no longer in fox form but in human guise, the one he took while operating within the village. Killer Bee. Always a pleasure. What brings you here this time? At Kurama's presence, B straightened up and dropped the rhymes, for a moment. Ahem. I've got an urgent matter, Kurama-sama. Something we gotta discuss, away from prying ears. Chapter 190, Jiraiya returns. The moment Kurama appeared, Killer B turned serious. Ahem. I have something important to ask you this time, Lord Kurama. Go on. Tell me the story, Kurama replied casually. So, Killer B explained everything he knew about the Six Tails Jinchuriki. He even handed Kurama an intel scroll containing crucial information. But surprisingly, Kurama didn't look shocked at all. Lord Kurama, are you not happy? Killer B asked, raising an eyebrow. Happy? Oh, I'm absolutely thrilled. Thank you, Cloud Shinobi. Da. Kurama let out an awkward laugh. TCH. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. Yeah, I know a little about him, Kurama said, trying to sound aloof and important. Oi. We have the info. Let's move. My uncle Killer B's comin' back with the groove. Even the rhythm gods looked away. That one didn't rhyme at all. Still, B wasn't overly worried about the Six Tails situation. But Kirigakure, yeah, that needed a personal visit. Meanwhile, within the land of fire. A man with flowing white hair, clacking wooden clogs, and a massive oil scroll strapped to his back was strolling leisurely. It was none other than Jiraiya the Gallant. After leaving Omegakure, Jiraiya had wandered across the ninja world for over 13 years. But now, it was time. Time to return to Konoha. He knew things had changed. Tsunade was now the fifth Hokage. As one of the legendary Sanin, it was about time he paid his respects, even if he didn't show up to her inauguration. He could still make up for it. More importantly, the world was growing darker by the day. The great Toad Sage's prophecy, it lingered in his mind. A disciple of his would one day change the fate of the entire shinobi world. But the prophecy was vague. No hint of gender. No indication if this change would be for better or worse. Still, Jiraiya trusted the great Toad Sage. The old amphibian had been around since the days of the Sage of Six Paths. Some whispered he was even older. The Toad Sage, Gamamaru, had shared the prophecy with Fukasaku and Shima, who had then passed it on to Jiraiya during his senjutsu training. Gamamaru rarely dreamed, but when he did, it always came true. Jiraiya had mentored several promising disciples, Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, and Konoha's Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. Of all of them, only Nagato and Minato had the potential to truly change the world. Nagato had the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage himself. That gave him the highest odds of being the child of prophecy. Yet despite that, Nagato couldn't even change the fate of his own war-torn village. So what hope did he have of transforming the world? Minato, on the other hand, had no Kekkei-genkai, no bloodline limit. And yet, he had risen to become one of the strongest shinobi alive. Jiraiya had never been more proud. I wonder how Minato's doing these days. He was eager to see him again. After all, Jiraiya's true ties were in Konoha. His former teacher, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. His teammates, Tsunade and Orochimaru. And of course, his most cherished student, Minato. The journey may take you far, but your heart always returns home. Still, Jiraiya couldn't ignore the grim state of the world. First, Tsunade had vanished without a trace. Jiraiya had traveled to the Wind Country himself to confirm it. What he found was nothing but endless desert. Not a single clue about where the village had gone. Then came news of the fourth Mizuki's death. At first, no one knew how Yugura had died. Kirigakure had sealed that info tighter than a toad's ass in winter. But after digging a little, Jiraiya uncovered something disturbing. Whispers linked Yugura's death to a certain someone from Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Rumor had it that Yugura met with Danzo in secret, and shortly after, he turned up dead. Jiraiya wasn't surprised. He'd always known Danzo for the snake he was. Still, Jiraiya wouldn't bother confronting him directly. It wasn't Danzo he came back for. No, what really mattered now were the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. All across the 5 great nations, Jinchuriki were being assassinated and their tailed beasts stolen. Tsunade's one tail, gone. Then the 2 tails and 8 tails from the land of lightning. 4 and 5 tails from Iwagakure. Even the 3 tails, Yugura himself, wasn't spared. The shinobi world was panicking. And the worst part? Everyone was pointing fingers at Konoha. Whether true or not, Konoha stood at the center of suspicion. Jiraiya feared what might happen next. If this keeps up, Konoha might become the enemy of the entire ninja world. That's why he had to speak to Tsunade personally. It was time for the Sanin to reunite. One day later, outside Konoha's main gate. Two guards stood lazily at their post, until one of them spotted someone approaching. His eyes widened. Hey, wait a second. Is that? What? What is it? Don't just freeze up. It's him. That's Lord Jiraiya. No way. It is him. After all these years, Lord Jiraiya is finally back. Yo. How've you two been? Jiraiya waved with a toothy grin. He took a deep breath. Konoha air. Nothing smelled more like home. Moments later, Namikaze Minato arrived. Lord Jiraiya. I never thought I'd see you back here. Minato greeted him warmly. You brat, what's that supposed to mean? Jiraiya chuckled. You make it sound like I was exiled or something. Look at you now, grown into a real ninja. Jiraiya beamed with pride. Minato had surpassed all expectations, well, except for one. He never inherited Jiraiya's taste in research material. Or his woman-chasing flair. Such a shame. That natural-born seriousness, Jiraiya couldn't stand it. Suddenly, a familiar face approached, Uchiha Fugaku. Minato. Slow down, will you? Help me with Itachi, will you? Fugaku muttered, dragging his young son. He rubbed shoulders with Minato like they were long-lost lovers. Geez, Minato, you're making it hard for us to keep up with Lord Jiraiya's return. Jiraiya froze, eyebrows twitching. Had he just walked into something off? He gave Minato a side glance. Minato's awkward smile said everything. Jiraiya sighed. Poor kid. Fugaku's weird energy could infect even the best of men. Before he caught it, Jiraiya quickly disappeared in a blur. At the Hokage's office. Kurama was sprawled lazily on the table, tail flicking. The room was mostly empty. Yo, Hokage, it's pretty lively out there today. Heard Jiraiya's back, Kurama said with a grin. Tsunade blinked. That greasy, lecherous is actually back. If Kurama hadn't mentioned him, she might have completely forgotten about Jiraiya. The last time she saw him was in the Rain Village, just after the Second Great Ninja War. Back then, Jiraiya had decided to stay behind to train 3 orphaned kids, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. And then, he vanished. Years flew by. Now, out of nowhere, this horny, over-the-hill sage was returning. What could possibly bring him back now? Chapter 191, Tsunade's Men. What is that lecherous greaseball going to do when he returns now? Tsunade frowned slightly, pressing her fingers against her temple as she muttered aloud. If it weren't for the recent news from the scouts, she might have completely forgotten about Jiraiya. Still, he was one of the legendary Sanin. Just like her. Even Orochimaru, the rogue among them, had shown his face in Konoha more than Jiraiya had in recent years. And that was saying something. Tsunade hadn't crossed paths with Orochimaru often these past few years, only enough to know he was still slippery as ever. What else can that idiot Jiraiya do when he comes back, she muttered, her tone somewhere between irritation and amusement. He's probably just homesick, or hoping to relive the good old days with me, his old comrade. Kurama, who stood off to the side leaning lazily against the windowsill, let out a low chuckle. Who wants to reminisce with that fossil? He's too greasy for nostalgia, he joked. Tsunade rolled her eyes but didn't hide the smirk tugging at her lips. Greasy was putting it mildly. But then, something flickered across her face, a mischievous glint in her golden eyes, and a slow, wicked grin followed. Kurama raised an eyebrow. My lady Tsunade, your smile is giving me chills. Ahem. Tsunade coughed lightly, then began to approach Kurama with deliberate, sultry steps. She leaned in close, her warm breath brushing against the shell of his ear like a whisper. Lord Kurama, how about you do me a little favor? Kurama, ever the sharp fox, grinned. Favor. What favor are we talking about, Lady Tsunade? Why should I help you, he added with faux confusion. Why should you help me, she echoed back, feigning innocence. Then she pinched his waist sharply, making him flinch. You bastard. We've already done everything we shouldn't have, don't play dumb now. Kurama snorted. So, you admit it now. You're mine. Damn right, Tsunade said boldly, voice turning a notch huskier. I, Tsunade, am your senju, it's all up to you now. She playfully jabbed a finger into his chest. Her demeanor turned impish. Humph, and you, closing your eyes and pretending not to know me the next day. How could I? Kurama replied with a sly grin, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Tell me what you want me to do. Tsunade's grin widened. At that moment, everything outside the office seemed to fade away. The sky, the sun, the clouds, none could match the sheer thrill dancing in her eyes. Well then. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Hokage building. Jiraiya finally arrived. Standing in front of the towering structure, he squinted against the light. A long sigh escaped his lips. Well, damn, hasn't changed at all. Pause. Actually, no, it's changed a lot. The village had become more vibrant than he remembered. Children laughing. ANBU sweeping rooftops. The chakra in the air somehow felt lighter, safer. His gaze drifted toward the monumental Hokage rock. He couldn't help but stare up at the massive stone faces. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The god of shinobi. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Hashirama's brother. The men who invented most of Konoha's jutsu systems, including the cursed Edo Tensei. Then came the third, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The professor. Jiraiya's own teacher. The fourth, Kushina the red-hot-blooded habanero. And then there was her. The fifth Hokage. Senju Tsunade. Hashirama's granddaughter. His former teammate. The legendary slug princess. TCH, Jiraiya clicked his tongue. Now that he thought about it, Hokage really was a position passed among insiders. First and second were brothers. Third was their disciple. Fourth was Kushina. Fifth was Hashirama's heir and Hiruzen's pupil. Only Kushina, the red-hot-blooded habanero, had no relation to the line, holding the record as the shortest-serving Hokage after stepping in post-war. A unique exception. Still, not bad. Tap, tap, tap. The wooden clogs on Jiraiya's feet creaked as he ascended the stairs of the Hokage building. He reached the top, adjusted his forehead protector, and approached the door of the Hokage's office. As he raised his fist to knock, a soft giggle floated through the crack in the door. Tsunade's voice. Playful. Teasing. Jiraiya blinked, surprised. She's laughing. What the hell's got her so happy? Her voice hadn't changed. Still warm, like aged sake. Clear. Lively. It had been years since he last heard it. A wave of nostalgia hit him. He hesitated at the door, thinking maybe he could surprise her. She was, after all, the woman he loved. He turned the handle slowly and stepped in. Only to freeze. His pupils shrank. Tsunade was curled up in the lap of some orange-haired stranger with red, slit-pupiled eyes. A man. Both were fully clothed, thankfully. But Jiraiya's imagination didn't need much fuel. The moment he opened his mouth, Tsunade looked up as if she'd just noticed his presence. Her reaction was calm. Almost too calm. Hey, if it isn't Jiraiya. You're finally back in the village. It's been so long. She stood up with the elegance of a queen, casually adjusting her outfit and reapplying a little lip gloss as if nothing had happened. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Ah. Yeah. It's been a while. Awkward didn't even begin to cover it. He cleared his throat. His gaze flicked between Tsunade and the strange man with her. The guy was weird. Orange hair. Sharp, vertical eyes like a fox's. He looked like someone straight out of a bloodline war file, maybe even with a Kekii Mora trait. Handsome, too. Annoyingly so. Tsunade's type, apparently. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. Even Minato wasn't this ridiculously good-looking. Congratulations, Tsunade. I heard you're the fifth Hokage now. Tsunade smiled again, almost mocking. Thanks. Took long enough, didn't it? The room went quiet. Not because anyone had nothing to say. But because the air was thick with everything left unsaid. Kurama rose from his seat and gave Jiraiya a nod, eyes gleaming with amusement. You must be the great pervy sage I've heard so much about. Jiraiya raised a brow. Who the hell is this guy really? The atmosphere in the office remained heavy with tension, yet charged with subtle energy. Tsunade licked her lips thoughtfully. Jiraiya realized something else in that moment. When it comes to appearance, you have to stay away from him. Who is this? Oh, your name is Jiraiya, right? Hello, I am Kurama, and I am the boyfriend of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Boyfriend. Jiraiya was even more confused. He just felt like his mind was blank. He left Konoha for years and Tsunade got taken by some pretty boy. Judging from the intimacy between the two he had just seen, they were indeed a couple in love. At this time, Tsunade took Kurama's arm. A touching smile bloomed on her face. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce him properly. This is my boyfriend Kurama. He's ridiculously handsome and absurdly strong. Jiraiya. Jiraiya felt miserable. Why did he even come back? Why did his goddess run off with some mysterious guy while he was out risking his life for intel? He felt like a complete loser. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt like standing here was just painful. However, the youthful fire in his heart would never die out. Kurama. Was there such a person in Konoha? Jiraiya didn't recognize him. Dang dang dang. Da-da-da. Jiraiya struck his classic pose and performed his signature introduction. I am the Toad Sage, Jiraiya of Mount Mayaboku. Tsunade. Kurama. Jiraiya really was a greasy old man. This friend, I want to challenge you. Let us, as men, fight with all we've got. Tsunade was about to interject, but Kurama raised a hand to stop her. A challenge. Interesting. I accept. Tsunade was stunned. Was this what being a man meant? Did they really have to fight to express their emotions? It's a pity she wasn't a man. She didn't understand this burning passion of male rivalry. Tsunade, Jiraiya, you need to be careful. Jiraiya, haha, don't worry, Tsunade. I'll be merciful to your boyfriend. Tsunade. No, I meant you need to be careful. If your life gets taken accidentally, it'll be permanently lost. Jiraiya, question mark. Who was this Kurama guy? Was he really that strong? Tsunade's tone made him suspicious. Jiraiya became even more intrigued. He had to prove his worth. Right here. Right now. In front of Tsunade. However, Kurama's eyes. Those blood-red vertical pupils, something wasn't right. There was a terrifying chakra presence hidden under that smile. Konoha training grounds. Kurama stood relaxed, arms on hips, casual as ever. Jiraiya, however, was fully alert. Sweat slowly rolled down his forehead. The only spectator was also the most important one, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. She was also the referee. Audience and referee, 2-in-1 deal. Jiraiya, don't worry, brother Kurama. The moment you surrender, I'll go easy. Kurama, oh. Then I guess I won't be showing mercy. Swamp of the underworld. Jiraiya moved first. A massive swamp erupted from the ground beneath Kurama, intending to trap and subdue him instantly. A broad strategy to limit movement from the start. Ugh. This swamp stinks like Gamma's armpits. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. Kurama's presence vanished from the swamp. Looking up, Kurama was airborne. Standing on a hovering platform of sand. Sand. Can this guy manipulate sand? Jiraiya was confused. There were no sand-style users in Konoha that he knew of. Only Tsunade specialized in that. This guy definitely wasn't normal. Fire style, flame bullet. Jiraiya quickly switched tactics. He mixed chakra with oil to generate a massive rolling flame. Whoosh. The searing fire lit up the sky and swallowed the training ground. Chapter 192, beat up Jiraiya. A hot flame rolled out. Tsunade frowned and thought to herself. That idiot Jiraiya, it's been years, and he's still so powerful. But can he beat Kurama? Impossible. 100 Jiraiya wouldn't stand a chance against Kurama. Tsunade was absolutely confident about Kurama. Even her own grandfather, the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, if he were alive, Tsunade believed even he would only last a little longer before getting torn apart by Kurama. Because this wasn't just the Nine Tails anymore. Kurama had absorbed the chakra of all the other tailed beasts. Everyone thought Konoha was capturing the tailed beasts. But no, Kurama, the Demon King, had been the one absorbing them. And as Hokage, Tsunade had let the village take the blame. Rumble. The scorching flame lit the entire sky blood-red. Suddenly, a wall of yellow sand surged up, blocking the flames. Sand was incredibly resistant to fire. In some ways, it was even more convenient than water release. Because Jiraiya's fire style wasn't just flames, it was laced with oil. Fighting Kurama reminded Jiraiya of his battles with the Sand Village. TCH, what a strange ability. Since when does Konoha have shinobi who control sand? Jiraiya was intrigued. This sand manipulation, it was obviously Shikaku's chakra. Swish swish swish. A massive wave of sand rushed at Jiraiya. Like a living tsunami, the sand closed in from all directions. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya hardened his long silver hair, which instantly wrapped around his body like a spiky cocoon. High above in the sky, Kurama smirked. Sand waterfall funeral. Crack. Crack. The sand's pressure skyrocketed. Suddenly, silver needles burst out from the sand in every direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sand layer surrounding Jiraiya was torn apart like paper. He stepped out, hair disheveled but mostly unharmed. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. This guy is ridiculously strong. Kurama smiled faintly. As expected of one of the legendary Sanin. He could at least put on a decent show. Kurama hadn't even used a serious move yet. He just wanted to play. Jiraiya retracted his hair. If it wasn't for that technique, he'd have been a bloody pulp. This bastard's not pulling his punches. What Jiraiya didn't know was that Kurama had actually gone easy on him. The sand around them dissipated as Kurama slowly floated down to the ground. Messy hair lion's mane technique. Swish. Jiraiya's hair shot out wildly, whipping toward Kurama. Boom. A dull impact echoed. Jiraiya's eyes went wide with disbelief. Kurama's entire body had turned deep crimson, and behind him, four thick tails waved violently. He looked like a miniature Ninetales. This is the tailed beast cloak. Is this bastard the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Jiraiya finally understood. The last person to contain the Ninetales was Uzumaki Mito, the first Hokage's wife. After her death, no one, not even Jiraiya, knew who the next Jinchuriki was. That secret had been locked down by the third Hokage's administration tighter than a toad's ass. Only the highest-ranking Konoha elders and the current fifth Hokage, Tsunade, probably knew the truth. And now, the Jinchuriki stood right in front of him. No ceremony. No honor. Just a straight-up, demon-charged smackdown. 4 tails. Jiraiya muttered. Could this guy really have mastered all of Kurama's power? Back when Naruto hit the 4 tails mode, Jiraiya nearly died. And that was when Naruto only had half of Kurama sealed inside. This guy. Full Kurama. And he was totally conscious. Kurama grinned. He wanted to see how long this so-called legendary Sanin could last. Ninja art, toad mouth bind. Jiraiya wasn't messing around anymore. He summoned the stomach of the great toad of Mount Myaboku, the esophagus of a giant toad that swallowed enemies into living walls. This was both offense and defense. Jiraiya smirked. Kid, no one's ever escaped this jutsu. Flag detected. Kurama didn't hesitate. He inhaled, gathering a dense orb of red and blue chakra at his mouth. A tailed beast bomb. Boom. The explosion shattered the toad's esophagus walls. Jiraiya's entire face was scorched black, and his silver hair stuck straight up like a pissed-off porcupine. Kurama's 4 tails swayed joyfully like he just popped a party cracker. Jiraiya groaned. No one escapes it, huh? Damn brat's got no chill. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. Earth style, swamp of the underworld. Wind style, great breakthrough. Jiraiya launched a barrage of high-level ninjutsu. Completely ineffective. Even Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade couldn't pierce the tailed beast cloak, let alone elemental jutsu. Kurama just walked through the attacks like a ghost. And he was fast, too fast. He closed the distance in a blink. Shit, too fast. Bam. A heavy punch landed square on Jiraiya's chest. The force distorted his face. His body was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through over a dozen trees before slamming into a giant boulder, leaving a crater. Puff. A fountain of blood erupted from Jiraiya's mouth. In a typical ninja fight, the guy would rise and launch a counterattack. Too bad, Kurama wasn't a typical ninja. A massive chakra arm extended instantly, catching up to Jiraiya. Kurama stomped on his chest. Then unleashed a flurry of punches. Aura 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 aura. JoJo intensifies. Jiraiya was absolutely wrecked. No dignity. No mercy. His face was a mess of bruises and blood. After what felt like an eternity, he shakily raised a trembling hand and coughed. Wait, bro, I give up. I surrender. Uncle. Mercy. Kurama finally stopped. Jiraiya let out a weak sigh of relief. If that had gone on for another minute, he'd have been 6 feet under. What he didn't know was Kurama had been holding back the whole time. Otherwise, he'd be dead meat. Jiraiya groaned. So this is the power of the full 9 tails, terrifying. He hadn't expected Kurama to stay conscious and rational in 4 tails mode. Controlling that kind of power? Even Mito-sama had lost control at 4 tails. Tsunade, standing off to the side, couldn't help but chuckle. This was the first time she'd seen Jiraiya beaten this badly. Even when they fought Hanzo of the Salamander, Jiraiya didn't get wrecked like this. Kurama dusted off his palms and walked back toward Tsunade. He knew Jiraiya still had some cards he hadn't played. Like summoning Gemabunta. Or activating Sage Mode. But Jiraiya needed time, he had to remain still to charge up Sage Mode. And Kurama wasn't about to let that happen. In the original battle with Pain, Jiraiya had relied on the toads restraining the enemy and the terrain of the hidden rain village. Here. No such luck. Even if Jiraiya somehow summoned the entire Myaboku frog family and achieved Sage Mode. It wouldn't matter. Because he was already Kurama's personal punching bag. Chapter 193, Chapter 193. Kurama was calm and confident. Even if Jiraiya summoned all the giant toads from Mount Maiboku and activated Sage Mode, it wouldn't change the outcome. It wouldn't even be considered being beaten up. That would be an insult to violence itself. Jiraiya was, at best, just a Kage-level shinobi. Tsunade stood nearby, staring at Jiraiya's swollen, bruised face. A slow grin curled on her lips. She wasn't hiding the schadenfreude. This idiot. Jiraiya's really lucky Kurama didn't kill him. She took a step closer, inspecting the damage. Still breathing. Barely. Tsunade couldn't help but pity him a little. Why challenge a demon? Kurama had already crushed the likes of the third Hokage, Danzo, Hamura, and Koharu under his heel. Even Orochimaru, the slippery snake of the Sanin, had bent the knee. Of course, Tsunade had submitted too. But her surrender was different. Everyone else knelt beneath Kurama's feet. Tsunade? Well, she surrendered under very different circumstances. Tsunade, hurry, use medical ninjutsu, or I'm dead, Jiraiya croaked. He could barely speak. His ribs were cracked, and he was sure one of his lungs had collapsed. His entire body felt like it had been used to polish the Hokage monument. This was, hands down, the worst beating he'd ever taken. He had lived through wars, rogue Uchiha, drunken rampages from Tsunade, but this was biblical. Kurama didn't hold back. Not even a little. Luckily, Jiraiya had started begging early, or he'd have been pulp. Monster, ruthless demon. He admitted defeat completely. He hadn't even gotten a chance to use summoning. Sage mode. Forget it. Kurama didn't give time for hand seals. Aren't you still alive? Why do you need healing then? Tsunade smirked. Tsunade, I have one breath left. If you don't help me, I'm going to actually die. That bad, huh? Even a rookie medic Nin can see it. You, the so-called legendary medical saint, can't tell. Or are you just enjoying this? Oh come on. We're comrades in arms. Of course I don't want to see you die. She clasped her hands behind her back. Unless it's funny. Tsunade tried not to laugh at Jiraiya's misshapen face. He looked like someone tried to sculpt him with a hammer. She glanced over at Kurama. Their eyes met, and a silent understanding passed between them. Bang. 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 Tsunade clapped her hands. In a flash, Foremast Umbu appeared and dropped to one knee. Yes, Lady Hokage. Take Lord Jiraiya to the Konoha hospital. Intensive care. Try not to drop him. Yes, Lady Hokage. They loaded Jiraiya onto a stretcher. Careful. My spine's in 3 pieces. Jiraiya groaned. Tsunade. Treat me yourself. You're faster. You know this. Sorry, Jiraiya. Paperwork calls. Hokage business. Enjoy your little vacation. As the Umbu carried him off, his yells faded. Damn it, Tsunade, I swear I'll get revenge. And then. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade doubled over with laughter. Her sides hurt. Her face flushed. She hadn't laughed like that in years. That perverted idiot would be in the hospital for weeks. Maybe months. And he had come back to Konoha only to gather research for his next book. He still thinks Konoha girls smell better than the rest of the world, she muttered. Kurama stood silently, his arms crossed. When Tsunade finally composed herself, she slapped his shoulder. Kurama-sama, you were too kind. You should have hit him harder. Kurama raised a brow. Want me to swing by the hospital and finish the job? Tsunade snorted. Later, they returned to the Hokage's office. I heard your student, Uchiha Obito, vanished. My little dutiful son dragged him off somewhere. No idea what he's up to. Want me to brand him a missing Nin? Traitor status. Kurama waved it off. Nah. He's still just a dumb kid. Let me handle it. Kurama's expression twisted into a smirk. Everything about Obito was under control. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Let me guess, a woman. He got jealous you seduced some poor girl and ran off in shame. Kurama chuckled. Heh. Sharp as ever, Tsunade. That might be exactly it. Tsunade groaned. Poor girl. Another one falling for a demon wrapped in skin. Speaking of demons, when are you heading for the Six Tails? Tomorrow. I'm heading to Kirigakure. Need backup. No. I'm not taking Mikoto or Kushina either. This one's solo. Tsunade raised a brow, scheming behind her sly smile. How about I tag along? You. Why not? Mikoto can manage Konoha. Probably better than me. Maybe next time. TCH, scared of giving up your monopoly on the babes, huh? Next time, promise. That night, at Kushina's place, Kurura had prepared a magnificent dinner. Tsunade had come back early for once. She, Kurama, and the others sat together enjoying the meal. As night fell, stars scattered across the moonlit sky. Tsunade lay in bed, wide-eyed. That bastard Kurama is probably curled up with Kushina right now. Hey, thinking about me? A familiar voice whispered near her ear. Tsunade shrieked, nearly tumbling out of bed. You asshole. Don't sneak up on me like that. Kurama chuckled. Sorry. Should have knocked, huh? Why aren't you with Kushina? What, her cooking not good enough anymore? Kurama grinned. I'm leaving for the land of water tomorrow. Thought I'd make the rounds. Humph. Who asked you? Let Kushina enjoy her opportunity. She's got a couple more coming too, I'm sure. My. Hokage-sama sounds jealous. Jealous. I died at 18. I'm eternally youthful, you old flea-ridden fox. I've lived thousands of years, woman. Age is meaningless to me. Disgusting. Shameless. Vulgar beast. Why does a fox need shame? Tsunade gave up. Get out. Go harass someone else. I'm sleeping. Kurama turned, taking one slow step. I'm leaving. He took another. Gone. Another pause. I'm really leaving. Kurama, get out, you damn perverted demon fox. Suddenly, a red-haired head peeked from behind him. Hey, Tsunade-senpai. Were you calling me? Tsunade blinked. Chapter 194, entering Kirigakure with high profile. Hey, Tsunade, are you calling me? A little redhead poked her head out from behind Kurama. At that moment, Tsunade froze, eyes wide in shock. Her soul nearly left her body. Kushina, why are you here? Kushina chuckled mischievously. Sister Tsunade, I know everything about you and Lord Kurama. Ah. Tsunade's fair cheeks flushed a deep red. Why you know everything? You guys were making so much noise. I could hear your voice crystal clear, Tsunade. Welp, the cat's out of the bag. Tsunade had no words left. No shame left either. She shot Kurama a glare so venomous it could kill a bear. Then she pinched him. Hard. You bastard, this is all your fault. Hey, you're the one who tried to murder your own husband. The three of them. Yeah, no one's getting sleep tonight. The next morning, Kurama headed toward the land of water, Kirigakure. Even on the way there, his mind wandered back to last night. Kurama had always thought Kushina was wild and uninhibited. But Tsunade had no shame. She was down for any freaky thing he could come up with. Between the Uzumaki redhead and the Senju bombshell, Kurama didn't even need recovery time. Their chakra systems were monsters in their own right. Regeneration. Off the charts. Resilience. Freakishly strong. Kurama didn't even feel like he got lucky last night. They did. Still, neither Tsunade nor Kushina caught a wink of sleep. Poor Kurura, the servant, wasn't spared either. It wasn't that she didn't want to sleep. It was that she literally couldn't. Kirigakure, village hidden in the mist. The village was on high alert. Reports had come in, serious ones. All of Iwagakure's tailed beasts. Gone. Sunagakure lost Shikaku. Kumogakure got hit next. Gyuki, the eight tails. Gone. And now, even the fourth Mizukage Yagura, Jinchuriki of Isabu, the three tails, was taken out. The mist suspected only one major player, Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. Because let's be honest, Sunagakure's crippled. Kumo and Iwa would never just hand over their Jinchuriki. That only left one suspect. To the mist, smaller villages didn't even count. Who the hell else had the balls to go after tailed beasts? Currently, the mist had only one Jinchuriki left, Utakata, the Six Tails host. The kid was just 10, but he was strong. The mist knew he was their last card, and they protected him like hell. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, only 2 remained. Samahata's wielder, Kisame's predecessor, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. And Kubikirabocho's wielder, Juzobiwa. 4th Mizukage and Raiga were gone. Terumi-mei, now Genji's most trusted aide, was already assumed to be the next Mizukage. Kirigakure was always shrouded in thick mist. But today, the haze was thin. For the first time in years, Miss Nin could see the blue sky. It's already noon, Mei sighed, stretching her arms. She'd been at her desk since early morning, signing papers. Genji, the old geezer, could barely function these days. Rumble. A deafening noise shook the entire village. The ground trembled, sending ninjas sprinting to their posts. Was that an earthquake? Or a tsunami? Terumi May immediately darted toward the source of the noise. You guys. There's someone in the sky. We're under attack. Get ready. Kurama descended slowly from the clouds. Behind him, blue-purple wings flared out, covered in a crimson chakra shroud. It wasn't just any chakra. It was infused with celestial energy, his personal blend of peacock-style chakra manipulation. When his boots hit the ground, he was already surrounded by dozens of elite mist shinobi. Damn, Kurama grinned. Isn't this entrance a little too badass? As a former Jinchuriki and now the bearer of several Kekkei Mora, Kurama felt it instantly. There was another tailed beast nearby. Even sealed, their unique chakra signatures couldn't hide from him. Who are you to invade Kirigakure? The question came from a cluster of jonin. Kurama bore no Konoha forehead protector. No umbu mask. No affiliation badge. Just that red cloak, those sculpted features, and those scarlet, beast-like eyes. Eyes no man could look into without flinching. One mist shinobi glanced up and instantly looked away. His stare alone carried the weight of death. Who, me? I'm just here to talk. Heard you've got the Six Tails Jinchuriki here. A kid named Utakata, right? All the mist jonin tensed. Their worst fear was confirmed, this intruder knew about Utakata. That knowledge was classified at the highest level. Seize him now, barked the squad leader. Konoha was clearly behind these attacks. One man daring to waltz into the mist and demand their Jinchuriki. No fucking way. Kurama's eyes spun. The scarlet pupils twisted, first into 3 tomo, then into a black ring. Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. The ultimate genjutsu activated. Bang. 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 Every shinobi who met his eyes collapsed. Their minds were caught in the endless loop of torture. Really now, I just asked politely. Kurama shrugged. Don't meet his eyes. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. An older jonin recognized it. He's from the Uchiha clan. Definitely Konoha. All the mist nines silently cursed. So this was Konoha's play. Take all the tailed beasts for themselves. Kurama looked off into the distance. About 5 clicks northeast. That big manor. That's where you're hiding the 6 tails. The mist shinobi were shaken. What? That residence was shielded by a high-level chakra barrier. Even Mist's own sensory units couldn't locate it unless granted direct access. And this stranger had pinpointed it without even blinking. Monster. Absolute monster. They stopped underestimating him. This wasn't some rogue ninja. This was a trained hunter. Kurama turned around, ready to leave. But then. A fiery voice pierced the mist. Which bastard dares break into mist? Stop right there. Oof. Kurama scratched his ear with a pinky. Looking toward the source of the voice, his mouth curled up. Oh. So it's her. He grinned wider, recognizing the woman before him. And things were about to get very interesting. Chapter 195, Terumi May is furious. It turns out it's her. What appeared before Kurama was a woman clad in a short blue skirt, her long chestnut hair flowing down to her waist. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with legs for days, luscious red lips, gleaming white teeth, and curves that could challenge the laws of physics, she was quite the sight. Almost a match for Tsunade. Almost. While she still had a bit of growth left to match Tsunade's legendary proportions, Kurama couldn't help but appreciate the progress. At her age, this was more than impressive. Being so close to the sea, the people of the Land of Water had access to plentiful seafood, and the nutrition clearly worked wonders. Terumi May, who was around the same age as Kakashi, was far more alluring than the petite and sweet Rin ever was. She carried herself with a sultry grace that Rin never could. Oh ho, so it's Terumi May of the Mist, Kurama said, interest sparking in his eyes. Who are you to invade Mist's territory? Does it matter who I am? What matters is. I've got a soft spot for beautiful women. Kurama's sly grin was the very definition of audacity. Lady Terumi May, be careful. He's Uchiha. Mangekyo Sharingan user, one of the jonin shouted. Seeing their fallen comrade sprawled across the ground, Terumi May tensed. Mangekyo Sharingan, damn it. So, he's another one of those smug Uchiha bastards who thinks a fancy pair of eyes makes him untouchable. They think they can walk into mist, throw their weight around, and leave like it's a vacation home. Terumi May stared at Kurama, purposefully focusing just below his eyes to avoid genjutsu. Her chakra flared. She was pissed. Terumi-mei, since you're easy on the eyes, I won't make this harder than it has to be. Just bring me the Six Tails Jinchuriki, and I'll be on my way. You arrogant prick. How dare you talk to Lady Terumi-mei like that? Everyone, eyes down, attack. Jealous mist ninjas had had enough. The nerve of this guy. Flirting with the future Mizukage of mist like she was a barmaid. A barrage of water release, water dragon bullets exploded toward Kurama. Dozens of explosive tags, kunai, and shuriken followed in a coordinated volley. Boom. The entire mist trembled with the force. Screams echoed. Blood hit the ground. But it wasn't Kurama's. All of the mist attacks had been effortlessly deflected. And those who tried to attack were now airborne, blood spraying from their mouths. They hadn't even seen him move. Kurama clapped his hands lazily, a mocking grin on his face. I told you. Just bring me the Six Tails kid. Why make me work for it? Terumi-mei's face flushed with rage. She'd never been humiliated like this. Not in public. Not as a candidate for Mizukage. And especially not by a flirtatious, cocky bastard with crimson eyes. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Her hands blurred through hand signs, and a monstrous dragon of water burst from the mist behind her, roaring toward Kurama. Kurama formed a dense, swirling orb of chakra in his palm. With a flick, the rays collided with the dragon. Boom. The dragon shattered into a million glittering droplets. A wave of cold rain splashed over the battlefield, soaking Mist's forces. This bastard, no hand signs. What is this freak? Terumi-mei grit her teeth. She wasn't done yet. Everyone. On me. We're taking him down. Down with the intruder. Down with the intruder. Chanting like soldiers going to war, they charged. Terumi-mei completed another jutsu. This time, she sprayed a glowing, bubbling liquid from her mouth. Kurama blinked, momentarily distracted. She spits. Heh, now that's a talent. Wonder what else that mouth can do. His grin widened. There's the opening. Terumi-mei's eyes flared. Lava release, melting apparition technique. The highly corrosive lava surged toward him, threatening to dissolve even the sturdiest defense. In the original records, this jutsu even melted through Susanoo. But just before it could reach him. Whoosh. A thick wall of golden brown sand erupted from the ground, swallowing the molten lava. What the hell? Sand. Why is there sand in the mist? Terumi-mei's pupils contracted. This guy, he's Uchiha. Why can he use sand release? But before she could piece it together, the lava blasted through the sand, only to be slapped aside by a dark red chakra arm. The ground quaked from the impact. Kurama cackled. You've got a lot of toys, don't you? Terumi-mei stumbled back. That chakra, it's not normal. From the chakra arm alone, she could feel the violent, beastly energy. This wasn't just any chakra. It was tailed beast chakra. Kurama smirked and gave her a wink. Come on, babe. Got any more tricks up that sleeve, or just in that mouth of yours? You damn pervert. No one dared talk to Terumi-mei like this in Kirigakure. No one. Except apparently, this smug Uchiha bastard. 3 massive, dark red chakra tails surged behind Kurama. Terumi-mei's jaw tensed. That feeling. Wait. This is 3 tails chakra. A seasoned Miss Jonin shouted, Lady Terumi-mei. That's the chakra zone of Isabu, the 3 tails. It's the same as Lord Yagura's. The color drained from Terumi-mei's face. It made sense now. This chakra felt eerily familiar, because it was Isabu. The same tailed beast that once resided in their 4th Mizukage, Yagura. You killed Lord Yagura. Kurama shrugged. What, Yagura? Nah. That was Danzo's mess. I just came for Isabu's chakra. He conveniently tossed the blame to the late Danzo Shimura. He was dead. What's one more crime pinned on him? The mist ninjas boiled with rage. Not only had their Mizukage fallen to Konoha's darkness, but now their village was being trampled by one of Danzo's successors. Unforgivable. Terumi-mei, trembling with fury, spat a powerful stream of water, unleashing a high-pressure water lance. But before it could land, zzzztttttt. Electricity crackled. Kurama's entire body lit up in brilliant lightning. Lightning released chakra mode. The same as the 3rd Reikage, but Kurama's version was stronger. Faster. The water splashed against his body and sizzled, the current surging outward. Aya. Screams erupted as mist shinobi were electrocuted on the spot. Their bodies convulsed, hair stood on end, and a sickening burning stench filled the air. Shit. His lightning style is infused into his entire body. Tsurune stared, utterly dumbfounded. This man wielded the three tails, mastered lightning style, used sand release like a Kazekage, and bore the Mangekyo Sharingan. What kind of monster was this? Kurama stood in the center of the chaos, grinning ear to ear. He wasn't even trying yet. And mist was falling apart. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, The Protracted Battle with Tsurune. There was a burning smell in the air. This. Tsurune was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected that the water from her own jutsu would be used to conduct such a devastating lightning release. It was potent enough to literally scorch flesh on contact. Why was this guy's lightning release so absurdly powerful? First, it was tailed beast-level chakra. Then, he manipulated sand like a master of magnet release. Now, his lightning release could electrify a battlefield through water like a trap from hell. Kurama was unpredictable. Dangerous. Overwhelming. The Miss Nin around her had no idea what they should try next. Damn it, you bastard. Mei was fuming, but she didn't even know what to say anymore. Rage was all she could muster. Kurama grinned, playing innocent. What does this have to do with me? I've been getting attacked non-stop. I didn't even lift a finger until now. You're the one who came at me. Mei, you. She wanted to refute it. But she couldn't. It was true. He had simply stood there, letting their own attacks become their undoing. Coward. Fight me directly and leave the others out of this. You attacked me. Don't go crying about casualties now. No one's innocent if they're flinging jutsu first. Mei looked at the wounded Miss Nin around her and bit her lip. She had no way of knowing her water release would backfire like this. But none of this would have happened if not for the men in front of her. Kurama. A rogue Konoha shinobi with the powers of multiple bloodlines. Hey gorgeous, how about we stop this now? You summon the Six Tails Jinchuriki, and I'll whisk you away. Sounds romantic, doesn't it? One little surrender and it's all over. Keep dreaming. No way in hell were they going to hand over the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, to a Konoha rogue. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Hidden Mist and Hidden Leaf were mortal enemies. Even now, trust was non-existent. And now, a single Konoha rogue shinobi broke through their defenses, soloed his way deep into Mist territory, and demanded they hand over one of their own Jinchuriki. Absurd. If they actually gave up Utakata, the Hidden Mist would become a laughingstock among the five great nations. It was already humiliating that someone had infiltrated the village this easily. If the Jinchuriki was taken on top of that, the entire ninja world would treat them like a joke. No one would take them seriously again. Other villages would say, this is one of the five great nations. A shinobi walked right in, kidnapped a Jinchuriki, and left. They're finished. Might as well step down from the stage of the great powers. The Mizukage should resign. Mei imagined the mockery in every corner of the shinobi world. So no, there was no surrender. No compromise. Anger rising, Mei began to weave signs for another water release jutsu. But a hand caught her wrist. You really want to try that again? Didn't you already see how that ends? The surrounding Miss Nin started backing away from her, wary of being caught in the crossfire again. Crap. Mei froze. Right. She couldn't recklessly use water release. It might end up electrocuting her comrades again. Her face darkened. Miss Nin were known for their mastery of water release. But now, against this one man, their signature element had been sealed. What could she do? Resort to close combat. Really? And so, with no other choice, she joined forces with the remaining Miss Nin for another coordinated assault on Kurama. Round 2 already. Kurama grinned. He danced around their attacks, mocking their formations. 10 minutes later, dozens more Miss Nin were down. Wounded or worse. Kurama hadn't even broken a sweat. Meanwhile, Mei was drenched in perspiration, breathing heavily, muscles sore from chakra overuse. Elsewhere, inside the Mizukage Tower. Lord Genji. We have a situation. The village is under attack. The old war veteran, Genji, turned slowly. Mei Tsurune is engaged in battle, but the enemy's too powerful. She's not going to last much longer. Genji's aged eyes narrowed. If Mei couldn't handle it, the situation was worse than he feared. Summon the Fuguki Suikezen and Jozo the Blunt Blade immediately. Yes, sir. They were the last resort now, 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Back on the battlefield, Mei glared daggers at Kurama. Don't do anything foolish, she barked at the others. At this point, any attack not from her was a liability. The last few skirmishes had already proven it. Still, she thought to herself, surely Genji had been informed by now. Reinforcements were coming. 2 of the 7 swordsmen. That would turn the tide. She just had to stall long enough. How shameless. She muttered under her breath. She couldn't use water release. Her Kekkei Genkai, lava release and boil release, were too chakra-intensive for prolonged use. She had to conserve energy, wait for backup. She even tried taijutsu, but that only ended in humiliation. Kurama had dodged effortlessly, even managing to grope her mid-combat. Perverted bastard. Kurama only laughed, unashamed. Hey, it's not my fault you're so soft in all the right places. The battlefield went dead silent. You could hear a kunai drop. The Miss Nin around them stared at each other awkwardly. Kurama flashed a grin. Come on now, you're way too pretty to be this grumpy. Mei exploded. You perv. I don't need your pity. Who dares to act so arrogantly within the hidden mist? An aged voice echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned. Their relief was instant. It's Lord Genji. He brought the 7 ninja swordsmen with him. Finally, some backup. Cheers broke out among the Miss Nin. Mei's shoulders relaxed, finally able to exhale. Master Genji. Master Genji. Master Genji. The crowd echoed with respect. Kurama tilted his head, smirking. Who's the new guy with the grandpa voice? Mei stepped forward, her tone ice cold. Your time is up, creep. You won't leave here alive. Kurama clicked his tongue. Creep? Stinky. Really? I thought we were getting somewhere. Maybe you should check if I stink, up close. Ugh. She didn't even want to engage him in words anymore. She just wanted to see his corpse. Lord Genji, this is the intruder, one of the surviving Miss Nin reported quickly. He's a rogue Uchiha from Konoha. Mangekyo Sharingan confirmed. He also manipulates sand somehow, possibly via magnet release. His lightning release is off the charts. Water release is ineffective against him, and using it only endangers our own. Genji observed the destruction. The fallen Miss Nin. The damage to the surroundings. The sheer pressure radiating off of Kurama. Now he understood why Mei had struggled. But with 2 swordsmen. Of the mist at his side, he had no fear. Clap. 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 The sudden applause came from Kurama himself. Impressive. You guys really did your homework. I feel seen. He gave them a thumbs up. That's when the Fuguki Suikezen and Jozo arrived. The moment their eyes landed on Kurama, their faces went stiff. Wait, is that him? Chapter 197, Chapter 197, the 7 ninja swordsmen were frightened. At this moment, the 2 remaining 7 ninja swordsmen, Fuguki Suikezen and Jozo Biwa, laid eyes on a figure emerging through the mist, Kurama. Their expressions shifted instantly. Is this real? Aren't those the last 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen? Kurama remarked with a smirk of amusement. Terumi Mei, Master Genji, and the others looked confused. Jozo, do you know him? Everyone noticed how pale Fuguki and Jozo had become. Sweat beaded on their skin, and their knees nearly gave way. They hadn't expected to encounter that demon again. A memory they desperately tried to forget. Kurama raised an eyebrow, enjoying their discomfort. Weren't you 2 part of the 7 ninja swordsmen who got turned into the lucky 3 by some Konoha shinobi who only knew taijutsu? And here I thought you were legends. Huff. Huff. Fuguki and Jozo's breathing turned erratic. Yes, they remembered Kurama. During the 3rd Great Ninja War, the infamous Might Dai had appeared, the eternal genin, the fool everyone mocked. Until he opened all 8 inner gates. 4 of their number had died that day. Only 3 survived. And then came something worse. As they fled from the wreckage on Forgotten Red Island, they saw it. A man floating in the sky. Orange hair. Scarlet vertical pupils. A god among men. And then, the black sphere. A tailed beast bomb. Gone. The entire island, along with thousands of mist shinobi, erased in a blink. Later, they heard from Ao that only he survived that annihilation. They never forgot that man's features. The very same man now stood before them. The true nightmare of the mist. It wasn't the Crimson Pepper of the Leaf who ended the war, as many believed. It was him. Master Genji suddenly snapped at the 2 swordsmen. What the hell is wrong with you 2? This isn't the strength we expect from the 7 ninja swordsmen. Old men, don't scold them. They just got a reminder of something that never should have woken up. Finally, Fuguki stammered, voice hoarse. Master Genji. It's him. During the 3rd Ninja War. He destroyed Forgotten Red Island. He probably killed 4th Mizukage Yagura and others. What? Master Genji's voice cracked. All the mist shinobi around widened their eyes in disbelief. During the war, Forgotten Red Island housed over 10,000 mist ninja. And in a single night, it vanished. And now, the demon responsible stood in front of them. This wasn't just about past grudges anymore. Kurama, still smirking, stretched lazily. TCH. You missed guys. Isn't sacrifice part of war? If we start keeping score, this blood ledger will never end. But the mist shinobi, hearts crushed by fear, hesitated. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen weren't enough. And then, with a silent nod to each other. Whoosh. Fuguki and Jozo vanished. Running. No, bolting. They didn't even bother with bravado. This was survival. If they'd known Kurama was here, they would never have shown up. He wasn't a man. He was calamity. Even the entire Kirigakure couldn't afford to provoke him. Master Genji. Terumi Mei. Every mist ninja. The entire situation felt surreal. In less than a minute, 2 of their top-tier fighters ran off like cowards. Fuguki and Jozo didn't care anymore. Reputation be damned. When faced with Might Dai's 8 gates back then, they fled. And they did the same now. Cowards. Disgrace to the mist. Genji finally erupted. True, came a casual voice. Master Genji turned, and saw it was Kurama who had agreed. The insult stung even more. With the swordsman gone, the morale of the mist forces shattered. Kurama laughed heartily. Those 2 idiots ran so fast, they might have broken their own speed records. But he wasn't letting them go. Kurama's body emitted a golden glow. Clink. Clink. Chains of golden chakra burst from his back like hydras. The fleeing swordsman had gotten hundreds of meters away. Didn't matter. Swish. Swish. The golden chains lashed forward like serpents. In a flash, Fuguki and Jozo were bound tight, dragged back screaming. Thud. They landed face first in front of Kurama, trussed up like roast pigs, only their heads exposed. The mist forces stood frozen. Their elites were defeated before even drawing their swords. It was hopeless. Terumi Mei bit down so hard on her lip, blood trickled down her chin. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. Splash. An ocean of water exploded toward Kurama. This woman's lost it, Kurama muttered. Electricity sparked across his body. Zap. 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 The moment the water neared him, it turned into a deadly electric trap. Kurama stood unharmed. Mist shinobi around him. Not so lucky. They dropped like flies, convulsing, fried by their own allies' jutsu. Terumi Mei gasped. Too much chakra. Too wide a range. Stop. Master Terumi Mei, you're hurting our own. Please, Master Terumi Mei. She bit her tongue, furious and humiliated. Damn it, you perverted bastard. Kurama shrugged, chuckling. Hey, you attacked me. I was just standing here. Maybe bring out your 6 tails Jinchuriki already. Terumi Mei, soaked and exhausted, clenched her fists. Her tight fishnet attire clung to every curve, but the situation left no room for vanity. Only an idiot would hand over a Jinchuriki. She prepared to attack again. Stop. Master Genji bellowed. Master Genji, what are you doing? He didn't respond. He pointed to the sky. Everyone turned. The light vanished. Not a fog. A shadow. An enormous black orb hovered above Kirigakure. A tailed beast bomb. No visible edge. It easily covered the entire village. What is that? No way. That's a tailed beast bomb. Despair washed over Kirigakure. Their entire shinobi army went silent. Their souls sank. Doom had arrived. And it had orange hair and scarlet eyes. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Surrendered by Strength. At this moment, the entire Hidden Mist village, shinobi and civilians alike, were shattered by fear and despair. This is really a tailed beast bomb. But how? Even a tailed beast shouldn't be able to make one that massive. A colossal black sphere hovered above the village, pulsing with dense chakra. It was enough to annihilate everything. If that thing dropped, the whole of Kirigakure would be wiped off the map. Kurama clapped mockingly, a twisted smile playing across his lips. Now then, he said, tone smug and glib, can you hand over the 6 tails Jinchuriki? Master Genji and Terumi Mei stood at the forefront, visibly shaken. Terumi Mei's cheeks, already glistening with sweat, burned crimson with rage. You're threatening us. Threatening? TCH. I'm negotiating openly. I'd call that fair, wouldn't you? Behind them, the Hidden Mist shinobi looked on in horror. If that massive tailed beast bomb detonated, it wouldn't just be the shinobi that died. Civilians, children, the elderly, all would be vaporized in the blast. Tsurumi Mei gritted her teeth. If that thing explodes, you'll be caught in it too. Kurama scoffed, eyes glowing with malevolent amusement. Please. I can create a tailed beast bomb that size. What makes you think I can't dodge it? Only a moron would die with a bunch of you scrubs. You. Tsurumi Mei couldn't even finish. She knew she'd already lost the argument. Master Genji let out a long, weary sigh. So, you're after Utakata, the Six Tails host. Kurama grinned. Of course. You think I came all this way to see your charming face, old man? Genji's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. Kurama-sama, are you behind the recent disappearances of the tailed beasts across the nations? He was no fool. After witnessing Kurama's godlike power firsthand, he dared not speak with anything but respect. Guilty as charged, Kurama replied. But look, I'm doing everyone a favor. This is all about maintaining balance among the tailed beasts. Balance. The mist shinobi murmured, confused. Kurama launched into a twisted version of history, the same half-truths he once fed the Third Reikage. Ever since the first 5 Kage summit, the nations thought having a few tailed beasts around kept the peace. Kinda dumb when you think about it. Tsunade had Shikaku. You guys had Isabu and Seiken. Kumo got Monetabi and Gyuki. Iwa hoarded Son Goku and Kokuo. And Konoha, yeah, Konoha had me, the Nine Tails. He waved a hand dismissively. But did that prevent war? Hell no. First shinobi war, second, third. They broke out anyway. So much for the balance. His voice hardened. But think, what if none of the villages had tailed beasts? That's real balance. Genji rubbed his chin. It did make a twisted kind of sense. But, aren't you from Konoha? Kurama scoffed. From Konoha? Nah. I just live there. Rent's cheap, and the food's decent. Hell, if you're offering, I could move in here. Genji froze. That was the last thing he wanted, this human calamity living in his backyard. Kurama casually pointed skyward. By the way, you guys know what happened to Tsunade? Mist Shinobi, what? What happened? Kurama smirked. It's gone. Simple. Direct. Terrifying. Under normal circumstances, no one would have believed him. Tsunade might be declining, but it was still one of the 5 great villages. But in this moment, standing beneath an apocalyptic tailed beast bomb, every shinobi in the mist believed it. Master Genji inhaled slowly, then turned to his guards. Bring Utakata. Yes, Master Genji. Tsurumi Mei whipped around, eyes wide. Master Genji, you can't be serious. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Tsurumi Mei, being a shinobi isn't just about strength. It's about sacrifice. Our duty is to protect the village, not one Jinchuriki. But we serve the hidden mist. If we all die here, what future does this village have? Tsurumi Mei was left speechless. She clenched her fists, bitter but silent. Kurama grinned. That familiar glare from a beautiful woman. A sweet bonus. Master Genji stepped forward with a solemn bow. Kurama-sama. I heard that the 8 Tails host survived after the beast was extracted. If we give you Utakata, can you spare his life? His voice was pleading, almost reverent. Kurama tilted his head. That depends. But hey, I'm a reasonable guy. We can work something out. A short time later, Utakata was brought forward, confused and wary. The battlefield was littered with unconscious mist shinobi, the sky still darkened by that monstrous sphere. Master Genji, what's going on? Genji didn't reply. Instead, he nodded to Kurama. Kurama stepped forward and stared directly at Utakata. Hey, Seiken. You comfy in there or what? Inside Utakata, the 6 Tails stirred. That voice. Kurama. Is that really you? Of course it is. Who else sounds this devilishly charming? Utakata stiffened. He could feel the inner conversation happening. This man was talking directly to the beast sealed within him. How is this possible? He whispered. Seiken grunted. Kurama, what do you want? You know we hate humans. Every one of them just wants our power. Kurama chuckled. Oh, come on, don't lump me in with them. You should see me now. I got a nice place in Konoha, a hot spring membership, and I'm living like a damn emperor. Seiken paused. Wait, you're in human form. Why? You're the one who hated them the most. Yeah. Life's full of contradictions. I don't explain myself to every tale that asks. He smirked again. But look, the gang's all here. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Gyuki, me. We're just missing you. Saiken hesitated. He could feel their presence, all of them. What the hell, Kurama? Why didn't you call me when everyone got together? Kurama laughed, loud and amused. Good question, 6. Maybe next time check your DMs. Utakata blinked, still lost. Who are you? Kurama looked down at him. Kid, I'm the Nine Tails. And I'm here to collect. Don't worry. You'll live. Probably. Utakata braced himself. Kurama reached forward, golden chakra spiraling around his palm. Master Genji turned away, unable to watch. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Terumi Mei, the devil is around. Six Tails Saiken was stunned. Good grief, so 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Kokuo, and 8 tails Gyuki have all been absorbed into Kurama. This was supposed to be a tailed beast reunion, and no one told him. He remembered it all. Back when the Sage of Six Paths created them, they were small, curious, and carefree. They had lived freely under the warmth of Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. And then, they were scattered across the shinobi world. Weapons. Monsters. Curses. That was their fate. But now, a reunion was happening, and Kurama was the host. It had been Saiken's dream to be with his siblings again. Kurama, hurry up and pull me out. I don't want to stay trapped inside a human anymore. Kurama raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised by Saiken's enthusiasm. But he wasn't about to say no. It was time. Time for the tailed beasts to stop being weapons, and start being something more. With a low rumble, Kurama extended a massive, dark red chakra hand into the body of Utakata, the Six Tails Jinchuriki. It reached in with precise intent. Whoosh! In a matter of seconds, Saiken was extracted, his chakra form smoothly fusing into Kurama's essence. System notice, integration with Six Tails Saiken initiated. 0.01%, 5%, 26%, 30%. 99%, 100%. Congratulations. Six Tails Saiken successfully integrated. Utakata staggered. His skin went pale as his body trembled from the sudden emptiness. The bond was severed. But he didn't die. He was free. A burden he had carried for most of his life was finally lifted. For the first time, he could breathe without fearing his own power. Thank you. Lord Kurama, he said weakly, but sincerely. Kurama just gave a sideways smirk. No problem, kid. From the sidelines, Master Genji let out a long sigh. Kurama had kept his word. Utakata was alive. But the tailed beast bomb above their heads was still hovering. Master Kurama, Genji said carefully, with forced calm, now that you've obtained 6 tails, perhaps you could dispel that chakra bomb. Kurama scratched his cheek with a claw. Oh yeah. Almost forgot that was up there. Everyone in Kirigakure collectively exhaled in anxious relief. Kurama stretched casually and turned as if to leave. But then he stopped. His eyes landed squarely on Terumi Mei. You. The hot-headed one with the melting lava and the quick mouth. You kept firing off water-style jutsu at me earlier, didn't you? Terumi Mei bristled. Kurama grinned and pointed at the massive tailed beast bomb floating ominously above. Before I leave, you're gonna give me a tour of your village. Terumi's jaw dropped. You want me to be your tour guide? Kurama leaned in, his fox-like grin playful but menacing. Yep. You. I am a high-ranking shinobi. A potential candidate for Mizukage. I'm not some tour girl for horny-tailed beasts. Kurama shrugged. You sure? That thing up there says otherwise. Her eyes flicked back to the tailed beast bomb. Sweat formed at her temple. Master Genji coughed. Terumi Mei, please escort Lord Kurama around Kirigakure. It's an official mission. She gritted her teeth. It was humiliating. But she had no choice. Yes. Master Genji. As Kurama and Terumi Mei departed, the massive bomb slowly began to drift higher, away from the village. The collective tension in the air thinned. Genji whispered under his breath, Terumi, the entire future of the village depends on how you handle this. Here's your Kirigakure, Terumi Mei muttered through gritted teeth, dragging Kurama through the misty streets. Hey, don't sound so bitter, Kurama teased. Even Genji calls me Lord Kurama. Shouldn't you be more respectful? She narrowed her eyes. You're lucky I don't melt your smug face with my lava release. Kurama smirked. Ooh, scary. She tried to hold it in, but he was irritating in a uniquely perverse, irritating way. After the walk, Kurama pointed at a nearby building. Your house, right? Take me there. What? Why? You're cooking dinner. I'm hungry. You want me to cook for you? He pointed again to the still hovering tailed beast bomb. She sighed in agony. Fine. Her home was clean, modest, but clearly had a woman's touch. There were flowers in vases, scrolls neatly arranged, and everything had a faint scent of lavender. Kurama plopped onto her couch, legs splayed like he owned the place. She scowled. Don't touch anything. Nice place, Kurama said, eyeing her from head to toe. Didn't think Mist had women this hot. Keep talking like that and you'll choke on your food. Feisty. I like that. After she grudgingly served up a hot meal of grilled fish, miso soup, and steamed rice, Kurama wolfed it down. Then, leaning back with his belly full, he fixed his eyes on her. You know, you're not just strong. You're gorgeous. Flattery won't work on me. Good, 'cause I wasn't flattering. I was being honest. She crossed her arms. Done eating. Then leave. Kurama didn't budge. Actually, I'm not done. What else do you want now? You. Terumi May blinked. What? Be my woman. There was a heavy silence. She slammed a hand on the table. Absolutely not. Why not? I'm powerful, good-looking, and a beast in more ways than one. You're also a complete egomaniac, a threat to the world, and possibly a walking war crime. Ah, that just means I'm passionate. She stood, livid. Get out. Kurama sighed dramatically, then pointed upward again. Remember that thing? Still up there. Still got the button. You wouldn't. Tsunade didn't think I would either. Terumi May trembled with rage. You're blackmailing me with the lives of my people. Exactly. You're despicable. Kurama leaned in, voice low. And you're beautiful when you're angry. She growled in frustration, every ounce of kunoichi pride burning. Kurama stretched his arms above his head lazily. Relax, I'm not asking for marriage. Just a night. Or two. Maybe a weekend. You bastard. Say what you want, he said, rising to his feet. But I saved your village, didn't I? I spared your Jinchuriki. All I ask for is a little hospitality. She looked at him with venom in her eyes, then turned away. Kurama leaned in beside her ear. One day, you'll thank me. Don't bet on it. He chuckled darkly. Outside, the tailed beast bomb began to fade completely, dispersing harmlessly into the sky. Chapter 200, Chapter 200, even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. Asshole, despicable, shameless. Mei Terumi was livid. Kurama was threatening her with the entire Kirigakure. Mei's face was bruised and purple, a mask of fury and shame. This matter had to stay buried, locked away from prying eyes. If word got out that Kurama, a rogue ninja, had infiltrated Kirigakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages, stolen their tailed beast, and then strutted out like he owned the place, the shame would be unbearable. The other villages would mock them relentlessly. But Kurama wasn't done. He had the gall to push further. He wanted her to be his woman. Could Mei Terumi agree to such a demand? Hell no. Was she the kind of woman to buckle under pressure? Not in a million years. And knowing Kurama's playboy reputation, Mei could only imagine how many women he'd already charmed across the ninja world. In short, Mei would not yield. Ahem. Kurama placed a fist in front of his mouth, faking a cough. Woman, this isn't the time to think about yourself. Aren't you a ninja of Kirigakure? Don't you have a duty to protect your village? Don't you bear the responsibility to shield your people? If not, why are you even a ninja, let alone Mizukage? His words hit like a kunai to the gut. Kurama's reminder made Mei freeze. Behind her stood all of Kirigakure. As a ninja of the mist, as Mizukage, she had to carry that weight. Kurama smirked, his grin dripping with mischief, the kind that screamed, you hate me, but you can't touch me. What do you even want? Mei growled, her voice trembling with rage. It's simple. If I want something, be it power, women, or anything else, I take it. No one else gets to have it. Not ever. I'll claim it, no matter the cost. Humph, figures, Mei muttered. In her eyes, Kurama was a man who'd burn the world to get what he wanted. Despicable. Shameless. Among ninjas, those words meant nothing. Didn't shinobi always deceive and betray one another? Those preaching justice and honor were fools, not true ninjas. So, be mine. I don't mistreat my women. Kurama raised an eyebrow, his smile infuriatingly smug. You think threatening me will win me over? Even if you get my body, my heart will never be yours. It was Mei's final act of defiance. Against Kurama, she was powerless. Ha ha ha. Kurama's laughter erupted, wild and unhinged. Mei blinked, stunned. What's so funny? He tilted her chin up with a single finger. That line, isn't it hilarious? Kurama, don't chase just any woman. Don't flatter yourself, Mei Terumi. I want you. Your heart. Who cares? Kurama laid his cards bare, he craved her body, nothing more. All his talk was just smoke and mirrors. What he could touch, hold, possess, that was real. Mei's expression darkened, her emotions a storm. This time, she'd met a true demon. What could she even say to him? Nothing. Kirigakure's fate rested in his hands. Kurama's smirk widened. 10 seconds to decide. 10, 9, 8. I agree. Mei gave in. Her eyes burned into him, brimming with resentment and fury. She'd never forget this man. Good choice. Want to be Mizukage? I'll back you up, make it happen. And I can make Kirigakure stronger, too. Mei's fist slammed into Kurama's chest. He'd read her like an open scroll, infuriating. Kurama just chuckled. Not bad. If this saved Kirigakure, Mei could stomach it. The next morning, the village woke to a miracle. The massive-tailed beast bomb looming in the sky was gone. The shadow over Kirigakure had lifted. Thank the heavens. Long live Lady Terumi. Long live Lady Terumi. Ninja and villagers alike cheered, their voices echoing through the mist. Elder Genji wept with relief. Kurama had kept his word. Well done, Mei, Genji said, his voice thick with emotion. You've brought Kirigakure back to its misty glory. Mei opened her eyes slowly, finding Kurama watching her with that damned smile. You bastard. Happy now? Meh, it was all right. Wanna go again? Mei pinched him hard. Ow. That hurts. You're breaking my heart, murdering your men. Mei rolled her eyes. She'd met shameless men before, but Kurama was in a league of his own. Her sharp eyes glinted as a new thought struck her. She softened, her voice turning sultry. Lord Kurama, how many lovers do you have? Her seductive gaze threw him off balance. Not many. I can count them on one hand. You're one of them, of course. Mei's mind hissed, this bastard's a total womanizer. But seeing Kirigakure free of the tailed beast bomb's shadow confirmed Kurama had held up his end. And, damn it, his kiss could melt stone. Worthy of a ninja with 2 Kekkei Genkai, lava release and boil release. How about I take out Elder Genji for you? With Genji gone, the Mizukage title would be Mei's alone. She'd once respected the old man. Now, she despised him. It was Genji who dumped the village's burden on her shoulders. As acting Mizukage, he'd strong-armed her into this mess. To claim the title fully, to stop taking orders, Genji had to go. If she couldn't handle Kurama, she'd at least deal with Genji. Humph, old fool, just you wait. Kurama sensed the venom in Mei's thoughts. No need. Leave the old man to me. Mei's fist crackled with heat. She tried to rise, but her legs gave out, sending her crashing to the floor. Lying down, she hadn't noticed. Now, her legs were numb, useless. She shot Kurama a death glare. You bastard. This is your fault. What now? Kurama shrugged. What else? Rest for a day. He could heal her, but why bother? Let this be her punishment for pinching him so hard. And those teeth marks on his shoulder. Savage. What a ferocious woman. Kurama dressed and stood by the window, gazing at the fog-draped village. Mei had no choice but to lie back and rest. Staring at his silhouette, she hesitated, then spoke. Are you heading back to Konoha? Yup. Will you come back to Kirigakure? Kurama's grin turned wicked. What, already missing me? Did I steal your heart, too? Humph. I'm just worried you'll stir up more trouble here. Kurama lifted her chin again. Let's be clear, am I troubling you or Kirigakure? Mei pinched him once more. This time, he didn't flinch. Miss me, and I might return. With a whoosh, Kurama vanished. Mei stared at the empty room, lost in thought. A faint smile curved her lips. TCH, what a sleaze. Chapter 201, Civil Unrest in Rain Shinobi Village. TCH, what a filthy guy. He came and went faster than a lightning jutsu. Mei Terumi gritted her teeth, muttering curses under her breath. Right now, she couldn't pin down exactly what she felt toward Kurama. Was it anger? Resentment? Something else entirely? Her legs were numb, her back ached, and she felt like she'd been through a war zone. No choice but to stay home and recover today. Mei swore she'd never take orders from anyone again, not here in Kirigakure, at least. She was done playing subordinate. Master Genji, you old pervert, you're the worst. Just you wait, she hissed, shaking her fist at the air. In the land of lightning, Kumogakure buzzed with energy. Jonin Dodai sprinted to the Raikage's office, barely containing his excitement. Lord Raikage. Great news. Great news. The third Raikage, deep in thought about the seven tails, looked up. What's the news? Kurama-sama has secured the six tails. Konoha's Umbu confirmed it. Ha. Ha ha ha. The third Raikage's laughter boomed like thunder. It hadn't even been a month since he passed along the intel. For Kurama to snatch the six tails from Kirigakure so quickly. Unbelievable. He could just imagine the mist ninja gnashing their teeth in fury. Kurama, storming into Kirigakure alone to claim a tailed beast, what a move. Who else in the ninja world could pull that off? No one. Even the third Raikage, who prided himself on facing 10,000 foes, wouldn't dare invade Kirigakure with such brazen arrogance, seize a tailed beast, and strut out like it was nothing. Kurama's stunt must have humbled Master Genshin and forced half the hidden villages to rethink their strategies. The Raikage smirked, picturing Kurama unleashing a massive tailed beast bomb to intimidate Kirigakure into submission. That kind of raw power would leave the mist with no choice but to kneel. Kumogakure's spies in the land of water had seen it all. According to their reports, a colossal tailed beast bomb had lit up the sky above Kirigakure, blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the entire village. If that thing had detonated, the blast would have leveled Kirigakure in seconds. The Raikage's thoughts drifted to Tsunade's mysterious disappearance. Could Kurama have been behind that too? Next time I see that madman, I'm asking him straight up, he muttered. With Kirigakure's tailed beast gone, the balance of power had shifted. The five great ninja nations, no, for now, had no tailed beasts left. True equilibrium, at last. Kurama, tied to the nine tails, had made it clear he didn't serve Konoha. The Raikage believed him. Who could control a force like Kurama? Nobody. So, in his mind, Konoha had no tailed beasts either. Kirigakure might have thought they could hush up the loss of the six tails. Fat chance. Secrets like that didn't stay buried in the ninja world. Now, the four major nations were tailed beast-free. The focus shifted to the seven tails. Unlike the others, the seven tails wasn't in one of the great nations, wind, earth, fire, thunder, or water. It lurked in a smaller country, its status unknown. Wild. Sealed in a jinchuriki. No one had answers. That mystery made the seven tails the most elusive tailed beast. But no matter how hard it was to track, Kumogakure would find it. They'd deliver it to Kurama himself. That was their mission. The third Raikage stared into the distance, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Dodai, get AI and Killer Bee. Tell them to hunt for the seven tails. You're joining them. Yes, Lord Raikage. Dodai saluted, already moving. This time, Kumogakure would spare no effort. The seven tails was the last tailed beast, and they'd do whatever it took to claim it. As long as they followed Kurama's lead, the Raikage had no worries. In a damp, shadowy basement, a figure emerged from the earth. Aito, Zetsu rasped, big news. Kurama's taken the six tails from Kirigakure. Aito, cloaked in his spiral mask, let out a low, sinister chuckle. That's Kurama-sensei for you. Bastard moves faster than a body flicker. He leaned back, unfazed. Doesn't matter. If the tailed beasts are piling up in Konoha, it saves us the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Aito and Zetsu had a plan, let Kurama gather the tailed beasts, do the dirty work, and set the stage for their own scheme. When the time was right, they'd strike. Nagato would summon the Geto statue, and the infinite Tsukuyomi would be within reach. Rin, Aito whispered, his voice soft but obsessive, wait for me. We'll meet in that perfect world. This world was a lie, and so was the Rin who existed here. The Rin who stood by Kurama's side. Fake. Aito refused to accept her. He'd create a new world, a real world, with a real Rin. Aito had fully mastered the Hashirama cells grafted into him. His Mangekyo Sharingan, with Kamui in both eyes, bent reality to his will. Combined with the forbidden techniques Madara had passed down, yin-yang release and more, he felt untouchable. Even Kurama didn't scare him. In Aito's mind, Kurama was just the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, maybe a perfect one, able to wield its full power. Big deal. Aito wasn't intimidated. He clicked his tongue, smirking behind his mask. Kurama-sensei, it won't be long now. Don't be shocked when we face off. He turned to Zetsu. What's the deal with Nagato? Zetsu's grin widened. Nagato's getting interesting. He's built this group called Akatsuki. It's growing fast, enough to rattle Hanzo of the salamander. Rain Village is tearing itself apart. Akatsuki, huh? Aito mused. Sounds fun. He wasn't impressed, though. Nagato, with all the power of the Rinnegan, was still too green to challenge someone like Hanzo. The salamander was a ninja's ninja, as cunning as Danzo and twice as ruthless. Nagato's ideals and his peaceful years under Jiraiya's wing had left him blind to the ninja world's brutality. Zetsu, this is dragging. Should we swing by Rain Village and light a fire under him? Zetsu chuckled. Patience, Aito. Nagato needs to feel real pain first. Pain was the key. Madara had known it, breaking Aito at his lowest to reshape him. Zetsu was playing the same game with Nagato. When the time came, they'd twist him into what they needed. Black Zetsu, more than anyone, burned with urgency. His true goal, freeing his mother, drove every move. In the Rain Village, the Akatsuki organization thrived. Founded by Yahiko, it was a force for peace, rejecting violence as a first resort. Under his leadership, Akatsuki had grown into a power that even Hanzo, the demigod of Omegakure, couldn't ignore. Hanzo felt the threat. Akatsuki was undermining his control, and he wasn't about to let that stand. So, he extended an olive branch, a trap disguised as diplomacy. He invited Yahiko to negotiate peace in 7 days. Yahiko, ever the optimist, accepted. He believed talking was better than fighting. Force only bred more death, more hate. A sit-down with Hanzo seemed like the best path forward. He had no idea what awaited him. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were walking into a conspiracy, a deadly snare set to crush Akatsuki's dream. Chapter 202, Tsunade surrenders. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Katsuchi entered the Tsuchikage's office, holding a sealed document. Father, this is the latest intelligence report. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, took it with a frown. As he opened it, his eyes widened in disbelief. This is. The tailed beast from Kirigakure was gone too. The report mentioned a shinobi named Kurama. And that Kurama had been spotted frequently near Konohagakure. The conclusion was undeniable, Kurama was from Konoha. Konoha again. Boom. Anoki slammed his fist on the desk, splintering it into pieces. Damn it. My back, he groaned, clutching his waist. The jolt of anger had reawakened his chronic pain. Katsuchi, standing at the side, had a vein twitching on his forehead. Konoha. They already have the 9 tails, the strongest bijou. Isn't that enough? Now they're stealing the tailed beasts of other villages. I've never seen a more greedy shinobi village. Anoki seethed, teeth clenched. It wasn't just Kirigakure's 6 tails. His own village's 4 tails, Rashi, and 5 tails, Han, had both gone missing too. And this Kurama was connected to it all. A single shinobi. Taking down Jinchuriki. It was absurd. Terrifying. Father, should we declare war on Konoha? Katsuchi asked, hesitant but determined. War. Anoki frowned, pondering the possibilities. Now wasn't the time. Iwagakure was weakened. Without their tailed beasts, they would stand no chance alone. But Kirigakure had also lost its bijou. And the same with Kimogakure. The tailed beasts were vanishing. Konoha had made enemies of all 3. A spark ignited in Anoki's mind. If the land of earth, the land of water, and the land of lightning joined forces, even Konoha wouldn't be able to withstand that level of pressure. Boom. He slammed his right fist into his left palm. Katsuchi. Send word to the Mizukage and Reikage. We propose an alliance between Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo. It's time the 3 great nations unite against Konoha. Understood. Katsuchi replied, energy renewed. Never before in shinobi history had 3 great nations banded together in war. 2, perhaps. But 3. This would bring Konoha to its knees. Meanwhile, in the land of rain, Omegakure. Akatsuki's base. Yahiko stood at the balcony, his gaze distant, unreadable. Behind him, Nagato and Konan approached. Worry lined Konan's face. Yahiko. Are you really going to negotiate with Hanzo? Yahiko nodded slowly. Yes, Konan, Nagato. We came from war. We know what it does. We know the pain. I don't want our people to suffer again. I believe Hanzo values peace, too. As the leader of this nation, he must care about stability. There were only 6 days left before the scheduled peace negotiations with Omegekure's leadership. But the meeting was a trap. In the land of fire, Konoha village. Root base. Kurama sat upon a stone chair, eyes half-lidded in thought. Danzo knelt before him on one knee, head bowed. Lord Kurama, all arrangements in the Rain Village have been made. Kurama nodded approvingly. Good. I knew I could count on you. This is my specialty, Lord Kurama, Danzo replied with that familiar, icy calm. It had been Danzo who manipulated Hanzo. Fearful of Akatsuki's rising power, Hanzo agreed to propose peace, only to set a trap. A trap born of Danzo's and Hanzo's mutual paranoia. They even sounded alike. Kurama had his own plans for the rain. The ghetto statue. It, too, was one of his targets. Back at the Hokage office, Kurama was reporting to Tsunade. He summarized what happened in mist. Tsunade, however, didn't look particularly shocked. You took the 6 tails. Alone. That's just another Tuesday for you, isn't it? Kurama raised a brow. You're not surprised? Why would I be? You're my man. Of course you'd pull it off. There was a subtle smirk on her face. Tsunade circled around him, arms crossed, her golden eyes narrowing. Tell me the truth, Kurama. Did you go to Kirigakure to snag a beautiful kunoichi? Kurama froze. His heartbeat skipped. Women's intuition really was scary. Terumi Mei. The red-haired bombshell Mizukage. She had been more than just diplomatic with him. But there was no proof. Kurama straightened his back. Master Hokage, please don't slander my pure intentions. Tsunade sniffed him. You smell like perfume. Feminine. Sweet. Kurama's heart raced. He had only returned yesterday. Surely the scent was gone. Tsunade had a nose like a bloodhound. Kurama was about to come clean when her tone softened. Well, whatever. You're still mine. And you did your job well. Kurama blinked. She'd been testing him. Damn. Kushina's cooking tonight. Want to join for dinner? Tsunade tilted her head, gaze sharp. It's only afternoon, you know. Kurama chuckled awkwardly. Between Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto, he was constantly on edge. The moment Tsunade's lips curled, he knew she was plotting something. He waved a hand in front of her. No reaction. Oi, Hokage-sama, you spacing out? Still nothing. He pinched her waist. Ow. Bastard. Tsunade glared. What kind of men are you, pinching a woman in her own office? Well, you weren't responding. I thought your soul left your body. TCH. Lucky for you I still feel pain. Kurama smirked. Tsunade pinched him back, twice as hard. He winced. She rolled her eyes and walked away, satisfied. But Kurama wasn't done. His eyes gleamed. You're not busy right now, are you, Hokage-sama? Why not keep me company for a bit longer? Pervert. She tried to argue, but his persistence wore her down. Time passed. The afternoon faded into night. Meanwhile, at the Uzumaki residence, things were peaceful. With Karura now helping around the house, Kushina had more free time and was in better spirits. A few days later. Rain Country. Kurama, Danzo, and several Root members arrived silently. The gloomy sky hung low, a perfect match for what was about to unfold. Lord Kurama, Danzo asked, should we arrange a meeting with Hanzo? No. Let things proceed as planned. Danzo bowed. Understood. Kurama remained in the shadows. He preferred to watch first, to let the tiger and the dragon clash, and see who came out alive. The confrontation between Akatsuki and Hanzo was about to begin. And while everyone expected Hanzo to win, Kurama had just tipped the scales. The civil war in the rain had just gotten a whole lot messier.